Chapter 1644, Xu Tianming the Wrath. The blood-clothed youth was already in shock at this moment. The mysterious black-clothed youth in front of him, his combat power is probably not much better than that of the real celestial god realm. With his strength, he is definitely not an opponent of this sun. If it continues, he will really fall here today. The blood-clothed youth did not hesitate, and directly forced a drop of blood from the body, and then performed the evacuation secret technique, and was about to tear the space and escape. It's another familiar trick, but unfortunately you can't escape it. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, stretched out his hand and grabbed at the blood-clothed youth. An invisible force directly confined the space and time around the blood-clothed youth. No, you can't kill me. I am the 9th son of the Blood Moon Palace, the descendant of the realm god. If you kill me, my Blood Moon realm will definitely break through the ancient dragon realm. Feeling that his escape technique had failed, the blood-clothed youth couldn't help but screamed in horror. As the 9th son of the Blood Moon Palace, the blood-clothed youth, heir to the venerable realm god, will be qualified to be in charge of the Blood Moon realm in the future. This time he came to attack the ancient dragon world, but he finally took the initiative to win the opportunity, in order to establish a military exploit and enhance his prestige in the Blood Moon world. The blood-clothed youth never thought. This time he led the team to attack Tianping Kingdom, and he had been very smooth all the way. But just seeing the imminent destruction of Tianping Divine Kingdom, he was suddenly blocked by the black-clothed youth in front of him. He might even confess his life here. Naive. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and pointed at the blood-clothed youth directly and mercilessly. The Blood Moon realm aggressively attacked the ancient dragon realm, and the situation between the two realms has long been endless. Even if he let go of this blood-clothed youth today, how could the Blood Moon realm give up attacking the ancient dragon realm? Jiang Chen spotted the blood-clothed youth, and his blood exploded, causing the blood-clothed youth to burst open. One finger killed the blood-clothed youth. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, and directly killed Feiyun Pass alone. Feiyun closed. Countless guards of the Blood Moon realm looked at the scene in front of them, all with horror. Even the 9th young master and the 4 chiefs all fell into the hands of the mysterious black-clothed youth in front of them, so how could they have the courage to fight Jiang Chen? I saw that Fei Yongguan was in chaos, and hundreds of warriors from the Blood Moon world were scattered and fled in panic. Jiang Chen, like a demon god, directly rushed into the Blood Moon realm warriors who fled. With every palm he shook, there were more than a dozen Blood Moon warriors before they even had time to scream. Their bodies burst into a blood mist. Of the hundreds of martial artists in the Blood Moon world, only a few people were left, and they escaped from Feiyun Pass in embarrassment. Jiang Chen glanced at the several Blood Moon martial artists who fled, and did not pursue them. Feiyun Pass is located in a special place, and there is also the Zhu Gongzi with an extraordinary identity in the Blood Moon Palace. Now that Feiyun Pass is captured, Jiang Chen does not intend to continue doing it for the time being. The reason why these people can escape from him is only because of his intention. The news that he captured Feiyun Pass and killed the 9th young master of the Blood Moon Palace had no intention of concealing it. Now it is just using these people to spread the news to the people in the Blood Moon world. The powerhouse of the Blood Moon realm is bound to be furious when he gets the news, and it is even possible that a heavenly god realm will be sent to deal with him. And he can take this opportunity to kill a heavenly god realm in the Blood Moon realm. At the same time that Jiang Chen captured Feiyun Pass, outside the city of Tianping Divine Kingdom, in a residence shrouded in dense blood, 4 censored figures gathered in a hall in the center of the residence, seemingly discussing something. Everyone, Tianping Divine Kingdom's capital city is extremely defensive, and the guardian deity around the city is forbidden, at least arranged by the powerhouse of the Third Order deity. For a while, I am afraid it will be difficult for us to break it. The first figure wearing a blood-colored battle armor glanced slightly at the other 3. I wonder if the 3 can have any suggestions. This person wearing a censored armor is the commander in charge of assisting the 9 young masters in attacking the heavenly kingdom of Tianping, Xu Tianming, the strongman of the Second Order heavenly god of Blood Moon Palace. It's not that the gods of the 3rd rank of the gods are forbidden. With the strength of the 4 of us, it will take an extra month at most. A black-clothed old man at the first level of the gods was unbelievable and authentic. Xu Tianming frowned slightly and said, "Nevertheless, 1 month is too long, and I am worried that it will change after a while." "General Yu, you are too worried." The black-clothed old man sneered contemptuously. "Now that the ancient dragon world is completely suppressed by my Blood Moon world, it is too late for the ancient dragon world to support the frontal battlefield. How much power can be sent to support the Tianping kingdom? Don't underestimate the ancient dragon world. Yu Tiankui shook his head. Although the strength of the ancient dragon realm is not as strong as our blood moon realm, the dead camel is bigger than the horse, and there is also the existence of the realm god. Millions of years, there was more than one war between the blood moon world and the ancient dragon world. If the ancient dragon realm is really so unbearable, I am afraid that it has already been breached by the blood moon realm. How can it persist until now? This time they attacked Tianping Divine Kingdom, but they went deep alone. If you are a little careless, I'm afraid you will fall into a situation where it will never be restored. No matter what, we will go all out in the future, and strive to break the divine forbidden and destroy the gods and kingdoms within half a month. When Yu Tiankui spoke, a sharp glow of blood flashed in his eyes. As long as the heavenly kingdom of Tianping is broken, the Blood Moon Realm can send a follow-up army from the kingdom of Tianping to the eastern region of the ancient dragon realm. The entire eastern region of the ancient dragon realm will be in their Blood Moon Realm. Just as Yu Tiankui's voice fell, a figure stumbled and ran in from outside the hall. Master Yu, something happened. Someone fled from Feiyun Pass to the resident just now, saying that Feiyun Pass had been breached by a mysterious powerhouse, and even Zhu Gongzi was killed. Following the words of the guard, the expressions on the four people present suddenly changed. What you said is true. Yu Tiankui stared at the guard closely, and the terrifying aura of the second-order Tianshan directly suppressed the guard trembling. Big. Sir, it's true. The guard hurriedly knelt in front of Yu Tiankui with a thud. The 9 young masters who guarded Feiyun Pass in the hundreds of True God Realm were all beheaded, and only a few of them fled back. Good. What a Tianping kingdom of God. Unexpectedly, outside the capital of Tianping Divine Kingdom, there is such a power hidden. An icy glow of blood flashed across Yu Tiankui's eyes. No matter who did it, if you dare to kill Zhu Gongzi, Yu Tiankui will surely crush him. Chapter 1645, Tianping Shenhuang's Guess. At this moment, Yu Tiankui was extremely angry. Zhu Gongzi, this is one of the descendants of the 9 world gods of the Blood Moon Palace, and it is also an existence that has the opportunity to control the Blood Moon Palace in the future and dominate the Blood Moon Realm. And the people who followed the 9 young masters to attack Tianping Divine Kingdom were all 9 young masters' supporters. He was ordered to assist the 9 young masters in attacking the Heavenly Peng Kingdom, in order to enhance the 9 young masters' reputation and strengthen his power in the Blood Moon Palace. In order to ensure the safety of Zhu Gongzi, Yu Tiankui also specially left him behind to guard the Feiyun Pass, and also left a few half-steps in the Heavenly God Realm. Yu Tiankui never thought of it anyway. Tianping Divine Kingdom unexpectedly still has strong people hiding in the dark, directly avoiding the frontal battlefield, going to attack Feiyun Pass, and killing Zhu Gongzi. Zhu Gongzi was a genius at the peak of the half-step Heavenly God Realm, plus the few half-step Heavenly God Realm assistants he left behind. Unless the real Heavenly God Realm expert makes a move, it is impossible to capture Feiyun Pass. For example, the 2 remaining heavenly gods in Pengshan Kingdom today are all shrouded in the capital. How could there be a strong heavenly god? What frightened Yu Tiankui the most was, this time he was the one who made a special trip to assist the Zhu Gongzi. Now the 9 young masters have fallen into the Heavenly Peng Kingdom. After he returns to the Blood Moon Realm, how can he explain to those who support the 9 young masters? General Yu, now our army is besieging Tianping Divine Kingdom. We need you to sit here and not move lightly. The black-clothed old man took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, Feiyun Pass, let me take a trip. Don't worry, no matter if you kill Zhu Gongzi, I will get his head back. The censored emperor of Tianping Kingdom is also a second-tier powerhouse of the gods, and only Yu Tiankui can suppress it. If Yu Tiankui leaves, Tianping Kingdom will definitely wait for an opportunity to counterattack. This time they assisted 9 young masters in attacking Tianping Divine Kingdom, and instead caused 9 young masters to fall here. It was already a great mistake. If you cannot redeem your merits, you will conquer Tianping Divine Kingdom. They might not be better off returning to the Blood Moon world. Yu Tiankui naturally understood what the old man in black was thinking. Now that the Zhu Gongzi has fallen, there must be no more mistakes in the matter of attacking Tianping Divine Kingdom. Okay, be careful. Yu Tiankui's eyes flickered slightly. That person can break through Feiyun Pass and kill 9 young masters. He must be extremely strong. Don't worry, as long as you don't get to the second-tier powerhouse of the gods, no one can help me. The old man in black smiled confidently. Although he is at the first order of the gods, he has broken through for a long time. Now he has understood part of the origin of the martial arts of his second way, and he is not far from the second order of the gods. Unless you encounter a strong man above the second rank of the gods, almost nothing can pose a threat to him. After the black-clothed old man finished speaking, he didn't hesitate anymore, and disappeared into the hall in a flash. 2. Immediately follow me and lead the army to attack the capital of Tianping Kingdom, even if it is at all costs, to destroy Tianping Kingdom as soon as possible. After the black-clothed old man left, Xu Tiankui's eyes also flashed a sharp cold light. The fact that a mysterious powerhouse suddenly appeared in Tianping Divine Kingdom was too weird. He even had some doubts that the mysterious powerhouse that suddenly appeared was most likely a reinforcement sent by the ancient dragon clan. If this is the case, he must accelerate his speed to destroy the heavenly kingdom of Tianping, and then summon the army of the Blood Moon World to march into the kingdom of Tianping. Once the ancient dragon realm really sent a large number of strong supporters, they would probably be at risk of annihilation of the entire army. With a decision in his heart, Xu Tiankui directly took 2 heavenly god realm powerhouses and tens of thousands of true god realm troops, and began to frantically attack the capital of Tianping Divine Kingdom. Tianping, the capital of the Kingdom of God, in a magnificent hall. A burly middle-aged man in a purple gold robe was discussing with a white-browed old man with a serious face. The Emperor Tianping, with the power of you and me, it is impossible to defend the kingdom of Tianping. I wonder what you plan to do. The old man with white eyebrows looked at the Emperor Tianping in front of him with a solemn expression. There are now 4 great powerhouses in the Blood Moon Realm. Even if they rely on the defense of the Tianping Divine Kingdom capital city, they probably won't be able to defend them for long. What are your plans? The Emperor Tianping shook his head and smiled bitterly. Now I can only rely on the gods left by our ancestors to guard the capital and wait for the reinforcements of the ancient dragon clan. The old man with white eyebrows solemnly said, the strength of the ancient dragon clan is much inferior to that of the Blood Moon Palace in the Blood Moon World. Now, will the ancient dragon clan really send people to support the kingdom of Tianping? Yes, Tianping Kingdom is a gate to the eastern region of the ancient dragon realm. Once it is opened, the entire eastern region will fall. The Emperor Tianping took a deep breath and said, unless the ancient dragons are willing to give up the entire eastern region, they will definitely send someone to support. Enlightened to the censored emperor, the Blood Moon Realm powerhouse suddenly exhausted his army and launched a fierce attack. At this moment, a guard hurriedly walked in from outside the hall. The expressions of the Emperor Tianping and the old man with white eyebrows changed, and the two of them flickered and appeared directly above the capital. Xu Tiankui actually mobilized all the troops to attack Tianping Divine Kingdom with all his strength. The old man with white eyebrows solemnly said, if this goes on, the patron saint of your imperial capital will ban it. The Blood Moon Realm suddenly launched an offensive frantically, and there must be some tricks in it. Tianping Divine Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. Have you noticed that there seems to be a lack of a strong celestial god realm in the Blood Moon Realm? It really is. The old man with white eyebrows was taken aback for a moment, and then a look of doubt flashed in his old eyes. There are a total of 4 great heavenly gods in the Blood Moon world. Now Xu Tiankui is attacking the Tianping Divine Kingdom with all his strength, but one of the heavenly gods is not here. This is really weird. Divine Emperor Tianping flashed in his eyes, and smiled faintly. Let's do our best to defend. Maybe it won't take long for a turnaround. The eyes of the old man with white eyebrows lit up slightly. You mean, the reinforcements of the ancient dragons are likely to arrive? 9 out of 10, it should be like this. Xu Tiankui probably also knew this news, so he wanted to take the heavenly Peng Kingdom so eagerly. Tianping Shenhuang smiled authentically. For these days, Xu Tiankui has been trying to break the gods' forbidden city of Tianping Divine Kingdom, and did not intend to attack by force. Now he suddenly changed his previous method and attacked at all costs. But at this critical time, there is another heavenly god realm powerhouse who is not here. This must be an accident. The strong man in the heavenly god realm was going to block the reinforcements of the ancient dragon tribe, and wanted to delay time and give Xu Tiankui a chance to break through the capital of the heavenly Peng Kingdom. The Emperor Tianping even had a hunch. As long as they guard this wave of Xu Tiankui's offense, perhaps a great turnaround will come. Chapter 1646, Heavenly God Realm powerhouse is coming. The Emperor Tianping, with the strength of the two of you, can't hold it. If you are more acquainted, then you will open the God's Forbidden and catch it, and I can spare your lives. Otherwise, take me to break through the city, and you will surely let your blood flow in this Heavenly Peng Emperor city. Xu Tianming raised his head and stared at the void, looking at the two Emperor Tianping standing proudly above the city. His cold voice also resounded across the world in an instant. Xu Tianming, stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, the Emperor will accompany you. Tianping Divine Emperor smiled coldly. This Emperor, can't be broken if you want to break it. Tianping Divine Emperor, don't think that there is a censored, forbidden by this third order power of the God. I really can't help you. Everyone listens to the order. Follow me to break through the city and destroy the Tianping kingdom. With an order from Xu Tianming, he immediately took the lead, with overwhelming power, and attacked the censored of Tianping Divine Kingdom capital city. The remaining two celestial realms also brought tens of thousands of true divine realm warriors, and together they launched an attack on the capital of Tianping Divine Kingdom. Full defense. The golden light of Tianping Shenhuang skyrocketed, and he rushed towards Xu Tianming like a dapeng flying into the sky. Now the Blood Moon Realm army, the real threat to Tianping Divine Kingdom's capital defensive divine forbidden, are the few heavenly god realm powerhouses in Xu Tianming. As long as he drags Xu Tianming, the old man with white eyebrows drags another heavenly god realm, not giving them a chance to attack the gods. It is not an easy task to lead these Blood Moon warriors by relying on another heavenly god realm to break through the heavenly emperor god kingdom capital. Boom boom boom. With Tianping Divine Emperor and Xu Tianming, the two powerhouses of the second tier of the heavenly gods banging together, an earth-shattering offensive and defensive battle is also on the verge. At the same time that the Tianping Divine Kingdom Emperor capital war broke out. Outside Feiyun Pass, Jiang Chen stood proudly on the city wall with his hands under his shoulder. In a void 100 miles away from him, there was an old man in black with an unfathomable breath, standing quietly in the air. This black-clothed old man is exactly the strong man in the heavenly god realm who came to Feiyun Pass. Jiang Chen calmly looked at the black-clothed old man in front of him, and the corners of his mouth could not help but raise a slight arc. The heavenly god realm powerhouse in the Blood Moon realm has finally come, but I have been waiting here for a long time. Boy, are you the one who killed the 9th young master of the Blood Moon Palace? The black-clothed old man stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and there was also a touch of horror that could not be concealed in his old eyes. The black-clothed old man always thought that the person who could break through Feiyun Pass and kill the 9 young masters of the Blood Moon Palace was at least a strong man in the heavenly god realm. The 9th young master of the Blood Moon Palace was originally a genius at the pinnacle of the heavenly god realm, and he even had a life-saving trump card. Plus several half-step heavenly gods and hundreds of true gods. Unless it is a real celestial realm shot, it is impossible to defeat them. When the black-clothed old man rushed to Feiyun Pass, he realized that there was no heavenly god realm here, and there was only a hairy boy like Jiang Chen. The old man in black can't imagine. How could it be possible to break through Feiyun Pass and kill the 9 young masters of the Blood Moon Palace just by relying on a little boy who has not broken through the heavenly god realm? Yes, I did kill your so-called Blood Moon Palace 9 young masters. Jiang Chen glanced at the black-clothed old man faintly, and his eyes calmly said, not only did I kill him, I will even kill him today. An ant who has not broken through the realm of the gods, dared to speak up in front of the old man. Whether you did it or not, there is only one dead end if you dare to be disrespectful to the old man. The black-clothed old man's voice fell, and the dark divine power between his palms burst out, and then it turned into a pitch-black giant claw and grabbed Jiang Chen. Although the black-clothed old man could vaguely feel, this kid in front of him was extremely extraordinary. He still couldn't believe that all of Feiyun Pass was done by the kid in front of him. Behind this kid, there must be a strong man in the heavenly god realm. Since the heavenly god realm powerhouse refused to show up, he would kill this kid first, and then enter Feiyun Pass to find out. Jiang Chen urged the origin of Kendo to directly transform into an invisible sword light, and a sword smashed the giant claws of the old man in black. Looking at the scene in front of him, the old man in black couldn't help but suddenly shrink. With just this understatement, the black-clothed old man knew that the boy in front of him was indeed a peerless evildoer who had surpassed the 9 sons of the Blood Moon Palace. This kid has actually understood the complete Kendo origin. As long as this kid is willing, He can gather the power of the Kendo world at any time and cross the sky to become a real powerhouse in the sky and gods. The reason why this kid didn't ascend to the heavenly god realm was obviously because he still wanted to comprehend the origins of other martial arts, wanted to comprehend a variety of martial arts origins, and become a heavenly god realm powerhouse at the second or even higher level at once. Boy, it seems I still underestimated you. The black-clothed old man stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and slowly said, now I am a little convinced that the 9 young masters of the Blood Moon Palace are dead in your hands. Jiang Chen said lightly, I said, today I will kill you too. What's the point of killing a few mere half-steps of the heavenly god realm? Even if you understand the complete source of Kendo, you will never be able to appreciate the difference between the Daoshan Divine Realm and the Heaven Divine Realm without entering the Heaven Divine Realm. Today, I will let you see what the power of the Heavenly God Realm is. The black-clothed old man laughed, and immediately his whole body flickered, and the power of the endless path of destruction also whizzed out from his body. This destructive force changes and converges in midair, and finally turns into a pitch-black palm print that destroys the sky and the earth, instantly turning the space of 100 miles into nothingness. This black-clothed old man cultivates the way of destruction. With the power of the first world condensed by destroying the origin, he became a strong man in the heavenly, censored realm. Now that the power to destroy the world comes out, it seems to destroy everything in the emptiness within 100 miles. Jiang Chen looked at the ruining palm print that suppressed Baili Tiandi, and the dazzling golden light also rose into the sky instantly. The bright golden light, directly behind Jiang Chen, turned into a phantom of a 10,000-foot golden sword, standing between the sky and the earth. After returning to the Sky Dragon City, Jiang Chen, with a few drops of ancient dragon essence blood, directly reached the realm of the divine body vision in one fell swoop, and his power increased more than 10 times. Jiang Chen, the heavenly god realm powerhouse of the Blood Moon realm in front of him, also displayed his direct and great divine body vision. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, and he directly urged the golden sword phantom, a sword slashed at the ruined palm print that came from suppression. Chapter 1647, Overwhelm the Gods. The golden sword shadow and the palm print of destruction collided in midair, and the void within a radius of hundreds of miles was turned into ashes under the terrifying storm of destruction. The black-clothed old man stomped on the void, bursting out of the storm of destruction. He looked up at Jiang Chen, who was opposite, with a look of amazement. The old man in black didn't expect anything. The blow he condensed with the power of the heavenly god realm world was easily received by Jiang Chen's divine body vision. The power of the world in the realm of the gods is the power that completely surpasses the realm of true gods. Even if it is a half-step heavenly god realm that has mastered the complete source of martial arts, without breaking through the heavenly god realm, there is still an essential gap between power and the real heavenly god realm. Generally, the half-step heavenly god realm faces the real heavenly god realm, and there is hardly much resistance. But this kid in front of him, just a condensed divine body vision, can actually contend with the powerhouse of the gods. This child's divine body vision is of very high grade. I am afraid that it is at least the censored body vision above the Emperor pole. The realm of this guy's divine body vision is also extremely high. Maybe he has reached the realm of Dacheng. A divine body vision alone is absolutely impossible to contend with the strong of the gods. The black-clothed old man stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. He didn't dare to despise Jiang Chen anymore. When a warrior turns the mortal into a censored and breaks through the true censored realm, the strength of the condensed divine body vision is a certain degree of talent and strength. The divine body vision of this kid in front of him is so terrifying that it cannot be described by common sense. This guy is very likely to be the legendary peerless evildoer, who can fight against the heavens with the true gods. Extinction Demon Fist. The destructive brilliance of the black-clothed old man flickered in his eyes, the monstrous world power gathered on his fist, and then he slammed a punch. In the midair, a black fist print containing the power of endless destruction manifested, and the fist print swept the world, turning 100 miles into a purgatory of destruction. Seeing that the black-clothed old man had already made his best effort, Jiang Chen didn't dare to neglect the slightest. The power of the 7 realms, hey! Jiang Chen gave a soft drink, and the 7 martial arts origin powers instantly merged into a colorful giant sword that spanned hundreds of miles of void. Because of the existence of the Tree of Life, Jiang Chen's understanding of the way of life has been continuously increasing. After returning to Tianlong City for more than a year, Jiang Chen's law of life has also been completed in the triple heaven, and he has realized the origin of life. Today's Jiang Chen has already mastered the 7 powers. The colorful giant sword formed by the power of the 7 realms shook the world with divine might. Even if the black-clothed old man made a full blow, it was still instantly defeated by the colorful giant sword. The figure of the black-clothed old man was instantly submerged in the glow of the colorful giant sword. The sound of shocking energy resounded throughout the world. The figure of the black-clothed old man was like a kite with a broken line, flying upside down in embarrassment for thousands of meters. "Hi, Your Excellency Jiang Chen, it's too scary." When Feiyun closed, Wang Ying couldn't help but breathe in the shocking scene in front of him. On that day, Jiang Chen attacked Feiyun Pass and easily suppressed the half-step celestial divine realm with his own power, which was already very sky-defying. Wang Ying still did not expect Jiang Chen faced the black-clothed old man today, and still had the absolute upper hand. The black-clothed old man in front of him is a real powerhouse of the heavenly god realm. With half a step of the strength of the celestial god realm, it actually suppressed a true celestial god realm powerhouse. This is too incredible. Wang Ying stared at the battle in the void, and there was also a touch of excitement that could not be concealed in his eyes. Today he will be fortunate to witness the legend, an invincible legend that uses the true gods to defeat the heavens. 7 Tao powers. Who are you? How can you comprehend so many martial arts origins? The black-clothed old man stabilized his figure, and in the eyes looking at Jiang Chen, a touch of horror that had never been seen before finally appeared. 7 powers. This guy turned out to be in the realm of the true gods, comprehending the power of the 7 paths. The old man in black was terrified. He really couldn't understand how the little ancient dragon world could have such a terrifying existence. As an existence that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. The knowledge and experience of the old man in black is naturally extremely extraordinary. He once traveled to a super big realm in God's domain where the power of the gods is seated. It can be said that there are really strong like clouds and heavenly arrogance like rain. But even in the super world, being able to comprehend 4 or 5 kinds of original power in the realm of true gods is already a genius among geniuses, and an evil spirit among evildoers. And the true gods comprehend the 6 martial arts origins. Even the decades of experience of the black-clothed elders are unheard of. Fellow practitioners of the 6 paths, as soon as they enter the celestial realm, they are the 6th-tier celestial god. Such terrifying existence has long been a legend in God's domain. And the boy in the ancient dragon world in front of him is actually an even more terrifying fellow practitioner of the 7 paths. At the beginning, he had seen a supreme genius of the 5 paths fellow practitioners, and killed a strong man in the heaven god realm with half a step. The black-clothed young man who was a fellow practitioner of the 7 paths in front of him was even more terrifying than the genius of a fellow practitioner of the 5 paths. The black-clothed old man suppressed the horror in his heart, and the breath of his whole body also burst to the extreme in an instant. With this plan, he could only fight the boy in front of him desperately. Once he was slightly careless, he would really fall into the hands of this kid today. The black-clothed old man fully urged the power of destroying the world in his body. The world with a radius of 100 miles is shrouded by the power of the world of the black-clothed old man, turning into a world of destruction. In this world, everything is stripped from the world, leaving only the endless power of destruction. It seemed that the entire radius of 100 li was already under the control of the old man in black. God world. This is the world evolved from the power of the world by the power of the heavenly god realm. Compared with the small world of the true god that evolved from the true god realm, it is totally different. In the world of the gods, everything is under the control of the gods, and life and death are within one thought. The black-clothed old man evolved into the world of the gods, and immediately stretched out his hand to grab the void, and 2 jets of black destruction lightning crashed down from a height of 10,000 meters. Jiang Chen only felt a terrifying pressure, overwhelming him, forcing him to suffocate. If it's an ordinary half-step heavenly, censored realm, I am afraid that just facing the coercion emanating from the destruction lightning, even if it does not die, it will be seriously injured. Jiang Chen urged the vision of the Taixu sacred dragon, condensing a picture of nothingness, and livingly blocked the monstrous power of destroying lightning. The 7 original martial arts powers are also surging crazily all over Jiang Chen. Chapter 1648, Cut censored, to see. The 7 powers of the martial arts origin revolved around Jiang Chen and converged, and finally turned into a magical sword with colorful lights. La condenses soldiers. Do not. Now Jiang Chen has mastered 7 martial arts origins. To be precise, it should be based on the 7 martial arts origins to condense the Taoist magic weapon. Compared with the original law of condensing the military, it is totally different. Start with colorful Excalibur. Jiang Chen just waved it lightly, and a red glow bloomed, rendering Bily Void into color. A dazzling sword light flashed across the sky and the earth, emitting a ray of light, causing the sky and the earth to lose their color at this moment. Jian Guang went up against the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it slashed on the 2 terrifying destruction lightning in the void. Rao was a devastating blow condensed in the world of the black-clothed old man, but he was still wiped out by Jiang Chen's sword light. Humph, I want to see how long you can stay in my censored world. Seeing that Jiang Chen had cut off his attack with a single sword, the black-clothed old man couldn't help but set off a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Seeing his thoughts moved, a destruction palm print tore the void again, and once again suppressed Jiang Chen. Although the boy in front of him is a fellow practitioner of the 7 disciplines, except for the consummation of the roots of Kendo, the other 6 disciplines are far behind. In terms of combat power, this kid has indeed surpassed the first order of ordinary gods. But it has been more than 100,000 years since he broke through the first order of the gods, and the power of the world condensed by the first path of destruction has already reached the limit, which is equivalent to the peak of the first order of the gods. He has even realized the origin of the second martial art, and has already begun to move towards the second order, censored, of heaven. Although this kid's combat power, he wanted to break through his celestial world in a short time, it was almost impossible. In his censored world, everything is controlled by him. This kid is in the world of the gods, it is impossible to absorb the energy of the heavens and the earth to supplement the consumption in his body. Every time this kid launches an attack, the strength in his body will consume 1 point, and he won't get any supplement. But he was in the world of the gods, but his power was endless. As long as this kid can't break through his celestial world, he can consume it alive in his own celestial world. Looking at the ruining giant palm that was once again condensed, Jiang Chen raised his hand to an open sky sword light, cutting the ruining giant palm in half. A sword smashed the destroyer giant palm. Jiang Chen didn't give the black-clothed old man a chance to use it again. He directly preempted and spurred the colorful divine sword with all his strength, and slashed towards the world wall of the black-clothed old man's censored world. The colorful divine sword fell on the wall of the world, and a shocking energy explosion instantly resounded through the world. I saw the world of the gods of the black-clothed old man, all of which became constantly twisted and trembling under Jiang Chen's sword. The face of the black-clothed old man changed slightly. He quickly stabilized the celestial world with all his strength, and then looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. Boy, in my celestial world, your power can't be replenished at all. I wonder how many times you can perform such an attack. No matter how many times I can use it, at least I can support it to kill you, but it's more than enough. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and he immediately swung the colorful divine sword again, one sword after another, madly attacking the black-clothed old man's world of the gods. The void burst, chaos like the sea. Rao was the black-clothed old man trying his best to stop him, and his heavenly, censored, world still became shaky under Jiang Chen's continuous attacks. This kid is attacking so frantically, there is no sign of exhaustion. How is it possible? The old man in black was horrified. The boy in front of him hadn't broken through the heavenly god realm. Even if he was extremely powerful, he couldn't resist the power of the heavenly god realm at all. In the area covered by his own heavenly, censored world, this kid's power could not be supplemented at all. This kid is attacking so frantically, his body strength should become weaker and weaker. How can he always maintain his peak state? Just when the black-clothed old man hadn't recovered from the shock, Jiang Chen was another colorful sword rainbow that pierced through the heavens and the earth, slashing his heavenly world. The black-clothed old man's already crumbling world of the gods finally could no longer bear such a terrifying power, and it broke directly under this colorful sword rainbow. The world of the gods collapsed. The black-clothed old man trembled, and a mouthful of blood in his mouth couldn't help but squirt it out wildly. Heaven and God realm powerhouse, it's nothing more than that. Today, I, Jiang Chen, cut a censored to see. A sword shattered the black-clothed old man's world of the gods. Jiang Chen laughed arrogantly, and it resounded through the world in an instant. A small world of colorful chaos also condensed in front of him like a ghost, and suppressed the old man in black. Looking at Jiang Chen's terrifying little real, censored world, the black-clothed old man's heart surged. He burst into black light, and quickly condensed a black barrier to block the small real, censored world that Jiang Chen suppressed. How could the small world of the true, censored, that Jiang Chen has gathered all his strength now able to resist in a hurry? Only a loud bang was heard, and the black barrier broke every inch. The small world of the colorful true gods, like a ruin, unrivaled, crushed the black-clothed old man, and drove him into the ground from a height of 100 meters. I saw that on the plain outside Feiyun Pass, there was a crack that was thousands of feet long, like an abyss. A figure encased in the black light of destruction directly rose into the sky from the thousand Jiang crack, and swept towards the distance without looking back. Facing Jiang Chen's terrifying combat power, the heavenly god realm of the Blood Moon realm was scared. Now he used all his methods, even the world of the gods, but still suffered heavy losses. But the boy in front of him is getting more and more courageous, and his fighting strength is not reduced. If you continue, I am afraid that I will really fall into this child's hands today. Want to escape? Unfortunately you can't escape. The cold light in Jiang Chen's eyes skyrocketed, and he reached out and shook the space where the black-clothed old man was. The vast void in which the black-clothed old man was located instantly turned into a 7-color space prison, trapping the black-clothed old man in it. The old man in black was frightened. He exploded with all his strength and wanted to break through Jiang Chen's space prison. But just as he broke through the shackles of the space prison, a golden sword shadow that pierced through the heavens and the earth was cut straight down from the top of his head. The black-clothed old man was instantly hit by the golden sword shadow. His figure was like a broken kite again, and he volleyed out embarrassingly. Chapter 1649. Give them a big gift. A sword blasted the black-clothed old man. Jiang Chen hardly gave the black-clothed old man any chance to breathe. Divine Body Vision Golden Sword Phantom. Taixu Sacred Dragon Diagram Cultivation Phenomenon Qianlong Town Sky Diagram. Fusion of the power of the 7 realms. All kinds of terrifying powers successively attacked the black-clothed old man. Rao was a black-clothed old man who was a strong man in the heavenly god realm, and he was unable to fight back under Jiang Chen's thunder for a while. I saw that the black-clothed old man was beaten directly by Jiang Chen and his body was broken and his blood overflowed. Ah, little bastard, you forced me. Even if I die, I will drag you to be buried with me. The black-clothed old man was covered in blood, and the gaze looking at Jiang Chen instantly became extremely hideous. I saw that his broken body began to bloom with the light of destruction, a breath of death spread, and the whole body began to swell violently. This old guy is going to blow himself up. Seeing the actions of the black-clothed old man, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly shrank. The soles of his feet were a little bit in the void, and his figure quickly retreated in the direction of Feiyun Pass. The power of the 7 realms was instantly dominated by the power of space, turning into a 7-color space prison, blocking the thousands of meters of space around the black-clothed old man. The space prison has just taken shape, and the body of the black-clothed old man has also expanded to its limit. A shocking explosion appeared. A terrible storm of destruction swept away frantically in all directions. Even the spatial prison condensed by Jiang Chen's 7 Dao forces, after only a slight resistance, crashed under the impact of the destruction storm. At the moment when the space prison resisted the devastating storm, Jiang Chen's figure had already retreated to a safe distance. He looked at the bily space swept by the destruction storm, and couldn't help but breathe in his heart. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough just now. If he was really hit by the force of the black-clothed old man's self-destruction, I am afraid that he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Half a step in the heavenly divine realm to kill the strong in the heavenly divine realm is really not that easy to kill. In this battle, in order to kill the black-clothed old man, Jiang Chen almost broke out all his strength. This is still the case with the help of the Tree of Life. Before the black-clothed old man evolved the world of the gods, he could not absorb the energy of heaven and earth to supplement the consumption. If the sacred Tree of Life could continuously replenish the power he consumed, he might not be able to sustain it to break the world of the gods of the black-clothed old man. Once trapped in the celestial world of the black-clothed old man, I am afraid that the person who has fallen today is him. But this old guy is obviously not an ordinary first-order deity. Presumably in the first-order deity, they are already top-notch existence. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he had a general understanding of his current combat power. With his current combat power, there is no big problem at all if he wants to kill some ordinary first-order strong men. And like the black-clothed old man, the best in the first rank of the gods, it is much harder to deal with it. There is a tree of life gods that continuously provides power, and the world of the gods has greatly weakened the restrictions on him. Even in the face of the top-tier heavenly god powerhouse, Jiang Chen didn't fear at all. As for the powerhouse of the second-order Tiantian, it is obviously not something he can handle now. Wang Ying stared at the scene in front of him blankly, and for a long time did not recover from the shock. Break the barriers of realm, half-step the cultivation base of the heavenly god realm, and kill the real heavenly god realm. Jiang Chen actually did it. Wang Ying had already vaguely guessed in his heart, but when he really saw this scene, he still couldn't believe his eyes. The half-step Tian divine realm, its essence still belongs to the true divine realm. Although there is only one word difference between the true god realm and the heaven god realm, it is actually a sky and an underground, separated by an insurmountable sky chasm. Almost 99% or more of the warriors are simply unable to cross this sky and kill the sky and gods with their true gods. And almost no one who can cross this great moat is a rare genius in God's domain. Such geniuses have even become legendary existences in their remote small realms. Wang Ying never thought of it anyway. Jiang Chen in front of him is actually a strong genius who can break the barrier of realm. Your Excellency Jiang Chen now kills a strong man of the heavenly god rank in the Blood Moon realm, and the danger of the heavenly Peng kingdom may be resolved. In addition to the shock, Wang Ying's eyes also showed unconcealed ecstasy. There were a total of 4 great heavenly gods in the Blood Moon realm attacking Tianpeng divine kingdom. Now Jiang Chen killed 1 person, and only 3 remained. And Tianpeng divine kingdom also has 2 heavenly god realms sitting here, plus Jiang Chen who can defeat the heavenly god realm. Their peak combat power will no longer be weak. Even if the Gulong clan didn't have other reinforcements, and Jiang Chen alone was here, he could stabilize the situation of Tianpeng kingdom. It's ridiculous that I thought it was useless for your Excellency Jiang Chen to come alone. Wang Ying smiled bitterly and shook his head. This one is simply a more terrifying existence than ordinary first-order powerhouses. It took less than a day. Jiang Chen successively broke through several cities occupied by the Blood Moon realm, beheading thousands of true God realm warriors in the Blood Moon realm. It also includes several half-step gods such as the 9 young masters of the Blood Moon realm, as well as a real, censored realm powerhouse. Now the top combat power of the Blood Moon realm was greatly weakened by Jiang Chen. However, their heavenly Peng kingdom has a peerless evildoer like Jiang Chen, and the Blood Moon world can no longer have the absolute upper hand. Jiang Chen came to Tianpeng divine nation in just 1 day, and instantly rewritten the extremely unfavorable situation for Tianpeng divine nation. Now there is Jiang Chen. It is almost impossible for the Blood Moon realm to destroy the heavenly Peng kingdom in a short time. As long as the Gulong clan's 2 heavenly gods arrive, they can even counter defense and siege, expelling the people from the Blood Moon world from the heavenly kingdom. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, you killed a Blood Moon realm, heavenly god realm powerhouse, and now there are still 3 heavenly god realm powerhouses besieging Tianpeng divine kingdom imperial capital. I hope you can go to the imperial capital and help me heavenly god realm. One hand, Wang Ying came back to his senses, and quickly said to Jiang Chen respectfully. Now that he has seen Jiang Chen's rebellion against the gods, Wang Ying will naturally not have the slightest doubt about Jiang Chen's strength. If he had known Jiang Chen had such strength, he would have taken Jiang Chen to support the imperial capital. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'll go to Tianpeng divine kingdom's capital in a while and give a big gift to the people in the Blood Moon world. Chapter 1650. Suddenly a peerless sword. Tianpeng God Kingdom Imperial Capital. A terrifying battle is still going on. After the Tianpeng Divine Emperor and Xu Tianming fought dozens of moves, they couldn't help each other. The 2 of them stopped fighting in a tacit understanding, and stood facing each other at a distance of thousands of feet in the void. The old man with white eyebrows was completely at a disadvantage under the attack of another strong Blood Moon world, and there were vague signs of defeat. The Blood Moon realm army composed of tens of thousands of true god realms was also under the leadership of a heaven god realm and dozens of half-step heaven god realms, frantically attacking the imperial capital of the heavenly god kingdom. Tianpeng divine kingdom was founded for hundreds of thousands of years, and has a profound background, and it is a powerhouse who has appeared in the 3rd rank of the gods. This 3rd-tier powerhouse of the gods once left a strong defensive ban in the imperial capital. With this defensive ban, thousands of guards of Tianping Divine Kingdom temporarily resisted the attack of the Blood Moon Realm, and there was almost no big problem. Tianping Divine Emperor, don't fight fearlessly. Then Bai Mei is about to lose. As long as he loses, then there will be 2 strong heaven and gods in my Blood Moon Realm who will join forces to attack the imperial capital. Do you think your Tianping Divine Kingdom Emperor has this defense? How long can you stop it? Yu Tiankui glanced at the situation on the battlefield and couldn't help but sneer at Tianping Divine Emperor Dao. Yu Tiankui, the matter of my Tianping Divine Kingdom, but it is not your turn to worry about it. You should worry more about your own situation. Since you want to break through the imperial capital of Tianping Divine Kingdom so much, why don't you send the remaining deity? Tianping Divine Sovereign smiled faintly. If I guessed correctly, you should have encountered a lot of trouble, and then you need a strong censored from the sky to deal with it, so what? Yu Tiankui's face became cold. Tianping God Emperor, don't be too happy. Even with the support of the ancient dragon clan, Yu Tiankui will destroy your Tianping kingdom. Really? Then I will wait and see. The corner of Tianping Shenhuang's mouth could not help but raised a sneer. The Blood Moon Realm dispatched a Heavenly God Realm powerhouse at this time, which is enough to prove that at least one Heavenly God Realm powerhouse who came to Tianping Divine Kingdom to support. As long as the Heavenly God Realm assisted by the ancient dragon clan can hold the old fellow of the Blood Moon Realm who is Tier 1 Heavenly God, Yu Tiankui will rest and easily break through the capital of the Heavenly God Kingdom. A few days ago, Yu Tiankui gathered the 4 heavenly gods and launched a fierce attack on the capital of Tianping Divine Kingdom, but they were still stubbornly defended. The Blood Moon Realm lacked a heavenly god realm, and the pressure they faced was greatly reduced. Wouldn't it be easier to hold the imperial capital? Lao Bai, don't try hard, return to the imperial capital, rely on defense and entanglement. The Emperor Tianping looked at the old man with white eyebrows, who was retreating steadily, and couldn't help but spread his voice to him. The strength of the old man with white eyebrows was only in the early stage of the first rank of the gods, and the Blood Moon rank powerhouse opposite was obviously stronger. If you continue to fight hard, the elder Bai Mei will lose. Once the old man with white eyebrows loses, the impact that Tianping God Kingdom will receive will inevitably increase greatly. The best way now is to let the old man with white eyebrows return to the imperial capital and harass him from time to time, so as not to allow this strong man of the heavenly realm to have the opportunity to attack the imperial capital's defensive ban with peace of mind. Just relying on another heavenly god realm to lead these Blood Moon Realm troops, it is almost impossible to break through the defensive ban in a short time. The old man with white eyebrows also knew that the Blood Moon Realm Heaven God Realm in front of him was powerful, and he could not be the enemy. He didn't hesitate anymore, his body shape directly retreated toward Tianping Divine Kingdom Emperor. Want to retire? If you keep staying in the defensive range, I might really be unable to take you. But if you dare to come out and fight me, then you are doomed to die. There was a sneer at the corner of the Blood Moon Realm Heaven God Realm's mouth. With a move of his palm, a blood-colored scroll exuding the power of vast space directly slammed out at the old man with white eyebrows who had exploded from the imperial capital. The scarlet scroll exploded over the head of the old man with white eyebrows, and directly turned into a prison in the blood-colored space, covering the old man with white eyebrows. The space prison formed by the power of the 2 worlds, this is the power of the second order of the gods. Seeing this scene, Tianping Divine Emperor's eyes suddenly shrank. His gaze toward Yu Tiankui also became extremely gloomy in an instant. Yu Tiankui, it seems that you really have lost your blood this time. This guy did not hesitate to consume the origin of the world, condensing such a trick. With the strength of the old man with white eyebrows, it is impossible to break the space prison in front of him. This is probably a bit dangerous. Yu Tiankui smiled coldly. Tianping Divine Emperor, I said, this time I will definitely step down on Tianping Divine Kingdom's capital. And destroy Tianping Divine Kingdom. Tianping Divine Emperor snorted coldly, and his figure flashed out to the place where the old man with white eyebrows was trapped. Yu Tiankui seemed to have expected it. The soles of his feet were a little bit in the void, and he disappeared into the spot spookily, and then stood in front of the Emperor Tianping out of thin air. Tianping Divine Emperor's body was green and red, and the 2 divine lights skyrocketed, and the 2 powerful world powers were mobilized to the extreme in an instant, and swept out against Yu Tiankui. Ha! God Emperor Tianping, your opponent is me. If you want to save Bai Mei, you have to see if you have that ability. Yu Tiankui laughed, and without giving way, once again fought with the Emperor Tianping. On the other side, the old man with white eyebrows, who was imprisoned in space, his expression turned into anger in an instant. He urged the power of the sword world with all his strength, turned into a fierce sword energy that tore through the sky, and slashed the surrounding space prisoner. No matter how the old man with white eyebrows attacks, he can't shake the space prison at all. Don't fight fearlessly. How can you break through the second-order power of the gods? Let me die. The Blood Moon Realm Heavenly God Realm looked down at the old man with white eyebrows, and a sneer sneered from the corner of his mouth. I saw him gleaming with blood. The blood-colored world that shrouded Bailey's emptiness also evolved slowly all over his body. Just at the time when this Blood Moon Realm Heavenly censored realm was preparing to kill the old man with white eyebrows trapped in the space prison with all his strength. In the distant sky, there was a loud noise that seemed to open up the world. A dazzling seven-color sword light, like a long rainbow piercing through the sky, divides the sky into two halves with a sword. This sudden and peerless sword light fell on the heavenly censored world that had just evolved and condensed from the Blood Moon Realm, the sky censored realm. He only heard a crisp sound, and the world of the blood-colored gods burst into the air in an instant. Chapter 1651, Cut the Heavens Again. The Heavenly God world was suddenly defeated by this peerless sword, and the Blood Moon Realm Heavenly God Realm powerhouse thundered sweetly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out wildly in his mouth. He stared at the direction of the peerless sword light. I saw a black-clothed young man standing proudly, slowly marching towards the Emperor of Tianping Kingdom. The black-clothed youth, it was Jiang Chen who rushed to Tianping Divine Kingdom after killing a Blood Moon Heavenly censored realm in Feiyangguan Town. Boy, who are you? The Blood Moon Heaven censored looked at the black-clothed youth in front of him, and a sharp shout of anger came from his mouth. He is a strong man in the Heavenly censored realm. Now that this hairy boy in front of him smashed the world of the gods with a sword, how could he not be angry? Jiang Chen's complexion was calm. Gulong disciple Jiang Chen is ordered to come to support the Heavenly Kingdom of Tianping and smooth out the Blood Moon army that is attacking the Kingdom of Tianping. God Emperor Tianping, who was fighting Xu Tianming, looked at the sudden scene before him, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The reinforcements of the ancient dragons have really arrived. Now one of the heavenly gods in the Blood Moon Realm is restrained by the reinforcements of the ancient dragon clan, and now another disciple of the ancient clan named Jiang Chen has rushed to the imperial capital of Tianping Divine Kingdom. Although this ancient dragon disciple has not broken through the Heavenly God Realm, he can break through the Heavenly God Realm evolved by the Heavenly God Realm powerhouse. Such a combat power, I am afraid it will not be inferior to the Heavenly God Realm. Ha ha, Xu Tianming, it seems that your plan to destroy another Heavenly God Realm may not be realized. The Emperor Tianping couldn't help laughing out loud immediately. With this genius disciple of the ancient dragon clan, they are equivalent to having 3 heavenly gods, so why are they afraid of the attack of the Blood Moon army in front of them? It's nothing more than a little boy who hasn't broken through the realm of the gods. Just now, he just used the power of others to break the world of the gods. Xu Tianming sneered and said, "Do you really expect him to defeat a strong power in the Heavenly God Realm and make a comeback for you?" Although the boy in front of him was extremely extraordinary, he was at most half the strength of the peak of the Heavenly God Realm. The sword that just came to break through the world of the gods must also be a whole card left by a certain ancient dragon clan powerhouse. Xu Tianming is not the truth. This kid could use his own power to smash the world of the gods with one sword. If this is the case, doesn't this kid have the terrifying ability to rebel against the gods? Such a strongest arrogant, even those super great realms that have the power of the king of gods, are rare in existence. But the ancient dragon realm was just a small realm that was inferior to the Blood Moon realm. How could such a place be born the strongest Tianzhao who rebelled against the heavens and gods with the true gods? Tianping Divine Sovereign smiled faintly. I don't know if it can come back, but I know that your attack this time, I'm afraid you are doomed to return without success. No matter how Jiang Chen broke through the world of the gods of the Blood Moon world, since the ancient dragons asked Jiang Chen to come to help at this time, they must have something to rely on. As long as he can save the old man with white eyebrows and safely return to the defensive range, they will be invincible. Will you return without success? You will know soon. Xu Tianming snorted coldly and stopped talking. The eyes of the two men fell on the place where the 3 Jiang Chen were located. An ant who has not even broken through the Heavenly God Realm, dare to speak up in front of me. Since you have to send it to your door to find death, then I will kill you first." Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, the censored moon heaven god's expression was cold, and the power of the monstrous blood-colored world instantly condensed into a sea of blood, surging toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and the power of the seven realms instantly turned into a sea of monsters of seven colors with the origin of the fire realm as the core, colliding with the ocean of blood. With the power to destroy everything, the seven-colored sea of fire burned the blood red that filled the sky dry and quiet in the blink of an eye. One move overwhelmed Wang Yang's blood sea, and Jiang Chen's seven powers instantly changed, once again centering on the origin of thunder, turning into seven-color divine thunder in the sky, and slammed down toward the censored of blood moon world. Looking at the thousands of terrifying seven-color divine thunders above his head, the expression of the blood moon heaven censored changed drastically. He quickly urged the power of the world of blood in his body to the limit, condensing a huge blood cloud 100 meters thick above his head, blocking the seven-color divine thunder that fell. Thousands of seven-color divine thunders struck the blood cloud, causing the blood cloud to instantly become full of holes. The 100 meters thick blood cloud was split by the seven-color divine thunder. And the blood cloud world god was also affected by the power of the residual thunder, and flew upside down in the void in an awkward distance. Damn it, how can this kid's combat power have such a terrifying combat power? The blood cloud realm censored suppressed the churning aura in his body, and the look of Jiang Chen also showed an unprecedented panic. The wind is coming. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he didn't give the blood moon heaven censored the slightest chance to breathe. A colorful storm that tore through the void swept out again. Before the blood moon world censored could stabilize his figure, he was completely overwhelmed by the colorful storm. A muffled hum suddenly came from the colorful storm, and a censored shadow that was so embarrassed that it flew out like a kite with a broken line. Jiang Chen looked at the blood shadow that was flying upside down, and a seven-color sword light pierced through the world again, and fell on the blood shadow in the blink of an eye. The blood shadow did not have any chance to resist at all, it had been blasted into nothingness by the seven-color sword light. In the sky, the blood of the gods with terrifying energy spilt down like raindrops, falling on the blood moon realm army below. Some of the weaker true god realm martial artists could hardly bear the power of the blood of the heavenly gods, and they exploded directly. Thousands of true gods in the blood moon realm are wailing and howling, like a purgatory on earth. Countless blood moon martial artists looked at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly in the void. 4 tricks, only 4 moves. An adult in their blood moon realm who had attained a cultivation base to the heavenly god realm was actually killed by this kid in front of him. Not only these blood moon warriors were stunned, even the few heavenly god realm powerhouses present were dumbfounded, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. Although with their eyesight, they can naturally feel Jiang Chen's extraordinary. With just 4 understatements, Jiang Chen killed a strong man in the censored realm. Chapter 1652, The Army of the Blood Moon Realm. Xu Tianming's complexion was dull, and there was also a touch of horror that could not be concealed in his eyes. Jiang Chen's sudden sword broke through the heavenly god realm powerhouse. Xu Tianming originally thought Jiang Chen's sword must have relied on the power of a strong man from the ancient dragon clan. Xu Tianming finally discovered in horror that Jiang Chen's previous sword didn't use any external power at all. 7 Paths fellow practitioners. This kid turned out to be a terrifying fellow practitioner of the 7 Paths. The power of the 7 Daos is fused and superimposed. Even if it is a powerhouse of the first order of the gods, it is impossible to resist. With just 4 moves, a strong man of the first order of the gods was killed. This kid in front of him is really a strong heavenly arrogant who can kill the gods with true gods. The little ancient dragon realm would have borne such an evil genius against the sky. The genius disciple of the Gulong tribe in front of me is really not ordinary horror. Tianping Divine Emperor returned to his senses, and there was an unconcealable exclamation in his eyes. The Emperor Tianping had also seen many enchanting geniuses of the ancient dragon clan, but never before had any genius shocked him so much. Breaking the barriers of the realm and killing the god realm with the true god realm is as simple as eating and drinking water. Such a heavenly existence is simply unheard of. The combat power of this son is probably not much inferior to their second-tier powerhouses. It seems I am really old. In the space prison, the old man with white eyebrows stared at this scene blankly, and couldn't help but let out a wry smile in his heart. When Jiang Chen fought against this blood moon world god, He is also fully attacking the space prison, wanting to help Jiang Chen. Before he could break free from the shackles of the space prison, Jiang Chen used a thunderous offensive to completely annihilate the Blood Moon God. While the old man with white eyebrows was shocked, his tight heartstrings also relaxed slightly. Now Jiang Chen arrived in time and killed a Blood Moon World God. The crisis of Tianping Divine Kingdom was finally resolved. Killed the Heavenly God Realm powerhouse in the Blood Moon Realm. Jiang Chen ignored everyone's horror. His cold eyes shot directly at the other Blood Moon World censored below. Feeling Jiang Chen's gaze, the Blood Moon Heaven censored suddenly felt inexplicably cold in his heart. Where did he dare to stay for half a minute? His figure turned into a censored light, and he fled to Xu Tiankui's side in a panic. Jiang Chen slowly stepped out of the sky and came to the side of Tianping Divine Emperor, and confronted Xu Tiankui. Xu Tiankui stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and slowly said, "As far as I know, there is absolutely no such genius as your excellency in the ancient dragon realm." "Who is your excellency?" "That's your ignorance." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "You are the commander in charge of attacking the heavenly kingdom of Tianping, right? Zhang Mo just happens to have a gift for you." With a wave of his palm, Jiang Chen directly simulated an image based on the origin of space. This image is surprisingly how Jiang Chen killed the black-clothed old man outside Feiyun Pass. Are you the mysterious strong man who attacked Feiyun Pass and beheaded the 9th young master of my Blood Moon Palace?" Both Xu Tiankui looked at this image simulated by Jiang Chen, their pupils suddenly shrank, and their expressions also instantly became frightened. The black-clothed young man named Jiang Chen in front of him turned out to be the mysterious strong man who attacked Feiyun Pass. The black-clothed old man who went to Feiyun Pass fell into the hands of the young man before him. While Xu Tiankui was frightened and angry, his expression was extremely gloomy. Their 4 great celestial realms attacked and led their teams to attack Tianping Divine Kingdom, and they were able to fight Tianping Divine Kingdom all the way. They had already besieged the imperial capital of Tianping Divine Kingdom, and their destruction was imminent. Unexpectedly, at a critical time, the Gulong clan sent such a heaven-defying evildoer, and with half a step of the cultivation base of the heavenly gods, he killed 2 of his Blood Moon Realm experts. The situation that was originally good for them was turned around by Jiang Chen in a flash. Now let's not talk about the destruction of Tianping Divine Kingdom. They want to retreat with their whole body. I am afraid it is not an easy task. Another heavenly god realm in the Blood Moon Realm was actually killed by Jiang Chen. The Emperor Tianping stared blankly at the simulated image of Jiang Chen, almost unable to believe his own eyes. The 4 heavenly gods of the Blood Moon were coming so fiercely that Tianping Kingdom was unstoppable, and the emperor who was trapped in Tianping Kingdom could only survive. Now Jiang Chen has successively killed the 2 great gods of the Blood Moon world. Now that the 2 of Xu Tiankui alone can threaten them again. Xu Tiankui, I didn't expect you to have today. Now your 2 great heavenly gods in the Blood Moon Realm have all fallen. Today's heavenly Peng Kingdom is your burial place. Tianping Divine Emperor laughed wildly, and directly carried the monstrous divine might and killed Xu Tiankui. Since the Blood Moon world entered the Tianping Divine Kingdom, the Tianping Divine Emperor has been overwhelmed by the Blood Moon world's thunder offensive. Now that he was finally able to defend against the siege, expelling these Blood Moon people from the heavenly kingdom of Tianping, how could God Emperor Tianping be polite, and directly and mercilessly killed Xu Tiankui? Everyone, the people who destroyed the Blood Moon world and regained the heavenly Peng Kingdom today, kill with me. The old man with white eyebrows who had already broken through the space prison also directly called on the soldiers of the heavenly kingdom of Tianping to kill them towards the army of the Blood Moon tribe. Without the heavenly god realm, how could the Blood Moon Realm army be able to withstand the rush of the old man with white eyebrows? Hundreds of Blood Moon martial artists fell into the hands of the old man with white eyebrows. The Blood Moon Realm warriors suddenly looked desperate and horrified, and hurriedly retreated and fled towards the distance. Seeing this scene, Xu Tiankui's complexion instantly became extremely ugly. He understands. This time the plan to attack Tianping Divine Kingdom was a complete failure. Xu Tiankui gritted his teeth, and immediately turned and swept towards the distant sky with the strong man of the heavenly god realm beside him. Today's battle, the Blood Moon is over. If they continue to stay here, I am afraid they will really fall into this heavenly Peng Kingdom. During this period of time, the Emperor Tianping watched his country be occupied by the Blood Moon world, and his heart was already suffocated with anger. At this moment, how could he allow Xu Tiankui to escape so easily, and directly pursue Xu Tianming with all his strength. The soles of his feet are a little bit in the void, and his body shape is like a void shifting, and he has killed another heavenly god realm. Chapter 1653, Kill All. Space Prison. Time freezes. While Jiang Chen's figure exploded, two forces in a row volleyed at the Blood Moon World censored, who was fleeing in a hurry. The strength of this deity was the weakest among the four great deities of the Blood Moon realm, only the first stage of the deity. Compared with the two previously killed by Jiang Chen, they were both weaker. Jiang Chen's continuous fusion of the power of time and space erupted from the seven sources. How can he easily resist it? Even if the Blood Moon Heaven censored burst out with all his strength, it was still difficult to break free from the constraints of the power of time and space around him in a short time. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, his fingers volleyed a little, a seven-color sword light that pierced through the world, instantly pierced everything, and slashed straight down at the Blood Moon World God. Looking at the seven-color sword light that rapidly expanded in the pupils, the Blood Moon World God suddenly only felt a shadow of death enveloped his heart. He couldn't avoid it at all, so he had to fully evolve into the world of the gods and resist Jiang Chen's peerless sword that smashed the world. Zhongguang cut down on the world wall of the world of the gods, and directly erupted with a crisp sound. The sword light is like cutting tofu, a sword splits the heavenly, censored, world that covers 100 miles of void, and then slashes towards the Blood Moon Heaven, censored, below. The Blood Moon Heaven, censored, suddenly looked horrified and desperate. As soon as he had time to spit out a word of no, the seven-color sword light had penetrated his body with a chuckle, splitting its sword in half. A panicking illusory blood shadow burst out suddenly from the body of the Blood Moon World God. A horrified scream also resounded in midair instantly. You, General Yu, help me. In another void 100 miles away, Xu Tianming, who was unwilling to fight, was chased and beaten by the Emperor Tianping at this moment, so how could he care for the help of the Blood Moon Heaven God? Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, his palm volleyed, and the emptiness was instantly covered by a seven-colored thunder. A sorrowful scream instantly resounded through the world. In just the blink of an eye, I saw the illusory blood shadow turning to ashes under the seven-color thunder light. With just a few understatements, Jiang Chen once again killed a celestial god realm. With Jiang Chen's current strength, killing these ordinary powerhouses in the early stage of the First Order of the Gods is almost no different from slaughtering chickens and dogs. Solved this heavenly, censored realm. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate either. He blasted out towards the place where Xu Tianming and Tianping Divine Emperor were fighting. Looking at the blasting Jiang Chen, Xu Tianming, who was retreating with all his strength while dealing with the Tianping Divine Emperor, his pupils suddenly shrank. Not only could this kid slash the gods against the gods, killing the gods of the First Order was almost as simple as cutting melons and vegetables. So powerful, compared to their second-tier powerhouses, I am afraid they are not inferior. A Tianping Divine Emperor of Tier 2 was already extremely difficult for him to explode with all his strength. If you add this evildoer whose combat power is comparable to the second-order deity, I am afraid he will really fall here today. Xu Tianming's eyes flickered slightly, and he forcibly forced a drop of Tianshan blood from his body. Although the loss of a drop of celestial essence in blood will inevitably hurt his vitality, it will not be difficult for him to return to his peak state for a year or a half. In the situation in front of him, Xu Tianming did not hesitate at all. He directly used the essence of the gods in blood as a guide, urging the secret method, turning into a censored cocoon and fleeing away, leaving only a cold voice slowly resounding in the void. Jiang Chen, you kill me in the Blood Moon Realm, Heaven and censored realm, and bad things happen to me. I will never let you off easily. Wait for me. Sooner or later, Xu Tianming will collect all this from you 10 times. Looking at the place where Xu Tianming disappeared out of thin air, Tianping Divine Emperor couldn't help but said helplessly, "It's a pity that I am not good at space, so I let this guy escape." He is almost the same as Xu Tianming in strength. Xu Tianming really wanted to escape from him, the Emperor Tianping really had no way to deal with him. Xu Tianming also performed this space escape technique that uses essence and blood as a guide. If he had mastered the world power of the way of space, he might be able to stop one or two. Faced with this kind of escape technique, he was really helpless. If you escape, you can run away. With him alone, you can't even think about making any more waves. The powerhouse of the Second Order of the Gods is much stronger than the First Order of the Gods. His current strength is barely able to contend with the powerhouses of Tier 2 Heavenly God at best. This guy directly used the secret technique to escape, and it was impossible for him to stay. With Xu Tianming's escape, the old man with white eyebrows below is also leading the team to chase and kill the many Blood Moon Realm army that fled in all directions. The Blood Moon World army composed of tens of thousands of true gods has been wiped out by the old man with white eyebrows and others. Little brother Jiang Chen, thank you for your help this time. The Emperor Tianming looked at the scene in front of him, and he was in a good mood, and he couldn't help but said to Jiang Chen with gratitude. The Blood Moon Realm suddenly attacked Tianming Divine Kingdom in a big way, so that they could hardly fight back. Even the Heavenly Peng God Emperor can only be trapped in the imperial capital. If it weren't for Jiang Chen to arrive in time, I am afraid that Tianming Divine Kingdom would be broken by the Blood Moon Realm. It would only happen sooner or later. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. You don't have to be polite, the Emperor. Now the Blood Moon World is aggressively attacking the Ancient Dragon World. As a disciple of the Ancient Dragon clan, I am naturally responsible. Hehe. It is really an honor for the Ancient Dragons to have a genius like yours. I also ask my little brother to follow me into the imperial capital, so that I can do my best as a landlord. God Emperor, please. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately the two of them walked side by side towards the Emperor Tianming God Kingdom. And it was half a day after Jiang Chen killed 2 Blood Moon gods in succession and helped Tianming censored Emperor destroy the Blood Moon army. Jin Chuyang and Yan Chong, the 2 elders of the Celestial God Realm, also rushed to the Emperor's capital of Tianming Divine Kingdom with hundreds of Gulong disciples. When they saw the quiet Tianming Divine Kingdom capital, they couldn't help but stay for a while. Divine Emperor Tianming is already besieged by the Blood Moon World army. Jin Chuyang and the others couldn't help showing a look of doubt in their eyes. After entering the kingdom of Tianming, they learned from the mouths of some fleeing warriors that Tianming Divine Kingdom had been defeated, and even the emperor was besieged by the army of the Blood Moon World and was already in danger. They almost rushed towards the Emperor Tianming God Kingdom, but when they arrived, they found that there was no warrior in the Blood Moon World. What is going on? Chapter 1654, Shocking Gulong People. Could it be that we are too late and the Emperor Tianming has fallen? Yan Chong looked at the peaceful Tianming Divine Kingdom's capital, and his expression sank slightly. Jin Chuyang took a deep breath and said, the situation seems a bit unexpected, everyone should be careful. After Jin Chuyang finished speaking, he immediately led the team towards Tianming Shen Gulwang with a cautious look on his face. Jin Chuyang and his party came to a distance of less than 100 miles from the emperor. At this moment, on the wall of the imperial city of Tianming Divine Kingdom, some guards also noticed the approach of Jincho and others, and quickly raised a loud alarm. Hundreds of murderous golden armored guards emerged directly from the city wall. They are all armed with weapons in their hands and are ready to fight. The first leader stared at Jin Chuyang and his group with a murderous face, and shouted sharply, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" It seems that Tianming Divine Kingdom Emperor capital doesn't look like it was breached by the Blood Moon Realm. Jin Chuyang looked at the guards of the Tianming Kingdom on the city wall, and while he was slightly relieved, he also became more puzzled. Since Tianming Divine Kingdom Emperor has not been breached by the Blood Moon Realm. But why did the Blood Moon army that besieged the Emperor's capital of Tianming Divine Kingdom disappear inexplicably? According to the news they received, the Blood Moon Realm army had the absolute upper hand. How could it suddenly give up when the Heavenly Peng Kingdom was about to be destroyed? This situation is too weird. This general, I am Jin Chuyang, the elder of the Gulong clan, and I am ordered to lead a team to support the kingdom of Tianming, and I also ask the Emperor Tianming to show up. Jin Chuyang suppressed the doubts in his heart and said to the golden armor leader on the wall. Even if the guards on these walls did not stop them, he did not dare to lead the team into the imperial capital of Tianming Divine Kingdom easily. The situation in Tianming Divine Kingdom Emperor's capital is too weird. In case the Emperor Pengshan Kingdom has been breached by the Blood Moon Realm, these guards are all disguised by the Blood Moon Realm, so if they rush into the city, wouldn't they throw themselves into the trap? Elder Jin, wait a minute, I will send someone to report to the Emperor. The Jin Jia leader learned that these people were reinforcements from the Gulong clan, so he didn't dare to neglect at the moment and sent someone to report it. The two silhouettes stepped out of Tianming God Kingdom directly side by side. Jin Chuyang looked at the two people who had stepped into the air and was also taken aback. Jin Chuyang is no stranger to these two people. One of them, a burly middle-aged man wearing a purple and gold dragon robe, is naturally the Tianping God Emperor who has had several connections with him. And beside the Emperor Tianping, it was Jiang Chen. Haha. Elder Jin led a team to support the kingdom of Tianping. It is really an honor for my kingdom of Tianping. Just when Jin Chuyang was surprised, the hearty laughter of the Emperor Tianping also rang directly in his ears. The Emperor Tianping is polite. Jin Chuyang smiled slightly, and then asked with a puzzled look, I was on my way here and heard that the Blood Moon World Army was besieging the Tianping Kingdom Emperor's capital, but nowadays, there is no one from the Blood Moon World here. What's going on? Tianping Divine Emperor smiled and said, the Blood Moon Realm Army has indeed besieged Tianping Divine Kingdom Emperor for a long time, but it has now been solved. Jin Chuyang was slightly taken aback. The Blood Moon World is coming so fiercely that Tianping Divine Kingdom is simply hard to resist, so the ancient dragon sent them to support it. Now that they have not arrived yet, the Blood Moon World Army has been resolved. If Tianping Divine Kingdom really had the ability to defeat the army of the Blood Moon Realm, how could it be forced to the point of guarding the imperial capital? This is thanks to the Jiang Chen brother you sent first. The Emperor Tianping smiled and said, Brother Jiang Chen successively killed the 3 strong men of the Blood Moon Realm to help us defeat the Blood Moon Army. Except for a strong man of Tier 2 heavens who escaped, the Blood Moon Army has already completely annihilated. Following the words of the Emperor Tianping, the surroundings fell into deathly silence. Whether it is Jin Chuyang and Yan Chong, the 2 celestial god realm elders, or Lu Tianxing and other celestial dragon city disciples, it has been difficult for them to recover from the shock for a long time. During the time they were on their way, Jiang Chen, who came to the kingdom of Tianping first, managed to resolve the crisis of the kingdom of Tianping with his own power. Even cut the blood of the 3 heavenly gods in the moon realm. What a fierce record this is. Even if it is an ordinary heavenly god realm powerhouse, I am afraid it is difficult to do it. Although they all knew that Jiang Chen was very talented, he was almost the first person of the Gulong clan in millions of years. But they still didn't expect that Jiang Chen could actually be such a terrifying evildoer. With the cultivation base of the true gods, break the barriers of the realm and kill the 3 strong men of the gods. Such a peerless evildoer is simply a legendary existence. This guy, compared to the ancient sacred dragon ruins at the beginning, it really is much more terrifying. Lu Tianxing returned to his senses, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. He met Jiang Chen at the ancient sacred dragon ruins, and has been following Jiang Chen. It can be said that he has witnessed how Jiang Chen grows up step by step. When Jiang Chen came out of the Holy Dragon Temple, he suppressed the many half-step gods in the 4 realms by one person, which was already very shocking. Now that they have come out of the ancient sacred dragon relics, in just over a year, Jiang Chen has actually been able to kill the real heavenly god realm powerhouse. This growth rate is really terrifying. This kid has grown up to this point. Yan Chong looked at Jiang Chen standing side by side with Tianping Divine Sovereign with horror, and a complex expression flashed across his eyes. I remember a few years ago. Jiang Chen is just a little boy who participated in the Tianlong trial and entered the Tianlong city, but now he is able to defeat the heavenly god realm, and his combat power is probably more than that of her. The true god realm rebelled against the heaven god realm. This was already a legendary genius who could break the barrier of realm. Such a talent is absolutely qualified to attack the existence of the world gods in the future. Once this news is passed back to the ancient dragon tribe, I am afraid that the realm censored of the ancient dragon tribe will attach great importance to it and accept him as a direct disciple. Elder Jin, Tianping Kingdom is the springboard for the Blood Moon World to invade the ancient dragon world. Although the Blood Moon World army is temporarily defeated, I am afraid that it will come back soon. I hope you can help me to guard the Tianping Kingdom. When everyone was shocked, the voice of Tianping Divine Emperor rang in their ears again. Jin Chuyang took a deep breath and said with a smile, "The Emperor of God, don't worry, since I have come to support the kingdom of Tianping, I will never let the army of the Blood Moon World step into the kingdom of Tianping again." Chapter 1655, Ancient Thunder Tree, the origin of Thunder Road is complete. Tianping Divine Kingdom Palace, Haoshan Forbidden Land. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on a boulder alone. In front of him, there is a towering ancient tree that is as high as 100 meters. The ancient branches are luxuriant, and the whole body has a light silver thunder circulating, faintly exuding a terrifying thunder power. If it is an ordinary true, censored, realm warrior, as long as he touches the silver thunder on the ancient tree, he will instantly be blasted into powder by the power of that terrifying thunder. This silver towering ancient tree is an ancient thunder tree, and it is also the treasure of the kingdom of Heavenly Peng. The first Tianping divine emperor of Tianping kingdom once saved a great Dapeng divine bird in an ancient relic. In order to thank the Dapeng divine bird for his life-saving grace, he gave this ancient thunder tree to the first Tianping divine emperor of the Tianping kingdom. This one relied on the ancient thunder tree to establish Tianping divine kingdom here. Although the ancient thunder tree cannot be compared with the 3 sacred trees that have been born since the beginning of the chaos, it is also a rare sacred tree in the world, born with the supreme thunder power. For the practitioners of Lei Dao, it is the most coveted treasure. Tianping divine kingdom also has the ancient thunder tree, so that many thunder road powerhouses have been born. And they have become a god-level power in the ancient dragon world. With the arrival of Jinchuyang, naturally, there is no need for Jiang Chen to clean up the endgame of Tianping kingdom. Jiang Chen borrowed the ancient thunder tree from Tianping divine sovereign, intending to use the power of the ancient thunder tree to improve his origin of thunder. The ancient thunder tree is the ultimate treasure for comprehending the power of the thunder road. I hope that this time I can use this ancient thunder tree to complete my thunder road origin. He has now mastered more than 80% of the origin of Thunder Dao. If you only rely on your own insights into cultivation, I am afraid it will take at least several years to reach consummation. And the ancient thunder tree in front of him is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to quickly complete his Thunder Dao origin. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated, and began to fully understand the thunder power of the ancient thunder tree. Ding! You feel the ancient thunder tree, the origin of Thunder Road has gained 500,000 * 100 experience. Feeling the origin experience of Thunder Road provided by the ancient thunder tree, Jiang Chen was also very happy. This ancient thunder tree is worthy of being the treasure that helps the understanding of the origin of Thunder Dao. The experience of the origin of Thunder Dao provided by him alone was 10 times faster than the power of his enlightenment of realm gods in Sky Dragon City. He should be able to complete the origin of Lei Dao in a short time. Jiang Chen kept comprehending the ancient thunder tree like this. Jiang Chen has almost mastered 90% of the origin of Thunder Dao. 3 months later, a pleasant system prompt sounded finally in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Your Lei Dao origin successfully reached the perfect state. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Chen couldn't help but opened his eyes suddenly. His face also showed a very satisfied smile. Yes, I didn't expect that it only took 3 months to complete the origin of Lei Dao. Following the consummation of the origin of Kendo, Jiang Chen finally has another origin of martial arts and successfully mastered it. As long as he is willing now, he can instantly condense the power of the 2 worlds in his body and become the powerhouse of the second order god. It's time to go out. I have been cultivating here for 3 months, and I don't know what is going on in Tianping Divine Kingdom. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately stood up and walked out in large strides. At the same time, the entrance to the back mountain forbidden area. The 2 golden armor guards are already waiting outside the forbidden area. Their eyes were all staring at the direction inside the forbidden area, and there was a vague look of anxiety in their eyes. The news just came that the Blood Moon Realm has sent many strong reinforcements. His Majesty the Emperor and the others are about to be unable to resist it. Why can't Your Excellency Jiang Chen come out? One of the golden armor guards frowned and said, or, let's go in and see, just forget it. The Haoshan Forbidden Land, entering it without permission is a capital crime. What's more, His Majesty the Emperor God has repeatedly told us not to disturb Your Excellency Jiang Chen's cultivation. Another golden armor guard shook his head, but the golden armored guard who was the first to speak was about to speak, but suddenly there was a burst of wind breaking through the forbidden ground. I saw a black figure that they were very familiar with, and it also flashed out of the forbidden area. The 2 golden armor guards looked at Jiang Chen coming out of the forbidden area, and their faces were full of surprises. With his own power, Jiang Chen slashed the Blood Moon Realm in the sky, and resolved the crisis of the Tianping Divine Kingdom, which has long been deeply imprinted in their hearts. These guards of the Tianping Kingdom have undoubtedly regarded Jiang Chen as the savior of the Tianping Kingdom. Now seeing Jiang Chen leaving the customs, he was naturally overjoyed. I have heard your conversation just now. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Tell me what the situation is now. The 2 golden armored guards responded and quickly introduced Jiang Chen. Since the battle before March, after the entire army of the Blood Moon Realm led by Xu Tianming was annihilated, Tianping Divine Kingdom finally gained a brief peace. This peace did not last long. Half a month ago, the army of the Blood Moon Realm attacked Tianping Divine Kingdom again. Tianping Divine Emperor and Jinchuyang and other 4 heavenly gods led the crowd to resist the Blood Moon army. This time, the Blood Moon Realm seemed determined to break through the heavenly kingdom of Tianping, sending reinforcements one after another. Even though Tianping Divine Kingdom now has 4 strong men in the heavenly god realm, they still can't stop the attack of the Blood Moon Realm. These 2 golden armor guards waiting outside the forbidden area are so eager to hope that Jiang Chen will leave. Hearing these 2 golden armors, Jiang Chen couldn't help but twist his brows tightly. If the Tianping Divine Emperor could not resist the 4 great heavenly gods, wouldn't the Blood Moon Realm have at least sent out 5 heavenly gods? Heavenly God Realm powerhouses, in small realms like the Ancient Dragon Realm and Blood Moon Realm, are already considered to be rare powerhouses. In the entire Ancient Dragon Realm, there are probably no more than 100 strong heavenly gods. Now the Ancient Dragon tribe gathers many powerful people in the Ancient Dragon world to confront the Blood Moon world on the frontal battlefield, but the Blood Moon world still has enough power to send so many heavenly gods to attack the Tianping Kingdom. Looking at the power of the Blood Moon Realm, it really was much stronger than the Ancient Dragon Realm. Since the frontline battlefield situation is unfavorable, Jiang Chen did not stay too much in Tianping Divine Kingdom Emperor. His figure flickered, directly turned into a streamer, and walked towards the east of Tianping Divine Kingdom. Chapter 1656, The Cause of the War, to the east of Feiyunguan. The endless plains are already devastated and in ruins at this moment. Xu Tianming led 3 powerhouses of the Heavenly God Realm to come back, and the 4 great Heavenly God Realms including the Heavenly Peng God Emperor blocked the attack of the Blood Moon Realm. Originally, the 2 sides were evenly matched, and no one could do anything about it. But just 2 days ago, the Blood Moon Realm had once again sent strong aid, among which there were 2 Heavenly God Realm powerhouses. The Emperor Tianping had to fight back and retreat to Feiyun Pass. After Jiang Chen arrived at Feiyun Pass, many people were healing. Many of them were disciples from the Sky Dragon City who also suffered severe injuries. The entire Feiyun Pass was filled with a solemn and low atmosphere. Master Jiang Chen is here. Jiang Chen's appearance suddenly attracted the attention of many people in Feiyunguan, and their expressions immediately regained their light, regaining a glimmer of hope. At the beginning, Jiang Chen killed the Blood Moon Realm Heavenly God Realm in succession to save the Heavenly Peng Divine Kingdom from distress. Now Jiang Chen's influence in Tianping Divine Kingdom is no less inferior than that of Tianshan Divine Emperor. A general of the Tianping Kingdom of God came over with a respectful expression, "Master Jiang Chen, your Majesty the Emperor and they are discussing matters in the hall, I will take you over." Jiang Chen nodded, and then followed the general towards Feiyun Pass. Feiyun is the main hall of discussion. Tianping Shenhuang and other 4 heavenly gods gathered here, and the atmosphere was dull. The sudden arrival of Jiang Chen suddenly caused the 4 people in the hall to lift their spirits slightly. The Emperor Tianping looked at Jiang Chen who entered the hall, and stood up with a smile on his face. Although Jiang Chen hadn't broken through the Heavenly God Realm, he still possessed the terrifying ability to defeat the Heavenly God Realm powerhouse, and his combat power was no worse than any of them. As today, Pengshan Kingdom is in crisis again. Their only hope of breaking the game is probably still in Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and found that except for the Emperor Tianping, Jinchuyang and the other 3 were all volatile, and apparently had been injured in the battle. "Excuse me, I have gained a bit of understanding the ancient thunder tree, so it took a little longer." Jiang Chen smiled apologetically, and then asked directly, "Are you okay? How many god-level experts have been dispatched by the Blood Moon Realm this time?" 6. Xu Tianming originally only led 3 heavenly gods to come back, and we can still handle it. But just 2 days ago, they reinforced 2 heavenly god realm powerhouses, one of whom was the 6th young master of the Blood Moon Palace. Tianping Shenhuang's expression was extremely solemn. This time, the Blood Moon Realm was coming fiercely, and its strength was much stronger than last time. If you are not careful, the Heavenly Peng Kingdom will really be destroyed in the hands of Blood Moon Realm. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This 6th young master of the Blood Moon Palace is very strong. The 9 princes of the Blood Moon Palace are the 9 geniuses from the Blood Moon Palace realm gods, and each of them is extremely outstanding. Especially this 6th son, Tu Yuan, ranks in the top 3 among the 9 sons of the Blood Moon Realm. This guy is indeed very strong. At the peak of the first-tier cultivation base, he is not far from the second-tier god, and his combat power is not inferior to the ordinary second-tier strongman. Jin Chuyang obviously knew better about the 9 princes of the Blood Moon world, and couldn't help taking a deep breath. When Jiang Chen heard Jin Chuyang's words, he couldn't help but stunned. This Blood Moon Palace 9 young master's combat power, even if compared with him, would not be inferior in the slightest. Coupled with a second-tier Tiankui Yu Tiankui, the Blood Moon Realm is equivalent to having 2 second-tier powerhouses. Not to mention that the number of Blood Moon Realm Heaven and Censored Realm powerhouses is 2 more than them. How could Tianpeng Divine Emperor and the 4 of them resist the attack of the Blood Moon Realm? Jiang Chen was silent for a moment, and said, Gulong tribe, there should be disciples from the sect of the world gods. Our Gulong tribe's world god venerable has confiscated 1 disciple for at least 100,000 years. All disciples are very few, and now there are only 3 in total. Jin Chuyang smiled bitterly and said, these 3 are the main force on the frontal battlefield and should not be moved lightly. There are few disciples of the gods of the ancient dragon world. I am afraid that a large part of the reason is that it is difficult for the ancient dragon world to give birth to geniuses who have the eyes of the gods. The disciple of the single venerable is enough to see. Although the ancient dragon tribe and the Blood Moon Palace are both world-censored forces, there is a big gap in strength. Think about it and understand it. The ancient dragon clan was established in just over 1 million years, and is a very young existence in the power of the world gods. And the Blood Moon Palace in the Blood Moon Realm has a history of at least 5 million years, and its background is naturally not comparable to that of the ancient dragons. I have a question. The Blood Moon Palace has a longer history than the ancient dragon clan. Why didn't they capture the ancient dragon world before the ancient dragon clan was born? The ancient dragon world is adjacent to the Blood Moon world. Before the establishment of the ancient dragon clan, there was no realm censored in the ancient dragon world at all, and it would be easy for the Blood Moon Realm to conquer the ancient dragon realm. But Blood Moon Realm didn't make a move at that time. Instead, it attacked after the appearance of the ancient dragon clan. Such a choice is too incredible. I've heard Venerable Jiangxin mention this matter before. Jin Chuyang slowly said, it is said that this has a lot to do with the power held by the world gods. We don't know exactly what kind of power it is. Does it have anything to do with the power mastered by the world gods? Jin Chuyang's words can explain why the Blood Moon Realm had to wait for the realm god Venerable to appear in the ancient dragon realm before aggressively attacking. What kind of power does the realm god possess that is worthy of that realm god of the Blood Moon Realm to start a realm war? Jiang Chen, the Blood Moon Realm is powerful, and we are probably not opponents if we fight hard. Now for us, the only chance is the next battle. The 4 of us are directly restrained. You hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to kill 1 or 2 of the Blood Moon Realm. Only in this way can we have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Just as Jiang Chen thought to himself, Jin Chuyang's voice rang in his ears again. Jiang Chen threw his happy thoughts away, then took a deep breath and said, okay. Although the Blood Moon Realm sent out 6 heavenly divine realms this time with very strong strength, Jiang Chen was not afraid. Now he has mastered the 2 complete sources of martial arts, and it will be easier to kill the first-order powerhouses of ordinary gods than 3 months ago. If he is really invincible, he will directly gather the power of the 2 worlds and break through the second order of the gods in one fell swoop. Isn't it easy to solve these gods in the Blood Moon world? Chapter 1657, The War is Back. The 5 Jiang Chen discussed and decided, and then they went back to their rooms to rest. Jiang Chen hadn't awakened from the state of cultivation, and a rush of bells suddenly resounded above Feiyangguan. This bell ring represents the enemy's attack. Is the Blood Moon Realm going to attack again? Jiang Chen opened his eyes abruptly, then stood up and strode out of the room. Jiang Chen came to the city wall east of Feiyun Pass. In the void tens of miles away from the city wall, the people headed by the Tianpeng Divine Emperor and others have already gathered an army of thousands of people and are waiting here. In the distant sky, a huge figure of blood and blood appeared, and the invisible murderous air rushed forward directly across the Bili void. Tisk tusk, my son thought you would shrink, but I didn't expect to have the courage to run out. A burly, blood-haired young man exuding fierce evil spirit walked and stood proudly in the forefront, and the voice that contained a monstrous blood evil spirit came directly. This person is no one else, but the 6th son of the Blood Moon Palace, Tu Yuan. Tu Yuan, stop talking nonsense, fight if you want to fight. Tianping Divine Emperor snorted coldly. Even if my Tianping Divine Kingdom is destroyed today, you must pay a heavy price for it. Hehe, do you think this is the son of the old man or the old nine is not a waste? A sudden burst of blood burst out of Tu Yuan's eyes. Just relying on a few of you, you also want to block the pace of this young man. It's just a foolish dream, kill me. 6 young masters, Tianping Shenhuang and the others knew they were invincible, but they still chose to go out to fight. There must be something strange. Yu Tiankui hesitated slightly and said, we are attacking the Heavenly Peng Kingdom this time. Jiang Chen, who can defeat the Heavenly God Realm, has never appeared. I am worried, even if that kid is here, I can't imagine making any waves in front of my son. Tu Yuan directly interrupted Yu Tiankui's words and said coldly, stop talking nonsense, do it for me. Thinking that the 6th young master's combat power was not under him, even if the kid named Jiang Chen suddenly appeared, he could fully cope with it. Yu Tiankui no longer hesitated right now, and directly took the lead in killing. Immediately afterwards, the other 4 Blood Moon Realm Heaven God Realm powerhouses all erupted one after another, killing them towards the Tianping Divine Emperor. The Tianping God Emperor looked cold, and directly faced Yu Tiankui, the second order Tianshan. Yan Chong and the old man with white eyebrows each faced a celestial god realm, and the remaining 2 were controlled by Jinchuyang. Although Jinchuyang's strength is not weak, he has reached the late stage of the first order of the gods, but one person is still a little reluctant to contain the 2 strong gods. And the 3 of Tianping Divine Emperor couldn't spare Jinchuyang for a while. Just a short while, Jinchuyang was already at a disadvantage under the joint attack of the 2 heavenly gods. This was still in the case that the 6th young master Tu Yuan of the Blood Moon Palace hadn't made a move, their side was already hard to resist. If Tu Yuan also shot directly, I am afraid that the 4 of Tianping Divine Emperor would be defeated in an instant. Looking at Jinchuyang who was about to be unable to support it, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, his figure stepped directly from Feiyongguan, and burst out facing the place where Jinchuyang and the 3 were fighting. Jiang Chen accelerated with all his strength and directly turned into a stream of light, and appeared in the blink of an eye less than 1,000 feet away from one of the Blood Moon gods. Jiang Chen stared at the Blood Moon Realm god in front of him with murderous expression, spit out a cold word directly in his mouth. The divine power in his body and the power of the 7 paths exploded with all strength, evolving into a small world of colorful chaos, and fiercely suppressed the Blood Moon World god. The Blood Moon Heaven god, who was about to continue to attack Jinchuyang, also felt a hint of crisis instinctively. He suddenly raised his head and saw a majestic and colorful little world that was rapidly expanding in his eyes. The Blood Moon Heaven censored yelled, the power of the censored world burst to the limit in an instant, and then turned into 9 censored blades, slashing towards the colorful world. Under the suppression of the 7 colors small world, the 9 Dao Beizong blood blade had no resistance at all. The 7 colors small world had already blasted the blood blade into nothingness, and then suppressed the Blood Moon world censored below without any reduction in power. Looking at the unstoppable colorful little world, the Blood Moon Heaven god's face was pale, and his mouth could not help but let out a desperate roar. A burst of brilliant blood burst out all over him, trying to resist Jiang Chen's small real, censored world. The true, censored, small world that Jiang Chen is now fully condensed can be resisted by ordinary gods in the first stage. The defensive power of the Blood Moon Heaven god's body was shattered, and his figure was instantly submerged by the colorful small world. He didn't even have time to scream, the whole person was already bombarded and killed by the terrifying force of the colorful small world, and there were no scum left. Seeing that Jiang Chen was only a simple and neat move, he killed a Blood Moon god, Jin Chuyang and others were all refreshed. Now that the Blood Moon Realm has fallen, another Heavenly God Realm powerhouse, but they have more of Jiang Chen's existence, and the pressure on them is much smaller in an instant. Lu Gongzi, be careful, that kid has appeared. Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly appearing and killing a Heavenly God Realm with the momentum of thunder, Yu Tiankui, who was fighting the Tianping Divine Emperor, hurriedly cried out in anger. Seeing that in an instant, there was a Heavenly God Realm falling into Jiang Chen's hands, and Tu Yuan's expression was also extremely gloomy for an instant. Jiang Chen shot too fast just now, and it was a spike. Even with his strength, there is no time to rescue him, and he can only watch the Blood Moon world censored being killed by Jiang Chen into nothingness. Boy, dare to kill my Blood Moon censored in front of my son, You are still the first one. Today, only if my son kills you, can I dispel my hatred. Tu Yuan burst into anger with a scream, and the overwhelming blood and sharp sword aura intertwined, spreading toward Jiang Chen overwhelmingly. Jiang Chen was expressionless, directly urging the power of the seven Dao, and fiercely banged together with Tu Yuan. Two extremely terrifying forces collided in midair. Bily void collapsed in an instant. The endless storm of destruction was also centered on the battle between the two, spreading crazily. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and exploded back hundreds of feet in the void. He raised his head and looked at Tu Yuan, who stood proudly in the void, with a solemn expression in his eyes. Chapter 1658, The Sixth Son of the Blood Moon Palace, Tu Yuan. Tu Yuan, the sixth son of the Blood Moon Palace. This one is indeed a top genius from venerable Blood Moon Palace. Just a tentative move, Jiang Chen already felt the power of Tu Yuan. The power of this guy's blood road world, I am afraid that it has reached its limit, which is equivalent to having the cultivation base of the first order peak of the gods. Tu Yuan's comprehension of the origin of the sword is probably at least 90%, and he is only one step away from mastering a complete sword. Just take this step, Tu Yuan will be able to condense the power of the second world, overcome the divine calamity, and become the powerhouse of the second-order deity. This guy hasn't broken through the second-tier deity, but with a lot of background, the combat power is more than that of the second-level deity like Tu Yuan. Boy, your fellow practitioners of the seven paths, killing the gods with half a step in the realm of the gods, is indeed very enchanting. But, no matter how evil you are destined to die today. Tu Yuan was condescending, looking down at Jiang Chen, hunting and dancing in blood, filled with a violent killing intent. An unusually terrifying, censored, sword aura suddenly rose into the sky from Tu Yuan. Tu Yuan stood proudly in the void, his pupils blazed with an astonishing sharpness. He directly slashed out with a hand-shaped knife. The scary, censored, sword aura pierced through the world, with an overbearing power. It instantly shattered Bily void and appeared on top of Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen's eyes shrank, and the phantom of the heavenly golden sword instantly appeared behind him, colliding with Tu Yuan's domineering, censored, sword energy. The endless golden sword aura and censored, sword light burst open, cutting Bily void into countless space fragments. Jiang Chen's figure trembled, and his whole body was flying backwards a distance of hundreds of feet again. Before he had the slightest chance to breathe, Tu Yuan opened the world with a more terrifying knife and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly exploded the power of the seven Dao, and then condensed the Dao Zi divine sword, and confronted Tu Yuan. The two broke out with all their strength, and soon confronted one after another with 7 or 8 moves. The fighting power of the sixth son of the Blood Moon Palace almost exceeded Jiang Chen's imagination. The cultivation base of the first order peak of the gods has mastered more than 90% of the origin of the Dao Dao, and even mastered more than 50% of the origin of the third dimension. With such a powerful force, Rao was able to resist Jiang Chen's current strength. A few tricks down, Jiang Chen was almost completely suppressed by Tu Yuan's overbearing offensive, without any chance of respite. Boy, you can block me with so many knives with a half-step cultivation base of the heavenly god realm, and it is enough to be proud. The next cut, I will see how you resist it. Tu Yuan stared at Jiang Chen coldly, his blood swelling again. The Bily void around him instantly evolved into a world of blood-colored gods. In the world of the gods, the fierce sword aura was vertical and horizontal, causing the world to twist and tremble uncontrollably. Tu Yuan was condescending, looking down at Jiang Chen, like a censored who dominates the world, directly condensing a blood-colored giant blade, facing Jiang Chen. The blade was cut down, the world was in chaos, and all that was left was crisscrossing, sharp-edged blood-colored blades shining. Jiang Chen's divine power and 7 martial arts origins burst to the extreme in an instant, evolving into a small world of colorful true gods, and colliding with the strongest Tu Yuan. The loud noise that shook the sky instantly spread all over Bily void. I saw Jiang Chen condense the whole body power and evolve the small world of the colorful true gods, and it was still difficult to stop the power of Tu Yuan. Under the pressure of the censored sword light, the small world of colorful true god twisted and trembled, and finally collapsed. Jiang Chen let out a muffled hum, then forcibly urged the Taixu sacred dragon diagram, condensing the Qinlongzhen sky diagram of the cultivation technique anomaly, blocking the remaining censored sword light. The terrible explosion of energy resounded through the world again, and the bily void instantly turned into nothingness. Jiang Chen's figure was like a kite with a broken line. He flew upside down in embarrassment for a distance of thousands of meters, and a mouthful of blood could not help but squirt it out wildly. This guy, the combat power is a bit stronger than I thought. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were locked on Tu Yuan, who was opposite. Although this guy is also the pinnacle of the first order of the gods, whether it is the foundation of the cultivation technique or the understanding of other martial arts, compared with the old man in black, it is different. The sixth young master of the Blood Moon realm in front of him is almost the strongest opponent Jiang Chen has encountered since he entered God's domain. Now that he wants to defeat Tu Yuan, he can only condense the power of the world and break through the heavenly god realm. Everyone, Tu Yuan is too strong, and brother Jiang Chen is about to be unable to resist it. We will do our best to break through Tu Yuan's world of the gods and help Jiang Chen get out of trouble. Together we will return to Feiyun Pass and discuss the long-term plan. Seeing Jiang Chen's defeat, God Emperor Tianpeng's expression changed, and he couldn't help but spread his voice to the three Jinqiang. The battle today, Jiang Chen had already killed a Blood Moon world god, and they had already achieved good results. Like the power of the divine realm today, they are not too far behind the Blood Moon realm. As long as Inran returned to Feiyun Pass, defended according to the danger, and resisted the attack of the Blood Moon realm, it wouldn't be a big problem. The Jinqiang trio also knew that it was not suitable to fight again at this moment, which naturally made no sense to Tianpeng Divine Emperor's decision. All four of them broke out with all their strength, trying to push back the opponent in front of them, and then withdrew to help Jiang Chen break through Tu Yuan's celestial world. If you want to rescue Jiang Chen, dream about it, and give me my best to hold them back. Xu Tianming couldn't help but sneer in his eyes when he saw the actions of the Tianpeng God Emperor. Seeing him screamed, it was also desperately exploding, and he didn't intend to give the Tianpeng Divine Emperor any chance to get out. Boy, I didn't expect you to be able to block this young man's full shot. I have to admit that your talent and strength, even this son, have to be amazed. If you and I are in the same state, I'm afraid this son is really not your opponent. Tu Yuan stared at Jiang Chen below and said slowly, the sixth son of the Blood Moon Palace is worthy of being a genius from the venerable family. When I enter the realm of God, you are the first to make me so embarrassed. Jiang Chen looked at Tu Yuan calmly, but, after playing with you for so long, it's time for today's battle to end. Oh, listening to your tone, it seems that there is still no whole card. Tu Yuan raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a joking smile. In that case, my son will give you a chance. If you have any abilities, just show it. Chapter 1659, Above the Heavens. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the perfect kendo origin and thunder origin originated instantly from his body. A shattering kendo phantom and a terrifying light of thunder condensed directly above Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen urged the Taixu sacred dragon to circulate the divine power of his whole body, intertwining with the two perfect martial arts origins above his head. There was a sudden gust of wind between the sky and the earth, and the sky that was originally clear and clear was also clouded with clouds in an instant. The thunder that overwhelmed the world, like a dragon and a snake, constantly rolled out of the black clouds. Even if it was the numerous heavenly god realm powerhouses who were present, feeling the terrifying thunder power in the void, they couldn't help feeling palpitations. Condense the power of the world and provoke the heavenly god tribulation. You actually want to break through the heavenly god realm at this time? Tu Yuan looked at the scene in front of him, his expression finally changed in amazement. He quickly dissipated from the world of the gods that enveloped Jiang Chen, and his figure also burst back thousands of feet away. Divine tribulation, this is the power of the heavens formed by the laws of the gods, realm, and ordinary people cannot intervene. Once he did not evacuate in time, he would be mistaken by the law of heaven as an accomplice who helped Jiang Chen cross the heavens. Not only will he be affected, but he will also multiply the power of divine tribulation. The only fate is probably to die with Jiang Chen. At the same time that Tu Yuan exploded, the many heavenly god realm powerhouses present all stopped the battle tacitly. They each retreated to a relatively safe distance, their eyes locked tightly on Jiang Chen, who was enveloped by the tribulation. Brother Jiang Chen unexpectedly caused the heavenly god tribulation at this time. The Emperor Tianpeng looked at the imminent god tribulation, his expression instantly became extremely solemn. Now it's too late to say anything, everything can only rely on himself. Jin Chuyang took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, if he can survive the tribulation of the celestial god and directly break through the second-tier celestial god, we will win this battle. Jiang Chen's combat power was already so terrifying before he entered the realm of the gods. Once it directly breaks through the second order of the gods, even the sixth son of the Blood Moon Palace is unstoppable. Heavenly tribulation is not so easy to cross. In the realm of God, there is no shortage of people who fell under the catastrophe while crossing the sky. General warriors will be fully prepared when crossing the gods of heaven, and with the right time and place, welcome the baptism of the gods of heaven. But Jiang Chen had suddenly triggered the heavenly tribulation in the battlefield. Not to mention whether Jiang Chen has made some preparations for the robbery. He had just fought with Tu Yuan, and now his state is not at the peak, and it is not the best time to cross the catastrophe. Jiang Chen is a talented evildoer, and now he has entered the second rank of the gods, which is probably even more terrifying than the average people's calamity of the gods. Can Jiang Chen really survive the celestial tribulation smoothly? Under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Chen stood proudly under the shroud of Jia Yun with his hands under his shoulder. His expression was unusually calm. Heavenly tribulation, for ordinary warriors, may be an extremely powerful obstacle on the way to martial arts. For Jiang Chen, who has a system in his body, this obstacle does not exist at all. From the Emperor's robbery in the market realm to the true divine robbery in the true censored realm, the system shielded him without exception, if nothing unexpected happened. This time the celestial tribulation, the system will naturally block him, and will not pose any threat to him. Even if the system did not block the celestial tribulation, Jiang Chen was not afraid. He really didn't believe that he would be blocked by the trivial devas. Even if it's a crossing of God's tribulation, what's wrong? Jiang Chen quietly looked at the tumbling thunder in the sky, but it was Jia Lei that had not landed, and could not help but shook his head secretly. It seems that the system won't give him a chance to cross the heavens. Jia Lei rolled in midair for a while, but finally slowly dispersed. Ding! You successfully condensed the power of the two worlds, and your cultivation base broke through the second order of the gods. As a familiar system prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's mind, Jiang Chen only felt that his whole person seemed to be baptized by the power of heaven and earth. And Jiang Chen's body also began to undergo earth-shaking changes. I saw that the vast ocean of divine power in the Dantian had completely disappeared. Instead, a scarlet divine sword and a purple thunder hovered in Jiang Chen's Dantian. The crimson sword contains the power of the majestic Kendo world. Above the purple thunder, there is a steady stream of the power of the Thunder Dao world. The power of the two worlds, this is a sign that represents the second order of the gods. Today's Jiang Chen has become a real tier 2 powerhouse. What is going on? The robbery has not yet landed, but it has dissipated directly. The Emperor Tianping stared at the scene in the void in a daze, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Could it be that he blocked the tribulation of the celestial god and is not planning to cross the tribulation at this time? This is impossible. The white-browed old man's eyes were dull, and his mouth made an unbelievable whisper. Although it is not impossible to conceal the heavens and cross the sea and temporarily block the celestial tribulation, it is not impossible to do it, but at least the realm gods must take action before it can be done. No, he did not block the tribulation of the heavenly god, but succeeded in crossing the tribulation. Jin Chuyang stared at Jiang Chen in amazement. Don't you find out that he has already broken through the heavenly god realm? Tianping Shenwang and the others were slightly taken aback. When they felt that Jiang Chen's had undergone a qualitative change, even more unfathomable than theirs, they couldn't help but breathe in. This guy actually had the aura of a strong heavenly, censored realm in his body. I didn't cross the heavenly tribulation, I directly broke through the heavenly god realm. How is this possible? Tianping Divine Emperor's eyes were dull, and there was an incredible look of horror in his eyes. Breaking through the heavenly realm and accepting the baptism of the law of heaven, this is almost an iron law in the realm of God. Even the venerable world gods and even the supreme, censored, king can't change it. It's not impossible to enter the heaven tribulation without crossing the divine realm tribulation. Jin Chuyang slowly said, according to ancient records, in the ancient mythological era, the god realm has given birth to some extremely rare peerless gods. They can ignore the laws of heaven and directly break through. The Emperor Tianping was shocked and said, what do you mean? Brother Jiang Chen has a peerless divine body that ignores the laws of heaven. 9 out of 10 are like this. Jin Chuyang said astonishingly. Only with this kind of existence can we ignore the law of heaven and be above the heaven to a certain extent. Chapter 1660. Heavenly God Tier 2 is unstoppable. Above the heavens, Tianpeng Shenhuang and the others heard Jin Chuyang's words, and it has been a long time hard to recover from the shock. This is the point where the talented physique is against the sky, so that it can surpass the sky, and let the laws of the sky take the initiative to retreat. The 5 Blood Moon Realm Heaven God Realm headed by Tu Yuan also showed incredible horror in their eyes. This guy hasn't crossed the celestial tribulation at all, how could he directly break through the celestial divine realm? A Blood Moon Heaven, censored, finally couldn't help but cried out. Heavenly God Tribulation, this is a threshold to enter the Heavenly God Realm, and it is not easy to cross it. Thinking of him breaking through the Heavenly God Realm at the beginning, even if he was fully prepared, he still took a lot of effort and was tossed to only half his life before he barely survived the Heavenly God Tribulation. But Jiang Chen broke through the Heavenly God Realm. GLA only rolled a few times in the void, and then disappeared by himself. This is a bit too ridiculous. Legend. In the age of ancient mythology, there were peerless divine bodies that could ignore the laws of heaven and surpass them. I didn't expect it to be true. Yu Tiankui's face was horrified, and there was a low whisper in his mouth. Since the battle outside the Tianpeng Divine Kingdom Emperor's capital that day, Yu Tiankui already knew that Jiang Chen's talent was very enchanting. Jiang Chen could be so evil that it was on par with the peerless, censored, body of the ancient mythical era. Ignoring the laws of the heavens, surpassing the heavens, even if the heavens are in front of him, they have to retreat. 6th Young Master, retreat, this sun is definitely not something we can handle. Yu Tiankui took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and quickly said to Tu Yuan on the side, withdraw. Tu Yuan's eyes were gloomy, and he uttered a cold word in his mouth, turning around to leave. The guy named Jiang Chen in front of him was so enchanting that he ignored the laws of heaven and instantly stepped into the second order of the gods. Before Jiang Chen had broken through, his combat power was no longer inferior to him. Now that this guy has broken through the second order of the gods, he has completely surpassed him in all aspects, and his combat power must reach a very terrifying point. Jiang Chen, who broke through the second order of the gods, was completely unstoppable. Where did Tu Yuan dare to stay in the slightest? If he continues to stay here, I am afraid he is really at risk of falling. Haha, want to go? My sight in the ancient dragon realm is not where you can come and go where you want to go. Since it's here, let me have it and stay. Jiang Chen looked at Tu Yuan and his party who wanted to evacuate, and his cold laughter instantly resounded through the world. Saw the soles of the feet stepped on the void, and the figure instantly penetrated the void of Bailey, appearing behind Tu Yuan and the others. He fully urged the Taixu Sacred Dragon diagram, condensing the Qinlongs in Heaven diagram of the cultivation technique vision, and suppressed the 5 Tu Yuan people. Looking at the suppressed picture scroll of nothingness, Tu Yuan roared, his blood-raging sword aura raged across the sky, and he blasted towards the scroll above his head with all his strength. Yu Tiankui and the others also did not dare to show any negligence. Their auras broke out to the extreme, and together with Tu Yuan, they attacked Tiantu in Qianlong town. The 5 heavenly gods shot at the same time, and how terrifying their power is, almost beyond words. Hundreds of miles around the space, under the joint attack of the 5 people, collapsed continuously, as if the end had come. Although the attacks of the 5 heavens and gods were terrifying, Jiang Chen, who could break through the second order of the gods, once again displayed the vision of the censored king's technique, and his power was more than 100 times stronger. Even if it is an ordinary third-tier powerhouse, it is impossible to stop it at all. How can these 5 people be able to resist it? I saw the 5 people destroying the heavens and destroying the earth's attacks, all of which were instantly reduced to ashes under the suppression of the Tiantu of Qianlong town. The 5 Tu Yuan's figures trembled, and they all flew out in midair embarrassedly. Especially the 3 Blood Moon heavenly gods who are only at the first level of the heavenly gods, with a mouthful of heavenly gods' blood in their mouths, they couldn't help but spit out wildly. They looked up at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and there was an inconceivable panic in their eyes. Just an understatement, defeated the combination of their 5 heavenly gods. Jiang Chen, who broke through the second tier of the heavenly god, was already terrifying. Jiang Chen looked cold and looked down at the 5 Tu Yuan people. He did not give the Tu Yuan 5 any chance to breathe, and the Taixu Sacred Dragon diagram once again urged, a picture of nothingness depicting the pattern of Dragon Shao. 9 heavens, directly condensed from the top of his head. Long Shao for 9 days, give me town. Following Jiang Chen's soft drink, the ancient dragon in the emptiness scroll above his head, as if it had come alive, made a sky-shaking dragon chant. The sound of the dragon's chant spread all over the world in an instant. I saw that the 9 heavens picture of Long Shao, also with a more terrifying power than the heavenly picture of Qianlong Town, headed towards Tu Yuan and others to suppress it. Long Shao 9 Days Map. This is the second vision of Taixu Sacred Dragon. Taixu Sacred Dragon Diagram, as a God-King level technique, has a total of 4 visions. One vision is more terrifying than one. This second vision of Long Shao 9 Heavens Map was condensed by Jiang Chen after breaking through the gods. This child has a peerless divine body and has extremely talented evildoers. Now he has not only broken through the second order of the gods, but also cultivated the legendary, censored king technique, prepared to work hard. Otherwise, we will all fall here today. Tu Yuan looked terrified. His eyes were ferocious, and with a roar in his mouth, the world of the gods also evolved from his body once again. The 4 of Xu Tianming also suppressed the panic in their hearts, evolved into a world of heavenly gods, gathered all their strengths, and wanted to resist Jiang Chen's vision of the second heavy technique. Jiang Chen's Taixu Sacred Dragon Diagram's second-tier cultivation technique vision is several times more powerful than the first-tier vision. How can the Tu Yuan 5 be able to stop it? Long Shao Zhu Tiantu carried the divine might to suppress the heavens and the earth, and the world of the gods of Tu Yuan and 5 people burst into the void almost instantly. Especially the 3 people with cultivation bases at the first rank of the gods, facing the power of the Dragon Shao 9 Heaven Map, there is no resistance at all. After their celestial world was shattered, before they even had time to utter a scream, their souls were already destroyed under the Dragon Shao 9 Heavens Map. As for Tu Yuan and Xu Tianming, their faces suddenly paled. I saw their bodies trembled, and the whole person was like a kite with a broken wire, falling thousands of feet in the void. Even the space along the way was smashed into 2 huge dark cracks by the 2 gods. Drops of the blood of the gods, which contain powerful power, are also like raindrops, falling from midair. Chapter 1661, World God Hair. 2. Too strong. Seeing this scene, Tianpeng Shenhuang and others were stunned, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. With Jiang Chen's terrifying talent and background, it must be very powerful to break through the second-order battle power of the gods, but still did not expect to be so strong. With just 2 visions of cultivation techniques, they easily defeated the alliance of the 5 great heavens and gods of the Blood Moon Realm. 3 of the heavenly gods were of the first order, and they were instantly bombarded with nothingness. Even Tu Yuan and 2 of them retreated in embarrassment. Blood was gushing out, their bones were broken, the internal organs were cracked, and only half their lives remained. Not dead yet, Jiang Chen stared at Tu Yuan indifferently, and the power of the 2 worlds intertwined in midair instantly, evolving into a world of heavenly gods with thunder and sword light shining. Looking at Jiang Chen, who shot again, Tu Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank. With a move of his palm, a scarlet hair exuding terrifying energy emerged directly from his palm. Jiang Chen, wait for me, this young man will never finish with you today's affairs. Tu Yuan roared grimly, and immediately spurred the scarlet hair. A burst of bright blood burst out suddenly on the blood-colored hair. The blood glow instantly penetrated Jiang Chen's heavenly world and the void space, and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen with Tu Yuan. Although Tu Yuan escaped with the help of blood-colored hair, Xu Tianming, who was in the world of Jiang Chen heavenly god, was not so lucky. He once again forced out a drop of the essence of the gods, wanting to repeat the old skills, and flee away. But today's Jiang Chen is no longer what he used to be. How could he give Tu Yuan the opportunity to use the blood escape secret technique? Numerous phantoms of the divine sword flashed from the thunder, overflowing from the void of the world of the gods. Xu Tianming had been severely injured by Jiang Chen's double cultivation technique before, and his strength was not one. How can he resist the power of Jiang Chen's world? Thunder Sword Shadow strangled Xu Tianming's body and the surrounding void into nothingness. Unexpectedly, the 6th son of the Blood Moon Palace still has such a whole card, so he will run away. The scarlet hair that Tu Yuan used just now, he vaguely sensed a trace of the power of the world censored from above. It was obviously a method of the world gods, and he could not stop it at all. That is the hair of the realm god, which contains the power of the realm god, and can instantly transmit the person who has the realm god's hair back to the body of the realm god. Unless the Lord of the World God takes action, it is difficult for ordinary people to keep it. But this guy has been beaten by you for only half his life. I am afraid that it will be difficult to recover without a 3 to 5 years, but it is not a concern. Jin Chuyang stepped forward and explained with a smile. When he was speaking, there was an unconcealed look of wonder in his eyes. The relationship between Jin Chuyang and Pang Qingyuan has always been very close. He can have today's status in the Gulong tribe, thanks to Pang Qingyuan's cultivation. Jin Chuyang has always respected Pang Qingyuan. Since Pang Qingyuan brought Jiang Chen to the Gulong clan, Jin Chuyang has been paying close attention. From the original Tianlong trial, to the 10th arrogant of Tianlong City, to the creation of history, he became the first person in Tianlong City forever. But Pang Qingyuan still didn't expect it. Jiang Cheneng has grown to this point in less than 10 years. Ignore the laws of heaven and go straight to the second order of the gods. 3 gods of the first order, 1 censored of the second order, plus a genius comparable to the second order of the gods. In this way, the 5 Blood Moon World gods joined forces and were still easily suppressed by Jiang Chen. Such a fierce record. Even if you look at the entire Gulong clan, there are probably only a handful of people who can do it. It seems that this guy is very much valued by the realm god of the Blood Moon Realm, and he even bestowed such treasures as realm god's hair. Jiang Chen shook his head, and then pondered slightly. Now that the Blood Moon World is defeated again, I wonder if it will send a stronger force to attack the kingdom of Tianping. Probably not. Although the Blood Moon World is stronger than the ancient dragon world, it is also limited. You have already slayed 8 powers of the heavenly god realm in the Blood Moon Realm, which is enough to make the Blood Moon Realm hurt. Jin Chuyang said with a smile. If you talk about the top combat power of the gods above tier 3, the ancient dragon world and the Blood Moon World are actually almost the same. The reason why the Blood Moon Realm is stronger than the ancient dragon realm is mainly because there are more powerhouses in the sky censored realm than the ancient dragon realm. But like the existence of Jiang Chen in the Pengshan country today, the Blood Moon Realm dispatched the ordinary heavenly god realm below the 3rd level of the heavenly god, but they just came to deliver food. As long as the Blood Moon Realm is not stupid, it is impossible to send an ordinary celestial god realm to attack the heavenly Peng kingdom. In the powerhouse above the 3rd rank of the gods, even the Blood Moon Realm can't move lightly. From this, it can be inferred that the possibility of the Blood Moon Realm's next attack on the heavenly Peng kingdom is no longer great. Jin Chuyang even had a hunch. Once the news of today's battle is sent back to the frontal battlefield, it will be enough to shock the powerhouses of the 2 realms. I'm afraid it won't be long before Jiang Chen's name will be the 2 big realms of Megatron. And just when Jiang Chen broke through the 2nd tier of the heavenly god and killed several heavenly gods in the Blood Moon Realm, forcing Tu Yuan to use the realm of God's hair to escape in embarrassment. There is an endless plain on the edge of the eastern region of the Blood Moon Realm. Dozens of powerful figures are standing proudly on the vast void above the plain. These figures are clearly divided into 2 camps. On one side, headed by a figure in a golden robe shrouded in a cloud of golden glow, filled with a palpable vastness and magnificence. Behind the figure in the golden robe, there are 2 people, Pang Qingyuan and Long Jiangxin, as well as a group of strong men in the ancient dragon world. And 100 miles away across from them, a blood shadow shrouded in the censored mist also brought a group of strong men from the heavenly god realm to stand against the ancient dragon realm. The swords of the 2 sides are at war, so that the world is filled with a breath of killing. Venerable Gulong, don't you plan to give up yet? This time, your ancient dragon world can't resist the attack of the deity. If you are willing to take the initiative to abandon the ancient dragon world and give that power to the deity can consider sparing you. Suddenly, a faint voice came from Blood Shadow's mouth, breaking the tranquility in the void. Venerable Gulong smiled coldly. Venerable Blood Moon, don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, the deity will accompany you. This is your place, the deity will naturally not do anything with you. Venerable Blood Moon said indifferently. Although you can hold the deity, I have sent my 6 disciples to Yuan to attack the heavenly kingdom of Heavenly Peng. Do you think that the kingdom of Heavenly Peng can reach the attack of my Blood Moon realm? Following the words of Venerable Blood Moon, the expressions of Venerable Gulong and Pang Qingyuan and others behind him became extremely gloomy in an instant. Chapter 1662, Unbelievable Blood Moon Venerable. For this famous genius in the Blood Moon world, the senior Gulong clan is naturally no stranger. This child's cultivation base has reached the peak of the first order deity, and its combat power is more than that of the ordinary second-order deity. Now that the Blood Moon Realm had sent this one out, Tianpeng Divine Kingdom was afraid it would be difficult to withstand the attack of the Blood Moon Realm. Long Zun, Tianpeng God's country is in danger and must be supported immediately. Pang Qingyuan took a deep breath and quickly said to Venerable Gulong. Tianpeng Divine Kingdom is not only related to the safety of the entire eastern region, but also gathered all the elite disciples of Tianlong City, including Jiang Chen. Once an accident occurs, the entire Gulong clan will be greatly injured. Venerable Ji Yu Long nodded. This deity immediately asked Ji Yu Ming to go to Tianpeng Divine Kingdom. I hope it's still too late. This territorial war, although the ancient dragon realm can block the Blood Moon Realm frontally, the defensive power of other places is somewhat stretched. Venerable Blood Moon has never launched an offensive from the front, but used the strength of the ancient dragons here, waiting for an opportunity to attack from other places. And Tianpeng Divine Kingdom is the main place where the Blood Moon Realm attacks. As long as the Heavenly Peng Kingdom is breached, the entire eastern region will be exposed under the eyelids of the Blood Moon Realm. The last time Blood Moon Realm attacked Tianpeng Divine Kingdom, they had to send reinforcements from the power of Tianlong City. What surprised them was, Tianlong City unexpectedly gave birth to Jiang Chen, an evildoer who could defeat the Heavenly God Realm, repelled the attack of the Blood Moon Realm, and guarded the Heavenly Peng God Realm. The Blood Moon Realm sent 6 young Master Tu Yuan to Tianpeng Divine Kingdom, and he also had to send someone to support him. Once Tianpeng Divine Kingdom fell, the Blood Moon World opened the entrance to the eastern region of the Gulong tribe, making it more difficult for them to defend. He had only 2 choices, either head on with the Blood Moon Realm, or give up the eastern region. With the strength of the ancient dragon world, a decisive battle with the Blood Moon World must be more defeated and less viable. And if he abandons the land of the eastern region, his power will be weakened by a quarter, and I am afraid that he will be able to suppress Venerable Blood Moon even more. Whether they can hold the Heavenly Peng Kingdom is the key to victory or defeat in this territorial battle. Ji Yu Ming is out. Upon hearing this, Pang Qingyuan couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise in his old eyes. Ji Yu Ming. This is the first Shenlong guard in the true sense of Shenlong City, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the first order of the gods, and his combat power will not be inferior to that of Tu Yuan, the 6th son of the Blood Moon World. Years ago, Ji Yu Ming began to retreat in preparation to break through the second order of the gods, and was also one of the few ancient dragons who had not participated in the realm wars. Now that Ji Yu Ming leaves the pass, it is very likely that he will even break through the second order of the gods. If he were to go to the heavenly kingdom of Tianpeng, even Tu Yuan would never think about making any waves in the kingdom of Tianpeng. It will take some time for Ji Yu Ming to rush from the Gulong clan to the Tianpeng kingdom. I hope it will be too late. Seeing the conversation between the 2 ancient dragons, Venerable Blood Moon couldn't help but smiled coldly. Venerable Ancient Dragon, give up struggling. Do you think you have time to send someone to support the kingdom of Tianpeng? Venerable Blood Moon, don't be happy too early. Venerable Ji Yu Long snorted coldly. The last time your Blood Moon failed to break through the Heavenly Peng Kingdom, this time you may not be able to do so. Although Venerable Blood Moon had sent a wicked genius like Tu Yuan to the kingdom of Tianpeng, the kingdom of Heavenly Peng had a more terrifying evildoer like Jiang Chen. The true God Realm rebelled against the Heaven God Realm. Such a peerless evildoer was originally in existence capable of creating miracles. Venerable Gulong even had a hunch. Even if he didn't send anyone to support it, it might not be an easy task for the Blood Moon Realm to capture the Heavenly Peng Kingdom. Last time, it was indeed the deity who miscalculated, but this time. Venerable Blood Moon was only halfway through his words, but he suddenly sensed something. His complexion changed slightly, and his voice stopped abruptly. I saw an unusually terrifying spatial fluctuation, suddenly emanating from the void space in front of him. Tu Yuan actually urged the power of the realm god's hair. How could it be possible? Venerable Blood Moon couldn't help showing an unbelievable look on the censored, mist-shrouded face. This time dispatching 6 disciples, Tu Yuan, together with Shangyu Tiankui and other experts in the heavenly god realm, it should be a sure thing to break through the Heavenly Peng Kingdom. He confronted Venerable Gulong here, and had been waiting for the good news from Tu Yuan. But Venerable Blood Moon never thought of it. He did not wait for the good news of Tu Yuan, but waited until Tu Yuan was forced to use the hair of the world censored to escape. Able to force Tu Yuan to this step, Venerable Blood Moon didn't have to think about it. The Blood Moon realm was defeated again in Tianping Divine Kingdom, and I am afraid it was still very miserable. At this moment, Venerable Blood Cloud's expression was extremely gloomy. This time, the Heavenly Peng Kingdom has gathered 6 strong men from the Blood Moon realm. A Tier 2 deity, an extremely talented genius with combat power comparable to Tier 2 deity, plus 4 powerhouses of Tier 1 deity. Almost all of the Heavenly God realm of the Ancient Dragon realm was held here by them. The reinforcements sent by the Gulong clan last time should have been the last strength of the Gulong clan, and now it is impossible to have too much power to support it. Venerable Blood Moon really couldn't understand how the Ancient Dragon realm defeated Tu Yuan and the others. What's happening here? Pang Qingyuan and the others couldn't help but stun for a moment as they watched the spatial fluctuations emanating from Venerable Blood Moon. The power of the Realm God's hair. Someone used the Realm God's hair given by Venerable Blood Moon to escape. Venerable Gulong's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but smile. As the world gods, the ancient dragons naturally saw the clues at a glance. When Pang Qingyuan and the others heard the words of Venerable Ancient Dragon, there was an incredible look in their eyes. The hair of the world gods is the use of hair as a medium to condense a magical power. This supernatural power is usually given to some genius disciples under the sect to save the lives of the venerable world god. You can forcibly teleport it back to your side when the disciple is in danger. Now that someone has used Venerable Blood Moon's world-censored hair, doesn't it mean that a certain genius disciple under Venerable Blood Moon is in danger? Now that the Ancient Dragon Realm and the Blood Moon Realm are fighting, several disciples of the gods of the Blood Moon are gathered here at this moment. The only one who is outside is probably Tu Yuan, who was sent to Tianping Divine Kingdom. Could it be that Tu Yuan urged this world god's hair? Thinking of this, the faces of Pang Qingyuan and others couldn't help but show a touch of excitement. Chapter 1663. The name of Jiang Chen, the 2 big realms of Megatron. The hair of a world censored will generally only be used at a critical moment of life and death. If this realm god's hair was really urged by Tu Yuan, the 6th son of the Blood Moon Palace, doesn't it mean that they have won again on the battlefield of Tianping Divine Kingdom? The spatial fluctuations in the void have also become more intense. A dazzling blood glow, with a censored figure, flew out of the void. Really? It's Lu Gongzi Tu Yuan. How is it possible? Didn't Lu Gongzi go to support Tianping Divine Kingdom? What happened to Tianping Divine Kingdom? How could 6th young master escape back in such embarrassment? Many Blood Moon Realm powerhouses were horrified and couldn't help but talk. Venerable Gulong, this deity looked down upon you, but I didn't expect you to hide a hand in Tianping Divine Kingdom. In this round, the deity has accepted it, let's wait and see. Venerable Blood Moon smiled furiously, and immediately stretched out his hand to directly roll up Tu Yuan, who had fallen from the void. On the battlefield of Tianping Divine Kingdom, the Blood Moon Realm was defeated again. Venerable Blood Moon obviously didn't have the mind to continue confronting Venerable Ancient Dragon and others, and he immediately disappeared into the sky with many powerful Blood Moon realms. Jiangchen, contact Jinshuyang immediately, the deity wants to know everything that happened in Tianping Divine Kingdom. Venerable Gulong looked at the direction in which Venerable Blood Moon and others were retreating, and his eyes flashed, and he said directly to Dragon Jiangchen. Already contacted. Long Jiangchen took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and said with excitement, we once again won the Tianping Divine Kingdom. Venerable Gulong smiled and said, tell me, what kind of feat Jiang Chen has done in Tianping Kingdom? He knew the strength of the Ancient Dragon Realm in Tianping Divine Kingdom very well. Their only chance of reversing the situation and defeating the Blood Moon Realm could only come from Jiang Chen. That kid is indeed very against the sky. It is said that he disregarded the laws of the Heavenly Tao, made the Heavenly Tribulation retreat in the battlefield, went straight to the Second Order Heavenly God, and defeated the many Heavenly God realms in the Blood Moon Realm. Blood Moon rank attacked the 6 Heavenly Gods of the Heavenly Peng Kingdom. Except for Tu Yuan, who spurred the World God's hair, all the other 5 people have fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. When Long Jiangchen spoke, an unconcealable shock appeared on his face. Following Long Jiangchen's words, many experts in the ancient dragon world, including Pang Qingyuan, couldn't help but take a breath. Even Venerable Gulong didn't recover for a while. Ignore the law of heaven and make heaven retreat. This can only be done by some supreme divine bodies that are above the heavens in the legend. Although they already know that Jiang Chen is a rare peerless genius in the God's realm, able to break the barriers of realm and kill the God realm with the true God realm. Jiang Chen actually possesses a supreme divine body above the heavenly way. I didn't expect that my ancient dragon world would have the opportunity to give birth to such a supreme genius. Venerable ancient dragon came back to his senses and couldn't help but smiled at Pang Qingyuan and said, "It seems that this time my ancient dragon realm has been able to save my life. Thanks to you for bringing this little guy from the lower realm to the ancient dragon clan. Thanks to Long Zun's advice, otherwise I wouldn't be able to meet him." Pang Qingyuan shook his head with a wry smile, and there was an unconcealable exclamation in his old eyes. He has been in contact with Jiang Chen the longest. Although Pang Qingyuan felt Jiang Chen's extraordinary at the first meeting, he did not expect Jiang Chen to grow to such a level in such a short period of time. From entering the Earth Dragon City to being promoted to the Heavenly Dragon City, becoming a true dragon arrogant and obtaining the qualification to enter the ancient sacred dragon relic. Jiang Chen's performance almost exceeded his expectations again and again. If it hadn't been for this guy to bring a piece of mind crystal from the ancient sacred dragon relics to help him return to the top, I am afraid it would be even more difficult for the Blood Moon world to contend with the ancient dragon world. Jiang Chen even slashed the Blood Moon realm in Tianping Divine Kingdom, becoming the key to dominating the battle between the two realms. Let's go. If nothing happens, this territorial war should come to an end for the time being. Venerable Ji Yu Long smiled faintly. The Blood Moon realm has fallen into the Heavenly Peng Divine realm one after another in the 8 heavenly god realms, which is enough to make them hurt. If Venerable Blood Moon cannot find a better way to break the game, the only choice is to withdraw from the ancient dragon world. The eastern edge of the ancient dragon world. At the end of the endless plain, there is a huge blood-colored castle standing alone between the sky and the earth. This blood-colored castle is a temporary residence built by Venerable Blood Moon with the power of the world censored in the ancient dragon world. Scarlet Castle, Central Hall. After Venerable Blood Moon returned here, he awoke Tu Yuan, who was seriously injured and unconscious. Tu Yuan, what has happened to Tianping Divine Kingdom? Why did you fail miserably in the hands of the ancient dragon world? Venerable Blood Moon looked at the awakened Tu Yuan and couldn't help but ask with an iron face. Master, everything is done by Jiang Chen, who is able to kill the gods in the ancient dragon world. This son is really a monster. Tu Yuan quickly explained what happened in Tianping Divine Kingdom with a look of horror. Hearing that Jiang Chen ignored the laws of the heavenly Tao, he would go straight to the second order of the heavenly god without crossing the tribulation of the heavens. If you don't cross the celestial calamity, you will go straight to the celestial realm. How is this possible? According to the records in ancient books, some supreme divine bodies in the ancient times could surpass the heavens without crossing the sky. Could Jiang Chen be the legendary supreme divine bodies? Supreme divine body, how could such a terrifying existence be born in the mere ancient dragon world? Many Blood Moon realm powerhouses are all talking, their expressions are in shock. Lord, now my Blood Moon realm has lost 8 heavenly god realms one after another, and the ancient dragon realm has such an enchanting presence again. My subordinates suggest to withdraw the Blood Moon realm first, and then discuss the long-term plan. An elder of the Blood Moon Palace took a deep breath and said solemnly to Venerable Blood Moon. Yes, Lord Blood Moon, the situation is not good for me now, let's retreat. Some heavenly god realm powerhouses in the Blood Moon realm also joined in one after another. Venerable Blood Moon couldn't help letting out a cold anger from the people who heard the discussion in the hall. His censored eyes swept across everyone slightly, and a terrifying world god's might also instantly filled the hall. The deity is aggressively attacking the ancient dragon world. How can you give up just because of a little boy? I have decided, this time I will fight the ancient dragon world to the death. If anyone dares to retreat anymore, I should blame the deity for being rude. Chapter 1664. Kill Jiang Chen at all costs. Master, are you really planning to fight the ancient dragon world to the death? The Blood Moon Palace elder was shocked and quickly said, Venerable Elder Dragon is almost invincible in the same realm in the ancient dragon world. It is not a wise choice for you to fight him in the ancient dragon world at this moment. The deity has its own plan, no need to say more. Venerable Blood Moon waved his hand, and there was a sharp chill filled his body. You all go down and prepare, this deity will fight the ancient dragon world to the death in 3 days. Seeing that, Venerable Blood Moon was determined to fight the ancient dragon realm to the death, many Blood Moon realm experts did not dare to say anything, they all went to rest and prepare. Only Venerable Blood Moon and a cruel young man carrying a censored long sword were left in the hall. Master, I don't know if you let me stay, do you have any instructions? The cruel young man looked at the Venerable Blood Moon above the hall, and the cold voice that was not mixed with the slightest emotion echoed in the hall. Shuiyin, you are a great disciple, and your cultivation has broken through the third rank of the gods. I have always been very at ease with you. After 3 days, the deity will attack the ancient dragon world with all its strength, pretending to fight the ancient dragon world. You go to Tianpeng Divine Kingdom secretly, even if you do whatever it takes, you will kill me, the kid named Jiang Chen. Venerable Blood Moon's killing intent was awe-inspiring and authentic. Venerable Blood Moon knew very well that it was almost impossible for him to defeat Venerable Ancient Dragon in the Ancient Dragon world. The reason he wanted to start the battle 3 days later was just to attract the attention of Venerable Ancient Dragon and others. His real purpose is to kill Jiang Chen of Tianpeng Kingdom. This kid named Jiang Chen is really evil. Even the Venerable Blood Moon, who is the Venerable World God, has a vaguely instinctive jealousy in his heart. Break the barriers of the realm, the true gods will kill the gods. Possessing the supreme divine body that surpasses the heavenly way makes the heavenly robbery have to retreat. Such a terrifying existence is definitely a huge threat to the Blood Moon realm. Once this sun grows up, I am afraid it is not their Blood Moon world attacking the ancient dragon world, but the ancient dragon world counter-attacking their Blood Moon world. This time, even at all costs, he will kill Jiang Chen. Master, the strength of the third rank or above of the gods, the ancient dragon should be staring. I want to hide from the sky, I am afraid it is not easy. Shui Yin frowned slightly. If you can't hide the eyes of the ancient dragon realm will definitely send the same strong to go to the kingdom of Tianpeng. In this way, it might not be easy for him to kill Jiang Chen. Venerable Blood Moon said lightly, don't worry, the deity will have its own arrangements at that time, so go and prepare. Now that the master had made arrangements, Shuiyin didn't say much, he directly responded, and then turned and strode away. After Shuiyin left, when Venerable Blood Moon moved his palm, a black butterfly also flew out of his palm. Tisk tusk. It's interesting. Unexpectedly, the ancient dragon realm not only gave birth to Jiang Chen and other geniuses, but also your existence who mastered the technique of incarnation outside the body. Since your excellency is here, why not show up for a while? Venerable Blood Moon looked at the black butterfly in front of him, and there was also a look of surprise in his eyes. Venerable Blood Moon obviously didn't expect it. Just when Tu Yuan was teleported back to him through the hair of the world god, some people used this magical technique of incarnation outside the body to become a butterfly attached to Tu Yuan's body. At that time, both he and Venerable Ancient Dragon focused on Tu Yuan's body, and they didn't even notice it at all. If it hadn't been for the treatment of Tu Yuan just now, he would really not have discovered the existence of this guy. Following the words of Venerable Blood Moon resounded in the hall. I saw the black butterfly burst out a burst of bright black light, and then turned into a phantom figure, appearing in front of Venerable Blood Moon. The illusory figure that appeared in front of Venerable Blood Moon was indeed Zhuang Shengyang. Zhuang Shengyang raised his head to look at Venerable Blood Cloud, clasped his fists and said, the ancient dragon, censored, Dragon Wei Zhuang Shengyang, I have seen Venerable Blood Moon. Venerable Blood Cloud narrowed his eyes slightly. My Blood Moon realm and ancient dragon realm are already incompatible with fire and water. You spend such a thought to come to see me, I don't know what is going on. Zhuang Shengyang smiled and said, nature came to cooperate with the Venerable. Cooperation? Venerable Blood Moon smiled faintly. This deity doesn't think he can cooperate with an ancient dragon, censored, dragon guard. Because the Lord now has a common enemy with me. The so-called enemy of the enemy is a friend, right? A cold light flashed in Zhuang Shengyang's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, it's true that Zhuang and Jiang Chen have an antagonism. This time I came here to get rid of Jiang Chen together with the Venerable. Oh, how do you join forces with the deity? Venerable Blood Moon couldn't help flashing a cold blood beam in his eyes. No matter what, the guy in front of him is the dragon guard of the ancient dragon. How could Venerable Blood Moon easily believe in an ancient dragon? The Venerable sent Blood Yin to the Heavenly Peng Kingdom. I am afraid it will be difficult to escape the eyes of Venerable Ancient Dragon. At that time, the Ancient Dragon tribe will surely send a strong man to Tianpeng Divine Kingdom to support. And in the Ancient Dragon tribe, I control a strong man of Tier 4 deity. I can ask it to support Tianpeng Kingdom, and then help Shuiyin kill Jiang Chen. When Zhuang Shenyang spoke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Venerable Blood Moon said indifferently, "It is indeed a good idea, but how do you want the deity to believe you?" "Venerable, I am here this time, but with great sincerity. Now my external avatar is under your control. If I have a phantom, you only need to show this avatar, and I will definitely die in the ancient dragon clan. Venerable can rest assured that I, Zhuang Shenyang, was definitely not sent by the Gulong tribe to do the trick." Zhuang Shenyang said with a smile. Venerable Blood Moon blinked slightly. The guy in front of him secretly came to see him with an outside incarnation, and what he said should not be false. Even if Zhuang Shenyang was really a method used by the Gulong clan, he would not lose much if he acted in this way. Shuiyan has his world censored hair on his body. Even if he fails, he can return safely. If Zhuang Shenyang really came to help him, Shuiyan could join forces with the strong ancient dragon clan. The two powerhouses join forces, and one of them can hide behind and make a surprise attack. They must kill Jiang Chen without fail. Okay, the deity will believe you once. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Venerable Blood Moon. 3 days later, we will act according to plan and kill Jiang Chen at all costs. Chapter 1665. Each has its own way. The eastern edge of the ancient dragon clan. A huge rolling mountain range from south to north, like a sleeping ancient dragon, almost traverses the entire ancient dragon world. This mountain range is the famous Panlong mountain range in the ancient dragon world. To the west of the Panlong Mountains is the eastern region of the ancient dragon world, and to the east is a deserted plain. And at the end of the great wilderness, there is an endless eternal void. The Great Wild Plains was originally part of the eastern region of the ancient dragon realm. Since the Blood Moon realm showed signs of invasion, in order to resist the Blood Moon realm, Venerable Ancient Dragon abandoned the Great Desolate Plain and used the Panlong Mountain Range as a barrier against the Blood Moon realm. The Panlong Mountain Range is an ancient mountain range, even longer than the history of the ancient dragon tribe. There are countless powerful and peerless beasts in it, and even the strong in the heavenly realm dare not easily step into it. The Panlong Mountain Range is a natural barrier in the eastern region of the ancient dragon world. In the entire Panlong Mountain Range, only 2 or 3 entrances can pass through. One of the largest entrances has been built by Venerable Ancient Dragon into a fortress to resist the attack of the Blood Moon realm. This fortress is called Panlong Fortress. In the center of Panlong Fortress, there is a palace towering upright, and in the center of the palace group, there is an exceptionally magnificent hall. In the hall at this moment, dozens of figures headed by Venerable Ancient Dragon, all gathered here. Long Zun, 3 days have passed. Venerable Blood Moon has not moved, nor has he retreated with the people of the Blood Moon realm. I don't know what he wants to do. Long Jiangxin frowned slightly. Pang Qingyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm afraid this is the tranquility before the storm. Venerable Blood Moon must be brewing some conspiracy. I thought that the Blood Moon would just retreat, but it seems I still underestimated him. Venerable Ancient Dragon smiled faintly, but I can understand it. If I am him, I am afraid that I will be restless knowing that such a peerless evildoer has appeared in the ancient dragon realm. Pang Qingyuan was shocked. Long Zun means. Blood Moon Zun wants to deal with Jiang Chen. The wood is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. The talent that Jiang Chen has shown now is too powerful. Venerable Ancient Dragon glanced at Pang Qingyuan. If you were Venerable Blood Moon, would you just watch as a genius like the ancient dragon realm grow up? Pang Qingyuan's face was slightly cold. With Jiang Chen's talent and potential, as long as there are no accidents, I am afraid that in the future there is great hope to become a realm god. Once Jiang Chen grows up, this will undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the Blood Moon realm. Venerable Blood Moon, I am afraid that Jiang Chen will not give Jiang Chen a chance to grow up. Long Zun, since the Blood Moon Venerable intends to Jiang Chen, we must send our strength to the Heavenly Peng Kingdom to protect him. Pang Qingyuan quickly said, Jiang Chen not only has great kindness to him, but also hopes for the future of the ancient dragon world. In public and private, Pang Qingyuan didn't want to see Jiang Chen accident. We don't know yet what kind of force Venerable Blood Moon will send to deal with Jiang Chen. Let's watch the changes. Venerable Gulong smiled faintly and said, Relax, the breath of the powers of the third rank and above of the Blood Moon world censored is under the control of the deity. Once they have any changes, they will not escape the eyes of the deity. He is in control of the aura of a powerful person above the third rank of the Blood Moon realm heavenly god, and Venerable Blood Moon probably also holds the aura of a powerful person of the ancient dragon rank. If he first sent someone to the Heavenly Peng Kingdom to protect Jiang Chen, Venerable Blood Moon could send a stronger force to kill Jiang Chen, instead he would fall into a passive state. Now for him, the best way is to wait and see the changes, and then make a difference. Long Zun, there has just been news from the spies that the Blood Moon Venerable has brought the Blood Moon Realm powerhouse to kill towards the Panlong Fortress. At this moment, Long Jiangxin suddenly raised his head and said, "The deity has sensed it," Venerable Gulong said, and immediately closed his eyes. Venerable Gulong suddenly opened his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "The breath of the chief disciple of Blood Moon, Shui Yin, has disappeared. It should have gone to the kingdom of Heavenly Peng God." A cold light flashed in Pang Qingyuan's eyes. "I will go to Tianpeng Kingdom and kill him." As the chief disciple of Venerable Blood Moon, Shui Yin had reached the third rank of the Heavenly God in his cultivation base, and his combat power was not inferior to the powerhouse of the ordinary fourth order Heavenly God. Although Jiang Chen had broken through the second tier of the Heavenly God and had extraordinary combat power, he might not be able to cope with the existence of this level of Shui Yin. Venerable Gulong shook his head and said, "Venerable Blood Moon has gathered all his strength and came to the Panlong Fortress to kill. Neither you nor Jiangxin can move lightly, otherwise we will surely lose a lot. Venerable Blood Moon is even stronger than him. Although he occupies an absolute advantage in the ancient dragon world, he can only compete with Venerable Blood Moon. The Blood Moon realm is like Pang Qingyuan, a quasi-realm censored of the sixth order of the heavenly gods, but there are three. If there were no Pang Qingyuan, it would be difficult for others to block the attack of many powerful men in the Blood Moon world. All go." At this moment, an old man in black suddenly stood up. Pang Qingyuan looked at the black-clothed old man who stood up, frowning involuntarily. Before he had time to speak, Venerable Gulong nodded and said, "Okay, Elder Shen, the safety of Tianpeng Kingdom and Jiang Chen is left to you." The black-clothed old man nodded, then turned and strode towards the outside of the hall. Seeing this scene, Pang Qingyuan couldn't help but quickly said, "Long Zun, how did you let Shen Yuanai go to Tianpeng Kingdom?" Shen Yuanai had never dealt with him, and asked this guy to go to Tianpeng Divine Kingdom to protect Jiang Chen. Shuiyin is a genius of the third rank of the gods, and at least a strong person above the fourth rank of the gods can handle it. Shen Yuanai's strength has reached the peak of the fourth rank of the gods, and he is undoubtedly the best candidate. When Venerable Gulong said this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. "What's more, this guy has something unusual recently, and I want to see what he wants to do." Pang Qingyuan's expression changed. If this is the case, why did the Venerable send him to the kingdom of Tianpeng? If Shen Yuanai really had any purpose, Jiang Chen would be in danger. "Don't worry, the deity has its own plan." Venerable Ji Yu Long smiled faintly. Ji Yu Ming has also rushed to the kingdom of Tianpeng. In his hands, there is a decree given by the deity. If Shen Yuanai changes anything, the deity cannot spare him. Just as the two were talking, the east side of Panlong Fortress, carrying a breath of monstrous power, was also rolling in. "Let's go, the people from the Blood Moon world are here, we will meet them." Venerable Gulong's voice fell, and his figure disappeared into the hall directly out of thin air. Chapter 1666. Old Master of Blood Moon Palace, Blood Yin. Venerable Ancient Dragon, leading many Blood Moon Realm experts, appeared directly in the void of Panlong Fortress. He looked at the Venerable Blood Moon and others who appeared hundreds of miles away, and couldn't help but said indifferently, "Blood Moon, are you still not willing to retreat?" The deity said, "This time you are going to destroy your ancient dragon world, how can you just retreat?" Venerable Blood Moon said coldly, "Today, this deity will fight you to the death." Blood Moon, you don't bluff in front of the deity. You have always been cautious and never do anything uncertain. If you really want to fight me to the death, why wait until now? Today, your decisive battle with me is fake. It is true that you want to kill Jiang Chen. How can you escape my eyes with these little tricks? Venerable Ji Yu Long smiled faintly. "Now you and I are all based on the layout, this battle has no meaning if it is not fought. Why don't we sit down and enjoy tea and discuss the outcome of this round?" Venerable Blood Moon smiled coldly. "Well, since you are interested in this, the deity will accompany you." Now Venerable Gulong has sent that one out, and all this is in his plan with Zhuang Shengyang. Since Venerable Ancient Dragon didn't want to fight, Venerable Blood Moon was in his arms. Once the battle begins, the two sides will probably fall a lot of powers from the Heavenly God realm, and their vitality will be greatly injured. He suffered a lot from the battle with the ancient dragon in this ancient dragon world. Before being forced, Venerable Blood Moon really didn't want to engage with Venerable Ancient Dragon at this time. Now Shuiyin has gone to Tianpeng Divine Kingdom, and the strongman of Tier 4 Heavenly God sent by Venerable Gulong has also become his secret chess piece. These two people will be able to get rid of Jiang Chen easily. They can take advantage of the situation to take the Tianpeng Kingdom and open a gap in the eastern region of the ancient dragon world. Following the conversation between the two world gods, the void fell into silence again. The two sides didn't mean to do anything at all, and once again confronted each other across Bili Void. At the same time, Tianpeng Divine Kingdom Feiyun Pass. After Jiang Chen broke through the second stage of the Heavenly God, and even cut the 5 Heavenly God realms of the Blood Moon Realm, the Heavenly Peng Kingdom once again fell into a brief silence. In order to prevent the people from the Blood Moon world from counter-attacking again, Jiang Chen and the others did not leave either. They were still guarding at Feiyun Pass, waiting for news on the frontal battlefield. After 3 consecutive days, Jin Chuyong finally hurried to Jiang Chen's residence. Elder Jin, is there any news coming from the front battlefield? Jiang Chen looked at Jin Chuyong hurriedly and couldn't help but ask with a smile. I just got the news that the great young master of the Blood Moon Realm, Shui Yin, has already rushed to the kingdom of Heavenly Peng. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, his purpose is to come specifically for you. Jiang Chen raised his sword eyebrows and smiled faintly. I didn't expect a 6th son to run away, and now there is another big son. Jiang Chen, this big young man of the Blood Moon Realm is the first disciple of the Blood Moon Venerable. He has reached the 3rd rank of the Celestial God, and his combat power is comparable to that of the ordinary rank 4 powerhouse, and should not be underestimated. Jin Chuyong looked solemn and authentic. Such a person, even if he looked at the 2 realms of the ancient dragon realm and the Blood Moon Realm, he was one of the few powerhouses. In the battle a few days ago, Jiang Chen's famous movement has attracted the attention of the Blood Moon Realm, and only then did the Bloody In be sent to deal with Jiang Chen. The cultivation base is the 3rd tier deity, and its combat power is comparable to the 4th tier deity, and it is indeed a somewhat tricky existence. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, can there be any movement in our ancient dragon world? The ancient dragon realm sent an elder of tier 4 heavenly god to come to support. Jin Chuyong smiled bitterly and said, but, this one is probably not friendly to you. Old Pang also specifically asked me to tell you to make you be careful. When Jiang Chen heard Jin Chuyong's words, his eyes were condensed in vain. Something came to his mind for an instant, and he couldn't help but said in a deep voice, does this elder of tier 4 of the god have a disciple named Zhuang Shenyang? Yes, this elder of tier 4 is called Shen Yuanai. When he was young, he had great grievances with Elder Pang. Jin Chuyong nodded and said, this tier 4 heavenly god powerhouse named Shen Yuanai is the person behind Zhuang Shenyang. In the ancient sacred dragon remains, Zhuang Shenyang was instigated by this one to kill him, and he was eventually killed. Now that he knew that this was the one who supported the heavenly kingdom of Tianpeng this time, Jiang Chen couldn't help but look vigilant. Coupled with the mysterious resurrection of Zhuang Shenyang from the ancient sacred dragon remains, Jiang Chen had already instinctively felt that this guy was afraid that the person who came was bad. Jiang Chen's brows were suddenly twisted together, and he looked puzzled and said, how can Pang Lao and they send him to Tianpeng Divine Kingdom? He might be able to cope with a Blood Moon Palace Grand Prince. But if Shen Yuanai, the Gulong clan's helper, didn't help him, but instead waited for an opportunity to secretly attack him, it would be a little troublesome. Pang Qingyuan must also understand this. Why would he send Shen Yuanai over? It is said that Venerable Ancient Dragon asked him to come. Jin Chuyong took a deep breath and said, but Elder Pang just asked me to remind you to be careful. Don't worry too much, Venerable Ji Yu Long seems to have other arrangements. With the talent and potential he showed now, it was completely enough to attract the attention of Venerable Ancient Dragon. And his relationship with Pang Qingyuan, Dragon and Jiangxin is very good, and he believes that neither of them will harm him. Now they have arranged this way, there must be a certain deep meaning. As long as the Gulong clan had the means to restrict Shen Yuanai, he would not be allowed to act in secret. Jiang Chen was not afraid of being a Blood Moon Palace eldest son Blood Yin. And just as Jiang Chen was pondering in his heart, a cold voice echoed abruptly above Feiyun Pass. Jiang Chen, come out for my son to die quickly. Jin Chuyong heard the voice from outside Feiyun Pass, his face suddenly changed. Blood Moon Palace Grand Prince Shuiyan, this guy came so fast. Let's go, we will meet this Blood Moon World Prince. The golden light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and then his figure flashed, appearing directly above the void outside Feiyun Pass. Tianpeng Shenhuang and several other gods also appeared directly beside Jiang Chen ghostly. Who is your excellency? Why come to Feiyunguan to be wild? The Emperor Tianpeng looked at the cold youth standing proudly in front of him, his eyes condensed suddenly. From this cold young man, Tianpeng Divine Emperor actually felt a trace of extremely dangerous aura. The cruel young man looked at Jiang Chen indifferently, the cold voice that did not mix with the slightest emotion, also instantly resounded through the world. Blood Moon Palace, Shuiyan, ordered to come and kill Jiang Chen and destroy the Heavenly Peng Kingdom. Chapter 1667, Shen Yuanai arrives. The one in front of him turned out to be Blood Moon Palace Grand Prince Shuiyan. Tianpeng Shenhuang and the others couldn't help but suddenly change drastically when they heard Shuiyan's cold words. The 9 princes of the Blood Moon Palace are 9 geniuses from the Blood Moon Palace realm gods, and everyone's talents are unique in existence. Especially the great young master Shuiyan has long been famous. In the last realm war tens of thousands of years ago, Shuiyan was already a strongman of the second order, censored, of heaven, and many gods of the ancient dragon realm fell into his hands. Even a strong man of tier 3 was defeated by Shuiyan. 10,000 years have passed. The strength of this guy must have become even more terrifying. Even in the heavenly god realm of the 2 great realms, I am afraid it is one of the few powerhouses. The Emperor Tianpeng didn't expect them. The Blood Moon realm would actually send this one to Tianpeng Divine Kingdom. Brother Jiang Chen, be careful, this one is Blood Palace Grand Prince Shuiyan, and I am afraid that his cultivation has reached the 3rd rank of the heavenly god. Tianpeng Shenhuang looked solemn and authentic. He had already clearly felt that the aura on Shuiyan's body had far surpassed his second-order deity, and in all likelihood he had already broken through the 3rd-order deity. When this guy was in the 2nd tier, he could defeat the powerhouse of the 3rd tier. Now that the cultivation base breaks through again, I am afraid that the combat power will not be inferior to the powerhouse of the 4th-order Tiantian. Don't worry, he alone can help me. I saw him stepping out, and standing in opposition to Shuiyan across 1,000 feet of void. Looking at Jiang Chen in front of him, Shuiyan looked indifferent. Are you the Jiang Chen who killed several heavenly god realm powerhouses in the Blood Moon realm and forced my 6th junior brother to use realm god's hair? Jiang Chen nodded faintly, and then looked at Shuiyan with a sneer on his face. Are you no one in the Blood Moon realm? You are only sent to die. To deal with you ants, this son is enough. Jiang Chen, my son is here today to take your life by the order of the respected master, and he will not die for me soon. Shuiyan's cold shout fell, and the blood-colored long sword behind it trembled suddenly, and then flew into the censored palm. Shuiyan held the blood-colored long sword in his hand, and raised his hand to volley at Jiang Chen. A ray of blood-colored swordsman power broke through 1,000 feet of the void in the blink of an eye, turning into a blood-colored sword shadow that pierced through the world, and slashed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he also pointed out. A giant sword of emptiness evolved from the power of the sword world, directly slammed into the censored sword shadow. 2 different types of swordsman world powers collided in midair. The aftermath of the sword chi in the sky scattered and splashed, cutting out countless black cracks visible to the naked eye in the surrounding space. The whole emptiness is like a mirror that has been hit hard, and it seems to burst at any time. Isn't this kid just breaking through the heavenly god realm? How can the power of the sword world be so strong? Seeing that Jiang Chen had actually matched himself with the power of Kendo, the censored eyes couldn't help but condensed slightly. The power of the world is actually divided into strong and weak. Every power of the world has 4 levels: small achievement, great achievement, peak and perfection. Corresponding to the 4 small realms of the heavenly god realm's early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak. Most of the heavenly gods first condense the power of a world to advance to the 1st rank of the gods, and then cultivate the power of this world to the extreme, reaching the peak of the 1st order gods, and then begin to gather the power of the 2nd world. Every time the power of the world is condensed, it will be accompanied by the advent of the gods. For most gods, only in this way can the 1st condensed world power be cultivated to the extreme, will it be possible to have a greater certainty to survive the celestial calamity. There is no shortage of peerless geniuses in God's domain who have crossed the first order of the gods like Jiang Chen to reach the second and higher realms of the gods. Such geniuses, with extraordinary combat power, naturally have the capital to break ordinary rules. And Jiang Chen in front of him is undoubtedly such an existence. But even if he knew that Jiang Chen's fighting strength was extraordinary, Shui Yin still didn't expect that Jiang Chen, who had only recently broken through, would be able to equal himself in the power of the sword world. In addition to the blood path, he is best at kendo. The power of the kendo world is also the power of the second world he condensed. He has been practicing for no less than 10,000 years and has reached the peak level. And Jiang Chen's kendo world power has just condensed not long ago, but in the state of Shaocheng, how can it be compared with his kendo world power? Shui Yin naturally wouldn't know at this moment. Jiang Chen cultivated a censored king-level technique. When he was at the peak of the true god, his body's divine power had already exceeded the ordinary true censored peak by many times. Even Shui Yin, a genius of the gods of the cultivation world, is far from comparable. Jiang Chen broke through the heavenly god realm and the power of the world condensed was also much stronger than the power of the world condensed by ordinary people. This is the absolute advantage of the censored king-level exercise method. My son really doesn't believe it. Today, even a little boy who has just broken through the heavenly god realm can't get rid of it. Shui Yin strongly suppressed the shock in his heart, and a cold blood flashed suddenly in his eyes. I saw that above the blood-colored long sword in his hand, a more brilliant blood-colored sword light pierced the world, once again whistling out towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's complexion did not change, his whole body's strength also burst to the limit in an instant, and he clashed with Shui Yin without evasiveness. The terrifying confrontation between the two caused this world to collapse continuously, and the scene was like the end of the day. And at the same time that Jiang Chen fought against Shui Yin, above the void on the other side of Feiyun Pass, a black-clothed old man exuding great pressure, also stepping on the void, quickly came towards Feiyun. Elder Shen, Jin Chuyong and Yan Chong looked at the visitor and couldn't help but salute respectfully. This black-clothed old man who came suddenly was Shen Yuanai, the fourth-order elder of the ancient dragon god. Shen Yuanai is one of the few strong men of the Gulong clan, and his status is extremely high. Even the two of Jin Chuyong had to be treated with caution. Seeing this scene, the Emperor Tianping couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seems that the Gulong clan must also know that Shui Yin has come to the kingdom of Tianping, and sent the one in front of him to support it. I have seen Elder Shen. The Emperor Tianping didn't dare to neglect, and quickly stepped forward to bow. Shen Yuanai nodded slightly, and immediately ignored everyone, and looked directly at the terrifying battle in the void. Jin Chuyong's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately hugged Shen Yuanai and said, Elder Shen, now Jiang Chen is fighting the censored Moon Palace Grand Prince Shui Yin, and I hope you can help me quickly. Chapter 1668, Overwhelm the Third Order of the God. This elder has his own measures, and he will naturally take action when he should take action, and you don't need to remind you. Shen Yuanai glanced at Jin Chuyong and hummed indifferently. When Jin Chuyong heard Shen Yuanai's words, his face instantly became extremely gloomy. Now the battle between Jiang Chen and Shui Yin has become fierce. Shen Yuanai's move at this time was the perfect time to join forces with Jiang Chen to kill Shui Yin. But this old guy, at this moment, did not intend to make a move at all. It seems that it is really unkind. Thinking of Pang Qingyuan, they still secretly prepared a backhand, and Jiang Chen and Shui Yin's battle was not at a disadvantage, and Jin Chuyong did not act rashly. This censored yin, even a second-order hairy kid can't clean up. Looking at the battle in the void, Shen Yuanai couldn't help but twist his brows together. Although he came this time to help Shui Yin kill Jiang Chen, but if he could not do it manually, Shen Yuanai did not plan to do it himself. He proposed to come to Tianping Divine Kingdom for support, and it went so well. Not only Venerable Gulong agreed, but Pang Qingyuan didn't even raise any objections. Based on his understanding of Pang Qingyuan, if Venerable Gulong had not given Pang Qingyuan a convincing reason, this guy would never let himself support Jiang Chen. If he was just passive and sabotaged, even if Jiang Chen died, he would at most be punished by Venerable Ji Yulong, and he would not have life worry. But if he shot directly, it would be equivalent to betraying the ancient dragon clan completely, and the entire ancient dragon world would no longer have a place for him. Although he and his disciple Zhuang Shengyang had planned to join the Blood Moon Palace, they also wanted to leave the Gulong clan at this time. Only by staying in the Gulong clan can they be effective at critical times. At that time, even if they seek refuge in the Blood Moon Palace, they will be able to gain greater benefits for themselves. Before being forced, Shen Yuanai did not want to make a move easily. Under the gaze of everyone, the shocking battle in the void is still going on. How could this guy's combat power be so strong? Bloodian became more and more frightened. Before he came to Tianpeng Kingdom, Shuiyin had already heard of Jiang Chen's name, but he didn't take it too seriously. No matter how enchanting Jiang Chen was, he had just broken through the Heavenly God realm. Although Jiang Chen had directly entered the second order of the Heavenly God, he was still far behind him. Shuiyin originally thought, as long as there is no external force involved, he wants to kill Jiang Chen, but it is easy. But when he really fought Jiang Chen, he realized that Jiang Chen's combat power had completely exceeded his imagination. Even though this guy has just entered the second order of the Celestial God, the power of the two worlds that can be condensed is far more powerful than the power of the world just condensed in the general celestial realm. This guy actually realized 4 or 5 kinds of martial arts origins, and the divine body vision and cultivation techniques were extremely powerful. Even with his strength, he tried his best to fight Jiang Chen for more than 10 tricks, but he couldn't get the slightest advantage from Jiang Chen. What made Shuiyin more shocked was that, after more than 10 moves in a row, the power of the 3 worlds in his body has been consumed a lot, but Jiang Chen's power is not reduced like a spring from the same source. On the contrary, he has become more and more courageous. It is said that this guy is a supreme divine body that ignores the laws of heaven and earth. Isn't it possible that his divine body still possesses extremely strong recovery attributes? Shuiyin's eyes flickered slightly, and his complexion instantly became extremely ugly. Can't delay like this. If Jiang Chen can maintain such a strong resilience, I am afraid he will really be consumed by Jiang Chen. Heavenly God World, Ning, Shuiyin roared, and the 3 different world powers of Shuidao, Kendo, and Lidao all exploded with full force, and then evolved into a world of heavenly gods all over him, enveloping the world of 100 li. The space of 100 li is instantly turned into a sea of blood. Above the sea of blood, there are more waves of thunder swords that contain the power of destruction. The 3 different powers, all with the power of destroying the world, oppressed Jiang Chen from all directions. Jiang Chen's eyes condensed, and his whole body power burst to the limit in an instant. An emptied world of swordsmanship and a world of silver thunder were superimposed in an instant, and the hundreds of meters of space that enveloped Jiang Chen's whole body resisted all the terrifying forces around him. Jiang Chen's world of heavenly gods began to enlarge rapidly, squeezing the surrounding power into nothingness. Jiang Chen's world of heavenly gods was directly the size of a world of heavenly gods that swelled into blood. The boundary wall of the 2 gods' world also crashed together. Like the violent impact of the sky and the earth, it instantly shook the void for thousands of miles. The 2 heavenly worlds were constantly intertwined and collided in midair, and the terrifying energy ripples made this heaven and earth instantly turn into nothingness. At the center of energy ripples, both Jiang Chen gritted their teeth and tried their best to mobilize the power in their bodies to maintain their god's world. When the battle reached this point, both of them had apparently begun desperately. Once the world of whose gods collapses first, I am afraid it will definitely be defeated. Such a constant confrontation with the world of the gods, the consumption of the 2 Jiang Chen is undoubtedly very huge. Shui Yin's face had become extremely pale. But Jiang Chen's situation was much better than Shui Yin's situation. He understands part of the origin of life, and he has a sacred tree of life in his body, and his body strength can be continuously replenished. If you want to talk about protracted war, how can Shuiyin compare with him? With the passage of time, the power consumption in Shuiyin's body has also become more and more large. His heavenly god world, which could still stand up against Jiang Chen, finally began to tremble. Shuiyin finally could no longer support the celestial world and Jiang Chen. Only a loud noise was heard, and the censored world crashed to pieces in the void. Seeing Shuiyin trembled all over, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person flew out in embarrassment. Long Shao for 9 days, town. Looking at the censored mountains that flew upside down, Jiang Chen hardly gave him any chance to breathe, and the second vision of Taixu Sect directly suppressed it without reservation. Shuiyin was defeated by Jiang Chen in this way. Looking at this scene in the void, Jin Chuyong and the others couldn't help but take a breath, and it took a long time to recover from the shock. The grandson of the dignified Blood Moon Palace, the genius who had reached the third rank of the heavenly god under Venerable Blood Moon, was actually defeated by Jiang Chen. This guy deserves to be an existence that can ignore the laws of heaven. Such combat power is really terrifying. Chapter 1669, Betray. This guy really can't use common sense to predict the existence. Jin Chuyang muttered to himself, that tight heart suspension finally loosened slightly. Jiang Chen had just broken through the second order of the gods. Even if his combat power was extraordinary, it should be difficult to contend with the censored yard comparable to the fourth order of the gods. But Jiang Chen's performance was once again beyond their expectations. Jiang Chen not only did not fall in the slightest in the confrontation with Shuiyan, but also defeated Shuiyan by his own strength. In this way, it seems that it doesn't matter whether Shen Yuanai makes a move. This sun, it is indeed a bit terrifying for the evildoer. No wonder the Holy Sun almost fell into his hands at the ancient Holy Dragon ruins. Shen Yuanai looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but shrink his eyes slightly. As the first disciple who sat down as Venerable Blood Moon, Shuiyan's cultivation base was at the third rank of the celestial god, but his combat power was extremely powerful. Even if he shoots, it may not be easily defeated. But Jiang Chen did it by relying on the second-tier cultivation base of the celestial god. What shocked Shen Yuanai more was the terrifying speed of Jiang Chen's growth. He vaguely remembered that Jiang Chen was just a little boy from the lower realm a few years ago by Peng Qingyuan. Jiang Chen turned out to have become the second-tier powerhouse of the gods, and his combat power was more than that of the ordinary fourth-tier powerhouses. Such a growth rate against the sky is simply unheard of in the past. Shen Yuanai finally understood why Venerable Blood Moon had to kill Jiang Chen at all costs. With such a villainous opponent, even the Venerable Blood Moon, who is the venerable world god, might have to be afraid of it. Shen Yuanai, you still don't take action at this time, when will you stay? Looking at Jiang Chen's suppressed Longshao Nine Heavens picture, Shuiyan, who had just stabilized his figure, narrowed his eyes, and his mouth could not help but let out a sharp shout of anger. Jiang Chen's combat power is not only strong, but also his resilience is somewhat terrifying. The celestial god world was fighting against him just now, and he still had the absolute upper hand when he first started. Can be over time, his strength became weaker and weaker, but Jiang Chen's strength remained undiminished. In the previous battle, he was directly consumed by Jiang Chen's powerful resilience. Not only did he suffer heavy losses in the confrontation just now, but also the power of the three worlds in his body has been exhausted 7 or 8, so how can he continue to fight Jiang Chen? Although he also had the hair of the world censored, given by Venerable Blood Moon, he didn't have much problem to escape. But as the chief disciple of Venerable Blood Moon, Shuiyan, who claimed to be the #1 genius in the Blood Moon realm, was naturally unwilling to flee. Shuiyan even suspected that the master might have expected that he could not kill Jiang Chen, and he would play Shen Yuanai's dark chess. Now things have reached this point. He could only use Shen Yuanai's chess piece to jointly kill Jiang Chen with him. Shen Yuanai didn't say a word. At the moment when the censored scream rang out, his whole body burst out towards Jiang Chen with overwhelming power. Since Shuiyan was defeated, it was obviously impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen today. Although Jiang Chen defeated Shuiyan by virtue of his heaven-defying combat power, he would definitely consume a lot. His action now is undoubtedly the best time to kill Jiang Chen. Shen Yuanai didn't hesitate at all, and directly killed Jiang Chen with all his strength. Shen Yuanai, do you dare? Sudden changes made Jin Chuyang and others instantly become frightened. Jin Chuyang originally thought, because of the grievances between Shen Yuanai and Peng Qingyuan, this time he came to Tianpeng Kingdom of God not to help. But he didn't expect it anyway. Shen Yuanai would betray the Gulong tribe and join forces with Shuiyan in the Blood Moon Palace to deal with Jiang Chen. Shoot! Together, we must stop him. Jin Chuyang yelled anxiously, and immediately broke out with all his strength, chasing Shen Yuanai. Tianpeng Shenwang and the others also looked solemnly, and tried their best to kill Shen Yuanai. Shen Yuanai directly betrayed the Gulong tribe, completely exceeding their expectations. Once the two killed Jiang Chen together, none of them may want to leave alive. The entire Tianpeng Divine Kingdom would be destroyed by these two in an instant, and the door to the eastern region of the ancient Dragon Realm would also be opened by the Blood Moon Realm. Feeling the pressure of Shen Yuanai's surging weather, Jiang Chen's complexion changed slightly. He had to temporarily give up chasing Shuiyan, and the Nine Heavens map of Long Shao condensed from the top of his head, and pressed his backhand against Shen Yuanai behind him. A terrifying energy storm swept from the void of space. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and drew hundreds of feet away. He looked up at Shen Yuanai on the opposite side, and a solemn expression also appeared on his pale face. He and Shui Yin had just fought a battle just now. Even with the restoration of the origin of life and the divine tree of life, it was still difficult to make up for the huge consumption. Now he is no longer in his peak state, and Shen Yuanai in front of him was a real tier 4 heavenly god, whose combat power was only stronger than Shui Yin. With his current state, it is undoubtedly a bit difficult to deal with. Shen Yuanai, as the elder of the ancient dragon tribe, you betrayed the ancient dragon tribe and helped the people of the Blood Moon Palace attack the ancient dragon tribe disciples. At this moment, Jin Chuyang shouted angrily, and the Tianping Divine Emperor and others were besieging Shen Yuanai. An ant-like existence, dare to stop me and get out of here. Shen Yuanai let out a cold snort, and the monstrous giant palm gathered by the power of the 4 worlds directly slapped the 4 people. With its invincible power, the giant palm annihilated the attacks of the 4 Jinchuyong into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The 4 Jinchuyong trembled all over, all in shape like a kite with a broken line, embarrassed from 1,000 feet of void, and smashed to the ground fiercely. The entire thousands of miles to the east of Feiyunguan, the mountains are shaking. On the endless plain, 4 huge pits with a depth of 100 feet emerged directly out of thin air. 4 embarrassed figures covered in blood also flashed out of those 4 giant pits. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen's pupil suddenly shrank. Just an understatement hit severely inflicted 4 great powers on the heavenly god realm. The powerhouse of the 4th order Tianshan is so terrifying. Jiang Chen, I wanted Zhuang Shenyang to solve you for the ancient sacred dragon relics. But I didn't expect that you not only almost killed Zhuang Shenyang, but also helped Pang Qingyuan restore his peak. Today, I will solve you personally. Defeating the 4 Jinchuyong with one move, Shen Yuanai stared at Jiang Chen with cold eyes, and a fierce killing intent also spread from him in an instant. Chapter 1670, World God's Decree. Shen Yuanai's cold voice fell, and he reached out and grabbed it. An invisible giant claw, directly carrying a huge force that confines the void, whistling towards Jiang Chen. Now that it has been exposed, the ancient dragon realm will no longer have a place for him. But to take refuge in venerable Blood Moon. Jiang Chen's head is undoubtedly the best meeting ceremony he presented to venerable Blood Moon. Shen Yuanai didn't mean to waste time at all, and planned to kill Jiang Chen as quickly as possible. A lot of old Pang and the others have secret arrangements. Why at this time, there hasn't been any movement yet. Looking at Shen Yuanai who struck again, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He could only fight Shen Yuanai desperately. Just as he was preparing to fight with Shen Yuanai with all his strength, he suddenly sensed a violent fluctuation, which came from the void of space. Only a loud rumbling noise was heard, and a huge black crack suddenly opened in the sky. The crack was 1,000 feet long. Like an ancient fierce beast with its huge mouth open, it swallowed Shen Yuanai's invisible giant claws in one bite. After swallowing Shen Yuanai's attack, the crack slowly disappeared. A young man exuding a simple atmosphere also walked out of the void. Ji Ming, it turned out to be you. Shen Yuanai looked at the young man who appeared in his line of sight, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Shen Yuanai is no stranger to the young man in front of him. Ji Ming, the genius of the ancient dragon tribe who used to be a powerful man, is now the first dragon guard of the ancient dragon tribe and the commander of all the dragon guards of the ancient dragon tribe. It is said that this guy broke through the second order of the censored in retreat a long time ago. It seems that he has already broken through now. The talent of this guy is also extraordinary. Although he has only broken through the second order deity, his combat power is definitely far beyond the second order deity. As the leader of the Shenlong Guard, Ji Ming won the trust of Venerable Ji Long. Venerable Ji Long sent Ji Ming to Tianping Divine Kingdom at this time. I am afraid it was specifically aimed at him. Commander Ji Ming, why did he come? Could it be that Elder Pang's secret arrangement is the Commander Ji Ming in front of them? Jin Chuyang was taken aback for a moment, but still couldn't help but show a worried look on his face. Although the leader of Ji Ming is also a rare genius of the ancient dragon clan, he should have successfully broken through the second order of the gods, but it is not easy to deal with the 4th order Shen Yuanai of the gods. Shen Yuanai, it seems that Long Zun expected it well. You really betrayed the Gulong clan. Ji Ming Ju looked down at Shen Yuanai condescendingly. Jiu Ming has been waiting here for a long time, serving the Order of Dragon Venerable. Is this guy the backhand arranged by Venerable Ancient Dragon? Jiang Chen looked at Jiu Ming, standing proudly in the void. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Hearing this guy's tone, he seems to have been outside Feiyun Pass for a long time, hiding in the void. But everyone, including Shen Yuanai, Tier 4, didn't even notice it. Just rely on that trick just now to swallow Shen Yuanai's attack. It is not difficult for Jiang Chen to see that Jiu Ming's attainments in the way of space must have reached an extremely terrifying level. This guy's cultivation base is the same as him, he is only at the second order deity. Can he really deal with Shen Yuanai, the 4th level deity? Jiu Ming, I didn't expect Venerable Jiu Long to have been sent out after years of retreat. Shen Yuanai stared at Jiu Ming tightly and sneered. But, do you think you can stop me with your second-tier cultivation base? How about Venerable Gulong even if he was guarded against him? Now that the Blood Moon world is aggressively attacking, there are too few cards in the hands of Venerable Ancient Dragon. Although the Jiu Ming in front of him is not weak, he is still a little tender if he wants to deal with him. Since Long Zun asked me to deal with you, would he not be prepared? Shen Yuanai, if you obediently do it right away, you will lead the crime in front of my Dao Longzhen. You have made a lot of credit for the Ancient Dragon clan. Longzhen may still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, then don't blame me for being merciless. Jiu Ming's face was calm and authentic. It's bluffing, I want to see, how can you manage it? A cold light flashed in Shen Yuanai's eyes, and the power of the 4th order heavenly god burst into full force in an instant. Since he betrayed the Gulong tribe today, there is absolutely no possibility of returning to the Gulong tribe to lead the crime. Now his only choice is to kill even Jiu Ming, and then go to the Blood Moon realm to seek refuge in Venerable Blood Moon. Seeing Shen Yuanai's full effort to kill, Jiu Ming couldn't help but shook his head secretly. When he moved his palm, a mysterious scroll with a touch of golden light appeared in his palm. This is the decree of the world god. Looking at the golden scroll in Jiu Ming's hand, Shen Yuanai's pupils shrank, and all of a sudden he felt that his entire fur could not help but burst. World god's decree. Jiu Ming's body actually has the decree of the world censored given by the ancient dragon. Shen Yuanai was suddenly panicked. He didn't hesitate at all, and turned around to flee towards the distant void. The decree of the world censored contains the power of the venerable world god. There is a world of difference between the heavenly god realm and the realm god, and there is an insurmountable gulf. The gap is many times more terrifying than the real censored and the heavenly gods. Even the powerhouses of the 6th rank of the gods are like ants before the decrees of the world gods. Escape. Can you escape? It is an honor for you to be able to die under Longzhen's decree of the world god. Jiu Ming looked indifferently at Shen Yuanai, who was fleeing in panic, the golden scroll in his hand unfolded in vain. An unimaginable golden power suddenly exploded from the scroll, and then condensed a ghost of the ancient dragon in the void. As the figure of venerable ancient dragon condenses, a sacred aura that overwhelms all living beings also instantly diffuses from the void. All the creatures in the entire Feiyuangguan area were trembling under the envelope of this breath. This breath seemed to represent the will of heaven. Even if it is a strong person in the heavenly god realm, there is a feeling of breathlessness in the body being oppressed by this breath. Those who betray the Gulong tribe, die. The phantom of venerable Gulong looked down at Shen Yuanai indifferently, and a cold voice with supreme coercion also instantly resounded through the world. With the last dead word falling, I saw that Shen Yuanai fleeing in panic, his figure as if he had been given a hold method, he was directly frozen in the air. The endless golden light directly condensed a word of death across the sky on Shen Yuanai's head, and went to suppress Shen Yuanai below. Chapter 1671. Blood Moon, you lost again in this round. With this dead word appearing across the sky, everything in a radius of 1,000 miles surrendered under this word, and even the strong of the gods did not dare to look directly. A simple dead word, but it is like the sage of the ancient sages, containing the strong atmosphere, and it is impossible to resist. Even Shen Yuanai, the 4th order Tianshan, was completely transformed into nothingness under the suppression of this word in the blink of an eye. Is this the power of the realm god? Seeing that Jiu Ming sacrificed a realm god's decree and killed Shen Yuanai lightly, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper. The decree of the realm gods, the utterance of the law follows, and the realm of the gods is like an ant. This kind of power is really in existence far above the heavenly god realm. It's no wonder that Venerable Ancient Dragon sends Jiu Ming to come. It turns out that he has the decree of the world censored in his hand. Jin Chuyang couldn't help but shook his head and gave a wry smile. It seems he is really worrying. With the means of Venerable Ancient Dragon, since the arrangements have been made, would there be no perfect preparations? Damn, how could this be? Shui Yin looked at the scene in front of him, and his expression instantly became horrified. For this time to come to Tianpeng Kingdom to kill Jiang Chen, Shui Yin originally had absolute confidence. Shui Yin is still very confident about his own strength. As a precaution, Master arranged for Shen Yuanai to be a helper of Tier 4 Heavenly God before him, which was almost foolproof. Shui Yin didn't expect it, but he failed in the end. Not only did he himself lose in the hands of Jiang Chen, but also Shen Yuanai, the 4th Order Elder of the Ancient Dragon Tribe, was also killed by the decree of the realm censored of the Ancient Dragon. It now appears that the game of respecting the Master and the Ancient Dragon might have failed again. Venerable Gulong might have expected Shen Yuanai to betray the Gulong tribe. He chose to send Shen Yuanai to the Tianpeng Kingdom, and in all likelihood, he used this to test Shen Yuanai. But in this Tianpeng Kingdom, there was already an existence holding Gulong Venerable Realm God's decree, waiting for Shen Yuanai to reveal his flaws. The general situation is over, let's go back and report the matter to Master. Shui Yin took a deep breath slowly. Now his hidden trump card, Shen Yuanai, has been wiped out by Venerable Gulong's decree. With his current state, it would be a bit difficult to deal with a Jiang Chen, not to mention adding a Jiu Ming who was extremely powerful. Without the slightest hesitation, Shui Yin directly took out the hair of the world censored given by Venerable Blood Moon. The world censored hair that Venerable Blood Moon gave him, I don't know how many years, Bloodian hasn't used it. This time, he had to use it. Seeing that Shui Yin directly urged the world god's hair, Jiang Chen didn't even have the desire to attack. He couldn't help but glanced at Jiu Ming who was aside. The power possessed by the realm god's hair is almost at the same level as the realm god's decree that Jiu Ming just sacrificed. Unless Jiu Ming can sacrifice another world god's decree, they will not have the chance to leave blood. Don't look at me, I can't take out the second realm god's decree to keep it. As if feeling Jiang Chen's gaze, he couldn't help but shrugged. Jiang Chen shook his head, and had to watch Shui Yin urging the world god's hair, and then disappeared in front of them out of thin air. At the same time, outside the Panlong Fortress, 1,000 feet above the void, Venerable Gulong and Venerable Blood Moon still face each other in the air. The Bili void in front of them had already turned into a huge chessboard. The two great realm gods, using Bili Tiandi as the chessboard, are playing in the air. Ji Yu Long, it looks like you are going to lose in this game. If this deity falls, all the chess pieces in your entire lower right area will undoubtedly die. Venerable Blood Moon gave a cold snort, and immediately flicked his fingers, and a black chess piece landed directly on the chessboard. Blood Moon, that's not necessarily. Venerable Gulong smiled faintly. The flaws you are looking at may not actually be flaws. The deity is just asking you to enter the urn. As this faint laughter fell, Venerable Gulong condensed a white piece out of thin air between his fingers, and quickly pointed it out at the bottom right of the chessboard. The situation on the chessboard changed in an instant, and the lower right area that had been dead by Venerable Blood Moon was also alive in an instant. Ji Yu Long, I didn't expect you to have such a hand. Venerable Blood Moon's complexion changed slightly, and he said with a murderous aura, but the deity really doesn't believe it, you can reverse the situation with this hand. As the two talked, the speed of the place became faster and faster. I saw that Venerable Gulong was in danger under the attack of Venerable Blood Moon, and he even gradually brought back his disadvantages bit by bit. The entire chessboard situation was completely controlled by Venerable Gulong. Venerable Blood Moon's Haitzi was also defeated by Venerable Gulong's Beizi, and gradually defeated. Venerable Gulong dropped his last son and couldn't help but stared at Venerable Blood Moon and said, Blood Moon, you lost this round. It's just a game of chess, what if you lose? Venerable Blood Moon waved his palm, and the Bili chessboard instantly turned into nothingness in the void. Everything in this world, isn't it in a chess game? Some people use heaven and earth as chess, and some people use sentient beings as chess. The only difference is that this chess player is different, and the battle between you and me is just a game of chess in the two realms. Venerable Gulong smiled faintly. You understand it this way, but it's very appropriate. Venerable Blood Moon flickered with blood in his eyes, and said with a sneer, "But, the chess master lost to you just now does not mean that I will lose to you in the next big game." Just when the words of Venerable Blood Moon just fell, a spatial fluctuation that made him extremely familiar was also passed from the void of space in vain. Venerable Blood Moon's face also became extremely gloomy in an instant. World God Hair. It is the power of the World God's hair that he has given. There are a total of 9 disciples under Venerable Blood Moon, but not everyone has a life-saving hand like the World God's hair. Among them, there were only 3 people who were given the hair of the Realm God. Among the 3, the 6th disciple Tu Yuan's Realm God hair has already been used last time. And the other 2, one of them is behind him at the moment. In addition, only the Bloody In who was sent by him to Tianping Kingdom to kill Jiang Chen. The hair of the realm, censored, in front of him must have been used by the blood to escape. Venerable Blood Moon didn't need to think about it. Things in Tianping Divine Kingdom might have changed again, causing his plan to kill Jiang Chen to fail. In this round, he really lost again in the hands of Venerable Ancient Dragon. Chapter 1672. The war is over, back to Tianlongchang. Finally, there is a result. Venerable Gulong looked at the fluctuations in the void, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Shuiyin used the hair of the world, censored, to escape, which proved that the overall situation of Tianping Shen Nation was over. Venerable Blood Moon's plan to kill Jiang Chen was completely frustrated. Under the gaze of everyone on both sides, a blood beam finally shot out from the endless void. Among the censored glow, there was a pale, blood-clothed youth, who was the chief disciple of Venerable Blood Moon, Shuiyin. Shuiyin, what's going on? The deity prepared Shen Yuanai for you with a whole card, why did you still fail? Venerable Blood Moon looked at the censored yin in front of him, and his cold voice rang directly in his mind. Shuiyin didn't dare to neglect, and quickly informed Venerable Blood Moon about everything that had happened in Tianping Divine Kingdom. Hearing that Shuiyin was no longer Jiang Chen's opponent, and Venerable Gulong had already seen his layout, and sent someone to kill Shen Yuanai with the decree of the World God, and Venerable Blood Moon's expression also became more and more gloomy. He secretly joined forces with Zhuang Shengyang of the Gulong clan, carefully arranged, but still failed to kill Jiang Chen. He wants to kill Jiang Chen. I am afraid it will be even more difficult. Ji Yu Long, you are lucky this time. But you wait for me, the deity will come back soon. Venerable Blood Moon stared at Jiang Chen gloomily, and a sharp cold light flashed across his eyes. This time he attacked the ancient dragon realm. Not only did he not make the slightest progress, but because the ancient dragon realm was born out of thin air, he thought that he was a peerless evildoer, which successively damaged 7 or 8 heavenly god realm powerhouses. Even if they continue to attack now, they may not be able to take advantage of the ancient dragon world. This battle clearly has no meaning to continue. Venerable Blood Moon plans to return to Venerable Blood Moon, and then go to summon strong aid, and then kill back to the ancient dragon world. This time must not be delayed for too long. That guy named Jiang Chen is really evil, and the evil is so evil that Venerable Blood Moon is a little frightened. As soon as he broke through the 2nd tier of the deity, he could defeat the censored Yard whose combat power was comparable to the 4th tier of the deity. If you let it grow, I'm afraid it won't take long for that guy to become a powerful person comparable to the 6th order deity, and it is not impossible even to become a world god. Once Jiang Chen breaks through the world god, the ancient dragon world will have 2 world gods. His Blood Moon realm is probably not far from destruction. Venerable Ancient Dragon smiled faintly. Blood Moon, I still said that, this deity, this ancient dragon world, is not something you can do if you want to get involved. Venerable Blood Moon let out a cold snort, and immediately disappeared into the sky with the power of the Blood Moon realm. We won. Unexpectedly this time the Blood Moon realm was so easily beaten back by us. Many experts in the ancient dragon realm looked at this scene, and couldn't help cheering with excitement. This battle is thanks to Jiang Chen. If he weren't born out of nowhere, the situation would not be optimistic for us. Pang Qingyuan's expression was authentic. I remember that when Jiang Chen entered the ancient sacred dragon ruins, he said a word to Jiang Chen, maybe the ancient dragon tribe will rely on Jiang Chen in the future, but he did not expect that this day would come so soon. Haha. This is also considered to be God blessing my ancient dragon clan. Venerable Ji Yu Long said with a smile. This battle is indeed Jiang Chen turned out to turn things around. If there is no Jiang Chen, Tianping Divine Kingdom will definitely fall, and the Blood Moon world will open the door of the eastern region, and then the entire eastern region will probably be in danger. Let's go, this time the Blood Moon should really be retreating, and this territorial war is temporarily over. After Venerable Gulong finished speaking, he also disappeared into the void with everyone. Tianping Kingdom of God. After Jiang Chen and the others repelled Shuiyan, they kept guarding at Feiyun Pass and did not leave. Until a day later, they finally got news that the Blood Moon Realm army had completely withdrawn from the ancient Dragon Realm, and this realm war had come to an end. Jiang Chen and the others did not stay in the Tianping Divine Kingdom too much, and they directly bid farewell to the Tianping Divine Emperor and returned to the ancient Dragon clan. When Jiang Chen and the others returned to Sky Dragon City, Shui Linglong also showed up to greet them in person. Since the war in the ancient dragon world was unfavorable, the ancient dragon tribe had to send the disciples of Tianlongcheng to support the kingdom of Tianping. Shui Linglong worried that the Tianlongcheng disciples could withstand the pressure and defend the Tianping kingdom. Unexpectedly at a critical moment, Jiang Chen turned out to be born into the world, and went straight to the second stage of the Heavenly God. He even cut the blood of the moon-rank Heavenly God realm powerhouse and reversed the entire battle. Now that Jiang Chen has stepped into the Heavenly God realm, he can go straight to the Shenlong city, and even no matter how strong he is or his status, he is even better than her. Jiang Chen exchanged a few words with Shui Linglong, then bid farewell to everyone and went straight back to the 9th hanging peak. Shui Ling had told him just now that after breaking through the Heavenly God realm, he would be directly promoted to the Shenlong city. Jiang Chen had to arrange for Shui Qinru and two of them, and then went to the Heavenly Dragon Palace. With his current strength, he should be able to hold on for a long time in the Heavenly Dragon Hall, and naturally he has to go and get the ancient dragon essence and blood rewarded by the Heavenly Dragon Hall. And just when Jiang Chen returned to the Xuanfang, a green light in the void fell out of thin air and landed directly in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the figure in front of him, and couldn't help but froze slightly. "Pang Lao, why are you here? Little guy, I didn't expect that in just over a year since we last met, you will have grown to this point. This time the realm war, you made a great contribution. Venerable Gulong has an order, let me take you to the Gulong clan to see him as soon as you come back." "I have been waiting for a long time," Pang Qingyuan said with a smile on his face. Jiang Chen hesitated slightly. "Old Pang, I still have something to deal with in Sky Dragon City." "It's okay, you can handle it with peace of mind. I am waiting for you here." Pang Qingyuan smiled and said, "You are a great hero of the ancient dragon clan. If it weren't for your existence this time, the ancient dragon world would be greatly injured. Presumably the ancient dragon would not mind waiting a little longer." Jiang Chen looked suspicious and said, "Pang Lao's words are serious. Even if Tianping Divine Kingdom is lost, as long as the ancient dragon is undefeated, the ancient dragon world shouldn't be greatly injured, right? You look down on your role this time." Pang Qingyuan shook his head, then looked at Jiang Chen and said solemnly, "Do you know why Venerable Blood Moon launched a realm war and invaded the ancient dragon realm?" Jiang Chen groaned slightly. "I heard Elder Jinchuyong mention that it was related to the power held by Venerable Realm God." "Yes, it is indeed related to the power of the world gods," Pang Qingyuan said slowly. "To be precise, it is related to the origin of Jia Xin." Chapter 1673, Clear the Tianlong Temple. Jexin origin. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what the origin of the world heart was, he could vaguely feel that this was nothing ordinary. The 3,000 realms of God's realm, each realm has given birth to a core power, and this core power is called the origin of the realm heart. The origin of the realm is the root of the existence of a realm. Once a certain realm loses its origin, the entire realm will no longer exist. Pang Qingyuan slowly explained. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. "So, Venerable Blood Moon invaded the Blood Moon realm for the origin of the realm heart of the ancient dragon realm." Pang Qingyuan nodded. With Jiang Chen's current talent and strength, he is fully qualified to know the secrets of some realm gods. Pang Qingyuan didn't conceal it, either, and explained to Jiang Chen one-to-one. The venerable world gods merge with the power of the 6 ways of the gods, and a real world will evolve in the body, giving birth to the power of out-of-world gods. And the power of the world, censored, can sense the original existence of the world heart. Once recognized by the source of the world heart, the world gods can control part of the power of the heart of the world. The origin of the world heart not only speeds up the cultivation speed of the world gods, but also greatly improves the battle power of the world gods. Just be in the realm where the realm of the heart belongs. Blessed by the boundary heart source, the Venerable Realm God is almost invincible with the realm. Venerable Blood Moon and Venerable Ancient Dragon, both of them were the early world gods. Even Venerable Blood Moon is much stronger. But Venerable Blood Moon has not dared to fight head-on with Venerable Ancient Dragon, because Venerable Ancient Dragon is in the realm of Ancient Dragons and has the blessing of the heart of the realm. Venerable Blood Moon will restrain Venerable Ancient Dragon head-on, and then wait for an opportunity to attack from the side and invade the territory of Ancient Dragon realm. As long as they occupy the territory of the Ancient Dragon tribe, and the Blood Moon, who is also the world god, can separate these lands from the Ancient Dragon world. Once the territory of the Ancient Dragon world shrinks, the power of the heart of the world will also weaken. Venerable Blood Moon wanted to weaken Venerable Ancient Dragon bit by invading the territory of the Ancient Dragon world. If this time the Blood Moon realm really broke through the Tianpeng Divine Kingdom and then occupied the eastern region of the Ancient Dragon realm, the strength of the Ancient Dragon Venerable would be greatly weakened. I am afraid that the entire Ancient Dragon realm is really going to be eaten away bit by Venerable Blood Moon. Unexpectedly, the outbreak of the realm war turned out to be the battle of the realm gods for the origin of the realm heart. He suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help asking curiously, if the Ancient Dragon realm is really eaten away by the Blood Moon realm, what will happen in the end? The Ancient Dragon realm disappeared and merged into the Blood Moon realm, forming a larger realm. The origin of the realm is also strong and weak. The larger the realm, the stronger the origin of the realm, and the better the cultivation environment in the realm. This is also an important reason why some super realm geniuses in God's domain have emerged in large numbers. Pang Qingyuan said indifferently. In that case, the merger of the two realms does not seem to be a bad thing. Hearing Pang Qingyuan's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help muttering to himself authentically. Pang Qingyuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. That said, if you change to you, would you be willing to give up the origin of the world mind you have? Hearing this, Jiang Chen could only helplessly shook his head. The role of the origin of the world heart is undoubtedly a vital existence for a world god. Every realm god, I am afraid that he will try to get the power of the realm heart. Even if they get the power of the heart of the world, I am afraid that many people will still not be satisfied. They estimated that they would all be like Venerable Blood Moon, and they would not hesitate to launch a realm war to make the origin of the realm heart they control more powerful. And which one of the realm gods would willingly hand over the origin of the realm heart that he has mastered? The origin of the heart of the world is not a power you can touch at present. You should also quickly handle the affairs of Tianlongchang, and then let me go to Shenlongchang. Pang Qingyuan waved his hand and turned off the topic directly. Jiang Chen nodded, then directly found Shui Qinru and Meng Ping, and questioned what they meant. As long as the two are willing, Jiang Chen intends to bring them back to Shenlong City and continue to manage the mansion for him. Hearing that Jiang Chen had broken through the Heavenly God realm and was about to enter the Shenlong City, and was willing to continue to let them follow him, both Shui Qinru felt like a dream. Since they followed Jiang Chen, it only took them over a year to follow Jiang Chen into Sky Dragon City. Jiang Chen has become one of the few true dragons in Tianlong City, and they have also moved into the hanging peaks given by Venerable World God. Now several years have passed. Jiang Chen had already broken through the Heavenly God realm and was about to enter the legendary Shenlong City. Shui Qinru didn't even dream of it. One day they will have the opportunity to enter the Dragon City. For them, such an opportunity is simply something to be met but not to be sought. How could they refuse? After arranging the two of Shui Qinru, Jiang Chen left the Xuanfeng directly and headed straight towards the Heavenly Dragon Palace. This guy has to go to the Heavenly Dragon Palace before leaving. Pang Qingyuan felt speechless when he sensed Jiang Chen's actions. This guy has now broken through the second tier of the deity, and his combat power is even comparable to the powerhouse of the fourth tier of the deity. There are only 50 levels in the Heavenly Dragon Palace, and even at the 50th breath, they are only facing the third tier opponents of the gods. With Jiang Chen's current combat power, there was no problem clearing the Tianlong Palace. From then on, Tianlong Palace is afraid that there will be a terrifying record of a person who has never been before. The fact is just as Pang Qingyuan expected. Not long after Jiang Chen went to the Tianlong Palace, the Tianlong Palace burst out with a radiant light that directly penetrated the sky. This ray of light indicates that someone has cleared the Tianlong Palace. Jiang Chen was also the first person to pass the Tianlong Palace in Tianlong City since the establishment of the Ancient Dragon. This guy, unexpectedly cleared the Tianlong Palace directly before leaving the Tianlong city. In a courtyard in the center of Tianlong city, Shui Linglong looked at the divine light erupting from the Tianlong temple, and couldn't help showing a complex look. Clearing the 50 levels of the Tianlong Palace means that there is the power to kill the third order, censored, of the sky. Such power is undoubtedly far beyond her. The hairy boy who had only entered the Gulong clan 10 years ago, in a blink of an eye, unexpectedly reached a height that was beyond her reach. And after today, Jiang Chen will enter Shenlong City. With Jiang Chen's talent, his strength will definitely increase even faster after entering the Dragon City. Shui Linglong even had a hunch. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Gulong tribe will have a peerless powerhouse named Jiang Chen. Chapter 1674, Elder Jinling of the Ancient Dragon. The 10,000 li starry sky above Tianlong City is the true core of the Ancient Dragon clan. Including many elders of the Ancient Dragon clan, as well as many elite geniuses who passed the assessment and promoted to the Dragon Guard, all gathered here. There are the top inheritance and cultivation resources of the Ancient Dragon world, and it is the holy place of cultivation that countless people in the Ancient Dragon world dream of. Shenlong City is divided into Outer City and Inner City. The Outer City is a public area for transactions and discussions. The Inner City is divided into Guard Area, Elder Area, and Core Area. The Guard Area is naturally the residence of the Shenlong Guard. The Elder District is the residence of the elders of the Gulong clan. In the Core Area, only Venerable Gulong lived here. The Core Area is not only the place where the ancient dragons live, but also the core heritage of the ancient dragons. Every building here needs to meet certain conditions before entering. At the core of it, if ordinary people are not allowed, they are not even qualified to enter it. In the center of the core area, in a huge courtyard exuding ancient atmosphere, there are 3 figures standing outstandingly. 2 of them were Jiang Chen and Pang Qingyuan, who came to Shenlong City from Tianlong City. In front of them, a figure in a golden robe with an unfathomable breath is naturally the only realm, censored, of the ancient dragon tribe, the ancient dragon. Jiang Chen, we finally met. You gave the Xuanfang from your deity, but in just a few years, you didn't expect you to have grown to 1 step. This time the realm war, the deity represents the entire ancient dragon realm, thank you very much. Venerable Gulong looked at Jiang Chen in front of him and couldn't help but smile authentically. Jiang Chen said neither humbly nor arrogantly, Venerable is absurd. This is not absurd. Your talent, even if you look at the millions of history of my ancient dragon clan, no one can match it. Originally, I planned that you would earn your income as a disciple after entering Shenlong City, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Venerable Gulong said, and immediately with a move of his palm, a piece of golden dragon order appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. Sir, this is the Elder Order of the Gulong tribe. There are 3 types of gold, silver and bronze. This piece of gold represents the identity of the highest level elder of the Gulong tribe. Venerable Gulong smiled and said, from now on, you will be the Elder Jinling of the Gulong clan. Ever since Jiang Chen was promoted to Heavenly Dragon City True Dragon Tianzhao, Venerable Gulong had actually noticed Jiang Chen. Venerable Gulong intends to let Jiang Chen experience a period of time in Tianlong City, and accept him as a disciple after entering Shenlong City. But he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would have grown to this point in just a few years. The cultivation base of Tier 2 Heavenly God, the combat power is not inferior to the powerhouse of Tier 4 Heavenly God. Given the strength and talent that Jiang Chen has shown now, it is obviously not suitable for him to accept Jiang Chen as a disciple. It was like Jiang Chen that possessed the supreme divine body, which was not bound by a little ancient dragon world. Even if he wanted Jiang Chen to inherit the Gulong clan, Jiang Chen might not be attracted. Before long, Jiang Chen should be out of the ancient dragon world. I am afraid that only those super realms that have the power of the gods are the most suitable places for Jiang Chen. Venerable Gulong waited again and decided to give Jiang Chen the identity of the Golden Ling Elder of the Gulong clan. Now that Shen Yuanai betrayed the Gulong tribe and was killed by his world god's decree, the Gulong tribe had already lost 1 Jinling Elder. And Jiang Chen's strength is already fully qualified to become Jinling Elder. The most important thing is that Elder Jin Ling has the highest privilege in Shenlong City. Venerable Gulong wants to give Jiang Chen a cultivation environment without any restrictions in Shenlong City. Although the Gulong tribe may not be able to keep Jiang Chen, it is also good for the ancient dragon. To forge this good bond, With Jiang Chen's talent and potential, there is definitely a terrifying existence that impacts the world, censored, and even the censored king. After all, Jiang Chen came to God's domain through the Gulong clan, and he has an indissoluble bond with the Gulong clan. As long as he can take a good relationship with Jiang Chen, even if Jiang Chen leaves the ancient dragon clan and grows up in the future, it will be of great benefit to the ancient dragon world. Elder Jin Ling. Jiang Chen was taken aback and quickly said with a wry smile, "Sir, Jiang Chen has just entered the Shenlong city, how can he be qualified to become the Jinling elder of the ancient dragon clan? In this realm battle, it is almost all your credit for the ancient dragon realm to repel the blood moon realm so smoothly. And your strength is not inferior to the fourth order elders of the gods. If you are not even qualified, who else in the Gulong tribe is qualified to be Jinling elder?" Venerable Gulong smiled faintly and said, "This is the case. Elder Jin Ling actually doesn't need to do anything in the Gulong clan. It won't affect you in any way, and it will only benefit your cultivation. Jiang Chen, accept the Golden Order." Pang Qingyuan also smiled and said, "This time the realm war, you have demonstrated the strength, everyone sees it, and you are fully qualified to replace Shen Yuanai and become Jinling elder." Seeing Pang Qingyuan said the same, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore. If this is the case, Jiang Chen is better off being respectful. He took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to slowly grasp Jin Ling in front of him. Elder Jinling of the ancient dragon clan can enter any place in Shenlong City without restriction, which is indeed of great help to his cultivation in Shenlong City. That's good. Venerable Gulong smiled and nodded, and then chatted with Jiang Chen for a while. Only then did Jiang Chen bid farewell to Venerable Ancient Dragon and left the courtyard where Venerable Ancient Dragon lived. Pang Lao, can't the Venerable World, censored, be able to create a space similar to the secret realm? Why is the residence of Shenlong City still dominated by ordinary courtyards? Walking out of the gate of Venerable Gulong's courtyard, Jiang Chen couldn't help asking curiously. The space created by the Venerable Realm God may be of great help to the cultivation and understanding of the true God realm. But for the Sky God realm, its effect is minimal. Pang Qingyuan explained with a smile. Since it is Venerable Gulong himself, what do you think is the significance of him practicing in the space he created? After hearing Pang Qingyuan's words, Jiang Chen also suddenly realized. Well, little guy, now that you have become the elder of the ancient dragon clan Jin Ling, you can practice in Shenlong City. Pang Qingyuan took a deep breath and said, I will also practice in retreat for a while, trying to break through the realm gods. The Jia Shin Shen Jing brought back by Jiang Chen from the ancient sacred dragon ruins not only brought him back to the top, but also made him vaguely touch the threshold of the Jia god. He had to temporarily stop practicing because of the invasion of the Blood Moon world last time. Now, it is time to continue to retreat and attack the realm of God. Chapter 1675, Dandian. Okay, then Jiang Chen congratulated Pang Lao in advance for becoming the second realm, censored, of the Gulong clan. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Venerable Realm God, how can it be so easy? Pang Qingyuan shook his head and gave a wry smile. With his talent, Tianshan Tier 6 has actually reached its limit. Had it not been for Jiang Chen to bring back a realm spirit crystal from the ancient sacred dragon ruins, I am afraid he would never even have the opportunity to touch the realm of realm censored in his entire life. But even with the power of Jia Shin Shen Jing, it only gave him a glimmer of hope of breakthrough. Pang Qingyuan had no idea whether he could break through or when he could break through. Jiang Chen seemed confident. I believe Mr. Pang can do it. The boundary heart spirit crystal he gave to Pang Qingyuan, but a boundary mind spirit crystal condensed by the pinnacle realm god. Pang Qingyuan was able to become a powerhouse of the sixth order celestial god. Naturally, his talent could not be much worse. Coupled with a peak quality realm heart crystal, there must be no big problem in breaking through the realm god realm. I hope I can honor you. Pang Qingyuan took a deep breath and said solemnly. The ancient dragon realm now has the existence of a villain like Jiang Chen, and Venerable Blood Moon will never give Jiang Chen too much time to grow up. I am afraid that it will not be long before Venerable Blood Moon will make a comeback. If he can break through the realm of the gods and the next realm war breaks out, why should the ancient dragon realm have the slightest fear of the Blood Moon realm? Jiang Chen wandered around Shenlong City alone for a while, and finally stopped in front of a huge palace called Dandian. This is an independent palace located between the guard area of Shenlong City and the Elder area, and it has a pivotal position in Shenlong City. In this palace, countless high-level alchemists from the ancient dragon clan gather. More than 90% of all the medicines provided by the Gulong clan came from this pill hall. Since the last time I entered the ancient sacred dragon ruins, when Jiang Chen found that his knowledge of the various heavenly materials and earth treasures in God's domain was disillusioned, he secretly decided to upgrade his alchemy. Now he has broken through the second tier of the gods and has the qualification to travel across the tiers of the gods. He shouldn't stay in Shenlong City for long, and he might even leave the Gulong clan to see the wider world and find his father's whereabouts by the way. And to walk in the realm of God, it is undoubtedly necessary to improve one's knowledge. As long as he improves his alchemy technique, he will be able to improve his knowledge of the heavens and earth treasures of God's domain in almost all aspects. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore, and walked directly towards the inside of the Dandian. He intends to spend some time in this alchemy hall to improve his alchemy. The pill hall is a heavy place, not a pill hall alchemist. Without permission, ordinary disciples are forbidden to enter, please leave quickly. At this moment, the two guards at the entrance of the Dandian looked at Jiang Chen who came oncoming, and the cold, sharp shouts rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, I have come to become a pill alchemist. What are you talking about? Are you going to become the alchemist of the pill hall? The two guards couldn't help being surprised when they heard Jiang Chen's words. One of them looked at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but said, if I guess right, you should be the Shenlong guard of Shenlong City, right? The training of alchemists in the ancient dragon pill hall is completely different from the training of martial arts experts. Young martial arts geniuses in the ancient dragon world must first enter the Earth Dragon City, and then step into the Shenlong City step by step, becoming a genius among geniuses and an elite among elites. The training of alchemists is much more straightforward. The alchemy hall will send people to the 4 regions of the ancient dragon world to hold alchemy conferences, and then select people with outstanding alchemy talents to directly bring them into the alchemy hall for training. And this kid in front of him, in all likelihood, is the Shenlong guard who has been promoted to Shenlong City step by step from below. Such people are unique martial arts geniuses, so they should spend their minds on martial arts cultivation. But this guy ran to the door of the alchemy hall and said that he would become the alchemist of the alchemy hall. In so many years, it was the first time they encountered a martial arts genius from Shenlong City who wanted to come to the alchemy hall to become an alchemist. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, the Gulong clan seems to have no regulations, Shenlongwei can't become an alchemist, right? Although the ancient dragon clan does not have such a rule, the alchemist in the alchemy hall is not something anyone wants to become. One of them sneered and said, Your Excellency, please go back. Alchemy and martial arts are 2 different areas. This kid can become the Shenlong guard of Shenlong City, perhaps a rare genius in martial arts. But he really didn't believe that this kid would still be an alchemy genius. In this world, the enchanting evil that can have extraordinary talents in both alchemy and martial arts at the same time is almost an existence that can be encountered but not sought. How do you know that I can't be the alchemist of the Pill Palace? Jiang Chen frowned slightly and said coldly, if I have to go in today. A cold light flashed in the guard's eyes, and his face was murderous. Although you are a Shenlong guardian, this pill hall is not a place where you can go wild. You dare to enter the pill hall without permission, and you will be at your own risk. Jiang Chen's face sank slightly. As he was about to attack, a somewhat unpleasant voice suddenly came out of the pill hall. What's the matter? Why is it so noisy? Jiang Chen looked up and saw a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face wearing a long robe of alchemist, walking directly out of the alchemy hall. Master Lin, it's like this. A guard quickly explained what happened. Little guy, you want to become a pill alchemist, do you know alchemy? The middle-aged alchemist looked at Jiang Chen, with a look of difference in his eyes. The martial arts genius of Shenlong City wanted to come to the alchemy hall to become an alchemist, and he was the first time he encountered such a situation. Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, I know a little bit, there is no problem in refining the 8th grade pill of every rank. The pill grade of God's domain is mainly divided into the fan rank and the God rank. The 9 grades of medicinal products correspond to the medicinal level of the lower realm. There are a total of 12 grade God level medicines. The first 3 grades are true God level medicine, the middle grade 6 is a God level medicine, the 10th grade is a world God level medicine, and the 11th grade is a God King medicine. As for the 12 grade pill, it already exists in the legend in God's domain. Refining the 8th tier pill of every rank. The middle-aged alchemist was slightly surprised when he heard this. The bone age of the guy in front of him seemed very young, probably in his 30s at most. Such a young man was not only promoted to the Shenlong Guard of Shenlong City, but he also had such a long history on the alchemy path. Even if they cultivated the geniuses in the alchemy hall, most of them were not much better than this kid in their 30s. Chapter 1676, shocked the audience. If you can really refine the 8th rank pill, I will give you a chance and let me do it. The middle-aged alchemist pondered slightly, then smiled and said to Jiang Chen, he is a little bit interested in this kid now. If this kid can really have good attainments in the alchemy, then he is probably a monster of both alchemy and martial arts. Jiang Chen followed the middle-aged alchemist into the alchemy hall. The middle-aged alchemist took it to a partial hall. Jiang Chen glanced slightly and found that dozens of figures had gathered here in the partial hall. Sitting right in front of the main hall were two old men wearing alchemist robes. In front of the two old men, dozens of young alchemists sit in an orderly manner, with a rectangular stone platform in front of them. On the stone platform, there is a bronze pill furnace and various medicinal materials. Looking at this situation, these young alchemists are obviously about to undergo an alchemy assessment. Old man Huo, time is almost up, let's get started. As Jiang Chen looked at the situation in the hall, the old man in black on the left suddenly turned his head to look at the old man in red on the right. The old man in red nodded. He was just about to speak, but he sensed something and couldn't help but look towards the door of the hall. Lin Xian, what are you? The old man in red looked at Jiang Chen and the two who walked into the hall, and suddenly couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. Old Huo, I met this little friend at the door just now. He wants to become the alchemist of the alchemy hall, and he can refine the 8th grade pill of the common rank. Lin Xian smiled and said, I thought that you were just going through the 8th rank assessment today, so I brought him here. Upon hearing this, the two old men in red also gave Jiang Chen a surprised look. Since this person was brought by Lin Xian, no matter what, they had to give Lin Xian a face. The old man in red didn't talk nonsense, and he smiled directly, little guy, since Lin Xian has asked you to come, please find a seat and prepare to participate in the assessment. Thank you Huo Lao. Jiang Chen thanked him, then found an empty seat and sat down. Everyone, today is the appraisal of the 8th stage alchemist of the Pill Hall disciples. 3 materials have been prepared in front of you, which are the materials of the 8th stage Xuanyang pill. You have 2 hours to refine the pill. As long as the 3 medicinal materials can be refined once, they will pass the assessment. Now I announce that the assessment begins. After seeing Jiang Chen sitting down, the old man in red announced directly. As the red-clothed old man's voice fell, dozens of Pill Hall disciples in the hall began to refine medicine. Although this is only the evaluation of the 8th rank alchemist, as long as one can refine a Xuanyang pill, he can become an 8th rank alchemist. But if he can perform better in the assessment, he will naturally be favored by Elder Dandian. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly entered the state of alchemy. Perhaps it was because he hadn't made alchemy for a long time, Jiang Chen's alchemy technique was obviously a lot rusty. Compared with the proficient techniques of other Pill Hall disciples, Jiang Chen almost fell into the trap. This kid, at first glance, he doesn't make alchemy very often. Maybe he knows a little alchemy, but can he really make an 8th rank pill? Above the hall, the two old men couldn't help but shook their heads secretly. Even Lin Xian, who was standing and observing, couldn't help but frown slightly. Jiang Chen's unfamiliar alchemy technique is almost the same as many beginners. Where is it that he can refine a mortal 8-level pill? Boy, even at your level of alchemy, you dare to participate in the evaluation of the 8th rank of the ordinary rank. I think it is almost the same if you go to the evaluation of the 1st rank. Beside Jiang Chen, while admiring Jiang Chen's clumsy appearance while admiring Jiang Chen's awkward appearance, a young man couldn't help mocking with disdain. Jiang Chuan, you have entered the Pill Hall 1 Jiazi, but you are still here to participate in the assessment of the 8th rank alchemist of the common rank. Are you embarrassed to look down on others here? On the other side, a beautiful-looking woman could not help but snorted coldly. She smiled at Jiang Chen and said, this little brother, don't care about him. The first time I participated in the 8th rank assessment last time, it was worse than you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, hee. I don't care about a fool who will fry the stove after 20 breaths. The delicate and beautiful woman heard Jiang Chen's words, and she couldn't help showing a look of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Jiang Chuan's expression also became extremely gloomy in an instant. At your level, you dare to double-heartedly when refining alchemy. Jiang Chen said lightly, I said you will fry the stove after 20 breaths. Is there any problem? Haha, I can fry the stove. Jiang Chuan seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He has been practicing alchemy for so many years, and has participated in the evaluation of the 8th rank of the common rank 3 times, and the first 2 have failed because of accidents. Now that he has already reached the point of perfection in the refining of the 8th-rank pill, how could there be such a situation as the fryer? Old Monster Fang, what do you think? The red-clothed old man heard Jiang Chen's conversation and couldn't help looking at the black-clothed old man aside. The black-clothed old man groaned slightly. Xuanyang pill will test the alchemist's control over details. Jiang Chuan is too careless and there is a problem with the order of medicine. The alchemy is doomed to fail this time, but I am not sure that 20 breaths will explode. Furnace. This kid, it's interesting. The red-clothed old man nodded, and immediately the old eyes looking at Jiang Chen revealed a strange look. His judgment was the same as that of old Monster Fang. Jiang Chuan would not succeed in alchemy this time. But he couldn't say at all when Jiang Chuan would fail completely. The boy not only concluded that Jiang Chuan would fail, but also gave an accurate number that would fry the stove after 20 breaths. If Jiang Chuan really fried the stove after 20 breaths, then this kid would be a bit against the sky. This kid, isn't he pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Looking at Jiang Chen, who was full of confidence, Lin Xian also looked surprised. With his eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that Jiang Chuan's alchemy has some problems. Although these problems may seem subtle, they are enough to cause Jiang Chuan's alchemy to fail, but he can't even fry the furnace after 20 breaths. If Jiang Chen's judgment is true, this vision alone would be extremely terrifying. Under everyone's shocked eyes, time passed bit by bit. Unconsciously, 20 breaths of time passed. But at this moment, I saw Jiang Chuan's pill furnace that was originally unusually calm, but suddenly there was a violent fluctuation. I only heard a bang, a hot air wave instantly burst from the furnace of Jiang Chuan. Chapter 1677, Natural Pill. Pill furnace exploded. Jiang Chuan was caught off guard, and was instantly affected by the hot air waves erupting in the pill furnace. The whole person looked embarrassed, and even the hair smelled of burnt. If it were not for the prohibition on every stone platform evaluated by the alchemist, I am afraid that others would be affected by it. No. Impossible, how could I fry the stove? Jiang Chuan's eyes were dull, he could hardly believe his eyes, and he couldn't help but let out an unbelievable roar. Everyone looked at Jiang Chuan's bursting pill furnace and the embarrassed appearance, and they did not recover from the shock for a long time. Even many people lost control of the alchemy furnace in front of them because of a momentary loss of consciousness, leading to a complete failure of alchemy this time. This kid, what a keen judgment, including Lin Xian and the 2 old men responsible for the assessment. In their eyes looking at Jiang Chen, an unbelievable horror appeared. If Jiang Chen just said that Jiang Chuan would fail in alchemy, they might still think that Jiang Chen was hit by mistake, and it happened to be right. But Jiang Chen gave a clear frying time. The final result is exactly the same as the time given by Jiang Chen. How can such a precise judgment be guessed by mistakes? As for the delicate woman beside Jiang Chen, her eyes almost fell out of shock at this moment. 20 breaths, not a lot of breath, a lot of breath. Jiang Chuan's Dan furnace was really fried at this time. The delicate and beautiful woman originally thought that Jiang Chen's alchemy should not be very good. But now she realized that with Jiang Chen's terrifying eyesight, it was far from what they could match. Little girl, don't be distracted. Add Jinyonghua and Xian Lingzi in the 3 breaths, otherwise you will fail in alchemy this time. Just when the delicate woman was shocked, Jiang Chen's faint voice suddenly rang in her ears. The delicate and beautiful woman was shocked, and quickly added 2 medicinal materials in accordance with Jiang Chen's instructions. After Jiang Chen instructed the delicate woman, he immediately began to make alchemy without a hurry. Although his actions were a little rusty because he hadn't made alchemy for a long time, with the system's 100-fold pill rate turned on, Jiang Chen could still achieve perfection in every step. Ding! You have successfully refined an 8th rank Xuanyang pill of mortal rank, and you have gained 100,000 *100 experience in alchemy. In less than half an hour, Jiang Chen became the first person on the court to refine Xuanyang pill. After refining the first Xuanyang pill, Jiang Chen didn't stop at all, and directly continued to refine the second Xuanyang pill. He came to the alchemy hall this time to improve alchemy. Now that there are still materials to refine in front of him, Jiang Chen naturally does not want to waste time, and is ready to continue to refine the pill to gain experience. With the last refining, when Jiang Chen was refining the second pill, his movements also began to become fluent. It wasn't until halfway through the refining of his second pill that disciples from other pill halls in the main hall successively refined Xuanyang pills. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed old man couldn't help but said in astonishment, "This kid seems to be more proficient in alchemy techniques than just now. If I'm right, he should just be a lot of people who haven't done alchemy. He was a bit strange just now. This guy has extremely high alchemy talent, and he controls every step perfectly. I'm afraid that even some god-ranked alchemy masters may not be able to do better than him, just by refining the 8th rank pill." The old man in red couldn't help his face in awe. He tilted his head to look at Lin Xian, who was aside, and couldn't help asking, "Lin Xian, is this guy really the dragon of God Dragon City?" Lin Xian nodded. "This guy is so old that he can appear in Shenlong City, he must be the Shenlong guard of Shenlong City. Unexpectedly, there is a genius with both pill and martial arts in Shenlong City." Looking at Jiang Chen, who was methodically refining the second pill, the red-clothed old man was also full of feelings. This guy's alchemy talent is definitely not under his martial arts talent. If it can be cultivated a little bit, the achievement on the alchemy path may not be worse than that on the martial arts. Talk to the 3. The refining of Jiang Chen's second pill is quickly coming to an end. As he pinched out a pill condensation art, a strong pill fragrance once again filled Jiang Chen's pill furnace. Under everyone's attention, Jiang Chen began to refine the 3rd Xuanyang pill. There are almost no accidents. The 3rd Xuanyang pill was easily refined by Jiang Chen. This scene also caused a deadly silence in the hall. Whether it was the Dandian disciples who participated in the assessment or the 3 Lin Xian, they all failed to recover from the shock for a long time. Now the distance assessment begins, but it's just over an hour's time. The guy in front of him had completely refined the 3 medicinal materials prepared for the assessment, and the 3 pills were successfully refined. Zhang Chuan stared blankly at the scene before him, and he couldn't believe his eyes. In just over an hour, refining 3 common rank 8 grade pill. This guy only used 3 materials without failing once. Not to mention these disciples who participated in the evaluation of the 8th rank of the ordinary rank. Even if many disciples have already been promoted to the 8th rank of the ordinary rank alchemist, they may not be able to do it. Perfect. It's so perfect. Whether it is the process of alchemy or the rate of alchemy, this child has reached an extremely perfect point. The old man can be regarded as having seen a lot of pill geniuses in his life, but he has never seen such an enchanting character. The old man in black muttered authentically. Not only that, judging by the pill incense emitted by the 3 pills he refined, I'm afraid the quality has reached perfection. The red-clothed old man took a deep breath and slowly said, "This son is simply a person born with a pill." A person born with a pill. Hearing the words of the old man in red, Lin Xian couldn't help but said in horror, "Old Huo, what do you mean? Jiang Chen is the legendary natural pill." The turbid eyes of the old man in red flashed a little. "Other than this, I can't think of any better explanation." Lin Shanchang suppressed the horror in his heart. He thought of Jiang Chen's previous keen judgment, thought of Jiang Chen's perfect alchemy process without any blemishes, but he had to acquiesce in the red-clothed old man's guess. Such a perfect alchemy attainment, perhaps only the legendary natural pill body can be achieved. Chapter 1678, Insanely Elevated Alchemy. 2 hours' time came soon. This evaluation of the 8th rank alchemist of the common rank also came to an end. Except for a few people who did not succeed in alchemy 3 times, everyone else was successfully promoted to a common rank 8th grade alchemist. Including Zhangchuan. After his first friar, he quickly adjusted his mentality and refined a Xuanyang pill. At this moment, Zhangchuan had no joy at all. After verifying the identity of the 8th rank alchemist of the common rank, he left the hall directly in a desperate manner. Dozens of Dandian disciples left one after another, leaving only Jiang Chen and Lin Xian in the main hall. "Little guy, the old man is clumsy. I didn't expect you to be so perfect in the refining of the 8th grade pill of the common rank." The old man in red said in amazement, "I don't know how you did it." "I don't know, just by feeling." Jiang Chen shrugged. He can't tell the old man in front of him that he has the system plug-in. It deserves to be a natural pill. When the old man in red heard Jiang Chen's words, he was even more certain that Jiang Chen was the legendary natural pill. I am afraid that only the legendary natural pill body can rely on his own feeling to achieve the most perfect alchemy. Little guy, your alchemy talent is unmatched. I think you might as well come to my alchemy hall in the future. The red-clothed old man said with an earnest expression. With your talent, it may not be a problem to break through the 10th rank of God in the future and become a Danzun. God rank 10th grade alchemy master can refine the world censored pill. This kind of alchemist, also known as the alchemist, is almost no longer under the realm gods. Huo Lao's kindness, the boy took it with his heart. Jiang Chen shook his head, neither humble nor arrogant. It's just the way of the younger generation, not just the alchemy. Although high-ranking god-rank alchemists are not low in the realm of gods. But God's domain is after all a world where the strong are respected, and martial arts is the only kingly way. He came to the alchemy hall to improve alchemy, but he just wanted to better serve his martial arts. Thinking that this kid could be promoted to Shenlong City at such an age, the martial arts talent must be very enchanting, and the red-clothed old man did not force it. This kid's talent does indeed have the qualifications of both pill and martial arts. In that case, I won't force it. But the door of my pill hall will be open for you at any time. You can practice alchemy in the alchemy hall like the disciples of the alchemy hall, and you can come to us if you don't understand. The old man in red said with a smile. Jiang Chen quickly thanked him. Thank you Huo Lao. The old man in red waved his hand and immediately said to Lin Xian, since you brought the people, let you arrange them. Lin Xian nodded, then bid farewell to the two elders and arranged a place for Jiang Chen where the disciples of Dandian lived. Lin Xian introduced some Dandian rules for Jiang Chen. Through Lin Xian's explanation, Jiang Chen also had a general understanding of the situation in the Dandian. The alchemy hall is actually somewhat similar to the alchemy building that Jiang Chen had in Huolongcheng's Shenglong Tower. It's just that the alchemy hall pays more attention to the cultivation of alchemists. The Pill Palace needs to provide a large number of pills for the entire ancient dragon clan, and there will be endless alchemy tasks every day. The disciples of the Pill Hall can receive tasks to refine the pill. There will be no rewards for the disciples of the Alchemy Palace to refine the pills, but they can generally get a lot of benefits through alchemy. Because most alchemy tasks require only half of the alchemy rate, if he obtains 100 materials to refine the 8th rank Xuanyang pill, he only needs to hand in 50 Xuanyang pills, and he owns the extra. The setting of the Dandian is a bit interesting. When Jiang Chen heard Lin Xian's introduction, a strange look appeared in his eyes. With his terrifying success rate of alchemy, not only can he quickly improve his alchemy here, it may also accumulate a fortune for him. After parting with Lin Xian, Jiang Chen didn't stay too much in his residence either, and went directly towards the mission hall of the Dandian. There are not many Dandian disciples in the mission hall to accept the mission, only a few people. What task material do you want to receive? Looking at Jiang Chen in front of him, the middle-aged alchemist who was in charge of issuing the task asked blankly. Jiang Chen glanced at the middle-aged alchemist and found a golden badge hanging on his chest. On the golden badge, there is also a gold star and a dragon and phoenix censored character, which looks dazzling to me. The badge of the alchemist of the gods is divided into the common rank and the censored rank. For example, the alchemist badge he just obtained had a common character and 8 stars on it, representing the 8th rank of the common rank. And the middle-aged alchemist in front of him was obviously a first-grade alchemist. Fan rank 8th rank Xuanyang pill material, 100 copies. Jiang Chen came back to his senses and directly reported the task he wanted to take. The middle-aged alchemist's mind moved, and the material of the 100-cent Xuanyang pill appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen. The trouble is giving me an alchemy secret room. Jiang Chen collected the alchemy materials, and then said to the middle-aged alchemist. In order to facilitate the Dandian disciples to complete the task, the mission hall is not only a place to receive missions, but also a lot of alchemy secret rooms. The alchemy chamber here is not only safe, but also has excellent sound insulation and hardly any disturbance. The alchemy secret room is fully equipped, so he can make alchemy directly without preparing a pill furnace or the like. Although most alchemists are accustomed to using their own alchemy furnace, not only is the quality of my pill furnace carefully selected, but it is also more comfortable to use all the year round, which can greatly increase the rate of pill success. This makes no difference to Jiang Chen. Every time he refines the alchemy, as long as the 100-fold rate of alchemy is activated, the chance of failure is minimal. The middle-aged alchemist didn't say much, he just threw a token engraved with the number 16 to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen thanked him, and then found the alchemy secret room on the 16th, ready to frantically improve his alchemy. He placed 100 Xuanyang pill materials in front of him in an orderly manner, and directly entered the state of alchemy without hesitation. To save time, Jiang Chen did not use the conventional refining method, but used the purple extreme pill. Every time, Jiang Chen directly threw the 3-point Xuanyang pill material into the pill furnace, using the purple extreme pill technique for more than one furnace. Jiang Chen's first pot of 3 pills was successfully refined. Chapter 1679, Ding. You become a god-ranked alchemist. Jiang Chen used the purple extreme pill technique to divide a furnace of 3 alchemy, and the refining speed was naturally extremely fast. Almost every half an hour, Jiang Chen had 3 pills out. Jiang Chen also possesses the sacred tree of life, so he can replenish consumption without interruption, and he will not feel tired at all in a short time. For more than a day, Jiang Chen hardly took a break and kept refining the pill. Ding! You are successfully promoted to a 9th rank alchemist. After refining 90 materials in a row, Jiang Chen was finally promoted smoothly to the 9 rank alchemist. Jiang Chen refined the 90 materials 30 times in total. Except for one accident when using the purple extreme pill, the other 29 times were successful without exception. Although it has not reached 100%, this rate of alchemy is definitely an unattainable figure for ordinary alchemists. Jiang Chen spent another 2 hours to refine the remaining 10 materials, and then went straight to the mission hall to make a mission. You finished it so soon. When Jiang Chen put the refined 50 Xuanyang pills in front of the middle-aged censored pill master, the middle-aged censored pill master in charge of the task also appeared astonished. The middle-aged censored pill master naturally had some impression of Jiang Chen for the 100-point Xuanyang pill that Jiang Chen received only yesterday. It took less than 2 days. This guy actually refined 50 Xuanyang pills. When receiving the task yesterday, this guy showed the alchemist badge. He clearly remembered that this guy in front of him was just an 8th rank alchemist. Generally, an 8th rank alchemist refines a pill of the same grade, and it takes at least half an hour for a pill. Even if you don't rest in the middle, it takes at least 2 days to complete the 50 pills. This is still under the premise of 100% success rate. But the average person can have 60% of the pill formation rate, which is already very good. How can it be possible to refine 50 Xuanyang pills in such a short time? The middle-aged censored pill master even doubted whether Jiang Chen had taken out some of his inventory. When his eyes swept over the 50 Xuanyang pills in front of him one by one, the whole person was completely sluggish. With his vision as a divine alchemist, it is naturally not difficult to see that the 50 pills in front of him are all those that have just been released. And he has been sitting in this mission hall recently, and he has never seen this kid leave, and it is impossible for anyone to help him refine alchemy. 50 Xuanyang pills were really made by Jiang Chen in less than 2 days. The middle-aged pill master couldn't believe his eyes. He has stayed in the pill hall for hundreds of years, and he has never heard of when the pill hall has such a genius. Senior, what's the matter? Isn't there a problem with the 50 Xuanyang pills I refined? Just when the middle-aged censored pill master was shocked, a faint voice rang directly in his ears. No problem, you did well. The middle-aged god alchemist recovered, and shook his head quickly. In front of him, not only the speed of alchemy is evil, but the quality of the alchemy is also extremely perfect, and he can't help himself. He has been in charge of the task for so long, and he has never seen a better job than Jiang Chen. No problem. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Senior, can you please bring me 1,000 copies of Diwan pill? The middle-aged censored pill master was taken aback for a moment. Emperor Yuan pill is a 9th grade pill of every rank. You want to receive the task of refining the Emperor Yuan pill? As an 8th rank alchemy, accept the task of obtaining Immortal rank 9 rank pill, and you will get 1,000 copies at one time. This kid, would you like to be so crazy? Jiang Chen nodded, and then looked at the middle-aged censored pill master. In the pill hall, it seems that there is no stipulation that the 8th rank alchemist cannot accept the task of taking the 9 rank pill. There are indeed no regulations. But you have to hand over 500 Emperor pill materials after you receive 1,000 Emperor pill materials. This will not change. If you fail to refine 500 Diwan pills in the end, you will have to make up 500 by yourself. The middle-aged alchemy master said with a solemn expression, "You have to think about it." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Thank you, senior, for reminding me. I have considered it very clearly." Seeing that Jiang Chen insisted on doing this, the middle-aged alchemist shook his head, no longer persuading him, and directly gave Jiang Chen 1,000 copies of the Emperor Yuan pill. Jiang Chen took 1,000 copies of the Emperor Yuan pill material, and then returned to the alchemy room number 16 again, and continued his crazy journey of alchemy. Because he just broke through the rank 9 alchemy master. Even with the 100-fold bonus of the system, Jiang Chen was worried that the purple extreme split pill technique would affect his rate of pill success. Jiang Chen planned to refine the pill step by step for a period of time, and when his alchemy skills improved a little and became familiar with the refining of the Emperor Yuan pill, he would continue to use the purple pole division pill. Ding! You successfully refined a mortal rank 9 rank Emperor's Yuan pill, and gained 300,000 *100 experience in alchemy. As Jiang Chen succeeded in refining the Emperor Yuan pills one after another, the system prompts in his mind continued to sound in Jiang Chen's mind. Refining the Emperor Yuan pill will undoubtedly take much longer than the Xuanyang pill. Jiang Chen refining using conventional methods, he could only refine about 15 in one day. After this lasted for 5 days, Jiang Chen tried to use the purple extreme pill again and began to practice more than once. The next 20 days, except for 2 or 3 breaks, Jiang Chen has been constantly refining the Emperor Yuan pill. At last, after Jiang Chen refined more than 800 materials, a pleasant system prompt finally rang in his mind. Ding! You are successfully promoted to a first-rank alchemist of God rank. From entering the alchemy hall, Jiang Chen spent nearly a month, refining nearly 1,000 pills, and finally successfully promoted to a God rank alchemist. Chapter 1680, Dandian Genius Sikonghang. After breaking through the God-ranked alchemist, Jiang Chen spent a few more days to refine the remaining over 100 Diwan pill materials. Jiang Chen refined 1,000 Diwan pill materials 300 to 400 times, and only failed 3 times in total. Jiang Chen succeeded in refining 991 Emperor Yuan pills, and the rate of pill success remained at an extremely terrifying level. Yes, within a month, I was promoted from the 8th rank of the ordinary rank to the 1st rank of the gods. Jiang Chen was also extremely satisfied with the speed of his alchemy. As long as he was given 2 years to upgrade his alchemy to the 4th rank or above, there shouldn't be much problem. The 4th rank of the gods is the god-level alchemist who can refine the god-level pills. Not only did he have a great understanding of the various heavenly materials and treasures of God's domain, but he was also able to refine the heavenly god pill to assist his cultivation. Go in hand in the task, and then you can start refining the first-grade true censored pill. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately stood up and walked out of the alchemy secret room. Mission Hall. Seeing Jiang Chen who appeared in front of him, the middle-aged alchemist who was in charge of the task couldn't help being surprised. "Boy, why are you again?" "Of course I am here to hand in the task," Jiang Chen said, and immediately waved his palm, and a total of 500 Emperor Yuan pills were directly piled up in front of the middle-aged, censored pill master like a hill. The middle-aged, censored pill master looked at the 500 Emperor Yuan pill in front of him, and his expression was dull and speechless for a long time. He even had some doubts whether something was wrong before his eyes. Now it is not more than a month before Jiang Chen receives 1,000 Diwan pill materials. The middle-aged, censored pill master really couldn't believe it. 500 Emperor Yuan pills were actually refined by this kid so quickly. It takes an hour or so for an elixir to refine the Emperor's Yuan pill. Even if it does not take a break for 12 hours a day, the ability to refine 12 Emperor Yuan pills is generally very dangerous. But this guy in front of him had refined 500 pieces in less than a month. Don't talk about the 9th rank alchemist. Even if he refined it by himself, he might not be able to refining 500 pieces in such a short time. What makes the middle-aged, censored pill master more speechless? The guy in front of him showed the badge of the 8th rank alchemist. Such a terrifying alchemy, is it really possible for an 8th rank alchemist to possess? Play as a pig and eat a tiger. This guy is definitely a master who pretends to be a pig and a tiger. I am afraid that his attainments in alchemy are inferior to his own. Okay, your task is complete. The middle-aged god pill master took a deep breath, waved his hand to Jiang Chen, and then collected the 500 diwan pills in front of him. He didn't want to see this kid in front of him for a moment. This guy is really a blow to Naima. He looked at the middle-aged, censored pill master with a smile on his face. Senior, please give me another 1,000 copies of the Fire Spirit censored pill. This kid is indeed a God rank alchemist. Fire Spirit God pill, the first grade pill of God rank, helps the real gods to understand the law of fire. If it wasn't a God-ranked alchemist, how could he refine the Fire Spirit censored pill? Thinking of this, the middle-aged censored alchemist suddenly said, "You are already a God-rank alchemist, and I am embarrassed to take on the task of the 8th-9th rank of the world. The disciples of the alchemy hall come to receive alchemy tasks, and they will all receive tasks of the same grade as their alchemist. The task of refining low grades, in addition to increasing the proficiency of alchemy, will hardly improve alchemy. Especially the divine rank alchemy master refining the mortal rank pill, it hardly has much meaning." The middle-aged censored pill master really couldn't understand. This guy obviously has the strength of a God rank alchemist. Why did he take out a mortal rank 8th rank alchemist badge, and went to the mission hall to frantically refine so many mortal rank pills? This is just nothing to toss about here. Senior, there seems to be no rule in the alchemy hall. The censored pill master can't receive the task of refining common level pills. Jiang Chen smiled, neither humble nor humble. He couldn't tell this middle-aged divine alchemist that he was a fan level 8th rank alchemist a month ago. He was promoted to the divine alchemy not long ago, right? If anyone knew it, it only took him a month to break from the 8th rank of the ordinary rank to the 1st rank of the gods. He didn't want to make a sensation in Pill Palace. Come to Dandian this time. Jiang Chen only wanted to improve alchemy in a low-key manner, and didn't want to be too popular. There are not many materials for the Fire Spirit God pill. There are only 800 copies left, and they are all here. The middle-aged, censored alchemist looked speechless. With a wave of his palm, 800 Fire Spirit God pill materials appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen. Fire Spirit God pill is a first-grade pill of God rank that helps to comprehend the laws of Fire Tao. Alchemists generally comprehend the power of fire. Refining alchemy with the flames condensed by the power of the fire path not only gets twice the result with half the effort, but also controls the fire conditions more accurately. The God-ranked pill that helps to comprehend the power of the fire road is extremely popular with the pill hall censored pill master. When many divine alchemists receive quests in the alchemy hall, elixir like the Fire Spirit divine pill will be the first choice. 800 copies is 800 copies. I can refine it for a while. Jiang Chen shook his head, and immediately put the Fire Spirit censored pill materials in front of him into the storage ring. A faint voice came abruptly from behind Jiang Chen. Wait a minute, our company has requested for these 800 Fire Spirit God pill materials. The sudden voice suddenly made Jiang Chen frown slightly. When he turned his head, he saw a young man with an arrogant face and fluttering white clothes coming slowly. This young man named Sikongxing was impressively hung with an alchemist badge that was exactly the same as the middle-aged, censored alchemist. He was obviously a first-rank God-rank alchemist. This friend, I got the task of the Fire Spirit God pill first, so why should I let it go to you? Jiang Chen's complexion sank slightly, and he looked at Sikongxing somewhat displeased. Sikongxing gave Jiang Chen a condescending look, and said proudly, for no reason, just call Sikongxing by my name. When Sikongxing was 10 years old, an elder of the alchemy hall came here to practice alchemy. His alchemy talent is extremely outstanding. In just 30 years, he has become a genuine first-rank alchemist from a little boy who doesn't know anything, and is one of the few peerless geniuses in the alchemy hall. The ordinary disciples of the Dandian, as long as they hear his name, they all evade. Sikongxing really didn't believe it. This kid had the guts to fight with him. Chapter 1681. Each has its own ability. Regardless of whether you are Sikongxing or Sikong, I have received the materials for these 800 Fire Spirit God pills first. He didn't bother to pay attention to Sikongxing, and directly put all the materials of the Fire Spirit censored pill into the storage ring. Who is that kid, dare to compete with Sikongxing for the material of the Fire Spirit censored pill? It's really reckless. At this moment, several Dandian disciples who came to receive the task looked at the situation in the main hall, all in awe. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a little sympathy. Secretary empty line. This is one of the top geniuses in the alchemy hall. In just 30 years after entering the alchemy hall, he has been successfully promoted to a censored alchemist. Because of his outstanding talent, he ranks very high among the Dandian disciples. Coupled with the fact that the master behind him is still a celestial alchemist above the 4th stage, few people in the entire alchemy hall dared to provoke him. Sikangshin's behavior is extremely domineering. He has already taken away the tasks of other disciples in the task hall more than once. Regarding this, most of the disciples dared not say anything. There were also Dandian disciples who tried to resist Sikangshin's domineering behavior, and their final fate was undoubtedly very miserable. The black-clothed young man in front of Sikangshin was no different from death. See the arrival of Sikangshin. The middle-aged, censored alchemist who was in charge of the task also chose to remain silent. He is just an ordinary first-ranked, censored alchemist in the alchemy hall, but Sikangshin is one of the few invaluable geniuses in the alchemy hall. As for the other guy, although it is very low-key on the surface, the alchemy talent is also a very enchanting master, by no means an ordinary person. These two guys collided together, but he could not interfere with a small first-grade pill master. Boy, what are you talking about? Is there a way to say it again? When Sikangshin heard Jiang Chen's unceremonious words, his expression instantly became extremely cold. Jiang Chen said faintly, I have already made it very clear that these 800 fire spirit gods' materials belong to me. Is there a problem with your ears? What kind of thing are you? The things that my secretary is admiring can't be snatched away by a cat or a dog. According to the rules of the Dandian, as a disciple of the elder of the Dandian, I have the priority to choose. If you are more acquainted, hand in the fire spirit god pill materials obediently, otherwise, you can blame me for being polite. Sikangshin stared at Jiang Chen with cold eyes, and a sudden killing intent filled his body. Pill Hall elder disciple is amazing. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smiled contemptuously. There is also a rule in the Pill Hall. When you encounter a disciple of the Pill Hall elder, as long as you defeat them, you can ignore the so-called priority. Sikangshin raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. So, you are going to try alchemy with me? Stop talking nonsense, let's see the truth under our hands. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and immediately with a move of his palm, a piece of material of the fire spirit god pill was directly suspended in front of Sikangshin out of thin air. Since you and I are fighting for the material of the fire spirit pill, let's try to make the fire spirit pill. Jiang Chen said lightly, whoever refines this fire spirit pill first, who owns the materials of the fire spirit pill, how? Since you want to play, then my secretary will accompany you to play. Sikangshin smiled coldly, and a bronze pill furnace appeared out of thin air directly in front of him. Senior, can you borrow a pill furnace for me to use? Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but tilt his head to look at the middle-aged divine alchemy master. He has not been in contact with alchemy for a long time, and he has no suitable alchemy furnace at all. The pill furnaces in the storage ring were all used in the lower realm planes before, and their grades were too low. Refining common level pills was fine. But this time the fire spirit god pill was a genuine magic pill, and its power was simply beyond the ability of an ordinary pill furnace. The middle-aged censored pill master was taken aback for a moment, but still lent his pill furnace to Jiang Chen. Boy, can you start? Seeing that Jiang Chen borrowed a pill furnace to compare with him, Sikangshin couldn't help but raise a sneer of disdain. His alchemy has already reached the pinnacle of a first-rank god-rank alchemist, and he is only one step away from a second-rank alchemist. The reason why he took a fancy to the fire spirit god pill was that he hoped that after completing the task of refining the fire spirit god pill, the extra could be used by himself to improve the law of fire. If his comprehension of the fire Dao law can be improved, he might be able to break through the second-tier god-rank alchemist in one fell swoop. With his alchemy, almost no one out of the first-rank god-rank alchemy master. This kid also borrowed other people's alchemy furnaces to compete with himself, which invisibly increased his alchemy difficulty, and it was even more impossible to win him. Let's start. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately took out a medicinal material and sat down cross-legged. The two of them condensed a flame in their palms almost at the same time and began to enter a state of alchemy. Guess which of these two will win? Does this still have to be guessed? Don't think that Sikangshin will win. Yes, with Sikangshin's ability, how many of the first-rank god-rank alchemists in this pill hall can win him? Seeing that the two Jiang Chen had already begun to refine alchemy, everyone was also talking about it. Most of them are not optimistic about Jiang Chen. Only the censored pill master who was responsible for the task distribution did not think so. Through the situation of Jiang Chen receiving the task twice, he knew better than anyone how terrifying Jiang Chen's attainments on the alchemy path were. Whether it was the speed of alchemy or the rate of alchemy, this guy had reached an extremely terrifying point. Although Sicongxing was also a rare alchemy genius in the alchemy hall, he might not have any advantage compared with this abnormal existence. The movements of the two of them were very fast, and they soon reached the step of medicine. Sicongxing worked step by step, very skillfully putting a variety of medicinal materials into the pill furnace. He was taking medicine while observing Jiang Chen's alchemy progress. When he saw Jiang Chen's behavior on the opposite side, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because he found out in horror. Jiang Chen even took a sigh of relief and put all the 20 materials of the fire spirit censored pill into the pill furnace. This guy unexpectedly uses the technique of Hunyuan's one-chi alchemy. Sicongxing watched the scene before him, and finally there was a touch of horror that could not be concealed in his eyes. Jiang Chen would actually use the Hunyuan Yiki method in this competition. If this kid really succeeds, he will definitely lose this time. Chapter 1682, Convince You of Losing. Hunyuan Yiki method. That kid actually wants to use Hunyuan Yiki method to refine alchemy. Looking at Jiang Chen's actions, the several Dandian disciples who were onlookers in the main hall couldn't help but exclaimed. Hunyuan Yiki method is a special method in alchemy. For this method, any alchemist in God's domain is actually no stranger. The biggest advantage of this method is that it does not need to be done step by step, and all the materials of the pill can be smelted at once, which greatly saves the time required for alchemy. Everything has advantages and disadvantages. Although the Hunyuan Yiki method can greatly shorten the alchemy time, it is more difficult to control, and the risk of alchemy failure will greatly increase. Normal alchemists rarely use the Hunyuan Yiki method to refine alchemy unless they are forced to do so. This kid is crazy, dare to use the Hunyuan Chi method to refine alchemy. A Dandian disciple murmured, Fire Spirit God Pill, among the first-grade God Pill, is already one of the best. Even if it is most first-tier God rank alchemists, the rate of refining alchemy is at most 50 to 60%. And once it is refined with the Hunyuan Yiki method, the pill formation rate will at least drop several times. The probability of Jiang Chen's success in alchemy this time is probably already 10%, thank God. This kid is very clever. He probably also knows that he can't beat Sicongxing under normal circumstances, so he used the Hunyuan method to make a big bet. If he fails, he will be benevolent. Another Dandian disciple said in a deep voice. Although Sicongxing had extremely high attainments in alchemy, his speed in alchemy in a normal way could not be compared with the Hunyuan Yiki method. As long as this kid succeeds in refining, Sicongxing will undoubtedly lose. This kid is clearly gambling with the Hunyuan method. Does this guy really want to make a desperate move? The middle-aged divine alchemist who was in charge of the task stared at Jiang Chen steadily, and there was a burst of sharp spirits in his eyes. He thought of Jiang Chen's 2 alchemy missions. According to the normal alchemy speed, Jiang Chen could not complete it in such a short time. The only explanation is that Jiang Chen probably has been using the Hunyuan Yiki method to make alchemy, greatly shortening the alchemy time. One usually uses the Hunyuan Yiki method to refine alchemy, and can keep the alchemy rate above 50%. Such existence is simply a monster-level existence. This time Sicongxing was afraid that he would really fall into the hands of this kid. Damn, I don't believe this kid can really use the Hunyuan Chi method to become a pill at once. Sicongxing's face was pale. He obviously didn't expect that Jiang Chen would use the Hunyuan Yiki method when he was competing with him. Even if he uses the Hunyuan Yiki method, the chance of wanting to become a pill at one time is very slim. Jiang Chen methodically controlled the flames, smelting the medicinal materials in the pill furnace. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Chen's pill furnace seemed unusually calm, without any fluctuations. Jiang Chen's smelting of traditional Chinese medicinal materials in the pill furnace is gradually coming to an end. As a condensed pill tactic was played in his hand, a strong pill fragrance slowly spread in the hall. Sheng succeeded, he really succeeded. Seeing this scene, all the pill hall disciples around were dull, almost unable to believe their eyes. This guy in front of him actually used the Hunyuan One Chi method to make the fire spirit god pill in one go. Jiang Chen ignored the shock of everyone. He directly took out the fire spirit god pill from the pill furnace, and looked up at Sicongxing Dan and said lightly, Sikangshin, sorry, you lost. When Sikangshin heard Jiang Chen's words, his expression was extremely gloomy for an instant. He snorted coldly, you're just opportunistic. Fortunately, you used the Hunyuan Yiki method to refine the pill. If I also use the Hunyuan Yiki method, do you think you have won me? We just refine the pill before anyone else. It seems that there is no restriction on what methods are used to refine the pill, right? Well, since you are not convinced, then I will give you another chance to convince you of your defeat. When Jiang Chen spoke, he took out 3 more copies of the Fire Spirit God pill and sent them directly to Sikangshin. Sikangshin's expression was indifferent. Let's talk, how do you compare this time? Just now this kid used the Hunyuan 1 Qi method to refine the Fire Spirit God pill at one time, but it was just lucky. Sikangshin really didn't believe that this kid's alchemy could really surpass himself. Jiang Chen said lightly, with 3 Fire Spirit pills, we can refine the alchemy in any way, and the number of pills will be the winner. If the number is the same, the less time will be used to win. Sikangshin said, and immediately once again urged the law of fire to condense a flame. This time Sikangshin did not rush to start alchemy, but planned to let Jiang Chen act first. If Jiang Chen made alchemy normally, he would also make alchemy normally. If Jiang Chen wants to use the Hunyuan 1 Qi method, he also uses the Hunyuan 1 Qi method. Sikangshin believes, as long as he and Jiang Chen use the same technique to refine alchemy, no matter whether it is the rate of alchemy or the speed of alchemy, he will definitely not lose to Jiang Chen. Looking at the actions of Sikangshin, Jiang Chen naturally this guy made something, and the corners of his mouth could not help but a slight curve was raised. He no longer hesitated now, and quickly entered the state of alchemy. Jiang Chen still did not use the normal method to refine the pill, nor did he use the Hunyuan Yiki method, but threw 3 parts of the Fire Spirit censored pill into the pill furnace at once. Hey, 3 pieces of materials were thrown into the pill furnace by him, what exactly is this guy doing? Some Dandian disciples watched Jiang Chen's amazing behavior, and suddenly couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. Hasn't this been seen yet? A pill hall disciple murmured with a shocked look on his face. Divine pill, divine art, this guy is afraid that he will have to practice more than one furnace. With this word out, in the main hall, in the eyes of all the pill hall disciples, there was a touch of horror that could not be concealed. Dividing pill magic, this is an alchemy secret technique that is more difficult to master than Hunyuan Yiki method. The most crucial function of the divine alchemy technique is that it can smelt multiple medicinal materials at one time, thus making more than one furnace. To master this secret technique, a very high alchemy talent is required. Even if you look at the entire alchemy hall, there are only a handful of people who can master the divine alchemy technique. Even if most people mastered the divine technique of dividing pills, they would only be able to get 2 pills in one pot. But Jiang Chen put the ingredients of 3 Fire Spirit God pills into the furnace. Jiang Chen is going to use the divine pill dividing technique in 3 pill. If this guy can really succeed, how terrifying has his talent on the alchemy reached? Chapter 1683, Divide Pill Magic, once again kill. Different pill magic, how? How is it possible? Sikangshin watched Jiang Chen put the 3 ingredients into the pill furnace with a dull look, and his whole person was directly confused. He had been waiting for Jiang Chen to make a move first, and then use the same method to refine the alchemy, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to directly use the divine alchemy technique this time. This is almost one of the most difficult secret techniques in alchemy. Sikangshin hadn't tried to cultivate before, but he spent a lot of time, but he has not been able to grasp the essence of the divine alchemy technique. Sikangshin had to choose to give up. Sikangshin didn't expect that the kid in front of him would actually master the divine pill dividing technique, and he would directly be a pot of 3 pills. Even if his master, who had reached the 4th rank or above, refining the same level pill, it would only be a pot of 2 pills. Sikangshin took a deep breath, suppressing the horror in his heart. He didn't bother to use the Hunyuan Yiki method, and directly started alchemy with normal methods. This kid uses 3 cores of pill magic. Regarding the speed of alchemy alone, even if he used the Hunyuan Yiki method to make alchemy, he would never be able to catch up. If this guy succeeds, he will definitely lose no matter how he refines the pill now. If this guy fails, all 3 materials are destroyed, and he only needs to refine a Fire Spirit pill to win. The speed of spelling pills now has no meaning to him. The victory of this game is no longer in his control, it all depends on whether the guy in front of him can succeed in alchemy. Not only is it extremely difficult to master the divided pill divine art, but the rate of pill formation is lower than that of the Hunyuan Yiki method. Sikangshin really didn't believe that this guy could really refine 3 fire spirit pill at once. This guy? Where did the monster come out from? The middle-aged divine alchemy master on the side looked at Jiang Chen, who had performed the divine alchemy technique again, and it took a while for him not to recover from the shock. He now finally understands why this guy's alchemy speed is so fast. Hunyuan Yi Qi method, D-pill divine technique, and other alchemy techniques are easy to come by. This is a strange thing that the alchemy speed is not fast. Such a wicked genius should not be unknown in the pill hall. Why has he never heard of such a terrifying existence in the pill hall? Just when everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's divine alchemy, Jiang Chen focused all his attention on the pill furnace in front of him. This is the first time that Jiang Chen has used the purple extreme dividing pill technique to refine a pill after he was promoted to a god-level alchemist. Although there is a systematic 100-fold pill rate as a backing, his chances of failure are not high, but Jiang Chen did not take it lightly. If it is careless and loses to Sikangshin, it will be no fun. Jiang Chen fully controlled the pill furnace, smelting the medicine in the pill furnace. He had already broken through the heavenly god realm, had mastered the origin of the fire Tao, and had a system to open it up. There were almost no waves in the whole alchemy process. This lasted for about an hour, and the pill fragrance began to overflow in the hall. I saw 3 fire spirit pill, which were successfully refined by Jiang Chen. Seeing this scene before him, all the pill hall disciples in the main hall couldn't help taking a breath. This guy used the Hunyuan 1 Qi method to successfully refine the fire spirit god pill at one time. This guy is really a 3-pot 3 pill, and he successfully refined 3 fire spirit pill at one time. Even Sikangshin, one of the top geniuses in the pill palace, was instantly killed and turned into scum. They really don't know when there will be such an enchanting existence in the Dandian. Sikangshin's eyes were dull, his whole person was like a ghost, and he couldn't believe his eyes. As a top genius in the alchemy hall, Sikangshin has always been very confident in his alchemy attainments. Even the 2 invaluable geniuses in the pill hall, who were even higher than him, refining the first-rank pill, might not be able to win him. But this kid in front of him was killed in seconds by the use of one-handed blending in 1 Qi technique and a single-handed pill-splitting magic technique. If it was the first Hunyuan Yiki technique, it might be Jiang Chen's luck. But for the second time, using the divine alchemy technique in 1 batch of 3 orders, it can't be done by luck alone. As far as Sikangshin knows, in the entire alchemy hall, those who can master the divine alchemy technique can be counted with almost one hand. Those who master the number of points are mostly the elders of the alchemy hall, and they are all god-level alchemists above the 4th rank. And only 1 disciple of the pill hall mastered the pill division technique. But even if it was the divine technique of dividing pill that he mastered, Sikangshin had only seen him 1 pot of 2 pill, and had never seen 1 of 3 pill successfully. Sikangshin really couldn't understand, where did the guy who can get 3 pills in front of him emerge from? Sikangshin, sorry, you have lost again. Just when Sikangshin was frightened, Jiang Chen also took out 3 fire spirit god pills from the pill furnace. He looked up at Sikangshin, and the corners of his mouth could not help but raised a slight arc. This time, are you convincing to lose? If you don't accept it, I don't mind doing it again. Feeling Jiang Chen's playful gaze, Sikangshin only felt the burning pain on his face. His gaze changed for a while, and finally he gritted his teeth and uttered a word with difficulty. Your Excellency Dan Dao Wushuang, I take it. 2 consecutive defeats were so miserable. Even Sikangshin, who has always been arrogant, has to admit that the alchemy attainments of this kid in front of him are probably far above him. Even if he did it again, he would just take his own humiliation. After Sikangshin conceded defeat, he didn't have the face to continue staying here. He turned and walked toward the outside of the mission hall. Tisk tusk, I didn't expect Sikangshin to be forced to retreat one day. Who is this guy? How come I have never heard of such a genius in the pill palace? Who knows, but with this guy, I am afraid that the lower pill hall will become a lot more lively again. Seeing the situation in front of him, the pill hall disciples all around couldn't help but wonder. Jiang Chen ignored the exclamation of the surrounding pill hall disciples. He returned the alchemy furnace to the middle-aged divine alchemist who was aside, and then walked in again toward the alchemy secret room in the main hall under the eyes of everyone. The appearance of Sikangshin was just an episode for him. His only purpose in coming to the alchemy hall this time was to make alchemy crazily, and to become a god-level alchemist above the 4th rank in one fell swoop. Chapter 1684. God rank 4th rank, Celestial rank alchemist. Shenlongcheng Dandian. The grade of every alchemist needs to go through strict assessment. Alchemists of rank 6 and below, because they have improved quickly, can apply for assessment at any time without any restrictions. Alchemists who reach the rank 7 or higher are presided over by the elders of the alchemy hall, and they only have one chance to be assessed every year. If it fails, you will need to wait until the next year before you can take the assessment again. As for the divine alchemy masters above the 1st rank, they need to have an assessment opportunity every 3 years. Today is the day when the Pill Hall is evaluated by the 9th rank alchemist. Alchemy Hall, Alchemy Division. The 2 elders in charge of the assessment of alchemists were Huo Yuanhong and Fang Yi, who were in charge of the assessment of the 8th rank alchemists at the beginning. Both of them were located in the assessment hall early. In front of them, there were more than 20 young people sitting in a dreadful situation, quietly waiting for the start of the assessment. Did the kid not come? The red-clothed old man Huo Yuanhong glanced slightly in the hall, a little disappointed. No surprise. The kid in Huo Yuanhong's mouth refers to Jiang Chen, who shined in the 8th level alchemy exam a month ago. He always felt, with Jiang Chen's ability, it is not difficult to become a 9th rank alchemist. This time, he didn't see Jiang Chen during the evaluation of the fan rank 9th rank alchemist, and he couldn't help being a little disappointed. Hee. Old guy, you are a bit behind with this news. The black-clothed old man Fang Yi shook his head and laughed. With that guy's ability, the assessment of the 9th rank alchemist of the fan rank is nothing more than pediatrics for him. Huo Yuanhong was taken aback for a moment. Old Ghost Fang, what do you mean by that? Not long ago, there was a relatively sensational news from the mission hall. A mysterious Dandian disciple had a trial with Sikangshin and then defeated Sikangshin. Fang Yi said slowly. Huo Yuanhong's eyes flashed, and his expression was shocked. You mean, is that the person who defeated Sikangshin, is it Jiang Chen? Sikangshin's talents and alchemy attainments, you and I should be very clear. Among the younger generation of disciples in the alchemy hall, only those who can defeat him are the only ones who can defeat him. Fang Yi smiled bitterly. Apart from that kid, I really can't think of who this mysterious Pill Palace disciple can be. That kid, it's really not a normal body to hide. Hearing Fang Yi's words, Huo Yuanhong couldn't help being speechless for a while. Sikangshin is a genius alchemist at the pinnacle of god rank. If that kid can defeat Sikangshin, I am afraid that he has reached the pinnacle of the 1st rank of the gods, and he might even reach the 2nd rank of the gods. Huo Yuanhong no longer hesitated and directly announced the start of the assessment. After the assessment is over, he will personally go to the mission hall to find out and see how the kid defeated Sikangshin. Mission Hall, Number 16 Alchemy Secret Room. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the stone platform in the center of the secret room, methodically refining the fire spirit pill. Ding! You have successfully refined a 1st-grade fire spirit pill of the gods, and you have gained 1,000,000*100 experience in alchemy. Fire spirit god pill, as a god-level pill, is naturally more time-consuming and laborious to refine than a fan-level pill. It takes more than an hour for Jiang Chen to refine a pot of pill. At the end of the day, Jiang Chen could at most refine 10 fire spirit pills. Even with the purple extreme pill technique in one furnace of 3 pills, Jiang Chen could only refine 30 fire spirits a day. Refining the fire spirit god pill, the consumption is more than several times larger than that of refining the Emperor Yuan pill. Even if Jiang Chen's cultivation reached the 2nd level of the celestial god, he understood the origin of life, and he still had treasures such as the god tree of life, which still made up for the huge consumption. Every day Jiang Chen refines the pill, he almost spends 1 or 2 hours adjusting his breath to restore himself to his peak state. It took Jiang Chen a whole month to finish refining the 800 fire spirit censored pills. After breaking through the 1st rank of god, Jiang Chen's alchemy improvement has undoubtedly slowed down a lot. The huge experience gained from refining 800 fire spirit god pills did not allow Jiang Chen to break through the 2nd-order divine product. With 800 ingredients, Jiang Chen refined a total of 794 pills. Jiang Chen left 400 pills for the mission, and the remaining 394 pills were all eaten by Jiang Chen like beans. Although the fire spirit god pill is only the 1st grade of god rank, it can also be regarded as a power that helps Huo Dao cultivation. Although he now understands the origin of Fire Dao, a fire spirit censored pill has not increased his experience of Fire Dao origin much, but no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. After eating hundreds of Fire Spirit God pills, he still improved the origin of his Fire Dao by a small amount. After Jiang Chen made up the task of the Fire Spirit pill in the task hall, in order to avoid the trouble of running back and forth, he directly received a large amount of task materials at once, among them 1,000 copies of the materials of the first-grade Fengsheng Shendan of God rank, 3,000 copies of the materials for the second-ranking Purple Fire Tianyuan Dan, 5,000 copies of the materials for the third-rank Fire Soul Jasper Pill. After receiving these materials, Jiang Chen almost returned to the alchemy secret room number 16 under the dull gaze of the middle-aged, censored alchemist. Jiang Chen received so many alchemy materials, obviously he wanted to make a big effort to directly break through the fourth rank of God. Go back to the alchemy chamber. Jiang Chen once again started the crazy alchemy mode. After refining 800 Fengsheng God pills of the first rank of God, Jiang Chen finally succeeded in breaking through the second rank of God alchemist. Over the next 5 months, after Jiang Chen refined the Fengsheng God pill, he refined more than 2,700 Purple Fire Heavenly Yuan pills, and was successfully promoted to the third rank of God rank alchemist. After breaking through the third rank of God, Jiang Chen still didn't stop, and continued to make alchemy crazily. Ding! You have successfully refined a third-tier God rank Fire Soul Jade pill, and you will gain 5 million * 100 experience in alchemy. It took a whole year and 3 months. When Jiang Chen refined the 4,935th Fire Soul Jasper pill, a system of pleasing reminders finally rang in his mind. Ding! You successfully promoted to the 4th rank of God rank alchemist. After a year and 10 months of crazy alchemy, Jiang Chen was finally promoted to the 4th rank of God, and became a true God rank alchemist. Chapter 1685, Ancient Remnants. Pill Hall, Mission Hall. An old man with extraordinary bearing in red slowly walked in from outside the door of the mission hall. The old man in red is no one else, he is the elder Huo Yuanhong of the Alchemy Hall, and he is also a 5th tier God-level alchemist. Huo Yuanhong came to the mission hall to personally understand the situation of Jiang Chen and Si Kongxing's pill skill duel. When he learned that Jiang Chen had completely killed Si Kongxing in seconds by virtue of Hunyuan Yiki method and pill dividing technique, his heart was shocked to the extreme. Even though he had known that Jiang Chen was extremely likely to be born with a pill, he still did not expect Jiang Chen to be such an evil spirit. Jiang Chen might have the ability to solve some ancient mysteries of the pill for them. Since this time, Huo Yuanhong has no idea how many times this is the mission hall. Since the last duel with Si Kongxing, Jiang Chen closed his alchemy in the alchemy chamber of the mission hall, and Huo Yuanhong did not bother him, but he visited the mission hall every once in a while and waited for Jiang Chen to leave. This waited almost 2 years. Elder Huo, you are here. The middle-aged god alchemist who was in charge of the task looked at Huo Yuanhong and could not help but bowed respectfully. Huo Yuanhong nodded and asked, is that kid not out yet? No, it's still in the alchemy secret room on the 16th. The middle-aged alchemist smiled bitterly and shook his head. Huo Yuanhong frowned slightly. How many mission materials did he receive? Why haven't they come out for almost 2 years? The task materials he received are indeed a bit much. As the middle-aged alchemist said, he directly reported the materials Jiang Chen received to Huo Yuanhong. Hearing Jiang Chen's comprehension of the task materials, Huo Yuanhong couldn't help being speechless for a while. He finally understood why that kid had been practicing in seclusion for almost 2 years, and he had not yet come out of the alchemy chamber. The quantities of the 3 kinds of pill materials add up to 9,000, and most of them are the materials of the 2nd rank and 3rd rank gods. So many elixirs. Even if he, the celestial god-level alchemist, came to refine it, it would be difficult to complete the refinement without a period of 2 or 3 years. As the elder of Dandian, Huo Yuanhong had seen a lot of crazy alchemy geniuses, but had never seen anyone so crazy. Receive nearly 10,000 pill materials at once. This Nima is too outrageous. Huo Yuanhong shook his head. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, waiting for half a year to come back, a black-clothed youth who made him a little familiar suddenly walked out of the mission hall. Boy, you can finally give it up. Looking at the black-clothed youth who came out of it, Huo Yuanhong's old eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. Jiang Chen looked at Huo Yuanhong in the hall, and couldn't help but froze slightly. Old Huo, why are you here? Naturally, I came here specifically for you. Huo Yuanhong smiled and said, during your period of retreat for alchemy, the old man, I have been here no less than 3 times. Please also Huo Lao wait a moment, after I have settled the task, I will talk to you in detail. Jiang Chen said, and then went directly to the middle-aged censored pill master and began to make quests. 500 Fengxing Shendan, 1,500 purple fire heavenly pills, and 2,500 fire soul jade pills were all taken out by Jiang Chen. Have you all finished training? Looking at the 3 mountainous pills in front of him, the corner of the middle-aged censored pill master's mouth trembled, and the whole person was shocked that his eyes almost fell out. Jiang Chen naturally said, of course it's finished, it took me almost 2 years. The middle-aged god alchemist's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. Little guy, these pills, are all refined with the divine pill dividing technique. Right, Huo Yuanhong returned to his senses and couldn't help but ask with horror on his face. In less than 2 years, these pills were refined. Even with his 5th rank alchemy, it is impossible to do it. This guy can always use methods such as the divine alchemy technique, only then can he save a lot of time and refine it in such a short time. But how can he maintain such a high alchemy rate with the divine technique of dividing alchemy? Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, for me, whether it is the Hunyuan Yiki method or the divine pill divine technique, there is actually not much difference between the pill formation rate of conventional refining. When Huo Yuanhong heard this, they were speechless for a long time. Hunyuan Yiki method and divine alchemy, the rate of alchemy is not much different from conventional alchemy. This is too bad. When he thought that Jiang Chen might be the legendary natural pill, Huo Yuanhong was quickly relieved. The natural pill body, originally on the path of the pill, has an extraordinary advantage. This guy can have such a terrifying rate of alchemy, probably a large part of the reason is because of the natural pill body. Huo Lao, I don't know what is going on when you came to see me. After making the mission, Jiang Chen looked up at Huo Yuanhong, and a curious look appeared on his face. Huo Yuanhong groaned slightly. I'm looking for you, in fact, I want you to help me understand the few ancient remnants of the Pill Palace. Huo Yuanhong was also a little worried. Although Jiang Chen was born with a pill body, his attainments in the path of pill were weak. It was too difficult to comprehend the ancient remnants of the heavenly censored level. Jiang Chen has at least reached the 3rd rank of God rank or above, and he is not far from the 4th rank of God rank alchemist. With his alchemy attainments, coupled with the terrifying talent of the natural pill body, maybe he can really comprehend those few ancient remnants. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. Ancient remnant prescription. Yes, there are several incomplete volumes of ancient pill recipes in the pill hall. These few pill recipes are invaluable, and they are all existences that can help improve the origin of martial arts. If you can understand these ancient remnants, you will definitely be able to bring the strength of the ancient dragon tribe to a higher level. Huo Yuanhong took a deep breath and said, you are born with a pill. In some aspects of the pill, you are born far better than an ordinary alchemist, so I want you to try to understand the ancient ruins. Can the pill to enhance the origin of martial arts? He has just broken through the 4th rank of the gods and can only be regarded as the lowest level of the gods. And the pill that enhances the origin of martial arts is not low in grade in Tiantian pill. In Jiang Chen's mind, there is no pill that can improve the origin of martial arts. Since the pill hall has such ancient remnants, if he can comprehend it, this will undoubtedly speed up his grasp of the origin of martial arts. Chapter 1686, The Declining Pill Palace, the 3rd floor of Dandian. This is the core area in the pill hall, and it is also a forbidden area in the pill hall. Generally, only the elders of the pill hall are qualified to enter it. The 3rd floor of the Dandian is extremely vast, with a full radius of hundreds of miles, like an independent world. Here, birds and flowers are fragrant, and the spirit is tangy, like a blessed land. Huo Yuanhong took Jiang Chen to the hall of 100 meters high in the center of the 3rd floor. This is the core hall on the 3rd floor of the Danyuan Hall, the Danyuan Hall. Elder Huo, I'm sorry, the deputy hall master is discussing matters in the Danyuan Hall with several elders, and other people are not allowed to enter. At this moment, 2 guards at the entrance of the main hall directly stopped Jiang Chen and the others. Huo Yuanhong frowned slightly, and snorted coldly, I am the elder of the alchemy hall. When did I become a miscellaneous person in this alchemy hall? Elder Huo is naturally qualified to enter the hall. One of the guards smiled slightly, and immediately glanced at Jiang Chen beside Huo Yuanhong. But, according to the rules, even if the elder of the Dandian is not allowed, he cannot bring other disciples into the Danyuan hall at will. This elder brought him to the Danyuan palace, because of his ulterior motives. Huo Yuanhong's expression was cold. I will give the deputy hall master a satisfactory explanation for this matter, let me go. Hearing Huo Yuanhong's words, the guard's complexion couldn't help changing slightly. He was about to speak, but the other person pulled him without a trace, stopped him, and then made a way for the two of Huo Yuanhong. Since the elders are willing to bear it, how dare we both stop you? Elder Huo, please. Huo Yuanhong nodded, and then led Jiang Chen directly into the hall. What are you preventing me from doing? The elders of the Dandian are not allowed to bring people into the Danyuan hall without authorization. We just let them in. If the deputy hallmaster blames it, you and I will not be able to eat. Seeing Jiang Chen and the other two entering the hall, the guard who spoke to stop him couldn't help but said in a hurry. This elder Huo has always had a hot temper. Do you think he really wants to take people in? Can we stop it? The other guard shook his head with a wry smile. If they really want to stop Huo Yuanhong, I am afraid that they will die very ugly if they don't need the deputy hall master to ask the crime. Although Huo Yuanhong has a fiery temper, he is very good. Since Huo Yuanhong said that he had to bear it, he would definitely not involve them. This was also the reason why he was willing to give way to Huo Yuanhong. Hearing this, the guard who wanted to stop Huo Yuanhong couldn't help sighing slightly. This errand for the guard of the Danyuan palace is getting worse and worse now. He shook his head, and then said curiously, who is the kid that Elder Huo brought in? How come I have never seen him before? Pill Hall disciples are not qualified to enter and leave the Pill Yuan Hall at will. Even the most top-talented disciple of the Pill Hall needs the approval of many elders in the Pill Hall to obtain the qualifications to enter the Pill Yuan Hall, and there are still conditions. If it is said that it is the supreme genius of Dandian, this is still reasonable. But the person Huo Yuanhong brought was obviously not any Dandian genius they knew well. The Danyuan Hall is the core area of the Danyuan Hall. Although Elder Huo has a bad temper, he will not bring a disciple into the Danyuan Hall at will. Some time ago, it was said that there was a mysterious genius in Pill Hall, and even Sikongshin was defeated. If I'm right, the one brought by Elder Huo is probably that mysterious genius. The other guard's eyes flashed, and then slowly said. Hearing the words of his companion, the guard who spoke first was also taken aback. No wonder Huo Yuanhong brought an unfamiliar disciple to the Danyuan Hall. It turned out that he was the mysterious genius who defeated Sikongshin. Such a genius. Even if Huo Yuanhong didn't bring him this time, I am afraid he would be able to get the qualification to enter the Pill Yuan Palace. Elder Huo, since the deputy hallmaster of the Alchemy Hall is discussing with several Alchemy Hall elders, isn't it good for us to break in like this? Jiang Chen followed Huo Yuanhong into the gate of Danyuan Hall and couldn't help but whispered. The old guys from Wang Xuanfeng summoned everyone, nothing more than to comprehend the remnants of the scrolls. If these old guys can understand it, I'm afraid it would have come to it a long time ago. How could it wait until now? Huo Yuanhong smiled slightly and said, I'm bringing you here this time, but I'm here to help them. Are those ancient remnants difficult? There should be a lot of celestial god-level alchemists above the 4th rank of the Pill Hall, and you won't be able to comprehend them all the time, right? Ordinary celestial-level alchemists have a deep understanding of the prescriptions of celestial-level pills. There are still many celestial-level alchemists in the Alchemy Hall. Even if they are disabled in ancient times, as long as they have enough time, they should be able to slowly realize it. In today's Alchemy Hall, although there are many god-level alchemists above the 4th rank, there are no god-ranked 7th rank or above. In those ancient ruins, at least 7-ranked censored pill, how can it be so easy to understand? Huo Yuanhong shook his head and gave a wry smile. When Jiang Chen heard Huo Yuanhong's words, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The Dandian was established by the ancient dragon tribe, the realm god. Jiang Chen originally thought, even if there were no 10th-ranked alchemists in the Alchemy Hall, at least there should be a top-ranked 9th-ranked alchemist. In the Alchemy Hall, there is not even a 7th-ranked celestial alchemist. The current Pill Palace is indeed in decline. Huo Yuanhong sighed and said authentically, Today, the most accomplished alchemy in the Alchemy Hall is Wang Xuanfeng, the deputy head of the Alchemy Hall, who is a 6th-ranked celestial alchemist. Jiang Chen looked puzzled and said, "What about the Lord of the Dandian? Hall Master, his elder, is indeed a 9th-ranked god-level alchemist with the highest level of heavenly god. It's just that a long time ago, he left the Pill Palace, seeking an opportunity to break through the Pill Zone, and never came back. After the Hall Master left, several high-grade celestial god-level alchemists fell on the remains of the ancient sacred dragon in the Alchemy Hall. This created the decline of the Alchemy Hall. These few volumes of remnants were actually obtained from the ancient sacred dragon ruins." Huo Yuanhong slowly explained. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. There will be people in the Pill Hall going to the ancient sacred dragon ruins. In the past, every time the ancient sacred dragon remains open, there would be 2 places in the Dandian. Huo Yuanhong sighed helplessly. It's just that in the last few thousand years, the Dandian is really a little weak in succession, and no one has been sent into the ancient holy dragon ruins. Chapter 1687, Now I am qualified. The relics of the ancient sacred dragon are full of crises. Especially for alchemists who are not good at martial arts and fighting, it is even more difficult to survive inside. Because the Pill Hall was opened several times in the ancient sacred dragon relics, several high-priced celestial-level alchemists and several pill geniuses were lost, and the vitality was greatly injured. Pill Hall unanimously decided not to send people to the ancient holy dragon relics. The cultivation of a celestial god-level alchemist is much more difficult than training a celestial realm martial artist. Although there are many opportunities for the alchemist's alchemy to improve rapidly in the ancient sacred dragon relics, the probability of the alchemist's survival is too low. Dandian simply couldn't bear such a loss. As the 2 talked, they quickly passed through the gate and outer hall of the Danyuan Hall, and came to an extremely tall inner hall. 4 figures surround a huge stone platform. Sitting in the middle was an old man in white clothes who looked like a fairy style. This white-clothed old man not only has a 6-star alchemist badge with 6 stars on his chest, but also has an extraordinary aura. He is obviously already a strong man in the heavens. Seeing this old man in white, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared on his face. In this world, there are very few people who can practice Danwu. Ordinary alchemists, because they put most of their energy on alchemy, their martial arts cultivation is undoubtedly weaker. Even a 5th-ranked celestial god-level alchemist like Huo Yuanhong, the cultivation base seems to still stay at the top true god. The white-clothed old man in front of him was also an alchemist who had reached the heavenly god realm in his first cultivation after Jiang Chen came to the Alchemy Hall. The white-clothed old man in front of him should be the deputy head of the Dandian, Wang Xuanfeng, whom Huo Yuanhong said. Beside Wang Xuanfeng, there were 3 other people. One of them, Jiang Chen, is naturally no stranger. He was the old man in black who presided over the assessment of the 8th-rank alchemist with Huo Yuanhong when he entered the Alchemy Hall. Except for the black-clothed old man, the remaining 2 old men were all alchemists of the 5th rank of god. These 5 people should be the 5 most powerful alchemists in the Alchemy Hall today. In addition to these 5 people, although there are some celestial god-level alchemists in the Alchemy Hall, they should all be god-rank 4th-rank celestial alchemists. The god-rank 4th-rank celestial-level alchemist is a newcomer to the celestial-level alchemist. Their understanding of Dan Dao is obviously far worse than the few people in front of them. The Alchemy Hall did not allow the 4th-ranked god-level alchemist to participate in the affairs of the ancient ruins. Huo Yuanhong, as the elder of the Pill Hall, you must be very clear about the rules of the Pill Hall. Pill Yuan Palace, not everyone can enter. Now you are openly taking people into the inner hall of the Pill Yuan Palace, so you don't have to pay attention to the rules of the Pill Hall. When Huo Yuanhong and Jiang Chen walked into the hall, they quickly aroused the idea of the 4 in the hall. One of the gray-robed elders with a gloomy expression snorted coldly, and the harsh screams rang directly in the hall. Fang Yi, the black-clothed old man on the side, was also taken aback. Huo Yuanhong will directly bring Jiang Chen to the Danyuan Hall. This kid defeated the Pill Hall genius Sikong Xing, and his attainments on the pill path were not weak. The existence of a natural pill body is much more sensitive than ordinary people in many aspects of the pill way. For example, the terrifying judgment displayed by Jiang Chen is much more terrifying than their 5th-rank natural-level alchemist. The existence of this guy might really be able to make them understand the ancient disability and provide some advice. Huo Yuanhong didn't bother to pay attention to the gray-robed old man. He directly smiled at Wang Xuanfeng, who was in the middle, and said, Vice Hall Master, Huo Yuanhong didn't intend to break the rules of the Pill Hall. It's just that I think this little brother will help us understand the ancient remnants. Brought him, Huo Yuanhong, I think your brain is convulsed. What kind of help can a little brat do for us to understand the ancient ruins? Before the white-robed old man could speak, the gray-robed old man sneered with disdain. Mo Zhenghen, don't say this too early. Fang Yi smiled slightly and said, this little brother is the one who defeated your disciple Si Kongxing in the mission hall not long ago. This kid is the mysterious genius who defeated Si Kongxing. When Fang Yi said this, the three old men, including Wang Xuanfeng, were all taken aback. Especially Wang Xuanfeng. There was a strange look in his old eyes looking at Jiang Chen. From the moment Huo Yuanhong took Jiang Chen into the hall, Wang Xuanfeng had actually noticed Jiang Chen's existence. Although Wang Xuanfeng is an alchemy master, he is also a powerhouse of the First Order of the Gods. What shocked Wang Xuanfeng was, with his first-tier cultivation base of the gods, he couldn't even understand Jiang Chen's cultivation base. He even vaguely felt a sense of extreme danger from Jiang Chen. This kid in front of him should be a strong person in the heavenly god realm who is only stronger than him. Wang Xuanfeng originally thought, Huo Yuanhong brought such a martial arts genius to the Pil Yuan Palace. He should have been given preferential treatment by the Shenlong city. He came here to find what special pill for them to refine. But he didn't expect that this kid in front of him was the mysterious genius who defeated Si Kongxing. Back then, Wang Xuanfeng was shocked when he learned that a martial arts genius from Shenlong City came to the Alchemy Palace and defeated Si Kongxing. Had it not been for this kid who had been in the mission hall to retreat in refining alchemy, he would have summoned him to see him. Unexpectedly, Huo Yuanhong was more anxious than him, and directly brought him to the Danyuan Hall. Even if his Dan Dao is good and defeats Si Kongxing, the rules are the rules. He is still not qualified to enter the Danyuan Hall. Mo Zhenghen's complexion sank, cold and authentic. Si Kongxing has always been his most proud disciple, and one of the few geniuses in the entire Dandian. But his proud disciple was defeated by the little-known Maodo boy in front of him, and Mo Zhenghen naturally felt dull. Now that I have defeated Si Kongxing's culprit, how could Mo Zhenghen give Jiang Chen a good face? When Huo Yuanhong heard Mo Zhenghen's words, he was furious. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Chen took the lead to stand out from behind him. Old guy, you said I am not qualified. This Shenlong city, there is no place where Jiang Chen is not qualified to enter. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, a golden token also emerged directly from his palm. Holding the Elder Jin Ling in his hand, he looked down at Mo Zhenghen condescendingly. Now, I should have that qualification. Chapter 1688, Elder Jin Ling, shocked the audience. This is Gulong Elder Jin Ling. Mo Zhenghen looked at the golden token in Jiang Chen's hand, his eyes suddenly shrinking. For this token in Jiang Chen's hand, Mo Zhenghen, as the elder of the Pill Hall, is naturally no stranger at all. This golden order, this is a token representing the identity of the elder of the ancient dragon clan. In the ancient dragons, although the Dandian is a relatively independent existence, it is still established by the ancient dragon clan and is under the control of the ancient dragon clan. The elder Jinling of the Gulong tribe is a symbol of the status and strength of the entire Gulong tribe. Every Jinling elder of the ancient dragon tribe is at least a decision-making powerhouse above the fourth rank of the gods. Elder Jin Ling also has huge and incomparable privileges in Shenlong City, and he cannot be restricted by any rules of Shenlong City. Mo Zhenghen didn't expect it. This kid actually holds the Elder's Golden Order. Looking at the Elder Jin Ling in Jiang Chen's hands, not only was Mo Zhenghen horrified, even Huo Yuanhong and the other four people also showed incredible expressions on their faces. Is this kid named Jiang Chen? Why, I seem to have heard of. Wang Xuanfeng returned to his senses and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his heart. Wang Xuanfeng finally thought of something. He couldn't help but suddenly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but scream out. You are Jiang Chen, that Jiang Chen who killed several Blood Moon gods and helped the ancient dragon world defeat the Blood Moon world. Following Wang Xuanfeng's words, the four alchemy elders in the main hall were shocked. Their gazes looking at Jiang Chen suddenly became extremely shocked. As the elders of the Dandian, although they did not participate in the original battle of the realm, they also heard about the original battle. It is said that an unheard of peerless evildoer appeared in Tianlong City. After this peerless evildoer went to the battlefield, he first rebelled against the gods of the real gods, and then ignoring the laws of the gods, broke through the second stage of the gods in one fell swoop, killing the gods of the gods like slaughtering chickens and dogs. The ancient dragon realm, which was originally at a disadvantage in the realm war, relied on Jiang Chen to move back to the situation and force the Blood Moon realm to retreat. And this one was also exceptionally promoted to the elder of the ancient dragon clan Jin Ling. The one in front of him is the peerless evildoer who is already famous for the ancient dragon clan. This guy with the ultimate martial arts talent and evil spirits will come to the alchemy palace silently, and his talent on the alchemy is also terrifying. Even Sikangshin, one of the few geniuses in the Dandian, can easily kill in seconds. Under the shocking gazes of the 5 people in the main hall, Jiang Chen said lightly, "Yes, I am Jiang Chen. I wonder if I am qualified to come to this Danyuan hall." "Ha. Elder Jiang is the elder Jin Ling of the Gulong tribe. It is an honor for me to be able to come to this Danyuan hall." Wang Xuanfeng couldn't help but said with a smile, "Elder Jin Ling, the entire Gulong clan, there are only 5 in total. And the pill hall master who had been missing for a long time in their pill hall was one of the 5 elders of Jin Ling. Jiang Chen's current status in the Gulong clan is an existence that can sit on an equal footing with their alchemy hall master. Even if it was him, he was slightly inferior to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's talent is unparalleled and his future is limitless. Such an existence is not something any of them can afford. Even Mo Zhenghen, who was very dissatisfied with Jiang Chen before, was sitting there honestly at this moment, not daring to speak anymore. When Jiang Chen just showed the elder Jin Ling, Mo Zhenghen thought that Jiang Chen should only be a disciple of a certain elder Jin Ling. But now he knows. It turns out that Jiang Chen is the legendary figure who became the elder Jin Ling of the Gulong clan not long ago. In the face of such a character, where does he dare to be presumptuous? Although he was a 5th-rank god-level alchemist, his status in the ancient dragon clan was not low. But compared with Jiang Chen's existence, it is undoubtedly a big difference. Huo Yuanhong and Fang Yi came back to their senses, and couldn't help but smile at each other. Although they knew that Jiang Chen should be a martial arts genius in Shenlong City, they didn't expect Jiang Chen to be the newly promoted Jin Ling elder. A dignified elder Jin Ling, disguised as an ordinary alchemist, came to the alchemy hall. The two of Huo Yuanhong became even more speechless when thinking that Jiang Chen might be the legendary natural pill body. A martial arts talent and enchanting existence to the extreme, turned out to be the legendary natural pill. In this world, how could there be such an evil spirit against the sky? Master Wang, I heard Huo Lao say that there are a few ancient remnants in the pill hall that have not yet been comprehended. I wonder if you can let me watch them. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and said directly to Wang Xuanfeng. As Wang Xuanfeng said, with a light wave of his palm, the 4 volumes of pill formula exuding a simple atmosphere appeared directly on the stone platform in front of him. Wang Xuanfeng took out the pill and made a please gesture to Jiang Chen, "Elder Jiang, please." He strode directly to the side of the stone platform, then picked up one of the pills and looked at it. The material of this pill should be made from the skin of a fierce beast of the celestial order. However, because of its existence for too long, even the skins of the fierce beasts of the celestial god order have been weathered a lot. Some of the handwriting on the corners of the animal skin became blurred. Jiang Chen only swept his eyes slightly, and found that there were at least 5 materials on this pill formula that were completely indistinguishable. For a Danfang with more than 20 kinds of materials, if 1 or 2 are missing, it is relatively easy to understand. 5 materials cannot be distinguished, which is almost equivalent to missing a quarter. There are so many incomplete parts of such a remnant formula, and it's no wonder that Wang Xuanfeng and the others couldn't understand it. Jiang Chen stared tightly at the ancient handicapped piece in his hand, waiting for the system prompt to sound. Now that he has just broken through the 4th rank of the gods, relying only on his attainments on the alchemy path, it is obviously not realistic to understand the ancient ruins before him. His only reliance is the system. As long as the system triggers a 100-fold comprehension, he will be able to comprehend this ancient remnant smoothly. I saw Jiang Chen staring at the ancient remnant in his hand. Wang Xuanfeng and other alchemists at the 5 great celestial god-level alchemists couldn't help but a strange look appeared in their eyes. There are too many missing parts of these ancient remnants, and it is too difficult to comprehend. The 5 of them have been enlightened for many years, but they have not had any clues. Jiang Chen, a legendary figure of the ancient dragon clan, although his talent on alchemy is also very good, he obviously can't compare with his martial arts talent. Jiang Chen could create another miracle to comprehend these ancient ruins. Chapter 1689. Comprehend the Seventh Order Remnant Formula. Jiang Chen quietly looked at the ancient remnant in his hand. The pill on this ancient remnant prescription is a 7-tier pill of the gods called the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor pill, which helps to improve the origin of Thunder Dao. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Jiang Chen was staring at the ancient remnant in his hand. A system tone finally rang in his ears. Ding! You can comprehend the remnant prescription of the 7th rank 9 Heaven Thunder Emperor pill, triggering a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You understand 1% of the 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor pills. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but raised a slight curve. The enlightenment of this 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor pill was much easier than he thought. He can comprehend 1/12 of the 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor pill in 1 hour, and can comprehend the complete 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor pill in less than a day. Compared with the insight into the fragments of the Taixu Sacred Dragon picture in Earth Dragon City, this speed is not too fast. Jiang Chen remembered clearly. At the beginning, he comprehended the fragments of the Taixu Sacred Dragon picture, but it took him a full year to comprehend this God King level technique completely. At the beginning, he used a cultivation base that was not in the true censored realm to comprehend a fragment of a censored king level exercise. This span was really outrageous. As a God rank 4th rank celestial level alchemist, he can comprehend the 7th rank celestial level alchemy, which is naturally more than 100 times easier than when he first comprehended the skills of the censored king level. Under the gaze of the 5 Wang Xuanfang, Jiang Chen kept comprehending the remnant prescription of the 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor pill. Jiang Chen had already concentrated on holding the remnant formula and enlightened him for 5 hours. Wang Xuanfang and others seemed very indifferent to this. Comprehending the ancient ruins is not an easy task. They comprehend these ancient ruins, which time did not 10 days in a month pass inadvertently. Even so, they have always had little gain. Even if they occasionally gain something, after a round of inspection, they will find that the result of their insight is simply wrong. 5 more hours have passed. In Jiang Chen's mind, a pleasant system prompt sounded finally. Ding! You comprehend the complete 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor pill. Feeling the 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor pills that appeared out of nowhere in his mind, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but a slight arc was raised. With a move of his palm, Jiang Chen directly picked up a blank scroll on the stone platform in front of him, and then scribbled. All 5 of Wang Xuanfang's eyes were so shocked that they almost stared out. Only less than 10 hours have passed. Could this guy have already gained something? Under the unbelievable gazes of the 5 Wang Xuanfang, Jiang quickly wrote a new prescription. This 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor pill is an elixir that enhances the origin of Thunder Dao. The 5 missing materials include 2 main materials and 3 auxiliary materials. These 5 materials are complementary to each other. If I guessed correctly, the 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor pill should be like this. As Jiang Chen said, he directly handed the newly written prescription to Wang Xuanfang. Looking at the alchemy in front of them, Wang Xuanfang and the others were all dull-eyed, and it was difficult for them to recover from the shock for a long time. Jiang Chen was able to comprehend the fur of the 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor pill in just 10 hours. It was already very powerful. Who knows, Jiang Chen directly wrote a brand new 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor pill. Wang Xuanfang returned to his senses and couldn't help but stare at the pill in front of him. Beside Wang Xuanfang, the 4 Huo Yuanhong all leaned over by coincidence. The 5 great celestial level alchemists concentrated all their energy and watched the new prescriptions written by Jiang Chen. Wang Xuanfang fixed his eyes on the Dan Feng in front of him, without even blinking his eyes. The expression on Wang Xuanfang's face also began to change continuously. I saw him frowning from time to time, sometimes suddenly opened up, sometimes suddenly realized, sometimes extremely excited. That's it. It seems we were wrong from the beginning. As the only alchemist of the 6th rank in the alchemy hall, Wang Xuanfang's attainments in alchemy are naturally more than that of the other 4. He was attracted by the new pill formula that Jiang Chen had completed. After a round of scrutiny, he found that the 5 materials that Jiang Chen had supplemented, each of which seemed to be just right, perfectly in harmony with the original remnant formula. Is this the complete Zhuxiao Thunder Emperor pill? It turns out that these 5 materials need to be matched in this way. Why didn't we think of it? The four of Huo Yuanhong looked at Jiang Chen's supplemented pill, and couldn't help but murmured. Although their alchemy attainments are much worse than that of Wang Xuanfeng, they have been comprehending the remnant prescription of the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor pill for many years, and they know this volume well. Several of them have tried to complete the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor pill several times, but they all failed in the end. Although they didn't know whether the pill formula that Jiang Chen had completed was correct, the combination of the 5 materials and the original materials of the remnant was obviously much more reasonable. Even if Jiang Chen's completion is not complete, I am afraid that the real Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor pill is not far away. Huo Yuanhong and the others recovered and couldn't help but glance at each other. They all saw an unbelievable look in each other's eyes. Jiang Chen's contact with the remnant of the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor pill, only less than 10 hours in total. Jiang Chen could comprehend the remnant prescription of the Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor pill in less than 10 hours. In such a short period of time, I realized a volume of divine rank 7th grade ruins with 5 missing materials. Even their long-lost pill hall master, who has reached the 9th rank of god-level alchemy, may not be able to do it easily. Wang Xuanfeng stared at the Dan Fang in front of him for a long time, then raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, and there was an unconcealable exclamation in his old eyes. Unexpectedly, Elder Jiang is not only good at martial arts, but even the alchemy is beyond the reach of the elders. Chapter 1690, Terrifying Natural Pill. Elder Wang joked, the alchemy of the younger generation just broke through the 4th rank of the gods not long ago, and it's far behind Wang Laoke. I can comprehend this Nine Heavens Thunder Emperor pill, just a few small methods. He was able to comprehend these ancient remnants only by a hundredfold comprehension of the trigger system. Really want to talk about alchemy attainments. He was obviously far behind Wang Xuanfeng, who had reached the peak of the 6th order divine rank. Elder Jiang is already a 4th rank alchemist of the gods, but he came to the alchemy hall some time ago to participate in the assessment of the 8th rank alchemist. This is not kind. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Huo Yuanhong couldn't help being speechless for a while. Fortunately, they asked Jiang Chen to take part in the assessment of the 8th rank alchemist. If this had directly blasted Jiang Chen out of the pill hall, I am afraid he wouldn't have to mix with the ancient dragon clan. I haven't participated in the assessment of alchemist for a long time. The grade of the alchemist is indeed still at the 6th or 7th rank. Isn't it normal to participate in the assessment of the 8th rank? Jiang Chen spread his hands slightly. What's more, even if I said I was a god rank alchemist, no one would believe it, right? Jiang Chen naturally couldn't tell Huo Yuanhong and others. His alchemy is from entering the pill hall, all the way from the 8th rank of the ordinary rank to the 4th rank of the gods. Such an improvement was too shocking to the world, and Jiang Chen obviously would not easily reveal such secrets. No matter what, the arrival of Elder Jiang will be a blessing to our Dandian and the entire Gulong clan. Huo Yuanhong smiled and said authentically, with the existence of Elder Jiang, the natural pill, these few ancient remnants of the ancient recipes must be easily understood. When Wang Xuanfeng heard Huo Yuanhong's words, he couldn't help being surprised. Old man. Huo, you said that Elder Jiang is a natural pill. At the beginning, Elder Jiang came to the alchemy hall to participate in the evaluation of the 8th rank alchemist, and at a glance it was judged that one of the disciples would fry the stove at 20 breaths, and the result was not bad. At the time, I already guessed that Elder Jiang was the legendary natural pill. Later, Elder Jiang used the Hunyuan Yiki method and pill dividing technique to kill Sikongshin in seconds, and I was even more sure. It is precisely because Elder Jiang is the legendary natural pill body, I will bring him to the Pill Yuan Palace to try to understand these ancient remnants. Huo Yuanhong explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanfeng couldn't help but shook his head and gave a wry smile. He should have thought long ago that the one in front of him should be in existence with some kind of alchemy body. In addition to the legendary pill body such as the natural pill body, who else can easily comprehend the ancient pill of the 7th rank of the gods as a 4th ranked alchemist? This is also because Jiang Chen's martial arts talent is so dazzling. Wang Xuanfeng is hard to imagine. A peerless genius with martial arts talent in the ancient dragon clan is still in existence with a natural pill. Wang Xuanfeng already had a hunch. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Gulong tribe will really give birth to a peerless and powerful man. Elder Jiang, these few remnants of the volume are of vital importance to the Pill Palace and the ancient dragon clan. I hope you can also understand the remaining 3 remnants of the volume. I thank you for that. Wang Xuanfeng took a deep breath, and immediately looked at Jiang Chen solemnly. Don't worry, I am actually very interested in these few ancient remnants. Even if you don't say it, I will understand them. Jiang Chen nodded, and then his gaze fell directly on another ancient remnant. These 4 volumes of ancient remnant prescriptions are all pill that helps to improve the origin of martial arts. For example, the volume in his hand is called Chenkin Kongming Pill, which is an ancient pill that can enhance the origin of space. If you can comprehend these prescriptions, after the alchemy technique is further improved, Jiang Chen can refine this universe in Kongming Pill, allowing his spatial origin to reach the perfect state quickly. Comprehending these ancient ruins can also improve his alchemy skills. Just when he realized the 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor's pill, Jiang Chen gained a large amount of experience points, almost comparable to his experience in refining hundreds of God-rank 3rd grade pills. Ding! You can comprehend the remnant prescriptions of the 7th grade universe pill of God rank, triggering a hundredfold understanding. Ding! You have comprehended 3% of the universe pill. About 10 minutes after Jiang Chen observed the remnant prescription of Chenkin Kongming Pill, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. This remnant Chenkin Kongming Pill has even more missing materials than the previous 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor Pill. The pill of the Way of Space is relatively rare, and it is relatively difficult to comprehend it. Adding all these factors together, the difficulty of comprehension of the Chenkin Kongming Pill is almost 3 times that of the 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor Pill. Although the comprehension of the Chenkin Kongming Pill was more difficult than the 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor Pill, it was nothing to Jiang Chen, who had 100 times the comprehension. Jiang Chen had successfully enlightened Chenkin Kongming Danshan. There are 2 volumes of pills left. One volume is an elixir that helps in the improvement of kendo, and the other is an elixir that helps improve the way of time. The level of the pill is also the 7th rank of God. Jiang Chen did the same, and didn't spend too much time to comprehend these 2 scrolls of pill prescription. Jiang Chen had completed the 4-volume 7th rank ancient remnant formula in less than 10 days in total. Looking at the 4 volumes of brand new pills that Jiang Chen had completed, the 5 members of Wang Xuanfeng were shocked and numb. Since the Dandian got these 4 ancient remnants, the time for the 5 of them to study these 4 ancient remnant formulas has already taken thousands of years to calculate. But even so, they have never had any idea how to complete these 4 volumes. What they had not done for thousands of years or even thousands of years was completely solved by Jiang Chen in less than 10 days. Such terrifying comprehension ability directly killed them into scum. Compared with Jiang Chen, their 5 great alchemists at the dignified alchemy hall were not as good as rubbish. Is this the horror of the natural pill? Wang Xuanfeng looked at the 4 complete volumes of pills in front of him, and couldn't help but let out a low mutter. Rumor has it that the natural pill body is a person born for the alchemy, and he has a natural understanding of the alchemy far beyond ordinary people. Wang Xuanfeng didn't believe it before. Now that he saw Jiang Chen's terrifying ability, Wang Zan had to believe it. With the pill cultivation base of the 4th rank of the gods, to comprehend the ancient ruins of the 7th rank of the gods is as simple as searching for something. The natural pill body is really terrifying. Chapter 1691, The Law of Fire is complete. Jiang Chen comprehended the 4 scrolls of ancient remnants, and did not stay in the alchemy hall for too long. After exchanging greetings with Wang Xuanfeng and others for a while, he bid farewell to the 5 and left the pill hall directly. In order to improve the alchemy, he has been madly alchemy in the alchemy hall for 2 full years. Now that his alchemy has been promoted to the 4th rank of the gods, Jiang Chen does not intend to continue alchemy in the alchemy hall. After breaking through the 4th rank of God, Jiang Chen wanted to continue to improve his alchemy. Obviously it was not so easy. Even if he continued to refine alchemy in the pill hall madly, it would be difficult for him to raise another rank without a year or 2. Pills of God rank 4 and above are already heaven God rank pills. Even for the pill hall with extremely rich alchemy materials, the pill materials of God rank 4 and above have become much scarce. Even if he continues to stay in the alchemy hall, it is impossible for him to receive tens of thousands of 4th rank alchemy materials at a time as before, and start the crazy alchemy mode. If one chooses to refine a 3rd rank God rank pill, the experience gained from 10 pills may not be comparable to a 4th rank God rank pill. It would undoubtedly be a waste of time to improve the grade of the alchemist. Although the battle between the ancient Dragon Realm and the Blood Moon Realm had just ended, the Blood Moon Realm could make a comeback at any time. Jiang Chen naturally couldn't spend all his time on improving alchemy. God's domain world, the strong is respected. The improvement of martial arts strength is still the most important thing for Jiang Chen. After refining the pill for 2 years, he has thousands of pill that can improve the fire path experience. Jiang Chen intends to use these pills to practice for a period of time to elevate the origin of the fire path to the perfect state. As long as the origin of the fire road is complete, he can step into the third order of the gods at any time. With his combat power, even if it is facing the powerhouse of the 5th rank of the gods, he is completely capable of fighting. If there is no sign of the Blood Moon world coming back, he can consider leaving the Ancient Dragon clan and even the Ancient Dragon world to see the world outside the Ancient Dragon world. Jiang Chen returned to the courtyard of the elders where he was, and then entered a state of retreat again, and began to swallow the pill he refined in the pill hall. With more than 400 first-grade functioning divine pills of god rank, although Jiang Chen's wind path origin has improved a lot, there is still a long way to go to the perfection of the wind path origin. Jiang Chen began to swallow the second-tier purple fire heavenly yuan pill. With more than 1,000 purple fire heavenly origin pills, Jiang Chen had mastered 80% of the origin of the fire path, directly reaching more than 90%. After swallowing the purple fire heavenly yuan pill, Jiang Chen continued to swallow the 3rd rank fire soul jade pill. Ding! You swallow the god level 3rd grade pill, fire soul jade pill, and the origin of the fire will gain 300,000 *100 experience. Ding! Your source of fire has successfully reached the perfect state. For half a month, after Jiang Chen had swallowed more than 2,000 fire soul jade pills, the origin of the fire Dao finally reached the consummation realm smoothly. Finally, another source of martial arts has reached the perfect state. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly opened, and a very satisfied smile appeared on his face. The cultivation of the heavenly god realm is mainly to comprehend various martial arts. As long as the power of the 6 realms is consummated and becomes a powerhouse of the 6th rank of the gods, you can try to attack the realm of the gods. Once you succeed, you can become a superior realm god. The power of the 6 realms is just a bottom line that can hit the realm of the gods. It is said that in God's realm, there is no shortage of peerless Tianzhao who has the power of the 7 Dao and even the power of the 8 Dao in the heavenly god realm. In the realm of gods, the amount of martial arts power that is perfect also represents a kind of talent and potential. In general, the power of the 6 realms in the realm of realm gods has almost exhausted its potential. Unless there is a supreme chance, most of their lives will only stay in the early stage of realm gods, and it is difficult to break through. And the genius with the power of the 7 paths of consummation and the power of the 8 paths of consummation has great hope to impact a higher realm. It is said that a genius with the power of the 9 paths is even more qualified to attack the divine king realm. Such peerless geniuses are also extremely rare in God's domain. Even in the power of the king of gods, it is rare, and one of the few. And like the remote small realm of the ancient dragon realm, even the genius of the 7 Dao power consummation has never appeared, let alone the genius of the 9 Dao power consummation. Jiang Chen has a system in his body, so naturally he won't just stop at the 6 realms. 9 Dao is the boundary as his lowest goal. Now that he has mastered the power of the 3 realms, he has already completed 1/3 of this goal. After the law of fire is completed, Jiang Chen did not continue to practice in retreat. With his current combat power, there are only a handful of people who can threaten him in small worlds like the Ancient Dragon world and the Blood Moon world. Jiang Chen has decided that if there is nothing wrong with the Gulong clan, he will take a trip outside, if it is possible. Jiang Chen even wanted to go directly to the Blood Moon realm to find the bloody heaven of ascending God's domain, and see if he could find out his father's whereabouts. When he walked out of the secret room, Jiang Chen looked at Shui Qinru who was standing still on the side of the secret room door. "Master, have you left?" Shui Qinru looked at Jiang Chen, and a look of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Jiang Chen nodded, then frowned slightly and said, "Qianru, why are you here? Did something major happen to the Gulong clan?" "Nothing big happened to the Gulong tribe, it's my own business." Shui Qinru was silent for a while, and then bit her lips tightly and said, "My son, I'm here to bid you farewell this time." Jiang Chen's face sank slightly. "What's the matter? Is there someone in this dragon city bullying you?" Although he was busy cultivating all the year round, Shui Qinru was the first friend he met in God's domain. Since Shui Qinru was brought to Shenlong City, if Shui Qinru was bullied, Jiang Chen would naturally not sit idly by. No. It's not. Shui Qinru shook her head quickly. Jiang Chen is now the Jinling elder of the Gulong tribe, with a very high status in this Shenlong city and the elder courtyard where he lives. Even many big figures in Shenlong city would be very polite to her when they came here to visit Jiang Chen. How could anyone dare to bully her? My son, this is the case. Not long ago, Sister Chuhei sent me a letter. It seems that something happened to my Shui family, so I want to go back to the Shui family. Shui Qinru took a deep breath and said this sentence with difficulty. Shui Qinru knew very well in her heart that as long as she left here, she would never want to come back again. Chapter 1692, The Northern Territory has changed. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. I just plan to leave the Gulong clan and walk around. If this is the case, I will accompany you to the Northern Territory first. Anyway, he has nothing to do, so you might as well take a trip to the northern part of the ancient dragon world. If Shui Qinru's Shui family is in trouble, he doesn't mind helping the Shui family. The son is going to the Northern Territory with me. Shui Qinru heard Jiang Chen's words, but she didn't return to her senses for a while. He even wondered if there was a problem with his ears. Jiang Chen smiled and said, why, can't it be? When? Of course you can. A grateful expression suddenly appeared in Shui Qian's soft eyes. When Shui Chuhei first passed the news to her, she hoped that she could tell Jiang Chen about it and let Jiang Chen help the Shui family. After she entered the ancient dragon clan, she first followed Jiang Chen to get the opportunity to be promoted to the Dragon City, and now she came to this Dragon City. It is precisely because of Jiang Chen's existence that she has obtained cultivation conditions far beyond ordinary people. Over the past 10 years, she has already broken through from the returning market realm all the way to become an intermediate true god. 10 years of promotion to the middle true god. This was something Shui Qinru couldn't imagine before coming to the Gulong clan. With her current cultivation base, even if she returns to the Shui family, she can escape the fate of being at the mercy of others and have a certain status in the Shui family. She was very grateful to Jiang Chen for being able to get to this point, so how could she trouble Jiang Chen easily? Shui Qinru just bid farewell to Jiang Chen, and had thought of asking Jiang Chen for help. Shui Qinru didn't expect that Jiang Chen would take the initiative to accompany her to the Shui's house. Then it's settled, you prepare. I'll say hello to Venerable Ancient Dragon, and we will set off directly. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he did not give Shui Qinru a chance to speak, and disappeared in front of Shui Qinru out of thin air. Jiang Chen's figure had already emerged from the courtyard of Venerable Gulong. He was about to speak, but he found a familiar figure that had walked out of the courtyard. Jiang Chen couldn't help but bowed his hands and said, Jiang Chen has seen the Venerable. Elder Jiang, why are you looking for the deity? Venerable Gulong looked at Jiang Chen at the door, and couldn't help but said with a serious face, Pang Qingyuan has reached the critical period of breaking through the realm of the gods, and the deity wants to protect the law. If you have nothing too important, we will discuss it later. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. Old Pang is going to break through. Venerable Gulong nodded. It's almost there. Now only the last step is needed to trigger the tribulation of the world god. If this is the case, then Jiang Chen won't bother Venerable. Jiang Chen hurriedly said, I plan to leave the Gulong clan and walk around. I just came here to tell the Venerable. With your current strength, you can indeed go for a walk. Now that some changes have taken place in the northern part of the ancient dragon world, I'm worried about who I will send to preside over the overall situation. Since you want to go for a walk, you might as well go to the northern region first. Venerable Gulong pondered slightly, and said directly. When Jiang Chen heard the words of Venerable Gulong, he couldn't help but stunned. He suddenly thought of what Shui Qinru said just now. It seems that the crisis in the Shui family should be related to the northern territory changes in the mouth of Venerable Ancient Dragon. Jiang Chen returned to his senses and nodded and said, as the Jinling elder of the Gulong tribe, Jiang Chen didn't mind helping the Gulong tribe. He had already decided to go to Shui's house with Shui Qinru, so that happened to be resolved by the way. You can ask Long Jiangxin about the situation in the northern territory, he knows better. Venerable Gulong said, and immediately with a move of his palm, a simple golden scroll containing terrifying power appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. Jiang Chen stared at the golden scroll in front of him, his eyes condensed slightly. This golden scroll is almost the same as the scroll used by Ji Yu Ming to suppress Shen Yuanai. It is obviously a decree of the world god. The changes in the Northern Territory are very likely to involve other territories in the northern part of the ancient dragon world. This world censored decree you to accept it, in case of any accident. At this moment, Venerable Gulong's voice rang in Jiang Chen's ear again. Jiang Chen took the decree of the realm god, and he couldn't help but feel a little bitter. It seems that this time the changes in the northern part of the ancient dragon world are more troublesome than he thought. After parting with Venerable Gulong, Jiang Chen went straight to the courtyard where Long Jiangxin was. Long Jiangxin frowned and stood in the north of the ancient dragon world, and couldn't help but let out a low sigh. Hey, I didn't expect that the Blood Moon Realm attack had just passed, and the Northern Territory had another change. Today's ancient dragon realm is really eventful. The changes in the Northern Territory are extraordinary, and I am afraid that at least one Jinling elder will be there to sit down. Nowadays, several Jinling elders in the ancient dragon realm, one of them is in the eastern region, and Pang Qingyuan is in retreat to break through the realm of God, and he wants to preside over the overall situation of the ancient dragon. As for the other ancient dragons of the celestial god realm, the strongest is only the third-tier celestial god, and may not be able to stabilize the situation. Unexpectedly, the Gulong clan could not find a suitable person, and went to the Northern Territory to deal with this incident. It really doesn't work. It seems that I can only go to the Northern Territory for a trip myself. Long Jiangxin muttered to himself. But at this moment, Venerable Gulong's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Jiangxin, the matter of the Northern Territory, the deity has been handed over to Jiang Chen. With his strength, it should be enough to deal with the situation of being Northern Territory. When Long Jiangxin heard the words of Venerable Ancient Dragon, he couldn't help but slap his head suddenly. Why did he forget Jiang Chen? Although Jiang Chen only had a second-tier cultivation base, his combat power was not inferior to that of a fourth-tier powerhouse. The territorial war 2 years ago, Jiang Chen hit Shuiyan, the chief disciple of Venerable Blood Moon, a genius with combat power comparable to a fourth-order powerhouse of the gods. 2 years have passed now. With Jiang Chen's terrifying growth rate, his strength will definitely be more terrifying than before. Moreover, Jiang Chen is now the Jinling elder of the ancient dragon clan, and is undoubtedly the best candidate to preside over the overall situation of the northern region. After Long Jiangxin came back to his senses, he was about to go to find Jiang Chen and introduce him to the northern region. But just when he was about to leave, he found that Jiang Chen's figure had walked in from outside the courtyard. Jiang Chen, are you here? Looking at Jiang Chen who walked into the courtyard, Long Jiangxin's eyes couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Senior Jiangxin, Venerable asked me to deal with the changes in the Northern Territory, so I came to you to understand the situation in the Northern Territory. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, and then asked directly, I don't know what happened in the Northern Territory. Long Jiangxin took a deep breath and said, a great change has indeed occurred, and the Snow God Palace in the northern region is in chaos. Chapter 1693, The Danger of the Snow Family. Snow Palace. Today's Jiang Chen is no longer a hairy kid who has just entered the ancient dragon world. He naturally knew that the Snow God Palace was a very powerful deity-level force in the northern region of the ancient dragon world, and it was a hegemonic presence in the northern region of the ancient dragon world. Although the Snow God Palace is powerful and has many heavenly god realm powerhouses, it still has a big gap compared with the ancient dragons. Although Snow God Palace dominates the northern part of the ancient dragon world, it has always respected the ancient dragon clan. In the last battle with the Blood Moon Realm, it is said that the Snow God Palace even sent 2 strong men from the celestial realm to the eastern region to support it. Now that only 2 short years have passed, the Snow God Palace has caused chaos in the Northern Territory. Among them, I'm afraid there must be something tricky. The Snow God Palace is the largest deity-level power in the northern region of the ancient dragon realm, and there are 5 deity-level powerhouses in charge. The Palace Master of the Snow God Palace, with the strongest cultivation base, is a powerhouse of the third-tier peak of the gods. This person is very ambitious and good at forbearing. This time the Snow God Palace suddenly made chaos in the northern region of the ancient dragon realm. I am afraid it is not simple at all. Long Jiangxin's expression was solemn and authentic. Jiang Chen nodded. Venerable has reminded me of this. It is said that other regions in the north are involved. Although the strength of the Snow God Palace is not weak, if there is no other strength behind it, how can the Lord of the Snow God Palace lead the Snow God Palace into chaos? You are heading to the northern region of the ancient dragon realm on this trip. It is best to suppress this incident with the momentum of thunder. I am worried that the longer the time delay, the more disadvantaged it will be for my ancient dragon world. When Long Zhengxin spoke, a worried expression appeared in his eyes. Things in the northern region of the ancient dragon world must be suppressed by thunder means. Once the Blood Moon realm is aware of it, Venerable Blood Moon will probably soon lead the Blood Moon tribe back. Even think in a worse direction. This time the Northern Territories' changes might have a certain relationship with Venerable Blood Moon. If this Venerable True Blood Moon planned in conjunction with a certain realm in the north, then the situation in the ancient dragon realm would be even more dangerous. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Don't worry, I will deal with this as soon as possible. With his current strength, even if facing the powerhouse of the 5th rank of the gods, he has no fear at all. He still has a world god's decree of the ancient dragon in his hand. As long as there is no real venerable world god behind the Snow God Palace, it should not be difficult for him to suppress the Snow God Palace. Talked to Long Zhengxin for a while. After Jiang Chen had a general understanding of the situation in the Northern Territory, he also directly bid farewell to Long Zhengxin, then merged with Shui Qinru and set off for the Northern Territory of the ancient dragon realm ahead. Under the leadership of Jiang Chen, Shui Qinru flew down from Shenlong City all the way. She looked at the looming Sky Dragon City below, and couldn't help but said to Jiang Chen, "My son, when we get to Sky Dragon City, call Sister Chu He and see if she wants to go back to Shui's house together." Jiang Chen's gaze penetrated all obstacles, and the mighty consciousness of the Heavenly God Realm powerhouse instantly enveloped the entire Heavenly Dragon City, but he did not find the breath of Shui Chuhe. Ji Yu Ling and Shui Chuhe are not in Sky Dragon City. Maybe they have already returned to Shui's house. Let's go. As Jiang Chen said, it turned into a streamer and headed towards the northern sky. The northern region of the ancient dragon world, Luozucheng. This is one of the most famous cities in the northern part of the ancient dragon world. The city of Luoushui is famous because it has the snow home of the Northern Territory. Although the Shui family cannot be compared with the Snow God Palace that dominates the Northern Territory, it is also one of the several great celestial level forces in the Northern Territory of the ancient dragon realm, with a very long history. Just today, the atmosphere in Lushuicheng seemed solemn. Shui Family Discussion Hall. Shui Tianan, the owner of the Shui family, is in the first place. Beside him, there was a young man with extraordinary bearing sitting beside him. Beside the young man, there was a woman standing quietly on one side. If Jiang Chen were here at this moment, he would naturally recognize that these two people were Ji Yu Ling and Shui Chuhe. When Shui Chuhe first learned that the Shui family was in crisis, he not only sent a message to Shui Qinru, but also appealed to Ji Yu Ling for help. For Shui Chuhe, Ji Yu Ling still attaches great importance to love and justice. He hardly hesitated, and brought Shui Chuhe to the Shui family, wanting to help the Shui family. This 10 years' time, Ji Yu Ling worked hard in Tianlong City night and day, and his cultivation level had reached the pinnacle of the middle true god, and he became a top disciple of Tianlong City. With his current combat power, he was even stronger than the ordinary superior true gods. After Ji Yu Ling came to the Shui family, she was treated as a guest of honor by the Shui family. Everyone, the 10-day period of the Snow God Palace is approaching today. If I expected it, the people in the Snow God Palace will soon come to the door. I wonder if you have any countermeasures. Shui Tianan's eyes swept slightly in the hall, directly breaking the silence in the hall. Patriarch, the Snow God Palace is powerful and invincible than the ancient dragon clan. Unless the ancient dragon clan powers out, our Shui family will never have any chance of winning. A snow parent smiled wryly. The Snow God Palace, this is the overlord of the snow region of the ancient dragon realm, with 5 powerhouses in the heavenly god realm. Among them, the palace master of the Snow God Palace, who is the strongest, has even reached the 3rd rank of the gods. Even if their Shui family's strength was at its peak, they couldn't compete with Snow God Palace at all, let alone the Shui family's current strength, which was no longer comparable to the peak period. Your Excellency Ji Yu Ling, I wonder if the Gulong tribe has arrangements for the Northern Territory. Shui Tianan took a deep breath and couldn't help but tilt his head to ask Ji Yu Ling beside him. He naturally knew that now only the Gulong clan can take action to resolve the crisis of his Shui family. How can a Tianlongcheng disciple know about the major events of the Gulong clan in a small area? Ji Yu Ling shook his head, then hesitated for a moment, but before I came, I had asked Chu He to notify someone. As long as that one shot, the Shui family's affairs would be solved. Shui Tianmin heard this and couldn't help looking at Shui Chuhe, who was standing on one side. Patriarch, this person is the one behind Qian Ru. He is already a big figure in the ancient dragon clan. The realm war not long ago killed many strong celestial gods in the Blood Moon realm, famous as the ancient dragon clan. Shui Chuhe said quickly. Shui Tianmin's eyes flickered. Where is Qian Ru? Can you hear from her? Shui Chuhe smiled bitterly. When I contacted her, the one was still in retreat. I don't know if Qian Ru has seen him now. When Shui Tianmin heard this, the hope that had just risen in his heart was instantly extinguished. Now the Snow God Palace is about to be crushed by a large army, but that one still doesn't know if it will take action. Even if he was willing to make a move, the distant water could not save the nearby fire. When it arrives, I am afraid the day lily will be cold. Chapter 1694. The Snow Palace is coming. Shui Tianmin's eyes flickered slightly. If the Gulong clan didn't provide support in time, the Shui family would never be able to stop the Snow God Palace. Once resisted, the only result was annihilation by the Snow God Palace. Could it be that he really wants to lead the Shui family, surrender to the Snow God Palace, and then become an enemy of the Gulong clan? Although the Snow God Palace was powerful, it was still not a star or a half away from the strength of the ancient dragon clan, the realm censored in charge of the ancient dragon world. Not a last resort, Shui Tianmin didn't want to betray the Gulong tribe and chose to surrender to Zushan Palace. Patriarch Shui, don't have to worry too much. The Gulong clan will certainly not sit idly by about the northern territory of the ancient dragon realm. Even if the one who can't make a move in time, the Gulong clan will surely send other strong men to suppress the Snow God Palace. At this moment, Ji Yuling suddenly spoke. Shui Tianmin smiled bitterly. I hope so. While he was speaking, Shui Tianmin suddenly sensed something, and his expression changed drastically. He took a deep breath and said slowly, the people from the Snow God Palace, here comes. As Shui Tianmin said this, Lu Shuicheng, which was originally low in temperature, became even colder at this moment. Even in the sky, the tiny snowflakes actually fell slowly while countless people were stunned. A voice that contained icy coldness also echoed in the sky above Luoxue City. The snow is cold, the 10-day period has come. Today, it is time for your Shui family to give me a reply from the Snow God Palace. Shui Tianmin's figure flashed, and he appeared directly above Luoxue City, and then stared at a place in the void outside the city. There are more than a dozen extraordinary figures standing proudly. These more than a dozen silhouettes were all wearing white robes. The majestic chill is constantly pouring out of these people. Especially for the first old man in white, the chill on his body is even more terrifying. Even the entire environment of Falling Snow City was affected by this old man, and the temperature dropped sharply, from the original clear sky of thousands of miles to snow in an instant. This old man in white is naturally no stranger to Shui Tianmin. This person is Bingyan, one of the 4 elders of the Snow God Palace, and his cultivation has reached the 2nd stage of the Heaven God. Even in the northern region of the ancient dragon world, it is also a prestigious powerhouse. Bingyan, your Snow God Palace is openly causing chaos in the ancient dragon world. Isn't it afraid that the ancient dragon clan will ask you to settle accounts? Shui Tianmin looked at the Bingyan River standing proudly in the sky, and couldn't help but shout coldly. This is a matter of my Snow God Palace, and you don't need to interfere. Bingyan River looked down on Shui Tianmin from a high position, with a cold expression on his face. Shui Tianmin, this elder will give you one last chance. If you dare to be confused, I will step down to the Snow City today. Bingyan, you have a big tone. Shui Tian said with a cold smile. The Shui family has been standing in the Snow City for so many years, how can you beat it if you want it? If the entire army of the Snow God Palace was dispatched, the Shui family really did not have any resistance. But this time, Snow God Palace only sent Bingyan, a strong man from the Heavenly God realm, to the Shui family. Although Bingyan is a strong man of the 2nd-tier Celestial God realm, his cultivation has also reached the peak of the 1st-tier Celestial God, and he must be able to deal with Bingyan for a while. As long as the Bingyan River can be held for a period of time, it may be possible to persist until the arrival of Gulong reinforcements. Shui Tianmin, it seems that you are confident that you can block this elder. Since you have to toast and not eat fine wine, then the elder first killed you today and then destroyed the Shui family. Bingyan smiled coldly, and immediately stretched out his hand to face Shui Tianmin with a sharp claw. a giant ice claw that pierced through the thousands of meters in the sky, directly tearing the space, grabbed it against Xu Tianming. Bingyan did not retreat. An ice-long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, and then he brought a line of ice kendo power into it instantly. The fight between the two instantly shattered the entire sky above Snow City into nothingness. The vitality of the heaven and the earth in a radius of tens of miles was shaken by it, the whirlwind surging wildly, the torrential rain was like anger, the heaven and the earth changed. Ling, did you say that Patriarch is the opponent of the Snow God Palace Elder? Below, Shui Chuhe looked at the battle in the void and couldn't help asking Ji Yu Ling beside him with a worried expression. Do you still have to ask? Ji Yu Ling smiled bitterly. The Shui families. Cultivation is not at the first level of the deity, but the elder of the Snow God Palace has already reached the second level of the deity. If you continue to fight like this, the Shui family may not be able to hold on for long. Between the two talking, in the void, the two great heavenly god realm powerhouses had already fought for 10 moves in the blink of an eye. Xu Tianming also became more strenuous to deal with it, and soon under the powerful offensive of Bingyan River, he was at a disadvantage. How can this old guy's strength be so strong? Xu Tianming became more and more frightened. Bingyan was only in the early stage of the second stage of the god, and he was at the peak of the first stage of the god, not far from the second stage of the god. The gap between the two should not be large. But when he really fought with Bingyan, he realized that he underestimated the second-order celestial god. A strong man in the heavenly realm, one rank in one heaven. Even if he is only half a step away from the second order of the gods, this half step is not something he can cross if he wants to. Xu Tianming was frightened. If he fights hard with Bingyan now, I am afraid he will soon be defeated by Bingyan. It's just that the matter is over. He also had to explode with all his strength, desperately fighting Bingyan. The two blasted another 10 moves in the void, and Xu Tianming was finally unable to withstand the power of Bingyan River, and under the attack of Bingyan River, he began to retreat steadily. Xu Tianming, my Snow God Palace has given you a chance. Since you insist on seeking death, this elder will fulfill you today. Bingyan stared at Xu Tianming indifferently, a ruined world containing a deep chill, which also instantly enveloped Bili Void. Bingyan River evolved into the world of the gods with the power of ice and destruction, and the censored raised his hand and waved at will. Black ice cubes condensed from the world of the gods, like 10,000 black ice swords, sweeping the entire world. Looking at the monstrous blow of Bingyan River, Xu Tianming's expression changed drastically. He let out a low growl in his throat, and immediately urged his whole body strength to condense the world of the gods. How could the world of the gods that he evolved together with the power of the Bingyan River's two gods? Xu Tianming's heavenly, censored world collapsed under the attack of Bingyan River. I saw that his whole person was directly under the blow of Bingyan River and fell from the void. Only a loud bang was heard. Xu Tianming's divine body directly hit the wall of Luoxue City, causing the wall of Luoxue City to collapse over a distance of thousands of feet in an instant. Chapter 1695, One Finger Volley. Ha ha. Xu Tianming, you are not qualified to be wild in front of this elder based on the strength of your first-order deity. Looking at Xu Tianming's embarrassed figure, Bingyan laughed wildly with disdain. With a move of his palm, the black ice palm condensed by the power of the two worlds directly shattered into the void, covering the sky and the sun and suppressing the snow. It's over, Patriarch lost. This scene immediately made countless members of the Xu family feel like a concubine. Xu Tianming is the only heavenly god realm powerhouse in their Xu family. Once Xu Tianming fell into the hands of Bingyan, their Xu family would be completely finished. Bingyan, even if Xu Tianming is dead today, I will have to pay a heavy price for you. Xu Tianming looked at the Bingyan River, which was suppressed by his feet, and a crazy look appeared on his pale face. Just as he was about to explode his cultivation base in desperately fighting Bingyan, there was a sudden voice breaking through the sky. I saw a crystal-clear finger, which shot in the air. The huge fingers, like an Optimus Prime, firmly blocked the black ice palm that covered the sky and the sun, and could not move forward. A faint voice also slowly resounded between heaven and earth this time. Huh, what a snow god palace. You want to go wild in the northern part of the ancient dragon realm. Have you asked me if the ancient dragon clan agrees? With this faint voice resounded. Xu Tianming, who was already desperate, finally couldn't help showing a look of ecstasy in his eyes. Xu Tianming suddenly raised his head, looking at a young man in black, who had appeared above the void above his head out of nowhere. Beside the young man in black, there was a beautiful woman with a dusty temperament standing quietly. Although this woman had changed greatly, Xu Tianming still recognized at a glance that this woman was Xu Qinru, a disciple of the Xu family who entered the Gulong clan more than 10 years ago. The person next to Xu Qinru is most likely the big figure in Ji Yuling's second population. This one finally arrived in time. Seeing Jiang Chen and Xu Qinru who suddenly appeared, both Ji Yuling and Xu Chuhe were also suddenly relieved. Jiang Chen's shot. Today, the danger of the Xu family has been completely resolved. Boy, are you from the Gulong clan? Bing Yan looked at Jiang Chen who had blocked his own blow with a finger in vain, his eyes condensed slightly. Jiang Chen didn't answer Bing Yan. He directly flicked his finger, the huge finger that blocked the black ice palm of Bingyan River, brought a force that pierced the world, and instantly shattered the black ice palm in the void into nothingness. Qian Ru, you should step back first. Smashing the black ice palm lightly, Jiang Chen couldn't help but confront Xueqin Judo beside him. Xu Qinru also knew that she couldn't help much in this battle, so she quickly responded and quickly retreated to the side of Ji Yuling and Xu Chuhe. After Xu Qinru retreated, Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand, looking indifferently over the Bingyan River. Zushan Palace betrayed the Gulong tribe and disturbed the situation in the northern part of the ancient dragon world. The sin is to be blamed. Are you going to end it yourself, or do you want me to do it myself? Since Snow God Palace would choose to betray the ancient dragon realm, allowing them to exist in the northern region of the ancient dragon realm would only be a disaster. Long Zhengxin also repeatedly urged him to suppress the Snow God Palace with the momentum of thunder. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be the slightest polite with Zushan Palace. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, Bing Yan couldn't help but sneered with disdain. Is there no one in the ancient dragon clan? You are sent to the northern territory to preside over the overall situation. My ancient dragons are not nobody, but it's not necessary. Jiang Chen calmly said, to suppress your Snow God Palace, I alone is enough. Boy, no matter who you are, if you dare to ruin the big event of my Snow God Palace, then I will kill you first. Bing Yanhei's eyes were gloomy, and once again he shot Jiang Chen with a palm. A giant black palm swept through the void, shining with cold light. The boiling black destructive power is like a dark ocean, constantly surging in the void. Everyone only saw it. The world within a radius of 100 miles was instantly plunged into darkness. The endless black waves of destruction flooded the world like a tide, and the terrifying fluctuations shook the sun and the moon. Looking at Bingyan River's terrifying offensive, many of the Xu family's faces were pale. Even Xu Tianming, patriarch of the Xu family, couldn't help but show a worried look in his eyes. Gulong, the black-clothed young man, will he really be Bingyan's opponent? Jiang Chen stood proudly in place with no expression on his face. He pointed it into a sword, and gently moved it into the void. There was a piercing sound in the sky. A golden sword light, like an ancient divine sword, greeted him and slashed on the huge destruction palm of Bingyan River. The sword light lasted for hundreds of miles, covering the Bingyan River with the giant palm of void destruction, and instantly penetrated. A long golden sword mark appeared on Bingyan River's destruction giant palm, and then turned into two halves in the void, slowly dissipating. Blocked, our Xu family can be saved. Many members of the Xu family looked at this scene, and their faces couldn't help but show excitement. When they first saw Jiang Chen, they all thought that Jiang Chen should be the same as Ji Yuling, he should be a genius disciple of the Gulong clan. But no matter how enchanting the present one is, I am afraid it will be difficult to contend with the Bingyan River of Tier 2 Celestial God. The black-clothed young man of the Gulong tribe not only had an equal share with Bingyan, but even had the upper hand. What a horrible sword! Xu Tianming's pupils shrank. With his strength, if facing Jiang Chen's sword, he would hardly have any resistance, and he would be seriously injured. Only with this sword, Xu Tianming already knew that the strength of the black-clothed youth in front of him was probably far above him. Xu Tianming's hanging heart finally relaxed slightly. With this one, let alone whether it can suppress the Snow God Palace and stabilize the situation in the northern region of the ancient dragon world. At least the Bingyan River in front of them could no longer pose any threat to their Xu family. But Xu Qinru and Ji Yuling, who stood still in the sky above Xueluo City, had always looked indifferent. That territorial war a few years ago. Jiang Chen's prestige has long been spread to the ancient dragons. Even Ji Yu Ling, two people in Tianlong City, have heard many legends about Jiang Chen. The true God realm rebelled against the Heaven God realm, ignoring the laws of the Heavenly Tao, and went straight to the second order Heaven God realm. Killing the Blood Moon Realm Heaven God realm powerhouse is as simple as slaughtering a chicken and a dog. In front of Jiang Chen, an elder of the second-tier celestial god of the Snow God Palace is no different from the ants. Chapter 1696, Heavenly God Tier 2, Kill with One Sword. Seeing that Jiang Chen smashed his full blow in such a leisurely manner, Bing Yanhei's eyes also showed a solemn expression. The strength of this kid in front of him, I am afraid it is no less than him. A Tier 2 strong man of such a young god, even in the Gulong tribe, is a very rare existence. According to his knowledge of the Gulong tribe, it seems that only the three major disciples of the ancient dragon clan have such an enchanting talent. This son, in all likelihood, came from Venerable Gulong. Thinking of this, Bingyan couldn't help but tighten. Since Venerable Gulong sent his disciples to the Northern Territory, he must have done something to Snow God Palace. The ancient dragon tribe has suppressed the ancient dragon world for millions of years, and almost no one dares to stun its edge. Now that the Snow God Palace is about to face the giant Gulong clan head-on, Bing Yan couldn't help but trembled. Thinking of the one behind them, Bing Yanhei's tight heartstrings just relaxed slightly. Who exists? As long as Venerable Gulong does not personally take action, no one should pose any threat to their Snow God Palace. Naturally, I came to suppress your Snow God Palace. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and his whole body burst into golden light like the sun in an instant. The layers of golden divine light behind him exploded, turning into a golden sword shadow that penetrates the world. Jiang Chen manipulated the golden sword phantom and slashed out. Chaos flies, sun and moon hang upside down. With the power to smash everything, Jin Jian Xiang slashed down towards the Bingyan River. Where the sword light passed, everything around it was instantly annihilated into nothingness. Looking at the terrifying divine body vision in Jiang Chen condensed place, Bingyan only felt his scalp explode, and an inexplicable chill instantly spread all over his body. Bingyan let out a roar, and the power of the second-tier celestial god was instantly mobilized to the extreme, directly condensing a world of celestial god, trying to resist Jiang Chen's attack. With Jiang Chen's current strength, the divine body vision condensed, even if most of the third-order powerhouses of the gods are basically difficult to stop. But Bingyan was only at the early stage of the second-tier celestial god. How could he resist Jiang Chen's divine body vision? The golden sword imaginary shadow smashed and fell on the world of the gods in the Bingyan River, and the loud noise instantly spread throughout the world. I saw Bingyan River's heavenly god's world, which only lasted for less than a moment under the golden sword phantom. It was directly twisted and transformed, and finally collapsed in midair. Bingyan trembled all over, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person flew out from midair in embarrassment. Before he could stabilize his figure, the golden sword phantom had penetrated the void and fell on his body fiercely. Under the cover of the golden sword shadow, Bingyan's body of the gods, like paper, came out of the friar above his head. Head, neck, chest, abdomen, thighs. In just the blink of an eye, Bing Yanhei's body was already shattered and exploded into blood and flesh. The surging blood of the gods shed like raindrops, causing the hard bluestone floor below to become like a sieve, with countless large and small blood-colored holes. Whether it was the Shui family headed by Shui Tianan or the dozen or so people in the Snow God Palace, they all lost their voices and couldn't believe it. Everyone was dumbfounded, like a ghost. They could only stare blankly at the black-clothed youth who stood proudly in the world, and it took a long time to recover from the shock. More than a dozen true gods of the Snow God Palace had their eyes dull, and their mouths also made unbelievable whispers. Bingyan, this is the great elder of their Snow God Palace, a strong man second only to the Snow God Palace master. Even looking at the entire Northern Territory, Bingyan is a powerhouse standing on the top, and there are only a handful of people who can defeat it. But such a strong man of Tier 2 was actually killed by this kid in front of him with such an easy sword. Not only those true gods of the Snow God couldn't imagine all of this in front of them, but Shui Tianan and the other Shui family were also shocked. Even Shui Qinru three people couldn't say a word. Although they had heard the legend about Jiang Chen, they also knew that Jiang Chen could easily slay a strong man in the Heavenly Realm. But when they watched Jiang Chen slaying Bing Yan with this sword, they were still shocked beyond words. 2. Too strong. Ji Yuling looked back, and couldn't help but smile secretly in his heart. This one entered the Gulong clan a few years later than him. In just 10 years, this guy has risen all the way against the sky, and has grown to the point where he needs to look up all his life. Compared with Jiang Chen, like him, a genius disciple of the ancient dragon tribe, there is no difference from scum. When everyone was shocked by the scene before them, they saw the place where Bing Yanhei's body burst. An illusory figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was Bing Yanhei's soul. When Jiang Chen smashed Bing Yanhei's body with a sword just now, his soul barely escaped into the void and barely saved his life. After the spirit of Bingyan River appeared, he didn't stay at all, and turned into a black light, quickly fleeing into the distance. You can hide it, but can you escape? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately stretched out his hand to lightly squeeze the distant Bingyan River, directly making the space with a radius of thousands of meters solidified in an instant. One move imprisoned the illusory figure. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and a soul-killing seal was directed towards the suppression of Bing Yanhei's soul. Bing Yan looked desperate and horrified. It's just that he just spit out a word of no. The soul has completely turned into nothingness under Jiang Chen's soul-killing seal. It was also causing Xu Tianming and the others in the Xu family to take a breath. The Grand Elder of the dignified Snow God Palace, a strong man of the second rank of the gods, has now been easily wiped out by the gods. This one in front of me is really not ordinary horror. The big elder has fallen. Everyone run away. Seeing that even Bing Yanhei's soul was completely wiped out, the expressions of the more than a dozen people in the Snow God Palace instantly became horrified. Where did they dare to stay in Luoxue City the slightest, and quickly turned around and fled away. Jiang Chen didn't give them any chance to escape at all. Raising his hand was a seal of opening the gods, suppressing Xu Tianming. The more than a dozen true gods in the Snow God Palace had no resistance at all, and they were all reduced to ashes under the seal of Jiang Chen. Chapter 1697, Kill the Snow God Palace. Xu Tianming, Patriarch of the Xu family, thank you for your help. Xu Tianming came back to his senses and couldn't help but hurriedly came to Jiang Chen, respectfully thanking him. When Xu Chuhe and Xu Chuhe mentioned this one, Xu Tianming didn't believe it in his heart. It didn't take long for Xu Qinru to enter the Gulong clan. Even if she really encountered a peerless evildoer in Earth Dragon City, it is impossible for her to become an existence capable of slaying the Heavenly God realm in just over 10 years, right? But when he witnessed today's battle with his own eyes, he had to believe it. The dignified second-tier powerhouse of the gods was almost all killed by the sword. With such a terrifying power, I am afraid that looking at the entire ancient dragon realm, they are already one of the few peerless powerhouses. While Xu Tianming was shocked, she was also grateful in her heart. Fortunately, he persisted just now, and did not choose to betray the Gulong tribe and surrender to the Snow God Palace. Once this one arrives, their Xu family's fate will be extremely miserable. Zushan Palace betrayed the Gulong tribe and caused riots in the Northern Territory. Naturally, the Gulong tribe would not sit idly by. Jiang Chen waved his hand, then looked at Xu Tianming and said lightly, Patriarch Xu, you should know where the Zushan Palace is. Xu Tianming was taken aback for a moment, but still quickly replied, My lord, Xu Mo knows. The Xu family has a long history in the northern region of the ancient dragon world, and Xu Tianming, as the head of the Xu family, knows almost everything in the northern region of the ancient dragon world. How can he not know where the Xu Shen Palace is? Jiang Chen nodded and said, It's fine if you know, you can take me to the Snow God Palace. Go, your envoy is going to Snow God Palace. Xu Tianming was shocked when he heard Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen glanced at Xu Tianming faintly. Why, isn't it possible? Sir, the Snow God Palace is powerful. In addition to the Bingyan River that was killed by you, there are also 4 strong men in the Heavenly God realm. Among them, the Palace Lord of the Snow God Palace is even the #1 expert in the northern region of the ancient dragon stage, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the 3rd stage of the Heavenly God. Xu Tianming hesitated and said, The Lord is alone in front of the Snow God Palace. Before Xu Tianming finished speaking, Jiang Chen interrupted him directly. Okay, go to the Snow God Palace, I am imperative, you don't need to say more. Jiang Chen said, a golden token flashed out of thin air in his hand. He held the token and said faintly, I am the elder of the Golden Order of the Ancient Dragon Clan, and I am fully responsible for handling matters concerning the northern territory of the Ancient Dragon Realm. You only need to obey the order and show me the way. Elder Jinling of the Ancient Dragon. As the head of a celestial god-level family, Xu Tianming naturally has a certain understanding of the ancient dragons. Naturally, he knew very well what the Elder Jinling of the Gulong tribe meant. Elder Jinling of the Ancient Dragon tribe is second only to the existence of the Ancient Dragon, not only has a very high status, but also is powerful. It is said that every Jinling elder of the Ancient Dragon tribe is at least a strong person above the fourth rank of the gods. Although Xu Tianming was able to guess that the one in front of him had an extraordinary status in the Ancient Dragon tribe, he did not expect that he would be the Elder Jinling of the Ancient Dragon tribe. Xu Tianming, patriarch of the Xu family, please follow the orders of the elders. Xu Tianming took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and said respectfully, "How dare Xu Tianming violate the order of the Elder Jinling of the Gulong tribe? Since this one is the Elder Jinling of the Gulong clan, and is sent by the Gulong clan to deal with the affairs of the Snow God Palace, he must have some support." Xu Tianming no longer hesitated at the moment, and directly led Jiang Chen towards the sky north of Shicheng City. He wants to be alone and directly kill the Snow God Palace. Xu Chuhe looked at the two Jiang Chen who disappeared into the sky, and there was an incredible horror in his eyes. He lived in the northern region of Gulongji since he was a child. Naturally, Xu Chuhe knew very well how powerful the Snow God Palace was. Can Jiang Chen really fight the Snow God Palace with his own power? Okay, this is not something you and I can pretend. Since he is alone in front of the Snow God Palace, he naturally has his intentions. Ji Yuling shook his head and said, "Since the Gulong tribe sent Jiang Chen to deal with the Northern Territory's affairs, they couldn't be without any preparation." Ji Yuling even felt that even if there was only Jiang Chen alone, Snow God Palace might not help him. This guy's martial arts talent is more terrifying than any genius in the history of the Ancient Dragon clan. Killing enemies at a higher level is like commonplace. The war in the realm. Jiang Chen broke the barrier of realm even more, and killed the heavenly god realm with the true god realm. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation base has already entered the second-tier deity, his combat power is probably not inferior to the powerhouse of the third-tier deity. Even the palace master of the Snow God Palace, I am afraid he might not be able to win Jiang Chen. Snow Palace, located in the far north of the northern region of the ancient dragon world. The temperature here is extremely low and the environment is special, forming a vast glacial land. The Snow God Palace was built in the center of this glacier land. At the speed of both Jiang Chen, after about an hour, I came to the center of this glacier land. Hundreds of miles ahead, a crystal-clear palace, like an ice castle in a fairy tale, appeared directly in Jiang Chen's sight. It stands in the endless glacial world, like a crown on the entire polar ice sheet, dazzling. Snow Palace, a god-level force with a longer history than the Ancient Dragon clan. Before the Ancient Dragon clan was established, the Snow God Palace was the overlord of the northern region of the Ancient Dragon realm, and its strength was extremely powerful. Venerable Gulong was born and established the world-censored, power Gulong clan. Snow God Palace also had to choose to surrender to Gulong clan. Zushan Palace has always been ambitious and has always been unwilling to subdue to the Ancient Dragon clan. But because of fear of the powerful strength of the Ancient Dragon clan, he could only forbear it secretly. It was obviously under the support of some kind of power that Snow God Palace chose to betray the Ancient Dragon clan and openly cause trouble in the northern region of the Ancient Dragon world. Elder Jiang, the Snow God Palace is in front, shall we go directly? Xu Tianming looked at the Zushan Palace in front, and couldn't help but tilt his head to ask Jiang Chen. "You go back, I will do it alone." Although Xu Tianming was also a powerhouse in the celestial god realm, he was only a celestial god. In the next battle, Xu Tianming probably couldn't help much, so Jiang Chen didn't plan to keep him. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and almost did not speak to Xu Tianming. His figure flashed directly, and he burst out toward the ice and snow castle in front. Seeing this, Xu Tianming couldn't help but gave a wry smile. This time he brought Jiang Chen to the headquarters of the Snow God Palace. If something happened to Jiang Chen in the Snow God Palace, once the Gulong tribe blamed him, he might not be able to escape. Xu Tianming gritted his teeth, and finally his figure flashed, and he chased Jiang Chen directly. Chapter 1698. For you, I am enough. Jiang Chen stepped on the void, taking 1,000 steps. In just a few breaths, he crossed hundreds of miles and came to the void thousands of feet away from Snow God Palace. Who is going wild in my Snow God Palace? At this moment, the two guards of the Snow God Palace also rose up into the sky in an instant, and sternly shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind, his indifferent voice instantly shook the entire Snow God Palace. Gulong Jiang Chen, come and visit Snow God Palace. At the same time Jiang Chen descended to the Snow God Palace. Snow God Palace, the central hall. A middle-aged man with white hair and stern complexion sat high above the hall. The breath of the middle-aged in white is unfathomable, and the body is filled with a chill of extreme coldness. This middle-aged in white is Leng Chokshuan, the lord of the Snow God Palace. Several Zushan Palace elders seemed to have felt Leng Chokshuan's terrible anger. All of them were silent, afraid to make a sound. Not long ago, Great Elder Bingyanhe's soul card was broken, and it should have fallen to the Shui family. What do you elders think about this? I don't know how long it took. Leng Chokshuan finally broke the silence in the hall. Palace Master, with the cultivation base of the Great Elder, Shui Tianming, the patriarch of the Shui family, cannot pose any threat to him. Now that the Great Elder has something wrong, the only possibility is that the strong of the ancient dragon clan has arrived. An elder of the Snow God Palace took a deep breath and said solemnly, the ancient dragon clan powerhouse came to the Northern Territory. It was already expected by this seat, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Leng Chokshuan nodded indifferently, and immediately swept his gaze in the hall. Who wants to go to Shuijia to find out and see who the Gulong clan sent to the northern region? As Leng Chokshuan's words fell, the hall fell into silence once again. The Great Elder Bingyan is a strong man in the Heavenly God realm, second only to the Lord Leng Chokshuan of the Snow God Palace. Even Bingyan fell to the Shui's house, and they went to the Shui's house. How was this different from being sent to the door for death? Seeing that everyone was silent, Leng Chokshuan's expression couldn't help but sink slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a faint voice suddenly rang in his ears. Don't have to be so troublesome, just gather the strong from the Snow God Palace and enter the Shui family. Leng Chokshuan raised his head slightly, only to see a young man in purple clothes with a weird complexion who appeared directly in front of him. Master Lu, we still don't know how many experts the Gulong clan sent to the Northern Territory. Isn't it too hasty to enter the Shui family like this? Leng Chokshuan hesitated. No matter how many powerhouses the ancient dragons send, as long as the ancient dragons do not come in person, it will not make any sense. The purple-clothed youth said indifferently, do you think that venerable ancient dragon might come in person? Leng Chokshuan was slightly taken aback. Venerable ancient dragon is the only realm powerhouse in the ancient dragon realm, because it is unlikely that the Snow God Palace will happen directly. The Gulong tribe who came to the Northern Territory to preside over the overall situation this time was mostly a certain Jinling elder of the Gulong tribe. The purple-clothed youth in front of him came from the Zilin realm in the north of the ancient dragon realm, and was also a peerless genius from the venerable family. Not only did his cultivation reach the third-tier peak of the heavenly gods, he also mastered a world god's decree. Whether it was the elder Jin Ling from the Gulong clan who came to face the purple-clothed youth who mastered the decree of the world god, he was destined to die. Now they have directly entered the Shui family and killed this ancient dragon elder Jin Ling, which can greatly damage the ancient dragon's vitality. Venerable Blood Moon will bring the Blood Moon realm back again, and the ancient dragons will have no time to take care of the Northern Territory. And they can join forces with Venerable Blood Moon to destroy the ancient dragon clan. Okay, I will summon the experts in the Snow God Palace and kill the Shui family directly. Leng Chokshuan's eyes flickered slightly, and the whole person was filled with a murderous intent. Just when Leng Chokshuan was about to give an order, a faint voice resounded directly above the Snow God Palace. This sound was not loud, but it resounded like a rolling thunder in the sky and the earth, violently. The entire Snow God Palace was shaken. Gu, Gulong tribe, it is the Gulong tribe who came to the door. In the Snow God Palace, the expressions of many disciples suddenly became terrified. Even some of the Snow God Palace elders in the central hall couldn't help but show a flustered look on their faces. The ancient dragon tribe, this is the world censored power that suppressed the ancient dragon world for millions of years. Now their Snow God Palace is about to collide head-on with the Gulong clan, so these Snow God Palace people are not flustered. Why panic? With Master Lu here, no one can do anything to my Snow God Palace unless Venerable Gulong is here. Since the Gulong people are here, we will do it for a while. An icy light flashed across Leng Chokshuan's eyes. He was just about to kill the Shui family, but he didn't expect that the Gulong clan would send it to the door by himself, which saved him a lot of trouble. Leng Chokshuan's voice fell, and his figure appeared above the Snow God Palace in a flash. He raised his head slightly, his gaze fell on a void thousands of feet away from the Snow God Palace. When he looked at the two silhouettes standing proudly in the void, he couldn't help but was taken aback. Of the two, Leng Chokshuan was no stranger to him, and it was Shui Tianan, the owner of the Shui family. And beside Shui Tianan, there was a young man in black standing holding his hand. The aura of the black-clothed youth is extremely not weak. I am afraid that he has at least reached the second rank of the gods. Leng Chokshuan didn't expect it. This time the Gulong tribe sent people to the North Territory, not the elder Jin Ling of the Gulong tribe, but such a hairy boy of the second order of the gods. Although this son can be promoted to the second rank of the censored at such a young age, he is already one of the best geniuses in the ancient dragon world. But such a Mauto of Tier 2 heavenly god might not be enough to deal with his Snow God Palace. Boy, is there no one in the Gulong clan? He sent you such a hairy boy to die. Leng Chokshuan recovered, couldn't help but stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer. Not long ago, your Snow God Palace elder also said this to me, but he was already dead. Jiang Chen said calmly, I still said that. I will be enough to deal with you Snow God Palace. Bingyan really died in your hands. Leng Chokshuan heard Jiang Chen's words, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent. Boy, I was about to go to Shui's house to find you, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send the door to death. Since you are so anxious to find death, this seat will do you well. Leng Chokshuan's voice fell, and he raised his hand and pointed directly at Jiang Chen. A giant finger of cold ice that squeezed thousands of feet across the void, bringing up a monstrous chill, like the top of Mount Tai, oppressing from the top of Jiang Chen's head. Chapter 1699. Those who betray the ancient dragon world, kill. Jiang Chen flicked his finger, and a golden sword light rose up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye he smashed the huge ice finger that had come from the pressure. Palace Master Leng, you led the Zushan Palace to cause chaos in the northern region of the ancient dragon realm, and your sin is to blame. Seeing that your Snow God Palace has been able to resist the Blood Moon world, I will give you a chance. I will catch it immediately and go back to the ancient dragon clan to pick up the crime with me. Otherwise, then don't blame me for being merciless. A sword broke Leng Chokshuan's attack, and Jiang Chen's cold voice resounded through the world again. Ha, I'm not afraid to flash my tongue when talking big. Leng Chokshuan smiled wildly with disdain. You can kill Bingyan, your strength is indeed not weak. But if you want to suppress my Snow God Palace, I am afraid that you are not qualified. His Snow God Palace has dominated the northern region of the ancient dragon realm for many years, and even after the loss of Bingyan River, there are still 4 great heavenly gods. And his cultivation base has reached the peak of the 3rd rank of the gods. Except for the elder Jin Ling of the Gulong clan, almost no one can pose any threat to him. At this moment in his Snow God Palace, there is also the son of Lu from the Zilin realm. Even if the elder Jin Ling of the Gulong clan came, he was destined to die, let alone this kid in front of him. Leng Chokshuan, it seems that you are determined to lead the Snow God Palace to betray the Gulong clan. Jiang Chen stared at Leng Chokshuan indifferently, and his whole body burst out with a murderous intent. Betrayal of the ancient dragon world, kill. Do it, kill him for me. Leng Chokshuan's face was stern, and there was also a cold anger in his mouth. As Leng Chokshuan's shout fell, the 3 celestial elders behind him broke out almost at the same time, turning into 4 monstrous cold currents, bursting out toward Jiang Chen. Elder Jiang, I will stop someone for you. Seeing that the 3 elders of the 3 heavenly gods of the Snow God Palace took action at the same time, Shui Tianan's expression could not help but change slightly. No, you just stay by the side. If you can't even clean up these 3 guys, then what am I doing in the Snow God Palace? He circulated the image of the illusory sacred dragon, a majestic and vast power that instantly soared into the sky, and then gathered on the void above his head into a picture of nothingness exuding a sacred atmosphere. Jiang Chen controlled the sky map of Qianlong Town, and pointed directly at the 3 Snow God Palace elders who had swooped in. I saw a brilliant light burst out suddenly on the sky map of Qianlong Town, and then quickly enlarged in midair. The void picture scroll had already enveloped the world with a radius of 100 miles, and then covered the sky and the sun and moved toward the suppression of the 3 Snow God Palace elders. Looking at the mysterious picture of suppression from above, The three elders of the Snow God Palace only felt that the whole person seemed to be covered by a shadow of death. The three of them were in horror, and they quickly urged the power of the Ice Road to evolve into the world of the gods, trying to resist Jiang Chen's attack. How can Jiang Chen's vision of the Taixu sacred dragon picture that the three heavenly gods can resist? I saw that the world of heavenly gods evolved by the three of them turned into nothingness at the moment they came into contact with the picture scroll of Tao. The world of the gods was instantly crushed by the picture of nothingness, and the bodies of the three of them were too late to react, and they were already annihilated in the energy of the sky map of Qianlong Town. Before they even had time to make a scream, they had disappeared without a trace under the suppression of Tiantu of Qianlong Town. Seeing this scene, Shui Tianan, who was always ready to help behind Jiang Chen, couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. Although he knew that Jiang Chen was very strong, he didn't expect to be so strong. Just an understatement, killed the three elders of the Snow God Palace. Shui Tianan finally understood why the Gulong tribe had only sent Jiang Chen to the Northern Territory. This guy really has a terrifying ability to suppress Snow God Palace. Ah! Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Seeing that the elders of the three great gods were instantly killed by Jiang Chen, Lang Chokshuan was immediately furious, and he couldn't help but let out a stern roar. The fact that this kid can kill Bingyan in front of him is enough to prove that his combat power is not weak. He originally wanted the three elders to try Jiang Chen's combat power, but who knew that Jiang Chen was an understatement and killed all the three elders. Plus the previously fallen Bingyan River. All of the four elders of the Snow God Palace fell into Jiang Chen's hands. How could Lang Chokshuan not be angry? The cold glow burst between Lang Chokshuan's palms. In the void, a starry river that runs through the heavens and the earth hangs across the sky and the earth. In the galaxy, there seemed to be a gust of wind howling. Stars with a deep chill adorns them, thousands of stars gathered together, and there was no icy light that seemed to freeze in space. 9-day glacier map. This is the strongest blow created by Lang Chokshuan after he was promoted to the third rank of the heavenly god, combining the power of the ice road, the power of the stars, and the power of the wind road. Lang Chokshuan, who was now in a state of furious rage, directly exploded this blow with all his strength. Lang Chokshuan stepped out, and the 9-day glacier map above his head suddenly bloomed with shocking cold light, pressing toward Jiang Chen. The void solidified, the sun and the moon collapsed, and the mountains and rivers shattered. Rao was 100 miles away from the battlefield, feeling the blow out of Lang Chokshuan, and he felt a sense of fright. Lang Chokshuan, the lord of the Snow God Palace, deserves to be the #1 powerhouse in the northern territory of the Megatron Ancient Dragon Realm, a terrifying existence whose cultivation has reached the peak of the third-order celestial god. Can Jiang Chen really resist such a powerful attack? Ha ha, with your strength, you are far from qualified to kill me. His imaginary sacred dragon diagram turned to the extreme in an instant, and the second vision, Long Shao Nine Heavens diagram, was also condensed directly on top of his head. Accompanied by a shocking dragon chant, the Long Shao Nine sky map directly carried a terrifying power to suppress everything, and it collided with Lang Chokshuan's 9 sky glacier map. The earth-shattering explosion sounded through the world, and the terrifying wave of destruction, instantly centered on the two of them, spread in all directions. The entire Snow God Palace was even affected by the waves of destruction, and there was a violent tremor. If it weren't for the Snow God Palace with a strong defense against the mountain, it would have instantly turned into nothingness under the impact of this destructive air wave. The Long Shao 9 sky map and the 9 sky glacier map are constantly intertwined. I saw the thousands of ice stars on the 9 sky glacier map, all of them bursting apart under the suppression of the Long Shao 9 sky map. The entire 9-day glacier map, also in the collision with the Long Shao 9-day map, burst open at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1700. If you don't want to die, just get out of here. Kaka kaka. With a burst of continuous clicking sounds resounded across the sky, I saw Lang Chokshuan's 9-day glacier map, which was completely transformed into nothingness in the void. But after Jiang Chen's Long Shao 9 Heavens picture, after defeating Lang Chokshuan's 9 Heavens glacier picture, his speed remained unabated, and he blasted towards Lang Chokshuan. Looking at the sky map of Qianlong Town, which was rapidly enlarged in sight, Lang Chokshuan's pupils shrank suddenly. He quickly suppressed the churning aura in his body, urging his energy to deploy 10 layers of defenses all over his body. His 10 layers of defensive strength, under the power of Long Shao 9 Heavens map, was like a piece of paper, and collapsed at the touch of a touch. 10 layers of defense was defeated by Long Xiao Judiantu in the blink of an eye. Leng Chokshuan's figure trembled, and a mouthful of blood could not help but squirt out wildly. The whole person was embarrassed and fell on the formation barrier above the Snow God Palace, making the entire Snow God Palace full. There was a violent tremor. Leng Chokshuan, the lord of the Snow God Palace, was so defeated. Shui Tianan stared at the scene in front of him with dull eyes. The whole person is now ghost and can't believe his eyes. The lord of the Snow God Palace, Leng Chokshuan, this is the powerhouse of the third order peak of the heavenly god. Such a powerful existence was also hit hard by Jiang Chen. Shui Tianan couldn't imagine how terrifying Jiang Chen's strength had reached. Inside the Snow God Palace, many disciples of the Snow God Palace saw the situation in front of them, and their faces were pale, like a concubine. The Gulong tribe sent only one young man to kill the 3 elders of the Snow God Palace with one move, and severely inflict Leng Chokshuan, the lord of the Snow God Palace, with one move. The strength of the Gulong clan is really terrifying. Their Zushan Palace is against the Gulong clan. It is no mysterious difference from looking for death. Leng Chokshuan stabilized his figure, staring at Jiang Chen in the void, and finally there was an unconcealable horror in his eyes. Leng Chokshuan never thought of it anyway. This sun is no more than the second-tier cultivation base of the gods, but the combat power has reached such a terrifying level. With his cultivation base of the third-tier peak of the gods, he was hit hard by the opponent. This kid's combat power is probably not inferior in the slightest to the powerhouse of Tier 4 of the heavenly god. Leng Chokshuan finally understood. Why did the Gulong tribe send this kid alone to suppress the Zushan Palace? If it weren't for the support of the Zilin realm in the Snow God Palace, I am afraid that their Snow God Palace would really be suppressed by this kid alone. Gulong Jinling Elder Jiang Chen was ordered to come and suppress Zushan Palace. Jiang Chen looked down at Leng Chokshuan condescendingly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raised a slight arc. Leng Chokshuan, you are not my opponent. It's about this time, call the person behind you. This kid turns out to be the elder Jin Ling of the Gulong clan. When Leng Chokshuan heard Jiang Chen's words, an incredible horror appeared in his eyes. Naturally, Leng Chokshuan knew exactly what kind of existence the elder Jinling of the Gulong clan was. Generally, only the strong men above the 4th rank of the gods have the qualifications to become the golden elders of the ancient dragon clan. Since the establishment of the Gulong clan, there have been no more than 5 Jinling elders in total. Leng Chokshuan is also no stranger to several Jin Ling elders of the Gulong clan. But he really didn't know, when did the Gulong clan have another Jin Ling elder like Jiang Chen? Leng Chokshuan was surprised and uncertain. There was a flash of inspiration in his mind, and finally he thought of something, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen instantly became shocked. Are you the ancient dragon clan Tianzhao who slaughtered the quartet in Tianping Divine Nation and killed countless Blood Moon rank powerhouses? Leng Chokshuan also joined the battlefield under the orders of Venerable Gulong. He followed Venerable Gulong and others, stalemate with the Blood Moon realm on the front battlefield, and he naturally knew what happened in Tianping Divine Kingdom. It is said that a disciple of the Gulong clan rises against the sky, and when he is in the true censored state, he can kill the censored state. That person even ignored the laws of the heavens and went straight to the second order of the gods. Even the chief disciple of Venerable Blood Moon, Shui Yin, the peerless genius who had reached the 3rd rank of the heavenly god, was completely defeated. When Jiang Chen reported his name just now, Leng Chokshuan vaguely felt that the name was familiar. It turned out that this kid in front of him was the strongest genius born from the ancient dragon clan. With one's own power, the peerless evildoer of the Blood Moon world was forced back. I should have thought of it long ago. Leng Chokshuan was frightened in his heart. This son's combat power is extremely terrifying, and it has even surpassed the several big disciples under the ancient dragon sect. Apart from that Jiang Chen who was famous in the realm war, who else could there be? Since you know my identity, why don't you call out the person behind you? Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Well, since you don't want to invite him out, then I will destroy your Snow God Palace first. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and a thunder giant sword condensed from the power of Kendo and thunder, directly with the power of ruining the world, fell against Leng Chokshuan. Feeling Jiang Chen's horrible sword, Leng Chokshuan's expression also instantly became horrified. The boy in front of him could be defeated by Shui Yin, the chief disciple of Venerable Blood Moon. Even though the censored Yin was at the 3rd level of the heavenly god, its combat power was no less than the powerhouse of the fourth order heavenly god, much stronger than him. Even the geniuses of Shuiyan who were waiting for the third tier Tianchen couldn't beat Jiang Chen, so how could he be Jiang Chen's opponent? In the fight against Jiang Chen just now, he was already hit hard, and now his combat power is less than 50% of his peak state. How can he withstand such a terrifying attack by Jiang Chen? Lang Chokshuan no longer hesitated, and hurriedly called to the snow god palace below. Lu, Master Lu, save me. As Lang Chokshuan's cry for help sounded, a purple beam of light that stretched through the sky suddenly rose into the sky from below the snow god palace. The purple beam of light, with an extremely bright light, collided with Jiang Chen's Thunder Giant sword, and smashed the Thunder Giant sword to pieces. A demon young man covered in purple light also slowly stepped out of the Snow God Palace. You are the one who instigated the Snow God Palace to cause chaos in the northern region of the Ancient Dragon stage. Looking at the purple-clothed youth who was walking through the air, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't know which realm your excellency comes from. Lu Xingyu, Zilin realm. The purple-clothed youth stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and a look of surprise appeared in the mysterious purple eyes. I didn't expect this little ancient dragon world to have a genius like you, which is really surprising. No matter where you are from, you cannot interfere with the affairs of my ancient dragon world. Jiang Chen said lightly. I advise you, if you don't want to die, get out of the ancient dragon world immediately. Chapter 1701. Enter the third order of the gods. If you don't want to die, get out of the ancient dragon world. Hearing Jiang Chen's madly forgotten words, Lu Xingyu's mouth couldn't help but set off a sneer of disdain. Hee. You are not ashamed. You want this young man to get out of the ancient dragon world. Lu Xingyu comes from the Zilin world in the north of the ancient dragon world. The Zilin realm is a realm that is several times stronger than the ancient dragon realm. And Lu Xingyu came from the Xian Gate, one of the two great realm-censored forces in the Zilin realm. Because there are two great realm-censored forces in the Zilin world, the Xian Gate and the Qilin Sect, two camps headed by the realm-censored forces have formed, fighting each other. The strength of Xian Sect and Qilin Sect is almost the same, and no one can do anything about it. But not long ago, Xiumen, a quasi-world censored of the sixth order of the heavenly god, failed to forcefully break through the world censored because of the imminent limit, causing the Xiumen's strength to be greatly damaged and vaguely at a disadvantage. Just when the Xian Gate was going to seek help from other realms, the Blood Moon realm just sent someone to come to it. Xiumen immediately hit the Blood Moon world and decided to cooperate with each other. Under the instruction of Xiumen, Lu Xingyu came to the northern region of the ancient dragon realm, instigated the Snow God Palace, and assisted the Blood Moon realm to attack the ancient dragon realm. Once the Blood Moon world destroyed the ancient dragon world, Venerable Blood Moon can help them Xiumen defeat Qilin Sect in one fell swoop, and dominate the Zilin world. Lu Xingyu had absolute confidence in this trip to the ancient dragon world. As the peerless Tianzhao under the sect of the Venerable Xiumen, even in the Zilin realm with many geniuses, there are only 2 or 3 geniuses that can be compared. Although his cultivation is at the peak of the third order deity, he is a powerhouse who can easily defeat the fourth order deity. Even the existence of the 5th rank of the celestial god can still contend against 1 or 2. With his combat power, the entire Elder Dragon realm was able to win him, only 3 people. He still has the decree of the realm god given by Master. As long as Venerable Ancient Dragon does not personally visit the northern region, he will lead the Snow God Palace to capture the northern region of the Ancient Dragon world. The boy in front of him, with the cultivation base of the second order deity, and Lang Chokshuan, who severely damaged the third order deity, was indeed very good. Even in their Xiumen, they are probably among the top 10 geniuses. Such a genius is still not enough in front of him. Lu, be careful, Master Lu, this strength is very strong. A few years ago, Shui Yin, the chief disciple of Venerable Blood Moon, was defeated in his hands. At this moment, Lang Chokshuan on the side could not help but promptly reminded. Hearing Lang Chokshuan's words, Lu Xingyu's eyes constricted slightly. Venerable Blood Moon sent his chief disciple, Shui Yin, to the Zilin realm. He had a trial with Shui Yin, and he naturally understood Shui Yin's strength very well. That guy's combat power was only slightly inferior to him. If this kid can defeat Shui Yin, even he would have to treat it with caution. It's kind of interesting, I didn't expect you to even defeat the Blood Moon realm of the Blood Moon realm. In this way, you are qualified to fight me. The purple light in Lu Xingyu's eyes exploded. A vast world behind him suddenly unfolded, and the purple sun was in the sky, silver thunders flickered, and the wind howled. The mighty coercion came out of thin air, and the compressed space of hundreds of miles was constantly collapsing. Now that he knew the boy's combat power was extraordinary, Lu Xingyu did not hesitate to use the power of the three worlds to condense the world of the gods. Unexpectedly, behind the snow god palace, there is such a terrifying existence. Seeing the terrifying power erupting from Lu Xingyu, Shui Tianan couldn't help but trembled. No wonder Lang Chokshuan dared to lead the snow god palace in the northern region of the ancient dragon realm. It turned out that there were strong people in other realms behind him. This young man from the Zilin realm, although his cultivation base is almost the same as Lang Chokshuan, his combat power is not at the same level as Lang Chokshuan. In the face of such an extraordinary genius of Tier 3, will Jiang Chen still be his opponent? This guy's combat power is indeed much stronger than blood and silver. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in Lu Xingyu's heavenly god's world, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Characters like Shuiyan and Lu Xingyu are both outstanding talents with outstanding talents, and their combat power is also far beyond ordinary people. At the beginning, he fought with blood and silver. Although he defeated the blood, silver, in fact it was not easy to win, almost relying on the power of the Tree of Life to consume the blood. If it weren't for the sacred Tree of Life to provide him with huge resilience, he would at best match Shuiyan, and it was almost impossible to defeat Shuiyan. And the strength of Lu Xingyu in front of him was even better than that of Shuiyan. He wants to defeat him with the second-tier cultivation base of the gods, which is probably not an easy task. The only way to quickly defeat Lu Xingyu is to condense the power of the fire world and break through the third rank of the gods. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated, and directly urged the Taixu Sacred Dragon diagram and the origin of the consummation fire Tao, and began to gather the power of the third world. And at the moment when Jiang Chen condensed the power of the fire world, the sky, which was originally a clear sky, suddenly became gloomy and rose quickly, and heavy dark clouds quickly condensed in the void, and silver lightning moved around like a silver snake. Heavenly God tribulation, is this guy going to the third rank of the heavenly god? Looking at the scene before him, Lu Xingyu, who was about to urge the world of the gods to suppress Jiang Chen, suddenly changed his face. Lu Xingyu has a deep understanding of how strong the third-tier divine calamity is. The talent of this kid in front of him is not inferior to him, and the strength of the celestial tribulation is probably only strong or weak compared to his celestial tribulation. If he stayed within the scope of the celestial tribulation, I am afraid it would double the power of this kid's celestial tribulation. The only result was that he and this kid were annihilated by the gods. Lu Xingyu didn't hesitate at all. With the soles of his feet in the void, he directly retreated into the defensive formation of the Snow God Palace. Since Jiang Chen caused the three tribulations of the celestial tribulation, wait until Jiang Chen crosses the tribulation. He doesn't want to die with Jiang Chen. Not to mention whether Jiang Chen can successfully overcome the catastrophe in a hurry. Even if this kid is really successful, he will definitely be greatly injured by the tribulation of the gods. He wants to destroy it. Isn't it easy? Master Lu, be careful. As far as I know, in the long battle between the ancient dragon realm and the blood moon realm a few years ago, this kid ignored the laws of the heavens and went straight to the second order of the gods, thus killing the quartet. Lang Chokshuan looked at the scene in front of him. His expression was frightened. Jiang Chen, who was in the second rank of Tianshan at the beginning of his cultivation, was already so terrifying in his combat power. If this kid really ignores the laws of the heavens and goes straight to the third level of the gods, I am afraid that Lu Xingyu may not be able to resist it. Chapter 1702. The Decree of the World God, I have it too. You. What are you talking about? Can this kid ignore the law of heaven? Hearing Lang Chokshuan's words, Lu Xingyu's face couldn't help but reveal a touch of unconcealable horror. Ignore the laws of heaven and make the gods retreat. As far as Lu Xingyu knows, these are the terrifying existences in God's domain with supreme divine bodies in the ancient times, and they only possess such abilities. Since a major change in the ancient times, after the originally complete God's domain continent evolved into the God's domain 3000 realms, these supreme divine bodies have become legends. How could this kid in front of him possess the legendary supreme divine body? Just when Lu Xingyu was in horror, I saw the thunder tribulation in the sky tumbling for a while, and then quickly dispersed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally dark clouded sky was also brilliantly cheerful, and instantly became a clear sky. Lu Xingyu's pupils suddenly shrank as he watched the retreating thunder tribulation in the void. This kid in front of him is really a terrifying existence that can ignore the laws of the heavens and make the gods and gods retreat. After Jiang Chen ignored the celestial tribulation and went straight to the third rank of the celestial god, his eyes fell on Lu Xingyu again, and his faint voice resounded directly through the world. Lu Xingyu, I have given you a chance to survive, but unfortunately you didn't cherish it. Since you insist on interfering in my affairs in the ancient dragon world, leave it to me forever. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and immediately flipped his hand to shoot a seal of the Cadian god at the Snow God Palace. The defensive formation of the Snow God Palace can also withstand the attacks of the ordinary third-order powerhouses of the celestial god. And Jiang Chen, who broke through the third order of the heavenly gods, has no inferior power to the powerhouses of the fifth-order heavenly gods. How can the defensive formation of the Snow God Palace resist? Only a bang was heard, and the defensive array around the Snow God Palace was completely shattered directly under the seal of Jiang Chen's open heaven god. A palm smashed the defensive formation of Snow God Palace. Jiang Chen stepped out, and the monstrous aura directly oppressed Lu Xingyu. Although I have to admit, your talent is very enchanting. But this son's life is not what you want to take away. Seeing that Jiang Chen killed him directly, Lu Xingyu let out a cold snort, directly condensing the heavenly god world again, and suppressed Jiang Chen without reservation. Lu Xingyu's heavenly world suddenly enveloped Jiang Chen, and infinite energy burst out of the heavenly world. If it is an ordinary heavenly god realm powerhouse, I am afraid that it will be crushed into powder by this terrifying force in just a blink of an eye. Looking at the world of the gods from Lu Xingyu's suppression, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely calm. He stretched out his hand to face Lu Xingyu's heavenly world. A little volley, a mysterious sword shadow swirling around by thunder flames suddenly fell from the void. The sword shadow pierced through all obstacles, and in the blink of an eye, it landed on Lu Xingyu's world of the gods, as if piercing a layer of window paper, directly penetrated into the world of the gods. Only heard a chuckle. Lu Xingyu took the mighty and vast world of the gods, like a torn picture scroll, directly broken into two halves. Lu Xingyu trembled, and an unprecedented horror appeared in his eyes. As a genius under Venerable Xiumen, Lu Xingyu was extremely talented, and he practiced high-grade magic techniques. He condensed the world of the gods with the cultivation base of the third-order peak of the gods. Even if it is a strong fourth-order god, it is impossible to easily break it. But the boy in front of him, like tearing a piece of white paper, easily split with a sword. Shui Tianan stared at this scene blankly, and couldn't help taking a breath in his heart. Jiang Chen, who broke through the third rank of the heavenly god, was really terribly strong. Even the third-tier Zilin realm genius in front of him could not even stop Jiang Chen's move. What is invincible at the same level? This is truly invincible in the same realm. Big Sun Wind Thunder Knife. The world of the gods was split by Jiang Chen with a sword, and Lu Xingyu couldn't help but let out a roar of anger. I saw that the world of the gods that was about to shatter fell directly into his palm, turning into a long knife that was as bright as the sun. The long knife is dreamlike, shrouded in layers of thunder and lightning, and there are countless destruction winds excited. Lu Xingyu controlled the long sword, carrying the power of the entire celestial world, and slashed down. But Jiang Chen just flicked his fingers, and a seven-color sword light condensed by the power of the seven origins fell, directly crushing Lu Xing's long sword. And Lu Xingyu's body was beaten up and flew thousands of feet away. His head was disheveled, blood vomited wildly, and his whole body was cracked out visible to the naked eye, and even his body was almost smashed by Jiang Chen's sword. It is worthy of being the supreme divine body with countless laws of heaven in the legend, and it really deserves its reputation. Lu Xingyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and he stared at Jiang Chen closely. I didn't expect that the little ancient dragon world would be able to give birth to a heaven-defying existence like you. It's a pity. You knew it too late. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and a dazzling seven-color sword light condensed from his palm again. Jiang Chen, although you have a supreme divine body, your combat power is invincible at the same realm. But today is also destined to die. Looking at Jiang Chen, who attacked again, Lu Xingyu smiled grimly, and immediately moved his palm, and a purple scroll exuding supreme mighty power appeared out of thin air in his palm. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, his expression indifferent. Jiang Chen, you are proud enough to force me to use Master's Realm God's decree. This guy actually still has the decree given by Venerable Realm God. Xu Tianming looked at the purple scroll exuding terrifying coercion in Lu Xingyu's hand, and his face instantly turned pale. Jiang Chen defeated Lang Chokshuan first, and then entered the third rank of the Heavenly God, easily suppressing the genius of the Xilin realm, and the overall situation of the northern region was determined. This Xilin realm genius actually still has a Realm God's decree in his hand. Realm God's decree, this is the power of Realm God. Even the powerhouse of the sixth rank of the gods, in front of the World God's decree, is almost indistinguishable from the ants. As the Realm God's decree, Jiang Chen stared at the purple scroll in Lu Xingyu's hand and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Fortunately, Venerable Ji Yu Long had already anticipated that he also prepared a World God's decree for him, otherwise it would be really troublesome today. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately moved his mind. A golden scroll that also exuded the supreme power, also emerged from his palm. He held the golden scroll, and his faint voice resounded instantly. Lu Xingyu, do you think that only you have the decree of the Realm God? Sorry, I have the decree of the Realm God, too. Chapter 1703. One person in the northern region. Damn it, this kid also has the decree of the Realm God. Lu Xingyu looked at the golden scroll in Jiang Chen's hand, and his expression instantly became frightened. The decree of the world, censored, is the biggest support he has come to the ancient dragon world this time. Lu Xingyu originally thought, with this decree of the Realm God, as long as the ancient dragon does not come in person, he can easily kill any strong in the ancient dragon world. Jiang Chen's body also has the decree of the world, censored, given by the ancient dragon. It turns out that Elder Jiang also came with the decree of Venerable Gulong. Behind Jiang Chen, Xu Tianming couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. No wonder Jiang Chen dared to come to the Snow God Palace alone, with his strength coupled with the decree of the World God given by Venerable Ancient Dragon, besides the presence of the Venerable World God. Who else could have won him? Lu Xingyu, as a person in the Xilin realm, you don't want to stay in the Xilin realm, but you have to go to the Ancient Dragon realm to make trouble. Since you are seeking your own death, I will grant you a death today. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and he directly activated the golden scroll in his hand. In the golden scroll, an extremely bright golden light rose up into the sky, and evolved into a golden phantom as high as thousands of feet in the void. This golden phantom is the ancient dragon veteran of the ancient dragon tribe. Venerable Gulong stared at Lu Xingyu indifferently, a word of death wrapped in infinite golden light, directly carrying the terrifying power of suppressing the sky, and heading towards Lu Xingyu below. It was seen that Jiang Chen took the lead in urging the decree of the World God. Where did Lu Xingyu dare to hesitate? It was also the purple scroll that moved his palm with all his strength. The dazzling purple divine light also gathered in the void into a huge purple phantom. The purple phantom's eyes were indifferent, and a purple word for death condensed by purple brilliance, also with the might of the sky, collided with the golden death word. The world with a radius of thousands of miles seemed to be plunged into chaos, leaving only endless darkness. In this dark world, only a golden death word and a purple word death are constantly colliding fiercely. Bang bang bang. The void exploded, the chaos was tumbling, and terrifying energy swept all over. Based on Jiang Chen's current strength, Rao had retreated thousands of feet in a row under the impact of that terrifying energy. The two handwritings containing terrifying energy intertwined and collided in midair for a while. On the other side, Lu Xingyu, who had already suffered severe damage, was like a kite with a broken line, smashing towards the bottom of the Snow God Palace. Just listen to a loud bang. Lu Xingyu instantly smashed a large hall that was as high as 100 meters in the Snow God Palace into ruins. Even many disciples of the Snow God Palace were affected, and their spirits disappeared instantly under that terrifying energy. In the ruins, Lu Xingyu spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, and then directly turned into a purple light, rushing towards the northern sky warehouse in panic. Do you still want to escape? Since you are here, leave it to me forever. Jiang Chen sneered coldly, his figure instantly penetrated into the void, and one side of the heavenly world, which covered 100 miles of void, went directly towards Lu Xingyu's suppression. In the void, Lu Xingyu, who was fleeing in a panic, had no resistance at all, and his entire body broke apart under the suppression of Jiang Chen's world. Countless sacred blood spilled into the void. A sad scream resounded through the world, and Lu Xingyu's soul escaped and furiously swept towards the northern sky. Jiang Chen shook the palm of his hand lightly, and Lu Xingyu's frantic escape spirit instantly solidified in the void. Jiang Chen stepped out, crushing the void, and stepped directly on Lu Xingyu's soul. This time, Lu Xingyu's soul had not even had time to let out a scream, it had completely turned into nothingness under Jiang Chen's feet. There was a dead silence between heaven and earth. Countless Zushan Palace disciples looked at the black-clothed youth who stood proudly in the sky, their expressions turned pale in an instant. It's over, Snow God Palace is over. The lord of the Snow God Palace Leng Chokshuan's face was as gray as death, and his whole person seemed to be tens of years old instantly. He originally thought that Xilin Realm and Blood Moon Realm would join forces to deal with Ancient Dragon Realm, and this would be an opportunity for his Snow God Palace to rise. When choosing to betray the Ancient Dragon Realm, Leng Chokshuan had already weighed it again and again in his heart. How could he feel that the Ancient Dragon would definitely lose this time? The reality is cruel. Leng Chokshuan never expected that the Gulong tribe could easily suppress the Zushan Palace by sending Jiang Chen alone. Even this Lu Xingyu from the Xilin realm was completely killed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, it is my decision to join the Xilin realm, and it has nothing to do with the disciples of the Snow God Palace. I am willing to apologize with death, and I hope you can raise your hands high and leave a way for the disciples of Snow God Palace. Leng Chokshuan smiled miserably. Now that he knew he couldn't escape death, he only hoped that Jiang Chen could let go of these Snow God Palace disciples. Stop it yourself. Jiang Chen looked indifferent and said, after today, the Snow God Palace will be disbanded, and there will be no Snow God Palace in the Ancient Dragon Realm. If anyone dares to claim to be a disciple of the Snow God Palace, there will be no mercy. As long as Leng Chokshuan died, the 5 great powers of the Heavenly Divine Realm in the Snow God Palace had already been wiped out by him. Just relying on these Zushan Temple disciples, I would never think about making waves in the Ancient Dragon world. Jiang Chen was not a bloodthirsty person, and he had never thought of killing all the thousands of disciples of Snow God Palace. Leng Chokshuan thanked Jiang Chen, and immediately reversed the meridian. A terrifying chill burst out of his body, and he was frozen. Leng Chokshuan's whole person turned into an ice sculpture, and it exploded directly in the void. Palace Master. The elders of the Snow God Palace who were loyal to Leng Chokshuan suddenly saw their canthus cracked. They were desperately urging the power of their gods and rushed towards Jiang Chen frantically. Jiang Chen just pointed out lightly, and the bodies of those Snow God Palace elders turned into a blood mist in midair. The elders have promised Leng Chokshuan to let you have a way of life. It is still too late for you to leave on your own. If you dare to resist, then you can blame me for your ruthlessness. Jiang Chen condescendingly looked down at the many disciples of the Snow God Palace, his indifferent voice resounded instantly. Following Jiang Chen's words, many disciples of the Snow God Palace hurriedly fled from the Snow God Palace in panic. Thousands of Zushan Gong disciples have disappeared without a trace. The Snow God Palace in the northern region of the Megatron Ancient Dragon Realm is so gone. Looking at the Snow God Palace, which had become empty in a flash, Shui Tianming was also unable to recover from the shock for a long time. With the momentum of thunder, destroy the Snow God Palace and town the Northern Territory by one person. Chapter 1704. All parties are moving. To the north of the Ancient Dragon World is the Xilin World. A mysterious mountain range shrouded in purple clouds all the year round, there are vaguely huge palaces floating in it. This is the headquarters of Xiumen, one of the 2 great powers of the Xilin realm. In the center of Xian Gate, inside a majestic giant hall, a middle-aged man dressed in a purple cloud robe, sitting high on the purple throne in the center of the main hall, is the master of the Xian Gate, Xian Venerable. Everyone, not long ago, Lu Xingyu, the disciple of the deity's clerk, had his soul jade medallion broken. Venerable Xian's gaze slowly swept across the hall, and the faint voice echoed directly in the hall. His voice is not loud, but it contains great pressure. Even if it is a strong censored of heaven, he dare not ignore it easily. With the words of Venerable Xian, the expressions of the 5 elders in the hall could not help but change slightly. They are naturally very clear about what the Soul Jade brand is. The Xiumen elders and core disciples will store a piece of Soul Jade medallion at the Zongmen headquarters. Inside, a trace of their soul imprint is sealed. If one day they unfortunately fall, the imprint of the Soul Jade card will also disappear, causing the Soul Jade card to shatter. Lu Xingyu's Divine Soul Jade card was broken, which meant that he had fallen into the Ancient Dragon World. How is this possible? Lu Xingyu has a world god's decree given by the sect master. Could it be that the Ancient Dragon veteran of the Ancient Dragon World made it impossible? An old man with purple eyebrows was incredibly authentic. Venerable Ancient Dragon is staring at Venerable Blood Moon. It shouldn't be possible to take action against Lu Xingyu. The person who killed Lu Xingyu was probably a strong ancient dragon clan who held the decree of the world god. Venerable Xian shook his head, and then said solemnly, "Who would like to go to the ancient dragon world for a while?" Hearing the words of Venerable Xian, the 5 elders in the main hall felt a little bitter. Regardless of the world god's decree, Lu Xingyu is also the cultivation base of the third order peak of the gods, and his combat power is not inferior to the powerhouses of the fourth order peak of the gods. Even the powerhouse of the 5th rank of the gods may not be able to easily kill them. Now Lu Xingyu has fallen into the ancient dragon world, which is enough to prove that the people sent by the ancient dragon world are very likely to be a quasi-world censored of the 6th order of the gods. Such an existence, even if any one of them goes out, may not be able to solve it. Lord, now the Qilin sect is looking forward to it, and my Xian Gate is already at a disadvantage. Now if we send the strong to the ancient dragon world, the situation will only become more severe for us. The old man with purple eyebrows furrowed his brows. Now that Lu Xingyu has fallen, Xiumen wants to send people to the ancient dragon realm, and only the powerhouse of the 6th order celestial god can play a role. Xian Gate has fallen to a strong man of the 6th rank of the gods. Now, if one more powerful person of the 6th rank of the gods is sent to the ancient dragon world, once the Qilin sect is aware of it, the consequences may be very serious. The strength of the Qilin sect has grown extremely fast in the past 1,000 years, and it is the birth of a Qilin divine body that condenses the vision of the Qilin. If this stalemate continues, sooner or later this Xilin realm will not have a place for Xian Gate. Venerable Xian's eyes flashed with purple light. Nowadays, only by desperately looking for external forces can we compete with the Qilin sect. Lord, in fact, from the perspective of the old, if the Blood Moon world is defeated by the ancient dragon world, it may be more beneficial to us. At this moment, a gloomy black-clothed old man suddenly said. Lord Xian glanced at the black-clothed old man in surprise. I wonder what Elder Yin said. If the Blood Moon realm is defeated by the ancient dragon realm, or even occupied by the ancient dragon realm, Venerable Blood Moon is very likely to turn to the Lord for help. At that time, as long as the Lord promises to help the Blood Moon Venerable, he can use the Blood Moon Lord to fight the Qilin sect for my Xian Gate first. In this way, wouldn't it be better than taking the risk and taking the initiative to help the Blood Moon realm? The black-clothed old man said with a smile. Venerable, Xian frowned slightly. That said, but with the strength of the ancient dragon realm, it seems impossible to defeat the Blood Moon realm. The situation of the Blood Moon realm and the ancient dragon realm is almost the same as that of the Xiumen and Qilin sect. Without the intervention of external forces, it is not easy for them to defeat each other. If the stalemate between the two is too long, it will not make any sense to them. The Lord sent Lu Xingyu to help, and now the news of Lu Xingyu's fall is impossible for Venerable Blood Moon to know. Therefore, the Blood Moon Venerable will definitely lead the Blood Moon world to fight the ancient dragon world. The black-clothed old man flashed a sharp light in his eyes, and said with a smile, the Lord might as well watch the changes. Whether it is the victory or defeat of the Bloody Moon Venerable, it is actually no harm to us at Xian Gate. Venerable Xian heard the black-clothed old man's words and couldn't help but bow his head and fell into thought. This time he has sent his proud disciple, Lu Xingyu, with the decree of the world censored, to help, and it can be regarded as at least constraining a powerful person of the 6th rank of the censored for the Blood Moon. If the Blood Moon realm failed to defeat the ancient dragon realm like this, it would not make much sense for him to send another strongman of the 6th order heavenly god. On the contrary, it might put Xian Gate into crisis. For them now, the best way is indeed to wait and see the changes. If the Venerable Blood Moon can lead the Blood Moon realm to defeat the ancient dragon realm, he can free his hands to help him deal with the Qilin sect. It would be better if Venerable Ancient Dragon defeated the Blood Moon realm and forced Venerable Blood Moon to come to Xian Gate. Good, we will not interfere with the Blood Moon world and the Ancient Dragon world for now. Venerable Xian's eyes flickered slightly. Send people to pay close attention to the movement of the Blood Moon realm and the Ancient Dragon realm. As soon as there is news, report it immediately. Blood Moon realm, a mysterious palace suspended in the center of Blood Moon realm like a blood moon. Hundreds of experts in the heavenly god realm gathered in a void outside the Blood Moon Palace. In the forefront of the hundreds of heavenly god realm powerhouses, a middle-aged man covered in blood was standing proudly, a monstrous blood pressure, slowly spreading from his body. This blood-robed middle-aged man is naturally Venerable Blood Moon. After Shui Yan returned from the Zilin realm, the Blood Moon Venerable almost immediately summoned most of the Heavenly God realm powerhouses in the Blood Moon realm, preparing to launch another realm war against the ancient Dragon realm. Looking at the hundreds of Heavenly God realm powerhouses behind him, Venerable Blood Moon didn't talk nonsense, and his indifferent voice resounded directly through the world. The deity has received news that Venerable Xian from the northern Zilin realm has sent his disciples to enter the ancient Dragon realm with the decree of the realm censored to assist us in attacking the ancient Dragon realm. This time, it is the perfect time for us to defeat the ancient Dragon world. Everyone, join the deity to enter the ancient Dragon world and beat the ancient Dragon clan. As this faint cold drink fell, Venerable Blood Moon directly took hundreds of Heavenly God realm powerhouses across the eternal void and killed them towards the ancient Dragon world. Chapter 1705. The Blood Moon world is back. The northern part of the ancient Dragon world, Snow God Palace. Jiang Chen did not rush to leave after destroying the Snow God Palace. He killed Lu Xingyu, the disciple of Venerable Xian Gate of the Zilin realm. It is difficult to guarantee that Xian Gate would not move afterwards, so he planned to sit in the northern region of the ancient Dragon realm for a while. After Jiang Chen sent Shui Tianming away, he stayed alone in Zushan Palace. As a prestigious deity-level power in the northern region of the ancient Dragon realm, the Snow God Palace has an extremely strong foundation. Now that the Snow God Palace no longer exists, Jiang Chen is ready to take a look at the Snow God Palace to see if he can get some useful resources. This time, Jiang Chen discovered that there are indeed many natural treasures in the Snow God Palace. Even many of the treasures of heaven, material and earth are the materials of the 7-rank pill recipes of ancient gods that Jiang Chen had discovered in the alchemy hall not long ago. After scraping in the Snow God Palace, Jiang Chen finally came to the Ice Palace in the center of the Snow God Palace. In the center of the Ice Palace, there is a white spar with a whole body of crystal clear, about the size of 1,000 feet. This white spar is the treasure of the Palace of Snow God Ice Soul Profound Essence. Ice Soul Profound Essence is one of the rare heaven and earth gods in God's domain, and it is the supreme treasure that helps to understand the power of Ice Tao. Its preciousness is not inferior to the ancient thunder tree of Tianpeng Kingdom of God. Jiang Chen, who had nothing to do, realized the 8th martial arts power on the Ice Soul Profound Essence. Jiang Chen has a system in his body, so naturally he won't stop at the 6 ways of power consummation or the 7 ways of power consummation. The goal in his heart is at least the power of the 9 paths to successfully enter the realm of God. Now that he has the opportunity to quickly comprehend the 8th martial arts power, how could Jiang Chen miss it easily? The Ice Soul Profound Essence is indeed the supreme treasure that helps to understand the origin of Ice Tao. Jiang Chen used the Ice Soul Profound Essence to comprehend the power of the Ice Tao, and the speed of gaining experience is undoubtedly fast to the extreme. Only a few days, the Ice Tao power that Jiang Chen has understood has directly crossed the Ice Tao's true meaning in the Ice Tao realm, and has directly reached the point of the Ice Tao law. Jiang Chen's practice did not last long. About 5 days later, Shui Tianming's somewhat anxious voice came directly from outside the Zushan Palace. Elder Jiang, the Blood Moon Venerable led the 100 heavenly gods of the Blood Moon realm to come back. Venerable Ancient Dragon has ordered me to go to the eastern region to support him at a constant speed. When Jiang Chen heard Shui Tianming's words, his closed eyes opened suddenly. He had just come to the northern territory to suppress Lu Xingyu in the Snow God Palace in the Purple Lin realm, and the Blood Moon realm has made a comeback. If he hadn't killed Lu Xingyu with the momentum of thunder and suppressed the Snow God Palace, I am afraid that the ancient Dragon realm would really be defeated. It seems that this time Lu Xingyu from the Zilin realm suddenly appeared in the ancient Dragon realm. It really wasn't accidental. Thoughts flashed. Jiang Chen's figure floated down from the Ice Soul Profound Essence. It's a pity, this thing can't be put in the storage ring and taken away, otherwise, with the power of this Ice Soul Profound Essence, I am afraid I will soon be able to understand the origin of the Ice Road. Looking at the Ice Soul Profound Crystal in the center of the main hall, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing the look of regret in his eyes. It's not that the Ice Soul Profound Essence can't be taken away, but the Ice Road power contained is too terrifying. Once put in the storage ring, I am afraid that most of the materials in his storage ring will be damaged by the Ice Soul Profound Essence, which will not be worth the gain. It seems that Shuijia can only be cheaper. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately waved his palm, holding up the Ice Soul Profound Spirit with the power of the world, and walked outside the Snow God Palace. Leaving the Ice Soul Profound Spirit here is indeed a bit violent. Jiang Chen planned to give it to Xu Tianming and let him stay in Xue's house. If he really needs Ice Soul Profound Spirit to understand the origin of Ice Tao, he can also come directly to Xue's house. When Jiang Chen came out of the Snow God Palace holding the Ice Soul Profound Spirit, Xu Tianming's eyes were also instantly attracted by the Ice Soul Profound Spirit. This is the most inherited Ice Soul Profound Essence of Snow God Palace. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. Yes, it is indeed the Ice Soul Profound Spirit. Now it belongs to your Xu family. As Jiang Chen said, he directly threw the Ice Soul Profound Spirit towards Xu Tianming. Xu Tianming hurriedly used his whole body strength to catch the Ice Soul Profound Essence. Even with the strength of his first-order peak of the gods, he even felt a little overwhelmed when he came into contact with the terrifying chill of the Ice Soul Profound Essence. Jian, Elder Jiang, are you really going to give the Ice Soul Profound Spirit to my Xu family? An extremely excited look also appeared in Xu Tianming's eyes. Ice Soul Profound Spirit, this is the treasure of the Snow God Palace. A large part of the reason why the Snow God Palace can become the overlord power in the northern region of the ancient dragon world is because of the existence of the Ice Soul Profound Essence. If their Xu family can obtain the Ice Soul Profound Essence, it may not be long before their strength will reach a new level. It is not convenient for me to carry this stuff, so I plan to stay at your Xu family. Jiang Chen said lightly. If there is a need, I will come to Xue's house from now on. Are there any questions? No. No problem. If Elder Jiang Chen needs Ice Soul Profound Essence, he can come to Xue's house to take it away at any time. Xu Tianming said quickly. Even if it only kept Jiang Chen for a period of time, the Xu family could still obtain considerable benefits through the Ice Soul Profound Essence. That's it. Since the Blood Moon world is back, I will go to the eastern region first. Tell Qianru for me that she can continue to return to the Dragon City to practice if she wants. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and his figure disappeared without a trace in a flash. Panlong Fortress in the eastern region of the ancient dragon world. Venerable Gulong led the crowd to stand on the wall of the fortress. Beyond the void beyond the fortress. Venerable Bloody Moon took 100 experts from the Heavenly God realm and looked at Panlong Fortress. It seems that the situation is more severe than we thought. The Snow God Palace in the Northern Territory just made a mess, and I didn't expect the Blood Moon realm to make a comeback at this time. Long Zhengxin took a deep breath, and immediately looked at Venerable Ancient Dragon beside him. Venerable Dragon, how is the situation with Elder Peng? Not bad. Venerable Ji Yu Long said, it's not fast to the last step, and it should be possible to cross the realm of God within half a month at most. Long Zhengxin's face solemnly said, in other words, we must hold the Panlong Fortress for at least half a month. Blood Moon will definitely attack with all its strength this time. If it really can't defend it, then give up the entire eastern region. Venerable Gulong flashed a light in his eyes, and said lightly, now Peng Qingyuan is at the critical time of breaking through the realm god. The ancient dragon does not want to fight too well with the Blood Moon. If you really can't hold it, the big deal will be a strategic retreat, abandoning Panlong Fortress and even the entire eastern region. As long as Peng Qingyuan successfully breaks through the realm of God, in half a month, he will be able to recover everything he has lost from Venerable Blood Moon 10 times 100 times. Chapter 1706. The war broke out. Venerable Gulong, I haven't seen you for a long time, don't come here unharmed. When Venerable Gulong was talking to Dragon Zhengxin, Venerable Blood Moon's cold voice echoed instantly over the Panlong Fortress. Blood Moon, this time you came very quickly. Venerable Gulong stared at Venerable Blood Moon lightly, his expression extremely calm. Venerable Blood Moon sneered. The deity said it last time. It won't be long before I will make a comeback again. What if you make a comeback? Venerable Ancient Dragon smiled faintly. Last time you didn't get any advantage in my ancient dragon realm, and this time is the same. In order to break through your ancient dragon world this time, this deity has gathered hundreds of heavenly experts from the gods. But how much power is there at this moment in your ancient dragon world? What about Peng Qingyuan? In such a big battle, why didn't he, the sixth order quasi-world, censored, of the heavenly god, appear? Venerable Blood Moon couldn't help passing a joking look in his eyes. If I guess right, I'm afraid Peng Qingyuan can't get away from the ancient dragon world at this moment. Lu Xingyu of the Xian Gate came from the sect of Venerable Xian, and his combat power was only stronger than that of his chief disciple Shui Yin. The entire ancient dragon world. I am afraid that only 2 quasi-world gods of the 6th rank of the gods have the ability to suppress them. Now Pang Qingyuan did not appear here, most of them went to the northern part of the ancient dragon world to deal with Lu Xingyu. In Lu Xingyu's hands, there was still Venerable Xian's decree of the world god. Once Lu Xingyu urges the decrees of the realm god, even Pang Qingyuan of the quasi-realm, censored, will have to peel off even if he is not dead. In the Blood Moon realm and the ancient dragon realm, there were originally 2 powerhouses of the 6th rank of the gods. Now Lu Xingyu has solved one. Venerable Blood Moon really wants to know how the ancient dragon realm can block his attack. Venerable Gulong heard Venerable Blood Moon's jokes, but he didn't speak. In his bright golden eyes, there was an imperceptible smile. Venerable Blood Moon in front of him, it is impossible to know at this moment that Jiang Chen has easily suppressed the affairs of the northern territory of the ancient dragon realm. However, Pang Qingyuan, whom Venerable Blood Moon said, retreats and breaks through the realm of God in the ancient dragon clan. Since Venerable Blood Moon mistakenly thought that Pang Qingyuan was sent to the northern region of the ancient dragon realm by him, Venerable Ancient Dragon would naturally not be broken at this time. Seeing that Venerable Gulong was silent, Venerable Blood Moon was even more convinced of his guess. He didn't hesitate anymore at the moment, and his cold stern shouts resounded directly in this piece of heaven and earth. Everyone, kill with the deity, break the Panlong fortress, and level the ancient dragon world, just today. Venerable Blood Moon fell with a shout, and directly led hundreds of heavenly god realm powerhouses behind him to explode almost simultaneously, and slew towards Panlong fortress. The golden light exploded in Venerable Gulong's eyes, and he stepped directly out of it, blocking Venerable Blood Moon. The 2 confronted each other with 1,000 feet of space, and the terrifying aura of the world gods also instantly diffused from the 2 of them. Within a radius of tens of miles around the 2 of them, a vacuum zone appeared in an instant. Ji Yu Long, don't you plan to do it yet? Venerable Blood Moon smiled coldly. In this round, the deity will not lose to you again. Venerable Gulong said indifferently, I still said that. It is too early to say victory or defeat now. Okay, I want to see how you can beat me in this round. Venerable Blood Moon stood with his hand in his hand, just locked onto Venerable Ancient Dragon tightly, without any intention of doing anything. In the Elder Dragon realm, the Elder Dragon can use the heart of the realm, and his strength can be greatly improved. If he fights hard with Venerable Gulong, he can hardly take any advantage. Now he only needs to stare at Venerable Ancient Dragon. With the current strength of the Ancient Dragon realm, it is impossible to stop the attack of the Blood Moon realm. Breaking through the Panlong fortress, devouring part of the ancient dragon world. His power will be strengthened, but the power of Elder Ancient Dragon will gradually weaken. Under the circumstances, it will undoubtedly become much easier for him to clean up Venerable Ancient Dragon. And when Venerable Ancient Dragon and Venerable Blood Moon were confronted above the void, hundreds of Blood Moon heavenly gods also slew outside the Panglong fortress. Dragon Jiang Chen was also the strong man of the heavenly god realm who led the Panlong fortress, resisting with all his might. It's just that there are only more than 50 heavenly god realm powerhouses gathered in Panlong fortress, which is almost half less than that of Blood Moon realm. Even with the strong defense of Panlong fortress, it was very difficult to deal with. Especially Long Jiang Chen was directly facing the attack of 2 powerhouses in the Blood Moon world of Tier 6. Long Jiang Chen's complexion has become a little pale, obviously under the attack of the 2 heavenly gods' 6th order powerhouses. Some can't bear it. Hey, Ji Yu Long, the deity said, this time you can't stop me. Seeing the scene below, a confident smile appeared in the eyes of Venerable Blood Moon. At most half a day, my Blood Moon world will be able to break through this dragon fortress and sweep the eastern region of the ancient dragon world. Venerable Gulong looked indifferent, but he couldn't help sighing in his heart. Venerable Blood Moon came fiercely this time, and he was still prepared. Under the rush of their ancient dragon world, it was indeed difficult to defend the Panlong fortress. In the current state of the ancient dragon world, if it is forced to keep on, it will definitely pay a heavy price. It seems that he can only fight in retreat, abandon the Panlong fortress and even the entire eastern region, in order to delay time. Venerable Gulong took a deep breath. Just as he was about to order the retreat, a black figure burst out of Panlong fortress. A hearty laughter resounded vigorously throughout the world. Ha ha! The last time I supported Tianping Kingdom, I missed an unprecedented battle. How can I miss Jiang Chen in this battle? The mighty laughter resounded, resounding like a billowing thunder. Looking at the black-clothed youth who suddenly burst out, not only the hundreds of heavenly gods in the Blood Moon realm were stunned for a moment, but even the Blood Moon Venerable above had their eyes locked on Jiang Chen in vain. This kid, is that the culprit who killed several heavenly gods in the Blood Moon realm last time and made me retreat? Venerable Blood Moon couldn't help but suddenly burst out a burst of cold light in his eyes. Venerable Gulong stared at Venerable Blood Moon coldly. Blood Moon, this deity knows what you want to do. But with me, you won't have this opportunity. Hee. If he doesn't appear today, he might still survive for a few days. Since he showed up on his own initiative, he will undoubtedly die today. Venerable Blood Moon couldn't help but lifted up a cold smile. Even if the deity doesn't make a move, do you have a chance to leave today? Chapter 1707. One move to kill the blood. You can try. Venerable Ji Yu Long was expressionless, his expression almost unchanged. More than 2 years ago, when Jiang Chen first entered the second tier of the gods, his combat power was already comparable to the powerhouse of the fourth tier of the gods. The entire Blood Moon realm could pose a threat to Jiang Chen, only 2 or 3 people. With Jiang Chen's talent, he entered the Gulong tribe in less than 10 years, and he broke through from the Ruins realm to the second order of the heavenly god. How could there be no progress in these 2 years? This time, Jiang Chen might create an impossible miracle again. Just when Venerable Gulong was thinking, there was a sudden burst of anger in the air. I saw a blood-clothed youth with a cold complexion in the Blood Moon World camp, rushing out directly at Jiang Chen. This blood-clothed youth is exactly Xu Yin, the chief disciple of Venerable Blood Moon. He stared at Jiang Chen with stern eyes, and his whole body was full of cold killing intent. Jiang Chen, there is a way to heaven, you don't go, but there is no way to hell, but you break in. Today, I will kill you. The subordinates are only defeated, and dare to speak up here. Jiang Chen sneered with disdain. You couldn't kill me 2 years ago, and now you are even less qualified. Hearing Jiang Chen's words that didn't put him in his eyes, the killing intent in Xu Yin's eyes was even greater. I saw him slammed out that censored long sword behind him, turning into a terrible, censored, sword light and slashed towards Jiang Chen. In the blood-colored sword light, there was even more terrifying light of thunder and destruction. Since he was defeated by Jiang Chen 2 years ago, Xu Yin has been cultivating like crazy for almost 2 years. Now his cultivation base has entered the middle stage of the third stage of the gods from the early stage of the third stage of the gods, and his strength is even stronger than 2 years ago. The main reason why he was defeated by Jiang Chen 2 years ago was that he looked down on Jiang Chen too much at the beginning and didn't try his best. But he didn't expect that Jiang Chen was not only extremely strong in combat power, but also very physical, with terrifying resilience several times stronger than ordinary people. That battle, he was almost defeated by Jiang Chen exhausted, and he was really frustrated. Face Jiang Chen again this time. Naturally, Xu Yin would not have the slightest hesitation, and directly exploded the power of the third order heavenly god to the extreme, and wanted to defeat Jiang Chen with the momentum of thunder. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, just stretched out his hand and gently shook the censored sword light that was hacked on the face. The censored sword light suddenly solidified in midair, and then it exploded from inch to inch without warning. Seeing this scene, Xu Yin's pupil suddenly shrank. 2 years ago, he made a full blow. Jiang Chen still needed to use 100% of his strength to deal with it, but now he has resisted this blow by understatement. Xu Yin, have not seen you for 2 years, do you only have this ability? 2 years ago, you could still make me look straight. Now you are not even qualified to be my opponent. Jiang Chen chuckled faintly, then stepped out suddenly. On the palm of his hand, there was a bright colorful light. Jiang Chen was in the 7-color light, and his whole person was like a group of 7-color flames exuding a hot breath. The terrifying 7-color energy is also intertwined with Jiang Chen's palm. Jiang Chen pressed down with a palm, causing a violent tremor in the void within 100 miles. In the void, a giant flame palm exuding 7 colors of divine light was suddenly suppressed. No, this kid has broken through the third rank of the gods. Seeing Jiang Chen's full blow, Xu Yin's expression finally changed drastically. In the battle 2 years ago, he witnessed Jiang Chen's condensed Kendo world power and Thunder world power. However, Jiang Chen even displayed the power of the Fire Dao world, apparently breaking through the third rank of the heavenly god. This guy uses the power of the three worlds and the other four martial arts origins to send out a palm. How terrifying is the power! This palm is like an ancient, censored, king holding the flames. With a single blow, the mountains and rivers faded, the sun, moon and stars collapsed, and the chaos of the universe was burned into nothingness. God world, open it for me. Shui Yin suppressed the horror in his heart, and his mouth also issued a shocking roar, and the world of the gods evolved by the power of the three ways was also condensed in his body in an instant. Jiang Chen now breaks through the third rank of the gods, and his combat power is more than 10 times stronger than that of 2 years. With a full blow, how could Shui Yin now be able to resist it? I saw the world of the censored gods, which had been burned to ashes after only holding for less than a few breaths under the giant palm of the seven-color flame. After the giant palm of the seven-color flame burned the blood moon's world of the gods, it fell directly and unimpeded at the censored yin. Shui Yin had no time to react, and the whole person was already in the seven-color flame. A terrible scream instantly resounded across the sky. I saw the body of Shui Yin and the soul, all quickly disappeared without a trace in the seven-color flame. The battlefield that stretched for thousands of miles outside the Panlong fortress was plunged into deathly silence. Whether it is Dragon Jiangchen and others in Panlong Fortress, or the Blood Moon Realm powerhouse who is aggressively attacking Panlong Fortress, it has been a long time to come back. With just one move, he easily killed the chief disciple of Venerable Blood Moon, Shui Yin. Shui Yin is a well-known genius in the Blood Moon world, a terrifying existence with combat power comparable to the fourth-order deity. This kind of existence, even if it is strong in all the gods of the Blood Moon and the ancient dragon world, the strength is enough to rank in the top 10. But such a strong man was killed by Jiang Chen with a single move. Unexpectedly, in just 2 years, this kid has grown a lot, and he has already broken through the third rank of the gods. Venerable Blood Moon looked at the situation below, and his expression instantly became extremely gloomy. Jiang Chen possesses the legendary Supreme Divine Body, and his growth rate is really terrifying. Most of the experts in the God's Realm want to break through a level in the God's Realm, and it takes at least 10,000 years to accumulate. But Jiang Chen broke through from the second rank of the gods to the third rank of the gods in just 2 years. Such an increase in speed is too scary. If Jiang Chen was given another 10 years, wouldn't he be able to become a quasi-world censored of the sixth order of the heavenly gods, and even directly break through the world gods? This sun, never stay. The murderous intent in the eyes of Venerable Blood Moon exploded. Today, regardless of the outcome of this battle, Jiang Chen must die. No matter how much the price paid, he will definitely kill this kid. Chapter 1708. Hard to shake the sixth order of the gods. Blood Moon, don't worry about it in vain. With the deity, you can't hurt Jiang Chen's hair. The shocking killing intent erupting from Venerable Blood Moon was naturally felt by Venerable Gulong for the first time. He smiled faintly, his eyes firmly locked on Venerable Blood Moon. Once Venerable Blood Moon has any changes, he will attack Venerable Blood Moon without hesitation. When Venerable Ancient Dragon locked onto Venerable Blood Moon, he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Although he had expected that Jiang Chen might give him another unexpected surprise this time, he did not expect Jiang Chen to break the first order. Jiang Chen has been staying in the alchemy hall for 2 years to improve his alchemy. Jiang Chen's martial arts cultivation is still breaking through from the second rank of the censored to the third rank. The ancient Supreme Divine Body is indeed a monster that cannot be described by common sense. With Jiang Chen's current combat power, an ordinary Tier 4 powerhouse could almost kill with one move. As long as Venerable Blood Moon didn't have a chance to make a move, the Blood Moon Realm might really not win Jiang Chen as if he had no chance. Humph. Ji Yu Long, don't be happy too early. Venerable Blood Moon snorted with a gloomy expression. Humph. Even if the deity doesn't make a move, he will still die today. After speaking, the icy voice of Venerable Blood Moon spread directly throughout the 1,000 miles of void. Everyone in the Blood Moon world obeyed the order and killed Jiang Chen at all costs. If anyone can kill Jiang Chen, the deity can promise him any condition. With the order of Venerable Blood Moon came down. The gazes of the many gods in the Blood Moon realm were all looking towards Jiang Chen. Everyone shot together and killed him. After a while, someone finally couldn't help it. A Tier 3 elder of the Blood Moon Palace Heavenly God directly commanded a dozen or so Heavenly God realm experts to kill Jiang Chen. An ant-like existence, dared to take action against me. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, and he reached out his hand and shook it lightly, and Baili Zukong and the figure of the 10 or so heavenly god realm powerhouses suddenly solidified. I saw Jiang Chen's fingers twitched 10 times in the void. A series of invisible sword auras only saw through time and space, appeared in front of this group of strong men of the heavenly god realm, and then penetrated their divine bodies from the center of their eyebrows. Only heard a burst of explosions, the heads of the 10 or so heavenly god realm all exploded in an instant, the whole person turned into a headless corpse, and even the soul was completely annihilated by a sword energy. One move, slaughter 10 strong heavenly gods. Looking at this scene, there are many blood moon rank heavenly gods who are ready to attack Jiang Chen, all with a look of horror, and they dare not approach Jiang Chen for half a step. The combat power of this kid in front of him is really terrifying. In front of him below tier 4, there is nothing wrong with ants. When everyone was shocked by the scene before them, a violent voice suddenly resounded through the world. I saw a thin old man wearing a purple and gold gown, directly with a monstrous breath, pressing against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes condensed, and the breath of his whole body burst to its limit instantly, colliding with the breath of the old man. The terrifying wave of destruction, centered on the confrontation between the two, quickly spread in the sky. Under the impact of the terrifying air wave, Jiang Chen's figure trembled slightly, and his whole body stepped back more than 10 steps in the void. He looked up at the thin old man in front of him, with a solemn expression in his eyes. The sixth order of the gods. The thin old man in front of him is obviously a quasi-world, censored powerhouse who masters the power of the 6 realms and has an impact on the realm of the realm. Jiang Chen, be careful, this old guy is a blood poison boss who is one of the 2 great guardians of the Blood Moon Palace, a super strong man whose cultivation has reached the 6th rank of the gods. At this moment, Long Jenkson's somewhat anxious voice came over. With 1 enemy and 2 enemies, he could only rely on the defense of the Panlong fortress in front of him to contain the 2 powerhouses of the 6th rank heavenly god in the Blood Moon Palace. Now that the blood poisonous old monster shot Jiang Chen, he couldn't stop it at all. Now everything can only depend on Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen can block the blood poison boss, they can stabilize the situation and use the dragon fortress to block the attack of the Blood Moon world. If Jiang Chen loses, they might be really dangerous this time. Jiang Chen, before the Lord said that you would become the biggest threat to the Blood Moon world, I still don't believe it, but now I have to believe it. Today, you are doomed to die. The blood poison old monster stared at Jiang Chen indifferently, as if looking at a dead person. With the 3rd tier cultivation base of the gods, you can force this guardian to solve you by yourself, and you are proud of it. Haha. Solve me, even if you are the 6th order deity, what can you do? Today, I, Jiang Chen, want to see the power of the 6th order deity. Jiang Chen laughed, and a golden sword phantom that was brilliant to the extreme was out of thin air behind his back, as if to pierce the void of the universe. On this side of the world, it seemed that there was only the golden sword phantom that was enough to cut through the sun and the moon. Divine body vision, cut. Jiang Chen controlled the golden sword phantom, the whole person was united with the golden sword phantom man's sword, turned into a golden sword light that penetrated through the world, and slashed at the blood poison old monster. When Jiang Chen cut out with this sword, where the sword light passed, the surrounding thousands of Jiang voids burst out, endless golden sword energy overflowed, and even the sun's rays were completely covered by this sword. When everyone looked up, they saw that the space around the blood poison old monster fell into chaos, and only a sword light pierced the sun and the moon and shattered the sky. Not bad divine body vision. If your cultivation level is 1 or 2 levels higher, this guardian may still be afraid at 3 points, but now it is a bit close. Venerable Blood Poison looked at Jiang Chen's sword indifferently, his body unmoved. Until the golden sword light appeared less than 100 feet away from his body, a censored mist suddenly surged from his body. The golden sword light seemed to evaporate without a trace under the censored mist, as if it encountered a drop of flame. This old guy. It's no wonder that he is called the Blood Poison Boss, and his best is Poison Dao. Seeing this scene before him, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank slightly. The sword he issued with the full strength of the divine body vision can almost easily kill the 4th order strong man of the gods, but it was so easily resolved by the old guy in front of him. The powerhouse of the 6th rank of the gods, as expected, is already close to the existence of the world gods, and it is really extraordinary. The blood poison old monster easily shattered Jiang Chen's peace, staring at Jiang Chen coldly, and his indifferent voice resounded directly through the world. The mayfly shakes the tree and doesn't know what to do. Next, let's see the world of the gods of this protector. Chapter 1709. The Sacred Tree of Life is Invincible. With the cold voice of the old blood-poisoning monster falling, the void within a radius of 100 miles instantly turned into a haze, blood-colored world. Jiang Chen only felt that the entire scarlet world was enveloped by a very terrifying poisonous mist. This poisonous mist has a very powerful corrosive ability. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, it was impossible to resist the power of this poisonous mist. If he stays in this world for a long time, and the horror does not need to attack the blood poison boss again, his whole person will be directly turned into a pile of blood. He didn't hesitate anymore, ready to explode with all his strength, smashing the world of the blood poison boss at the fastest speed. Just when he was about to start, the sacred tree of life that he had always carried on his back exuded an invisible force that enveloped him. Jiang Chen quickly discovered with surprise. The blood-poisoning old monster, the world of the gods, was poisoned by the fog, and after contacting the power of the sacred tree of life, it was instantly purified. Tisk Tusk. The tree of life, which is worthy of being one of the three gods in the realm of God, can be invincible from poison. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. With the sacred tree of life, the poisonous path that the blood-poisoned old man is best at has hardly caused him any threat. In this way, the old guy is much less dangerous to him. Evolving the celestial god world consumes a huge amount of power for the celestial god realm powerhouse. Since the poisonous fog of the blood-poisoning old monster celestial god world can't pose a threat to me, it's better to stay here and consume his power. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and a ghostly arc could not help but rise in his mouth. I saw Jiang Chen sitting down cross-legged with a flustered expression, pretending to urge his body strength to resist the censored mist around him. It's nothing more than a needless struggle. This protector has to see how long you can last in my censored world. The blood poison boss looked at this scene, and a sneer of disdain passed in his eyes. As a powerhouse of the sixth rank of the gods, the world of the gods condensed by the power of the six realms is extremely powerful, beyond the ability of ordinary people to break through. He majored in poison Dao. Over the years, he tried to integrate the power of the six Dao to break through the realm of the gods. He also focused on poison Dao. Naturally, extremely terrifying toxicity was born in the world of the gods. Even if it is a strong person of the sixth rank of the gods, they can't resist this toxicity, and the only way is to force open his censored world. Even if the powerhouse of the sixth rank of the gods stays in his censored world for too long, he is destined to be unable to eat. Sitting on the spot like this, Jiang Chen resisted the poisonous fog in the world of his gods. It was no different from sitting there waiting for death. Oops, I forgot to tell Jiang Chen that the poisonous fog in the world of blood-poisoning old monsters is simply unstoppable. The expression of Dragon Jiangxin, who fought against another ranked 6 powerhouse of the Blood Moon realm, instantly became extremely difficult to look. Jiang Chen is very strong. If he did his best, he might still have a chance to break through the world of the blood poison boss. If you resist passively like this now, you will undoubtedly die. Long Jian was very anxious. The world of the gods is a world evolved by the strong of the gods, and it forms a world of its own. As the blood poison boss is a powerhouse of the sixth order of the gods, even his voice transmission can't penetrate the blood poison boss's censored world at all, reminding Jiang Chen. Even though Dragon Lord has this ability, Blood Moon Lord will definitely not give him a chance. Now, only if I ask the old guy in front of me to help Jiang Chen break through the world of the blood poisonous boss, Jiang Chen has a glimmer of life. Long Jiangxin's eyes flickered slightly. He suddenly broke out with all his strength, a sword forced back the blood-robed old man in front of him, and he was about to burst out of the battlefield between Jiang Chen and the blood-poison old monster. The blood-robed old man who was forced to retreat by Long Jiangxin obviously also saw through Long Jiangxin's purpose, and also burst out with all his strength, entangled Long Jiangxin firmly, and did not give him any chance to make a move. Lord Ji Yu Long looked at the situation below. His brows couldn't help but condensed tightly. Although Jiang Chen's combat power is strong, his cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the celestial god after all. In the face of some strong men of tier 4 or tier 5, Jiang Chen is already at ease. But to deal with a quasi-world, censored, of the 6th order heavenly god, it still seems somewhat impossible. Based on his understanding of Jiang Chen, this guy would definitely not be a passive master. How could he be willing to sit passively in the world of the blood poison boss? Lord Ji Yulong stared at Jiang Chen closely for a while. Lord Ji Yulong finally discovered that although Jiang Chen seemed to be frustratingly resisting the poisonous fog in the world of blood poisoning old monster, but the whole person was not affected by any substance at all. This kid, is it acting? Lord Ji Yulong flashed a flash of light in his mind, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The ancient supreme divine body has already existed in the legend in the realm of God. Even the ancient dragon lord, about the ancient supreme divine body, only knows not much. Since the ancient supreme divine body could even ignore the laws of the heavens, it was not impossible to be able to ignore any poison and invade. It seems that Jiang Chen wants Lord Blood Poison to consume more power to maintain the world of the gods. Lord Gulong's eyes flickered slightly. The powerhouse of the Sixth Order Tianshan, Jiang Chen head on, it is indeed difficult to defeat him. If the blood poison old monster's body strength is consumed by 30% to 50%, Jiang Chen may not have the chance to defeat it. Since Jiang Chen is going to act, he might as well help Jiang Chen to avoid being seen through by Venerable Blood Moon. Venerable Gulong no longer hesitated, his figure flashed down and swept down. But just as he took a step, the figure of Venerable Blood Cloud had already stopped him ghostly. Venerable Gulong's complexion sank, and Venerable World God's breath also burst out instantly. Blood Moon, get out of me. Venerable Blood Moon laughed and said, haha. Ji Yulong, if you want to rescue Jiang Chen under the eyes of the deity, it depends on whether you have the ability. Blood Moon, you are looking for death. Venerable Gulong shouted in anger, and the terrifying power of the world censored turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon, roaring at Venerable Blood Moon with its teeth and claws. Venerable Blood Moon did not retreat in the slightest, but directly fought against Venerable Ancient Dragon in the void. This piece of heaven and earth seemed to be constantly falling in. Breaking, such a terrifying scene, as if the end is coming. And when the two great world gods were fighting, Jiang Chen sat there with his legs cross-legged motionless, pretending to be struggling, resisting the poisonous fog in the world of the blood-poisoning old monster and god. Chapter 17:10, The blood-poisoned boss who became angry. Hey, it's just a fearless struggle. No matter how enchanting your talent is, today you are destined to fall into the world of this protector of the gods. The blood-poisoned old monster stood proudly with his hand held up, and looked at Jiang Chen, who was dying in his celestial world, with a sneer in his old eyes. At most one stick of incense time. I'm afraid this guy will turn into a pool of blood under the poisonous mist of his censored world. Under the gaze of the blood-poisoned boss, time slowly passed bit by bit. The time for a stick of incense quickly passed. Jiang Chen did not turn into blood in his world of the gods as expected by the blood-poisoned boss. Although Jiang Chen looked very embarrassed on the surface, and seemed to be crumbling under the erosion of the poisonous fog, he was able to resist the poisonous fog in the world of his gods, and he did not suffer any substantial harm at all. There was also an incredible look in the old eyes of the old blood-poison boss. The poison contained in the world of his gods was not very preventable at all, and it was extremely corrosive and penetrating, even the powers of the Sixth Order gods could hardly resist. The boy in front of him is only the second-tier cultivation base of the gods, how could he persist for such a long time? The power of the celestial realm evolves into the celestial world, and the consumption is very large. Almost 30% of the energy in the body of the blood-poison boss maintaining a stick of incense in the world of the gods. This incense stick time is more than enough to solve Jiang Chen, but I didn't expect Jiang Chen to resist. Venerable Blood Moon and Venerable Ancient Dragon above, they were watching the situation below while they were fighting. Seeing that Jiang Chen has not been harmed in the world of the blood-poison boss, the smile in the eyes of Venerable Ancient Dragon has also become more and more dense. And across from Venerable Gulong, Venerable Blood Moon also gradually discovered the strangeness, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Blood poison, don't waste time. This kid has the ancient supreme divine body, not only can he ignore the laws of the heavens, but I am afraid he will be invincible. He is deliberately consuming your power. Venerable Blood Moon's complexion sank, directly speaking to the old blood poison monster. Hearing the words of Venerable Blood Moon, the face of old blood poison monster instantly became extremely difficult to look. Damn it, this kid was fooled. No wonder this kid seemed to be unable to withstand the poisonous fog in his world of gods, but he persisted, and he had been acting in front of him all the time. He was careless, and Jiang Chen had consumed 30% of his power in vain. If this kid is really invincible, with only the poisonous fog in the world of the gods, he might never hurt Jiang Chen anymore. Jiang Chen, this protector has underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be invincible. But, even so, you still cannot escape today. The blood-poison old monster burst into anger and shouted, and the thunderclouds surged in the world of the gods, and the wind was strong. A weird blood-colored thunder, like a punishment from heaven, with terrifying power, it slashed directly at Jiang Chen. Finally was discovered by this old guy. Looking at the falling silver thunder, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but set up a slight arc. Now that the blood-poison boss evolves into a stick of incense in the world of the gods, the power in his body has probably been consumed by 20 to 30%. In addition, he has a sacred tree of life, which can almost ignore the power of the blood-poison boss, making the blood-poison boss threaten him greatly. What if he is now seen through by the blood-poison boss? Although this old guy is a powerhouse of the 6th order deity, at this moment, at most he can display the strength of the 5th order deity. With his power, he is fully qualified to fight the blood-poison boss. Jiang Chen stood up abruptly, the power of the 3 heavenly gods and the 4 martial arts origins urged to the extreme, and directly turned into the 7-color censored thunder, colliding with the blood-colored thunder that fell. The horrible energy fluctuations, like a tsunami, swept across the world of the gods of the blood-poison boss, causing the entire scarlet world to be in turmoil. Jiang Chen's arrogant and dry laughter also rang directly in the ears of the blood-poison boss. Old fellow, you can't do anything to me with the power of your best poison, you are not qualified to kill me. I, Jiang Chen, killed a lot of heavenly god realm powerhouses during this time, but I have never killed the existence of the 6th order heavenly god. Today, I will kill a 6th order deity to take a look. With this proud laugh resounding through the heavens and the earth, Jiang Chen's whole body strength burst to the extreme in an instant, directly condensing a 7-color sword light that shattered the heavens and the earth, and slashed at the blood-poison old monster with a volley sword. The blood-poison old monster's face was cold, and the power of the 6 ways also condensed a colorful mysterious palm print, colliding with Jiang Chen's 7-color sword light. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation is only the 3rd level of the heavenly god, whether it is the divine body vision or the cultivation technique, the blood-poisoning boss is more than 1 level high. In addition to the power of the 3 condensed worlds, there are 4 other martial arts masters. Jiang Chen in a state of full explosion, even a powerhouse of the 5th rank of the gods, may not be able to easily resist. Although the old blood-poison monster is a strong man of the 6th rank of the gods, after Jiang Chen's previous consumption, he is no longer at his peak. Coupled with the restraint of the sacred tree of life against the power of the poison Tao, Jiang Chen now has the upper hand in the confrontation with the blood-poison boss. Jiang Chen exploded with all his strength, without any retreat at all, and fought against the blood-poison boss one by one. Divine Body Vision, 2-fold censored king-level exercises vision. Jiang Chen had already exhausted his methods, and had more than 10 moves against the blood-poison boss. Every time the two collided, countless fluctuations swayed in the void, shattering the space of 100 miles. Even the celestial world of the blood-poison boss, under the influence of that terrifying energy, gradually became shaky. The blood-poison boss became more and more frightened. Although he had just been consumed by Jiang Chen, a part of his power, and the power of the poison Tao was restricted by Jiang Chen's invincible body, he was still a powerhouse of the 6th order celestial god after all. But this kid with the 3rd-tier cultivation base of the celestial god, he can even match him, which is too terrifying. In his celestial world, it is impossible for Jiang Chen to absorb the energy of the heavens and the earth to make up for the consumption. The energy in his body should be consumed faster than him. But Jiang Chen confronted him with more than 10 strokes, and there was no sign of exhaustion. Now he has consumed 50% or 60% of his body strength. If this continues, I am afraid he will really lose to Jiang Chen's hands. Chapter 17:11. Overpower the 6th order of the gods. The blood-poison boss was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The quasi-world censored of the 6th order dignified deity will one day be driven to such an embarrassment by a hairy boy of the 3rd order deity. Facing Jiang Chen's continuous and powerful offensive, the blood-poison boss didn't have any chance to breathe at all, and could only fight against Jiang Chen one trick after another. The two made more than 10 moves against each other. After the blood-poison boss consumed a lot of power, he finally could no longer support the evolved world of the gods. The world of the blood poison boss crashed in midair. With the collapse of the blood poisoning old monster, the world of the gods, Jiang Chen could not only rely on the tree of life, but also absorb the energy of the heavens and the earth to supplement the consumption, and the speed of the world power recovery in his body became faster. Haha. Old thing, even if you are a sixth-order god, I still can't kill it. Jiang Chen arrogantly laughed loudly, and directly brought a terrifying force that swept across the world, and directly killed the blood poison boss. Facing Jiang Chen, who was more powerful than before, the blood poison old monster's complexion changed drastically. He had to push the little power in his body to resist Jiang Chen's attack. The old blood poison monster could hardly resist Jiang Chen's undiminished offensive at this moment, and was soon completely suppressed by Jiang Chen, and was at an absolute disadvantage. This guy even defeated the blood poison boss. Looking at the situation of Jiang Chen's battle between the two, Long Jiangxin also did not recover from the horror for a while. Jiang Chen is trapped in the world of the blood poisonous boss, the situation will be very bad. But I didn't expect that Jiang Chen not only was not affected by the world of the blood poison old monster, but he broke out after deliberately silent for a period of time, and the blood poison old monster was defeated. This blood poison old monster is a quasi-world censored powerhouse of the sixth order heavenly god, and his strength is no less than that. But such a strong man of the sixth rank of the gods was actually suppressed by Jiang Chen. Because of Pang Qingyuan, since Jiang Chen first entered Earth Dragon City, Long Jiangxin has been paying close attention to Jiang Chen. He had witnessed how Jiang Chenshi grew up step by step. In just 10 years or so, Jiang Chen went from a Maodo boy to the Ruins realm to become a powerhouse of the third rank of the gods, and his combat power is almost comparable to the powerhouses of the sixth rank of the gods. Rao is that Long Jiangxin has always been very optimistic about Jiang Chen, but he still didn't expect Jiang Chen to grow so quickly. Hehe. This guy really didn't disappoint me. Venerable Gulong looked at the situation below, and a faint smile also appeared on his face. The ancient supreme divine body not only has unparalleled talents, but also has great luck. Nowadays, as a member of the ancient dragon clan, Jiang Chen will naturally be affected by Jiang Chen's luck. Venerable Blood Moon wants to destroy the ancient dragon tribe and Jiang Chen, how easy is it to say? Venerable Gulong thought they could hardly hold the Panlong fortress this time. He had already planned to follow the original plan, and retreat from the battle, abandon the Panlong fortress and even the entire eastern region, and wait for Pang Qingyuan to break through the realm god. Who knew that Jiang Chen's breakthrough came, and instantly slaughtered more than a dozen heavenly gods in the Blood Moon realm, shocking the audience. Even the blood poison boss of the sixth order celestial god took the shot himself, but was beaten with no temper by Jiang Chen. With the existence of Jiang Chen, it may not be an easy task for the Blood Moon realm to break through the Panlong fortress. This son, even the sixth order Tianshan can't be suppressed anymore. Seeing that the blood poison boss has been retreating steadily under Jiang Chen's offensive, Venerable Blood Moon was frightened and his expression became more and more gloomy. The growth rate of this kid in front of him is really terrifying. Although this kid's combat power is strong, it is only better than Shui Yin, about the level of the fourth order god. In the past 2 years have passed. Even the blood poison boss, the sixth order quasi-world censored of the heavenly god, couldn't help him. If he can't be killed today, I'm afraid he won't really have any chance in the future. Gulong, you are really lucky for the Gulong clan to be able to give birth to such a peerless genius. Venerable Blood Moon stared at Venerable Ancient Dragon in front of him, his expression extremely gloomy. The ancient supreme divine body, this has already become a legendary existence in God's domain. Even in the super realm in the center of the God's realm, it is difficult for the power of the censored kings to give birth to the ancient supreme divine body. Venerable Blood Moon really couldn't understand. Why did the ancient dragon world give birth to such an existence against the sky? He led the Blood Moon realm to attack the ancient dragon realm, and he was about to break through the ancient dragon clan's defense line, but because of Jiang Chen's sudden rise, he finally came back down. He attacked Panlong Fortress with all his strength, but once again because of Jiang Chen's appearance, the situation was instantly reversed. Venerable Blood Moon never thought of it anyway. A mere little boy turned out to be his biggest obstacle to attacking the Blood Moon world. You are right, my ancient dragons are indeed very lucky. Venerable Gulong nodded, and then stared at Venerable Blood Moon with a smile. But, you Blood Moon realm, I'm afraid you are not so lucky. Humph. Ji Yu Long, Don't be happy too early. Venerable Blood Moon snorted coldly, this battle is not over yet, do you really think you are sure to win? Venerable Gulong said indifferently, oh, in that case, the deity wants to see, what else do you have? You will know soon. Venerable Blood Moon flashed with blood in his eyes, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Just as the words of Venerable Blood Moon fell, there was a sudden bang in the center of the dragon fortress, causing the whole body to tremble. Everyone was horrified to discover that the original defensive formation that enveloped Panlong Fortress had disappeared without a trace in the sky above Panlong Fortress with a terrifying speed. Oops, there is an inner ghost in Panlong Fortress, which broke the defense formation of Panlong Fortress. Venerable Gulong looked at the changes in Panlong Fortress, his expression could not help but suddenly changed. The formation of Panlong Fortress, in the entire ancient dragon world, only a few elders from the ancient dragon clan knew how to crack it. Venerable ancient dragon really couldn't understand, who betrayed the ancient dragon tribe and secretly assisted the Blood Moon world to break the formation of Panlong Fortress. There is no formation guard of Panlong Fortress. It would not be easy for the ancient dragon realm to defend Panlong Fortress. What's going on? Seeing that the formation of Panlong Fortress was suddenly broken from the inside, Long Jiangchen was frightened, and his complexion instantly became extremely difficult to look at. Chapter 17:12. The Vision of Heaven, the world censored is born. Long Jiangchen never thought of it. The Blood Moon realm actually planted an inner ghost in Panlong Fortress, and this inner ghost has a very high status in the ancient dragon clan, and he can even know the method of cracking the Panlong Fortress formation. Now the defensive formation is broken. The 50 strong men of the Heavenly God realm in the ancient dragon realm had to face the offensive of the hundreds of strong realm of Heaven God realm in the Blood Moon realm. How does this defend? Who did it? Long Jiangchen's expression was extremely gloomy. He is in charge of the ancient dragon on behalf of the ancient dragon, and almost all matters concerning the size of the ancient dragon are handled by him alone. Now that the Blood Moon realm arranged such an inner ghost in the Gulong tribe, he didn't even notice it. This is his negligence. Jiang Chen had originally blocked the blood poison boss. With the defense of Panlong Fortress, they have been able to block the attack of Blood Moon realm. It is more than enough to hold on for at least half a month and wait for Pang Qingyuan to break through the realm god. Now that the defensive formation of Panlong Fortress was broken, the original good situation was also ruined in an instant. Sword, Elder Jiangchen, the big thing is not good. Zhuang Shengyang killed 2 Shenlong guards who guarded the formation, breaking the guarding formation of Panlong Fortress. Just when Long Jiangchen was frightened and furious, a figure hurriedly crawled from Panlong Fortress. Zhuang Shengyang. When Long Jiangchen heard the words, a violent killing intent filled his body. It turns out that the person who destroyed the Panlong Fortress formation was the disciple of the former Jin Ling elder Shen Yuanai of the Gulong clan. Since the last time Shen Yuanai betrayed the Gulong clan, Long Jiangchen had always been guarding against Zhuang Shengyang, and kept Zhuang Shengyang confined in Gulong clan. Zhuang Shengyang unexpectedly ran out of the Gulong clan, and helped the Blood Moon world destroy the defense formation of Panlong Fortress. The core of the defensive array of Panlong Fortress is guarded by 2 dragon guards from the Heavenly God realm, and one of them is a second-tier celestial god. Unless Zhuang Shengyang broke through the Heavenly God realm, there would be no chance to break the formation. And Zhuang Shengyang has always been a half-step cultivation base of the Heavenly God realm. When did he break through the Heavenly God realm? Haha, Ji Yu Long, the last time Shen Yuanai's affairs were expected by you. I am afraid you would never think of it this time. Do I still have this hand? Venerable Blood Moon couldn't help laughing smugly. Although Shen Yuanai failed last time, Zhuang Shengyang's chess piece has not been exposed. Now at this critical moment, Zhuang Shengyang's chess piece has finally played its due role. When Venerable Gulong heard this, his face looked a little unsightly. As the Jinling elder of the ancient dragon clan, Shen Yuanai would naturally not escape the eyes of the ancient dragon if he had any changes. But Zhuang Shengyang was only a half-step god dragon guardian, so Venerable Gulong didn't pay too much attention to it, and directly handed it over to Long Jiangchen. But he didn't expect that because of his carelessness, it turned out to be today's disaster. Without the guardian of the formation, faced with the offensive of hundreds of heavenly gods in the Blood Moon realm, if you forcefully defend, you will probably pay a very heavy price, and I am afraid that you may not be able to defend it. A careless move will lose all the game. It seems that today they have to give up Panlong Fortress and retreat to the eastern region. Everyone in the Blood Moon Realm listened to the order to flatten the Panlong Fortress and enter the eastern region of the ancient Dragon Realm. When Venerable Gulong decided to abandon the Panlong Fortress, Venerable Blood Moon's cold voice resounded directly through the world. Kill, kill, kill. Following the order from Venerable Blood Moon, many of the Heavenly God Realm experts in the Blood Moon Realm burst out against the Panlong Fortress and fought against the Heaven God Realm of the ancient Dragon Realm. Because of the power of the Heavenly God Realm gathered in the Blood Moon Realm, the number is almost 200 in the ancient Dragon Realm. Almost every celestial god realm of the ancient Dragon Realm had to face the siege of 2 Blood Moon Realm celestial gods. The ancient dragon world is almost completely at a disadvantage. There were even some weaker celestial gods, and they were quickly defeated by the 2 Blood Moon celestial gods. There was the celestial god realm of the ancient Dragon Realm, which fell directly into the battlefield. Seeing that the many celestial realms of the ancient Dragon Realm were in crisis instantly, Jiang Chen's expression couldn't help but sink slightly. He had to explode with all his strength, wanting to defeat the blood poison boss in front of him as soon as possible, and go to support. Although the blood poison boss retreats steadily under Jiang Chen's suppression, he is ultimately a strong man of the 6th rank of the gods. Jiang Chen can hardly kill him for a while. He can only watch the Blood Moon world besieged and killed. A strong man in the ancient Dragon Realm. Blood Moon, you won this round. Venerable Gulong looked down at the battle that was extremely unfavorable to the Gulong tribe, and couldn't help but glanced at Venerable Blood Moon coldly. The attack of the Blood Moon Realm came too suddenly, so that he did not have time to gather all the strength of the ancient Dragon Realm. Facing the hundreds of heavenly gods in the Blood Moon Realm with 50 heavenly gods, if you really want to fight, I am afraid that few of the 50 heavenly gods in the ancient Dragon Realm will be able to leave alive. Even if the Panlong Fortress is guarded, the ancient dragon world will be greatly injured. This is not the result that the ancient dragon wants to see. Venerable Gulong took a deep breath. Just as he was about to order the retreat, he suddenly sensed something, and a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared in his eyes. Jia Xin's origin has changed. There are other people in the ancient dragon world that have awakened the origin of Jia Xin. Could it be that Pang Qingyuan broke through the realm of the gods? Venerable Gulong murmured to himself, and couldn't help looking at the direction of the Gulong clan. As Venerable Ancient Dragon looked at the Ancient Dragon clan, the entire Ancient Dragon realm seemed to tremble. I saw the endless emptiness of the entire Ancient Dragon world, and the dazzling blue clouds directly converged towards the center of the Ancient Dragon world, and finally turned into a huge and incomparable blue dragon phantom. Standing in almost any corner of the Ancient Dragon world, one can clearly see the phantom of the blue dragon in Wantiantian. Pang Qingyuan really broke through the realm of God. Seeing this scene, a rare smile appeared on Venerable Gulong's face. Pang Qingyuan successfully broke through the realm of the gods, and the grievances between the ancient dragon realm and the Blood Moon realm for millions of years should finally have a result. How? How is it possible? The ancient dragon realm actually gave birth to a new realm god. Venerable Blood Moon stared at the azure dragon phantom in the sky, and an incredible horror appeared in his eyes. The vision of heaven, the world censored, is born. As Venerable World God, Venerable Blood Moon knew better than anyone what this meant. In addition to the ancient dragon, the second world censored has been born. Venerable Blood Moon also understood. Pang Qingyuan did not appear in the Panlong Fortress, he did not go to the northern region of the ancient dragon realm at all, but was breaking through the world gods in retreat. Chapter 17:13. Counterattack, defeat the Blood Moon world, retreat. Venerable Blood Moon suppressed the horror in his heart and directly and decisively gave the order to retreat. Now that the second world, censored, is born in the ancient dragon world, the situation is instantly reversed. They have completely lost the opportunity to attack the ancient dragon world, and are even about to face a counterattack from the ancient dragon world. If they can't be evacuated in time, they will really be wiped out today. Haha, Elder Qingyuan breaks through the realm gods. The time has come for my ancient dragon realm to counterattack the Blood Moon realm, and kill with my deity. Venerable Gulong laughed and burst out directly at Venerable Blood Moon. Long Jiangxin, who had been holding a sigh of anger in his heart, also rushed out of the Panlong Fortress with the ancient dragon world god, and killed everyone in the Blood Moon world who had retreated. In the endless void, a figure wrapped in the green light also stepped out directly from the blue dragon phantom that hovered the sky. This cyan figure is exactly Pang Qingyuan. Pang Qingyuan had penetrated thousands of miles of void and came to the battlefield outside Panlong Fortress. His faint green eyes swept slightly, and pointed directly at the blood-poison old monster in front of Jiang Chen. The blood-poison old monster seemed to have been used to hold the body method, and it was impossible to move a bit under the lock of this finger. The blood-poison boss suddenly became terrified. He had just vomited a wordless word, the center of his eyebrows had been penetrated by a cyan sword finger, and his entire body burst open with a bang. Killed the blood-poison boss with one finger. Pang Qingyuan's gaze fell on another quasi-world, censored, of the 6th rank of the Blood Moon world. He stretched out his hand blankly and shook it, which directly caused the space around the 6th order elder of the censored to collapse. Countless spatial turbulence raged out from the collapsed space, strangling the old man of the 6th order deity into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Venerable world god, really strong. Seeing Pang Qingyuan casually killed 2 Blood Moon heavenly gods of the 6th order, Jiang Chen couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. Although Jiang Chen had not seen the realm gods take action, but from the ancient dragon's laws of realm gods, Jiang Chen could already feel the power of the realm gods. But when he personally saw the terrifying methods of Venerable Realm God, his heart was still shocked. Venerable Realm God, really is an existence completely above the gods, killing the gods is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Even the blood poison boss, the 6th order quasi-world, censored, of the gods, is no different from the ants in front of the real world god. As Pang Qingyuan appeared to kill 2 tier 6 powerhouses in seconds, the rest of the Blood Moon world dared to have the slightest war intentions. They all fled in panic like frightened birds. Jiangchen, I'll leave it to you here. I'll help Venerable Long deal with Venerable Blood Moon. After solving the 2 Blood Moon world powerhouses of the 6th rank of the gods, Pang Qingyuan ignored the Blood Moon gods who fled in panic. The soles of his feet were a little empty, and he stepped straight out. I saw Pang Qingyuan's figure, already appearing in the void where Venerable Ancient Dragon and Venerable Blood Moon were fighting. Everyone, the Blood Moon world has repeatedly invaded the Ancient Dragon world for millions of years. Now it's our turn to counterattack the Blood world. Everyone will join me to enter the Blood Moon realm and level the Blood Moon palace. Long Jiangchen laughed, and then Jiang Chen took the lead and chased the fleeing Blood Moon heaven god. The 2 of them are like 2 sharp knives, no one can stop wherever they go. There were more than a dozen Blood Moon world gods who fell into the hands of Jiang Chen. At the same time that the ancient dragon world suddenly reversed the situation and defeated the Blood Moon world. On the right side of the Panlong fortress, the Panlong mountain range, on a peak of Tongtian mountain that penetrates the sky. A young man with red hair and red clothes stood proudly on a lonely mountain, watching the situation of Panlong fortress condescendingly. This young man is no one else, it is Zhuang Shengyang who broke the defense formation of Panlong fort not long ago. After destroying the formation of Panlong fortress, Zhuang Shengyang did not stay too much in Panlong fortress. Since the last time Shen Yuanai's plan to cooperate with Shuiyan to deal with Jiang Chen failed, Zhuang Shengyang has become more careful. Just in case, Zhuang Shengya evacuated directly from the Panlong fortress and hid in the Panlong mountain to pay attention to the battle between the 2 sides. Damn it, I didn't expect Pang Qingyuan to break through the realm censored at this time. Seeing the defeat of the Blood Moon realm, Zhuang Shengyang's expression instantly became extremely ugly. While being confined by Dragon Jiangchen, he secretly broke through to the 2nd order of the celestial god. In the external avatar he stayed next to Venerable Blood Moon was the medium for him to communicate with Venerable Blood Moon. The plan to destroy Panlong fortress this time was also a plan he had planned with Venerable Blood Moon for a long time. As long as he unknowingly destroys the Panlong fortress formation, the ancient dragon realm without defensive formations will definitely be defeated under the attack of the Blood Moon realm. But I did not expect that at this critical moment, a vision of heaven and earth appeared, and the ancient dragon world suddenly gave birth to a new world censored, like Pang Qingyuan. 2 or 3 years ago, Pang Qingyuan was still a censored, whose origin was damaged and his strength was not one. But after Jiang Chen came out of the ancient sacred dragon ruins, this old guy quickly recovered to his peak state, and now he has broken through the realm of God in one fell swoop. Zhuang Shengyang doesn't need to think about it. Jiang Chen must have given Pang Qingyuan the Jia Xin Shen Jing obtained from the ancient sacred dragon ruins, so that Pang Qingyuan could stand up and break through the Jia Shen realm so quickly. Boy, there are now 2 world gods in the ancient dragon world, and the Blood Moon world will definitely be defeated. You have now been exposed, this ancient dragon world has no place for you, take advantage of their battle, leave here quickly. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang in Zhuang Shenyang's mind. Zhuang Shenyang heard the voice in his mind, and an extremely unwilling look appeared in his eyes. Don't hesitate, if you want revenge, there will be opportunities in the future. The deity has already said that this ancient dragon world is too remote after all. Only by going to a larger realm can I improve your strength faster. As long as you are strong enough, it will be a breeze to beat the ancient dragon world alone in the future. Seeing that Zhuang Shenyang was still hesitating, the voice couldn't help but urge again. The power of the realm gods is too terrifying for them now. Once the war is over, they probably won't be able to leave. Ancient Dragon Realm, Jiang Chen, wait for me, Zhuang Shenyang will be back one day. An icy glow suddenly flashed through Zhuang Yongsheng's eyes, and immediately disappeared into the Panlong mountain range. Chapter 17:14, Meet the Blood Again. Jiang Chen and the others chased them all the way from Panlong Fortress to the end of the wilderness plain. Among the hundreds of heavenly gods in the Blood Moon Realm, almost less than 1/3 of them escaped from the ancient dragon realm. Even Venerable Blood Moon, under the joint siege of Venerable Ancient Dragon and Pang Qingyuan, fled into the eternal void in embarrassment. Venerable Ancient Dragon obviously did not intend to give the Blood Moon Realm any chance to breathe. He and Pang Qingyuan took the lead, and directly led everyone through the boundary wall and counterattacked towards the Blood Moon world. In the Blood Moon world, Venerable Blood Moon controls the origin of the Blood Moon Realm, and his combat power has greatly increased, and he almost blocked Venerable Gulong and Pang Qingyuan with his own power. Although Venerable Blood Moon was powerful, he did not lose the wind with one enemy and two. However, the Heavenly God Realm powerhouse in the Blood Moon Realm was slaughtered by 2/3 in the Ancient Dragon Realm, and even the 6-tier guardians of the Blood Moon Palace's 2 heavenly gods have all fallen. Under the leadership of Long Jiangxin and Jiang Chen, the ancient dragon world is almost invincible and unstoppable. The ancient dragon realm attacked the line of defense of the Blood Moon Realm, causing more than a dozen forces in the Blood Moon Realm to surrender at the feet of the ancient dragon realm. Jiang Chen and the others invaded the territory of the Kingdom of the Blood Hill. The Kingdom of the Blood Hill, the overlord level in the western part of the Blood Moon Realm, is also one of the 4 great kingdoms of the Blood Moon Palace established in the Blood Moon Realm. In order to better control the Blood Moon Realm, Venerable Blood Moon established 4 great kingdoms of gods in the 4 directions of the south, east, north and west. The 4 great kingdoms suppressed the quartet for the Blood Moon Palace, which made many forces in the Blood Moon Realm dare not follow. In the imperial capital of the Blood Hill Censored Kingdom, a dozen figures gathered in the hall in the center of the palace, and the atmosphere in the hall was solemn. Everyone, the Blood Moon Realm attacked the Ancient Dragon Realm and returned. The Ancient Dragon Realm has fully counterattacked the Blood Moon Realm, and has now entered the Blood Mound God's country. What shall we do now? In the center of the hall, the first young man with blood eyebrows wearing gorgeous costumes finally broke the tranquility in the hall. His Royal Highness, the Ancient Dragon Realm is attacking in a big way, and there is no news of the return of the Emperor God. My Blood Hill God Kingdom can hardly resist the attack of the Ancient Dragon Realm. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing blood armor said solemnly. If Jiang Chen saw this middle-aged man at this moment, he would be surprised. Because this middle-aged man is no one else, it is the blood that once descended on the profound spirit continent as an incarnation to fight him. Today's bloody heaven is already a superior true God. Yeah, Your Highness, we are afraid that this Blood Hill Kingdom of God will not be able to defend, so we should evacuate quickly. A blood-robed old man next to him also said solemnly. This blood-robed old man is also the only heavenly God realm powerhouse who stays in the Blood Hill God Kingdom. This time, Venerable Blood Moon gathered more than 90% of the heavenly God realm powerhouses in the Blood Moon realm to attack the ancient dragon realm, but now they are still defeated. This shows how terrifying the strength of the ancient dragon world. With their Blood Hill Kingdom wanting to resist the attack of the ancient dragon world, it is almost like a dream. The Bloodbrow youth took a deep breath and said, if the order is passed on, immediately withdraw and return to the Blood Moon Palace. Just as the Bloodbrow youth's voice fell, outside of the imperial city of the Emperor of the Blood Hill, there was a sudden loud noise, causing the entire imperial city to tremble severely. The guardian formation of the imperial city has been broken. It seems that people from the ancient dragon world have killed. Shui Zhongtian's complexion changed. His Royal Highness, leave quickly, otherwise it may be too late. The Bloodbrow youth did not hesitate, and fled in the other direction of the imperial city directly surrounded by Shui Chongtian and others. They still underestimated the ancient dragon clan's speed of breaking through the city. Before they escaped from the Emperor Bleeding Hill, Jiang Chen had already taken the lead and killed them. His Royal Highness, I'll block for a while, you go first. Shui Zongtian looked at the black figure that had just killed him, and directly greeted him with a few blood armor guards beside him. Huh, bloody heaven, it turned out to be him. Looking at the blood armor middle-aged who rushed first, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He was planning to find the whereabouts of Shui Zongtian in the Blood Moon world, to see if he could learn about his father Zhang Wuya, but he did not expect to meet Shui Zongtian so soon. It's really nowhere to find any place to break through the iron shoes. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but set off a slight arc, and the faint laughter resounded directly in this area. Blood in the sky, long time no see, don't come here unharmed. This sudden chuckle also caused the blood to be slightly startled. When his eyes fell on Jiang Chen's familiar face, his pupils suddenly shrank. Jiang Chen, it turned out to be you. Bloody heaven, never thought of it. Jiang Chen also entered the God realm, and he was in the ancient dragon realm next to the Blood Moon realm. Jiang Chen smiled and said, blood is heavy, it seems that we are quite destined. I was about to look for you in the Blood Moon world, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to the door. Shui Zongtian smiled coldly. Do you think this is still not possible in Xuanling continent? As the Blood Emperor of the Blood Spirit clan of the Xuanling continent, the martial arts talent of the blood is also extremely not weak. After ascending to God's domain, Shui Zongtian had another chance. Just over a decade, he went from the lower true censored to the upper true censored all the way. Although he couldn't see through Jiang Chen's breath, he must have used some means to hide his breath. This Maodo boy, who was still in the middle of his return to the ruins, was able to surpass him in this short period of more than 10 years. This is indeed not the profound spirit continent, but I am no longer who I was 10 years ago. Just relying on the cultivation base of your superior true God, but you are still willing to be unqualified in front of me. For the sake of acquaintance between you and me, tell me about my father, I can consider forgiving you for not dying. Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, faintly looking down at the censored heaven. Shui Zongtian's voice fell, and immediately the blood swelled all over his body, which directly turned into a censored palm of the size of 100 meters, and patted Jiang Chen over the sky. Jiang Chen flicked his finger, the invisible sword energy penetrated the void, and Yang's blood palm split into two in the blink of an eye. Sword chi broke through the palm of the blood, and directly smashed it at the censored heaven. The ancient dragon realm almost captured most of the Blood Moon realm. Just less than half a month. And as the territory of the Blood Moon realm was captured, the origin of the realm heart that Venerable Blood Moon mastered was naturally gradually weakening, and it was impossible to stop the siege of the two great realm gods, and finally abandoned the Blood Moon Palace and escaped from the Blood Moon realm alone. Chapter 17:15. The Blood Moon world is destroyed. Shui Chongtian had no time to react, and the whole person had been smashed by Jiang Chen's sword aura, and a mouthful of blood spurted out frantically. He stepped back dozens of feet in the void in an embarrassed manner, and the gaze looking at Jiang Chen also instantly became frightened. Heaven God realm, have you broken through the Heaven God realm? As a high-class troop censored with extraordinary combat power, he is now understated by Jiang Chen with a flash. Such a terrifying strength, I am afraid that only the strong of the gods can achieve it. This Maodo boy who was struggling under his incarnation back then has now far surpassed him and became a strong man in the gods. Jiang Chen said without a face, finally, give you a chance to tell me the whereabouts of my father. I will spare you not to die. Jiang Chen, I really don't know the whereabouts of your father. Bloody smiled bitterly. Jiang Chen has broken through the heavenly god realm, if he really wants to kill him, he has no resistance at all. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. You and my father ascended to God's realm together, how could you not know the whereabouts of my father? The realm of God is vast and boundless. Although your father and I have ascended at the same time, they can only appear in the same realm, and may not appear in the same place. Shui Zongtian shook his head and said, when I ascended into God's realm, I was in a realm called the Great Wild Realm. If you want to find your father, you can go to the Great Wild Realm. Great Wasteland. Shui Zongtian nodded and said, the Great Wilderness Realm is the most powerful realm nearby. It is said that it is the great realm where the power of the censored king is seated. Since you have soared into the Great Wilderness Realm, why have you appeared in the Blood Moon Realm? Jiang Chen looked at the blood with a puzzled look. Below the heavenly god realm, there is no right to cross the barriers of the realm and walk in the eternal void. Since blood Chongtian soared in the great desolate realm, why did it appear in the blood moon realm? The great desolate realm is the only realm in the dozens of surrounding realms where there is a king-level power sitting on the ground. The dozens of surrounding realms are centered on the great wilderness realm, and they all have their own strongholds in the great wilderness realm. I was discovered by the people of the blood moon realm in the great wilderness realm, and then I felt that the Blood Hill divine kingdom of the blood moon realm had something to do with the ancestors of the blood spirit race of the profound spirit continent, so I came here. Shui Zongtian explained. Great wasteland. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and it seemed that he had to take a trip to the great wilderness after he solved the blood moon realm. Jiang Chen raised his head and waved his hand to Shui Zongtian. Okay, you can go. This time, the destruction of the blood moon realm is inevitable. If you don't want to die, it's best not to have anything to do with the blood moon realm. Shui Chongtian didn't say much. He took a few of his subordinates without saying a word, and quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. After the blood has left, Jiang Chen and the others also quickly captured the kingdom of the Blood Hill, and then continued to advance. Because the Blood Moon Venerable gathered 90% of the Heavenly God Realm powerhouses in the Blood Moon Realm to attack the Ancient Dragon Realm, but because Pang Qingyuan broke through the Realm God Realm and defeated, 2/3 of the Heaven God Realm fell in the Ancient Dragon Realm. There are not many Heavenly God Realm powerhouses in the Blood Moon Realm today. Jiang Chen and Long Jiangxin brought dozens of experts from the ancient dragon world to the heavenly god realm, almost invincible and unstoppable. In less than half a month, Jiang Chen and the others had already conquered most of the western part of the Blood Moon realm, and all the way to the Blood Moon Palace. And as Jiang Chen and the others conquered the territory of the Blood Moon realm, the real power of the realm heart that the Blood Moon Venerable Master had also weakened little by little. Venerable Blood Moon was one enemy and he was not as calm as he was at the beginning. Venerable Blood Moon was finally alone, and was defeated in the siege of Venerable Gulong and Pang Qingyuan. In desperation, Venerable Blood Moon had to abandon the Blood Moon Palace and flee from the Blood Moon realm in embarrassment with a few people. Venerable Gulong and Pang Qingyuan did not pursue them either. Venerable World God is not so easy to kill. Even if the two of them defeated Venerable Blood Moon together, it was almost impossible to completely kill Venerable Blood Moon. Even if they were able to control the Blood Moon, the two of them would have to pay a very heavy price. Now the ancient dragon tribe has two world gods. Once the Blood Moon world is destroyed and the heart of the Blood Moon world is integrated, the ancient dragon world can be turned into a more powerful world. A mere Venerable Blood Moon already poses little threat to the ancient dragon tribe. Blood Moon Palace. Jiang Chen and Long Jiangxin brought together many experts from the heavenly god realm, and gathered together with the two Venerable Gulong. Everyone, including Venerable Ancient Dragon and Pang Qingyuan, was filled with excitement that was hard to hide. Since the establishment of the Ancient Dragon clan, the Ancient Dragon realm has been in constant friction with the Blood Moon realm, and has always been at a disadvantage. But now they have entered the Blood Moon realm, and even occupied the old lair of the Blood Moon Palace. How can this make them not excited? Jiang Chen, thank you again this time. Venerable Gulong looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. They are really lucky to have a figure like Jiang Chen in the ancient dragon world. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's birth, the ancient dragon world would have been unable to withstand the attack of the Blood Moon world last time. Had it not been for Jiang Chen to obtain the Realm Heart Crystal from the ancient sacred dragon remains, Pang Qingyuan would never be able to recover to the peak, let alone break through the Realm God Venerable in such a short time. The ancient dragon realm could have the opportunity to conquer the Blood Moon realm. And everything was already done by Jiang Chen. Long Zun is not welcome. Since I am a member of the ancient dragon clan, this is what I should do. Jiang Chen faintly smiled, and immediately said directly, now that the Blood Moon world has been destroyed, Pang Lao has also broken through the world gods, there should be nothing in the ancient dragon world. I plan to leave the ancient dragon world for a while. Are you leaving the ancient dragon world? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Venerable Gulong was suddenly surprised. Although he also knew that with Jiang Chen's talent, places such as the ancient dragon world were not the stage for him to display, but he did not expect that this day would come so fast. Thinking of Jiang Chen's terrifying speed of improvement, Venerable Gulong quickly became relieved. Although Jiang Chen stayed in the Gulong clan for a short time, his combat power is already comparable to the sixth order existence of the gods. With Jiang Chen's current strength, it really doesn't make much sense to stay in the Gulong clan, and it's time to see the world outside. Yes, I plan to go to the great wilderness world. Jiang Chen nodded, then took a deep breath and said, I wonder if Long Zun has any understanding of the great wilderness realm. Chapter 17:16. Set off to the great wilderness. Although this deity has been to the great wilderness realm several times, he doesn't know much about the great wilderness realm. Our ancient dragon realm is the southernmost area of God's domain. The great wilderness realm is the largest realm in this area, and the great wilderness divine sect is the seat of the god-king level power. There is prosperous martial arts, geniuses are like clouds, there are countless world gods, and it is also a concentrated place for martial artists on the lower realm. With your talent and strength, it's also very suitable to go to the great wilderness. Venerable Ji Yu Long explained with a smile. The concentration of martial artists in the lower realm. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. Long Zun, I don't know how you explain this. It means that there are many warriors from the lower realm who come to God's realm, and they usually appear in the great realm like the great wilderness. Before Venerable Gulong could speak, Pang Qingyuan had already explained to Jiang Chen. Like the small world of the ancient dragon world, the heart of the world is too weak to establish a direct channel with the lower world. If the ancient dragons want to absorb the geniuses of the lower realm, they can only establish a trial space like Dragon Wancheng at a space node between the gods and the lower realm. The passage between the trial space and the ancient dragon clan has relatively low endurance and stability. The ancient dragons did not dare to absorb a large number of geniuses from the lower realm in this way, and could only allow some of the top geniuses to enter the realm of God through trials. And in the great wilderness, because the origin of the world heart is strong enough, there is no such problem at all. Almost all forces above the realm gods in the great wilderness can directly establish channels with the lower realm planes. The law of heaven and earth in the great wilderness realm is more powerful and complete than the small realm like the ancient dragon realm. Some existences that broke through the true gods on the lower realm planes will also appear directly in the great realm like the great wilderness after ascending. The great wilderness realm is such a great realm that it will be called the concentration of martial artists on the lower realm. When Jiang Chen heard Pang Qingyuan's words, he was more certain that his father Jiang Wuya was probably in the great wilderness. Even the mother Ji, Wuxuang and the others entered God's domain, and they are also very likely to appear there. In this great wilderness, he had to take a trip for whatever he said. Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed, and soon thought of a key question. He couldn't help but look up at Pang Qingyuan's two human beings. The law of heaven in the great wilderness is more powerful and complete, isn't it that when the warriors of the great wilderness cross the calamity, the thunder disaster they face will also be stronger? Starting from the realm of true gods, breakthroughs in cultivation base will trigger divine calamity. Especially when you reach the celestial god realm, you will face a celestial tribulation every time you break through one level. And this divine calamity is triggered by the martial artist breaking his own limit, breaking through a higher level and triggering the law of heaven. The stronger the law of heaven, the stronger the power of the divine calamity faced will undoubtedly be. Such as, breaking through the true god realm in the lower realm is much weaker than breaking through the true god realm in the god realm and facing the divine calamity. In the lower realm, even though countless powerhouses master the method to enter the realm of God, they still choose to break through the realm of true God and then ascend to the realm of God. Yes, the stronger the realm of the law of heaven, the stronger the divine calamity faced by breakthroughs under the same circumstances. Of course, everything has advantages and disadvantages. Although the great desolate warriors will face a stronger calamity, once they break through, their strength will also be higher. Under the same realm, people in the ancient dragon world will almost be easily crushed by the great wilderness. When Venerable Gulong said this, his expression instantly became a lot more serious. So, after you go to the great wilderness, you must be careful. Ji Yu Long, you seem to have forgotten what kind of existence Jiang Chen is. Even the genius of the great desolate divine sect is not necessarily Jiang Chen's opponent in the same realm. Upon hearing this, Pang Qingyuan couldn't help but smile. I'm just reminding him to prepare him in his heart. Venerable Ancient Dragon said solemnly, in the Ancient Dragon realm and the Blood Moon realm, Jiang Chen can contend with the Blood Poison Boss and other gods of the Sixth Order. But if it is the Sixth Order of the gods in the Great Wilderness, it may not be necessary. Thank you Long Zun for reminding. Jiang Chen nodded, his heart couldn't help but shudder. His current combat power, even facing the 6th Order, censored like the blood poison boss, is a bit difficult, not to mention the stronger 6th Order, censored, in the Great Wilderness. If it hadn't been for the reminder from Venerable Ancient Dragon, he would still use his current gaze to measure the warriors of the Great Wilderness. Maybe he would really suffer a big loss. Venerable Ancient Dragon groaned slightly, and said, "When you reach the Great Wilderness, you can go to the Ancient Dragon Merchant Association in the south of the Great Wilderness Realm. This Ancient Dragon Merchant Chamber is the stronghold of the Ancient Dragon Realm in the Great Wilderness Realm." Jiang Chen said with a surprised look, "The Ancient Dragon Realm also has a stronghold in the Wild Realm. In fact, there are some peerless geniuses on the lower realm planes, and all major realms hope to absorb some geniuses into their realm in the Great Wilderness. It's just that the Ancient Dragon world is too remote, and the situation of the Ancient Dragon Chamber of Commerce has never been ideal." Venerable Gulong shook his head and gave a wry smile. He looked up at Jiang Chen and said, "But Gulong Chamber of Commerce has been in the Great Wilderness Realm, and has a better understanding of the situation in the Great Wilderness Realm, and it should be helpful to you. Since the Ancient Dragon Realm has a stronghold like the Ancient Dragon Chamber of Commerce in the Great Wilderness Realm, it is much easier for him to go to the Ancient Dragon Chamber of Commerce first than to go to the Ancient Dragon Realm by himself." Jiang Chen asked Venerable Gulong again about some things, and then bid farewell to everyone, ready to set off for the Great Wilderness ahead. Before leaving, Jiang Chen also told Venerable Gulong about Zhuang Yang's situation and told them to be careful of Zhuang Shenyang. Jiang Chen is going to the Great Wilderness world like a Qianlong ascending to the sky. Seeing again, I am afraid that he is no less inferior to you and me. Venerable Gulong looked at the direction Jiang Chen was leaving, with a general expression on his face. "I have no doubt about this. However, my Gulong clan has a good relationship with him. When he grows up, it will be of great benefit to my Gulong clan." When Peng Qingyuan said this, the conversation suddenly turned, and he said solemnly to Venerable Gulong, "What do you think of Jiang Chen just leaving and talking? What else can I see? That guy was destroyed by Jiang Chen at the ancient sacred dragon ruins. There should be only a trace of the remnant soul that survived. However, it is indeed very strange that he can recover so quickly. No matter what, that guy's existence is a scourge and must be removed. Blood Moon Realm matters to you. This deity will return to the Ancient Dragon Realm to see if that guy is still in the Ancient Dragon Realm." The cold light in the eyes of Venerable Ancient Dragon skyrocketed, and his figure flashed immediately before disappearing in front of Peng Qingyuan. Chapter 17:17, Eternal Void. The Great Desolate Realm, the only super realm in the southernmost part of the God's Realm where the power of the God King was born. The Ancient Dragon Realm and the Blood Moon Realm are the most remote small realms around the Great Wilderness Realm, and they are undoubtedly very far away from the Great Wilderness Realm. According to the introduction of Venerable Gulong, he had to pass through at least 4 or 5 realms from the Blood Moon Realm to the Great Wilderness Realm. Among them, the Zilin Realm was the first realm Jiang Chen had to cross. Jiang Chen started from the Blood Moon Realm and walked all the way north, then passed the boundary barrier on the back of the Blood Moon Realm and walked in the silent eternal space. The situation of this eternal space is actually somewhat similar to the space channel that Jiang Chen used to teleport across the plane. It's just that those spatial passages are artificially established by using formations and spatial laws. The eternal space is a natural area formed between the various realms of God's domain. In the eternal space, the true gods cannot walk in the air at all. There are not only space turbulence, space storms and other terrifying visions, but some powerful and mysterious space creatures have even been born. It is said that in the eternal space, there are still some void bandits active here, specially robbing the warriors walking in the eternal space. There are many crises in the eternal space. Even if it is an ordinary heavenly, censored, realm powerhouse, walking in eternal space is a very dangerous thing. Once a little careless or bad luck, there is a risk of falling. Even many experts in the heavenly god realm would choose to stay in a realm most of the time and would not easily cross the realm. Jiang Chen walked in the eternal void for several days with a look on his face, barely showing any figure. Jiang Chen encountered many strange space creatures along the way. The strength of these space creatures can be strong or weak. Some have only the strength of the true gods, and some are powerful people comparable to the heavens. Jiang Chen met the strongest only, whose strength was almost comparable to that of an ordinary third-tier powerhouse. Such existence naturally poses no threat to Jiang Chen, but all spatial creatures encountered are easily killed by Jiang Chen with one move. In the endless eternal void, Jiang Chen walked slowly on his own. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation in the space in front, and a huge black shadow appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen ghostly, and then brought a terrifying space storm and rushed towards Jiang Chen. This is a huge snake-shaped monster with a strength of about 100 meters, and it is an eternal void space creature. In the eternal void, the forms of space creatures are strange, and there are all kinds of things. The only thing they have in common is that they are both very good at the way of space, appearing in this eternal void, making it impossible to guard against. Jiang Chen looked at the serpent-shaped space creature that came with the space storm to kill, and raised his hand to point out a sword volley. The sword finger penetrated time and space, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the head of the snake-shaped space creature, causing the snake-shaped space creature's body to burst open. A fist-sized silver crystal exuding rich spatial fluctuations also emerged from the place where the snake-shaped creature exploded. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the silver crystal was directly shaped like a hand by Jiang Chen. This silver crystal is the energy crystal condensed from the space creatures of the eternal void, which is equivalent to the inner alchemy of the monster beast. When Jiang Chen killed the first space creature, he had already tried it. This thing can enhance the power of his space origin, and it is a gem of the way of cultivating space. And just when Jiang Chen killed this spatial creature and moved on, Bailey away to the right of Jiang Chen, a gray boat, which was made of unknown material, suddenly floated from a distance. The boat is about tens of feet long, and the color is very similar to the black of the eternal space, almost blending together, and it is silent and hard to detect. "Boss, there seems to be someone in front, should we?" The black boat passed on, and some ferocious figures appeared. One of the eagle-eyed men looked at Jiang Chen in front, and could not help making a gesture of murder and surrender. "It's just a hairy boy, what kind of oil can he get by robbing him? What's more, we are going to do a big vote this time. If the robbery kid reveals his whereabouts, it will be more than worthwhile." The head of the burly middle-aged man who had a face full of flesh just glanced at Jiang Chen casually, obviously without any intention of robbing Jiang Chen. The eagle-eyed man frowned slightly and said, "But, this kid's direction is the same as ours, will it affect our plan? Let's just wait and see the changes. According to the news I got, the goal is almost close." The burly middle-aged man said with a murderous face, "It's nothing more than a mere little boy. If he really dares to kill our good deeds, kill him." As the burly middle-aged voice fell, in a space in front of Jiang Chen, a tall ship exuding dazzling golden light, like a golden streamer, flew quickly from a distance. "Boss, the target has appeared." The eagle-eyed man looked at this scene, and an expression of excitement appeared in his eyes. The burly middle-aged eyes exploded sharply, and he sternly said, "Prepare, once the boat is approaching, we will directly and decisively shoot. As long as we can do this ticket, our brothers and others will be developed." At the same time that the burly middle-aged and others are discussing, Jiang Chen, who was walking in front, naturally also found the golden boat that had swept over. Jiang Chen knew that this should be the void ship that Venerable Ancient Dragon said. The eternal void is not only full of crises, but the energy of the heavens and the earth is very thin, and it is extremely difficult to supplement the consumption of the body. God's domain has a void ship specially designed to fly in the eternal void. The material of the void ship is very vulgar, extremely difficult to build, and generally only possessed by the realm god-level forces in the Great Realm. Even the Ancient Dragon Realm is said to only own a void boat the size of Xu in the Ancient Dragon Chamber of Commerce. After the Ancient Dragon Chamber of Commerce absorbs talents in the Great Wilderness, it will use the void boat to send them back to the Ancient Dragon Realm. The Ancient Dragon Realm is weak and remote, and few people are willing to join the Ancient Dragon Realm. The Ancient Dragon Chamber of Commerce in the Great Wilderness Realm has not recruited a talent for the Ancient Dragon Realm for hundreds of years. The Gulong Chamber of Commerce has almost become a dispensable existence for the Gulong world. While Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed, his eyes were tightly locked on the golden void ship. Several powerful auras appeared on the bow of the void ship, obviously all powerhouses above the heavenly god realm. These people looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, with extremely vigilant expressions in their eyes. Chapter 17:18, Dead End. A total of 6 figures appeared on the golden ship. Among them, the 4 guards wearing golden armor are all strong men of the first order of the gods. Behind the 4 golden armor guards, there is also an old man in golden robe and a woman in Qingyi with a delicate face. The old man in the golden robe stood beside the woman in Xingyi. His strength was also the strongest existence among the few people on the ship, and he was already a strong man of tier 4 deity. Looking at the golden boat in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. Being in the eternal void, Jiang Chen naturally didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, and was ready to bypass the boat and move on. He seems to be the age of no discipline, but he can cross the eternal void alone. It's amazing. The woman in Xingyi looked at Jiang Chen, who was walking alone in the eternal void, and she couldn't help showing an expression of admiration in her beautiful eyes. She also broke through the heavenly god realm not long ago, and once tried to walk alone in the eternal void, only to persist in the eternal void for a long time would not work. Had it not been for the guardian of the old man beside her, she would have torn apart the eternal void space creature. This kid is really not simple, he should be a top genius in a certain area nearby. The old man in the golden robe nodded and said, with his eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that Jiang Chen already possesses the cultivation base of the 3 realms of heavenly god. This kind of existence, even among many world-censored forces, is considered one of the best geniuses. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to bypass them, the tight expressions of the 4 golden armored guards on the boat upstairs also relaxed slightly. At this moment, a terrifying murderous intent suddenly broke out from behind Jiang Chen. Before Jiang Chen could react, a black boat shot directly towards this side. Everyone, be careful, there are void thief ships. On the golden boat, the golden-robed old man first spotted the black boat that had been looted. His complexion suddenly changed. Following the words of the old man in the golden robe, the 4 golden armor guards also took out their weapons one after another, as if they were on the verge of an enemy. More than a dozen knives of powerful and fierce aura blasted directly from the black boat, and then with a fierce aura, they slew towards the golden boat. As the first burly middle-aged man, 4 different world powers swirled around him, exuding a vast power. This burly middle-aged man is also a strong man of tier 4 deity. The burly middle-aged man, with more than a dozen figures, surrounded the golden boat and Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Among these more than 10 figures, in addition to the burly middle-aged of the 4th order deity, there is also a 2nd order deity, and the rest are all powers of the deity realm. On the golden boat, everyone, including the old man in golden robe, looked very solemn. Compared with this group of void thieves, they are at an absolute disadvantage in terms of number and strength. If they were a little careless, they might be wiped out today. Without the slightest hesitation, the burly middle-aged screamed and greeted everyone to besiege towards the golden boat. My friend, hold on. The old man in Jinpao's complexion changed, and he quickly said, the old man is willing to pay some tolls, and I hope you will let us go. Void thieves, mostly to plunder more resources. As long as they are willing to pay some training resources, these void thieves will not embarrass them too much. Although the group of void thieves in front of him occupies an absolute advantage, he is also a 4th order powerhouse of the gods. If you really want to fight for orders, even if these void pirates can defeat them, it will have to pay an extremely heavy price. Hee. Old guy, I don't want any tolls this time. The burly middle-aged smiled and said, as long as you hand over Xu Tianming, I can let you make a living. You. How do you know Mrs. name? The golden-robed old man heard the words of the burly middle-aged, and finally an incredible horror appeared in his old eyes. It seems that these void thieves in front of them are not robbing in this eternal void, but are specifically targeted at them. How did I know? You don't need to know. Finally, I will give you a chance to choose. Will you pay or not? The burly middle-aged faintly looked at the old man in the golden robe, with a look of impotentness in his eyes. The old man in the golden robe looked decisive, and stared coldly at the burly middle-aged man. Even if the old man dies today, he will never let you hurt a single hair, miss. Old stuff, you are toasting and not eating fine wine. Kill everyone and capture Xu Tianming. The burly middle-aged man's killing intent soared and gave orders indifferently. The people on both sides suddenly broke out a terrifying battle around the golden building. Jiang Chen glanced at both sides of the war, and didn't want to be nosy. Just when he was about to leave quietly, a hideous sneer sounded directly in Jiang Chen's ear. Hey! Boy, in front of my bluestone thieves, you also want to drive away. A fierce man with a scar at the first rank of the gods directly killed Jiang Chen aggressively. Jiang Chen's face was cold, a layer of purple thunder and lightning appeared between his palms, and the powerful thunder power turned into a giant purple thunder palm, which shattered all the energy of the big man in the blink of an eye, and then slapped his body with a slap. The Dayan with the knife and scar that Jiang Chen shot suddenly snorted, and his whole body was directly stiff in place. Before he could react, the terrifying thunder on the giant purple thunder palm directly broke his body and entangled his internal organs. The big scared man screamed, and his entire body burst open directly. In this scene, the complexion of the two companions of the scared man changed greatly. They obviously didn't expect that the little boy in front of them had the terrifying power to kill their companions in a single blow. Sure enough, this kid is a bit weird, let's kill him together. That day, the eagle-eyed man of the Second Order, censored, suddenly flashed a gloomy look in his eyes, and immediately took the two First-Order companions of the gods beside him, and killed them together towards Jiang Chen. I didn't want to be nosy, but you have to find your own way. If that's the case, please blame me for being polite. Jiang Chen's face was cold, and immediately stretched out his hand to shook the three eagle-eyed men who had swooped in. The figures of the three of them solidified directly in the void, and the majestic spaces around them rushed out turbulently. The expressions of the three eagle-eyed men instantly became horrified. Before they even screamed, they were completely strangled into nothingness by the turbulence of the surrounding space. With one move, the three pirates of the Heavenly God realm were all killed instantly by Jiang Chen. Chapter 17:19, Capture the Void Boat. Jiang Chen beheaded 4 void thieves one after another, which also made the two sides fighting over the ship stunned. Especially the burly middle-aged man on the side of the void rogue, his look couldn't help but suddenly change. Although the burly middle-aged man knew the strength of the boy in front of him was not weak, he did not expect his combat power to be so terrifying. The eagle-eyed man, but his right-hand man, his cultivation base has reached the peak of the second-order deity. Coupled with the simultaneous shots of 2 first-tier gods, even if they face the powerhouse of third-tier gods, they can compete against 1 or 2. This kid was just an understatement and killed the 3 in a second. On the golden boat, the woman in Xing Yi, who was firmly guarded by the old man in golden robe and several guards, also revealed unconcealed shock in her beautiful eyes. Kill 3 strong gods in one move. This is too scary. The burly middle-aged man forced the old man in the golden robe on the boat back with a punch, and the look at Jiang Chen instantly became frightened. Jiang Chen expressionlessly said, "People passing by. This little brother, since you are passing by, it is a misunderstanding. As long as you don't interfere in this matter, I can let you leave." The burly middle-aged took a deep breath and said solemnly to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen beheaded 4 of his subordinates in a row, and his team was greatly injured. The burly middle-aged man naturally wanted to rush to kill him. But at this moment, he did not dare to act rashly. Jiang Chen's combat power is too strong, except for him, no one in his team can resist. Although his strength is much stronger than the old man in the golden robe, everyone is a powerhouse of the fourth-order deity, and it is difficult to kill him for a while. Once he is delayed by the old man in the golden robe, his subordinates are very likely to be wiped out by Jiang Chen. His purpose this time is for Xu Tianming. If it was because of this kid's intervention that the plan failed, it would be more than worthwhile. The burly middle-aged can only suppress his anger and choose slippers with Jiang Chen. Little brother, the void thieves are all insidious and cunning people who have failed to achieve their goals and are unscrupulous. You must not believe his words. The old man in the golden robe could not help but quickly said when he heard the words. Although Jiang Chen killed the 4 thieves, the strength of their side is still at an absolute disadvantage. If Jiang Chen left, they would definitely lose. Joining forces with Jiang Chen to deal with these void thieves is already their only opportunity. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, he didn't pay attention to the two at all, and he turned and headed in the opposite direction. Seeing this scene, the burly middle-aged complexion couldn't help but smile slightly. While waiting for the old man in the golden robe and the others on the boat upstairs, his complexion became extremely pale. This kid, he couldn't save his life. A guard in golden armor looked at Jiang Chen who turned to leave, his expression instantly becoming frightened. We have never known him. It is our love to save others, and it is our duty not to save. If we change to us, we may not be nosy in this situation. The woman in Xing Yi gave a wry smile. Uncle Qing, let's go and leave me alone. In this battle, they have no chance of winning at all. Since the target of these void thieves is her, as long as she stays, the others may still have a chance to escape. If the fight continues, I am afraid that none of them will want to leave alive. Miss, don't worry, even if the old man fights this life, he will definitely protect you and send you safely to the great wilderness. The old man in the golden robe looked resolutely authentic. Miss Xingyu, the life I waited for was originally given by you. Without you, we would have been no longer in this world. Even if we die today, we would never leave you behind. The 4 golden armor guards also guarded Xu Xinyu as if they were dead, and did not intend to leave at all. Hehe. Loyalty is commendable. Since you have to stay and die, then I will fulfill you. The burly middle-aged voice fell, and just as he was about to take a shot, there was a sudden scream of screams behind him. The burly middle-aged complexion changed and he looked back quickly. I saw that the black-clothed youth who had just turned away did not leave at all, but directly killed their void boat. The burly middle-aged man brought out the powerhouses of the Heavenly God Realm. There were only some logistics members of the True God Realm on the void boat. How could they resist Jiang Chen? More than a dozen pirates of the True God Realm had already been wiped out by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has never been a master who likes to suffer. Since these void thieves dare to attack him, he will make these guys pay a heavy price. He didn't directly engage with the burly middle-aged man, mainly because of this void boat. He was going to the great wilderness from here, there was still a very long distance. If he could win this void boat, it would not only save him a lot of time and effort while walking in the eternal void, but it would also be able to practice quietly in the void boat. Shameless little thief, you dare to fool me. The burly middle-aged lungs almost exploded. He did not expect that this kid not only did not leave, but also took advantage of his precautions to take their void boat. Around the burly middle-aged, many void thieves in the Heavenly God Realm were frightened. Goose all day long, and finally be pecked by them. As the thieves of the void, they have always been the only ones who rob others. Unexpectedly, one day they would be robbed by others. Jiang Chen said indifferently, I was just passing by, but your people have to do it to me. Since you want to make peace now, it's not impossible, this void boat, just treat me as apologize. Kill him and take back the void boat. The burly middle-aged complexion was cold, and he directly led a large number of Heavenly God Realm powerhouses to abandon the golden robe old man and the others on the ship, and killed Jiang Chen. This void boat was built by someone who spent countless efforts. Although it is not as luxurious as the void ship, its speed, concealment, and defense are all top-notch. This void boat is his domineering capital in the eternal void. On the void boat, there are still a lot of resources he plundered in the eternal void. Once Jiang Chen has all taken away, he will really vomit blood for 3 liters. The burly middle-aged even chose to give up the mission goal and turn to kill Jiang Chen. On the golden boat, Xu Xinyu and others couldn't help being dumbfounded as they watched the sudden change. Jiang Chen just turned around and didn't want to leave, but directly and neatly seized these thieves' void boats. Chapter 1720. Heavenly God Tier 4, No More Ants. Hi. This guy is too bold. The people on the boat upstairs recovered, and couldn't help but take a breath. They all thought that Jiang Chen didn't want to be nosy, and was going to leave alone, but they didn't expect this guy to steal these thieves' void boats. Miss, let's leave now while that kid is holding these void thieves. Looking at the situation in front of him, the old man in Jinpao could not help but hurriedly said to Xu Xin. Uncle Qing, the black-clothed youth is extraordinary. If we join hands with him, we should be able to deal with these void thieves. And our building ship was severely affected in the battle just now. I am afraid it will take some time to repair it before it can continue on the road. Xu Xinyu frowned slightly, calmly analyzing the current situation. Now their best choice is to join forces with Jiang Chen to solve all these void thieves in front of them. The ship broke down, so leave on foot. The old man in Jinpao said with a solemn expression, these void thieves are obviously instructed by someone to come to you. I am worried that they have any other options. If they delay too long, they may be even more dangerous. No, the young man in black was implicated because of us, how can we use him to absorb the firepower and leave secretly? Xu Xinyu shook his head, with a resolute expression on his face. Uncle Qing, do it. We will join hands with the black-clothed youth to solve these void thieves as soon as possible. The old man in the golden robe sighed slightly. The young lady in their family is indeed too kind. Since Xu Xinyu decided to join forces with the kid to defeat these void thieves, the old man in the golden robe had to take his orders and was ready to help the young man in black. Boy, Dare to seize my void boat, I will smash you into pieces. The burly middle-aged led the thieves, with a grim look at Jiang Chen on the void boat. I just took it, so what can you do? Relying on your fourth-tier cultivation base of the censored of heaven, in my eyes it is nothing more than an ant. I only said once, this void boat is now mine. If you don't want to die, just let me roll as far as you can. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and slowly stepped out of the void boat. The burly middle-aged sneered disdainfully, and immediately waved his palm, and a thunderstorm composed of 4 different colors fell directly from the sky, facing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head, and immediately stretched out his hand to explore the void, and a 7-colored ancient sword appeared directly in his palm. Jiang Chen held a 7-color ancient sword in his hand, and cut out with an understatement. A 7-color sword light cut through the void, with the terrifying energy that annihilated all, smashed the 4-color thunder that fell in the blink of an eye, and then slashed at the burly middle-aged with no reduction in power. Upon seeing this scene, the burly middle-aged complexion suddenly changed. He hurriedly urged his whole body strength to evolve into a world of heavenly gods, trying to block Jiang Chen's terrifying sword. Jiang Chen's current sword in his full power state is difficult to resist even the powerhouses of the 5th order gods, let alone the burly youths of the 4th order gods. Jian Guang cut down on the burly middle-aged world of the gods, and suddenly made a crisp sound. I saw that the 7-color sword light was like cutting tofu, and in the blink of an eye, the burly middle-aged, censored world was cut in half from the middle. The world of the gods was shattered by a sword, the burly middle-aged figure trembled, and the blood in his mouth vomited wildly, and the whole person flew out in midair in embarrassment. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he didn't give the burly middle-aged any chance to breathe. He raised his hand and slashed out again. Jiang Chen's sword penetrated time and space, and instantly caught up with the burly middle-aged who flew upside down. The burly middle-aged man, who had already suffered severe damage, had no resistance at all, was penetrated by Jiang Chen's sword. The burly middle-aged body also exploded directly, turning into a mist of blood and disappearing into the endless eternal void. On the other side, the Jinpao old man and others who were about to help out, were directly stiff in place at this moment. Their eyes were dull, like a ghost, and they could hardly believe their eyes. 2 swords. With just 2 swords, the burly middle-aged man was killed. This kind of strength is too terrifying. The strength of this son is really unfathomable. The old man in the golden robe came back to his senses, and there was an unconcealable horror in his old eyes. That burly middle-aged man is a tier 4 powerhouse, and his combat power is even much higher than him. But just such a strong man of the 4th order deity, in front of this black-clothed young man, did not insist on 2 tricks, and he was completely destroyed. No wonder this guy dared to walk alone in the eternal void. With such a terrifying strength, even if it is a powerhouse of the 5th rank of the gods, I am afraid that it can't help him at all. The leader was killed by him. Everyone run away. Seeing that Jiang Chen had killed the burly middle-aged with 2 swords, the remaining 10 void thieves looked frightened, like scared rabbits, and quickly scattered in panic. Jiang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to these empty thieves who fled, and turned back to the empty boat. Dare to hit my lady's attention and kill me. The golden robe elder on the opposite side saw the cold light soaring, and he directly killed the fleeing void thieves. These void thieves came at Xu Tianming. Once they escaped, their whereabouts would be exposed, and they might face even greater troubles. The old man in the golden robe made a decisive move, preparing to kill all these void thieves. With his 4th-tier cultivation base of the gods, killing these 1st-tier void thieves would naturally be effortless. A dozen void thieves have been completely wiped out by the golden robe old man. Jiang Chen ignored the actions of the old man in the golden robe. After he returned to the void arc, he must prepare to control the void arc to move on. But Jiang Chen soon discovered that he didn't know how to control this void boat to fly in the eternal void. Well, I knew I should have left 2 livelihoods just now. Jiang Chen reluctantly shook his head, but in the end he could only focus his eyes on the old man in Jinpao and his group. He didn't talk nonsense, and directly asked the golden-robed old man, "Old gentleman, take the liberty to ask, how can this void boat be manipulated? This kind of relatively large void boat requires a dedicated crew to maintain control. The little brother wants to use this void boat to move forward. It is somewhat difficult. It just happens that our building is seriously damaged, and it needs to be repaired for a period of time before it can be used. How about we go together?" The old man in the golden robe smiled and said, "When you get to the nearby realm, you can hire some crew by yourself." Chapter 17:21. Eternal Void Situation. The old man in the golden robe looked at Jiang Chen with a smile, looking very polite. God's domain has always respected the strong. The boy in front of him could kill the burly middle-aged man with 2 swords, and his strength was naturally far above him. Now that their ship is damaged, this place is not a long-term place. Leaving with Jiang Chen is undoubtedly the best choice. With a strong like Jiang Chen walking along, they will be much safer in the future. Walking together, Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. We seem to be on different paths. His target was the great wilderness in the north, and the old man in the golden robe and their boats came from the side, obviously different from his destination. Little brother just needs to take us to the nearby realm. The old man in the golden robe smiled slightly and immediately asked, "The old man's trip is to send Our Lady to the great wilderness. I don't know where the little brother is going. You are also going to the great wilderness world. Shouldn't the great wilderness world be in the north? Why are you traveling westward?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. Did he make a mistake in this eternal void? If I remember correctly, he has been walking north since he came out of the Blood Moon world. It turns out that the little brother also went to the great wilderness. Hearing this, the old man in the golden robe couldn't help but light up. He quickly explained to Jiang Chen, "The great wilderness is indeed in the north, but walking north from here is actually not feasible." "What's the answer to this?" Jiang Chen took a deep breath and clasped his fist to the old man in Jinpao. This is the first time this junior crosses the boundary. He knows very little about the eternal void. I hope the old man can give me some advice. But it is not suitable to stay here for long. How about we talk while walking? The old man in the golden robe smiled and nodded. Jiang Chen naturally did not refuse. He knows too little about the eternal void now. If he hadn't met the old man in the golden robe, I'm afraid he would have to take a lot of detours in this eternal void. The old man in the golden robe did not hesitate. He quickly received the boat, and then greeted the 5 Xu Tianming and several crew members of the True God Realm and boarded Jiang Chen's void boat together. Under the control of several crew members brought by the old man in golden robe, the black boat began to fly in the eternal void. The black boat Jiang Chen snatched from the void thief was not an ordinary boat. Although not as huge as the old man in the golden robe and their boat, it is more than 10 feet long. The boat is divided into 2 layers, and the top deck. The upper floor is the lounge, divided into 10 or 20 rooms, and the lower floor is the control room and storage room. Void boats need to consume energy stones such as censored crystals to drive, and only enough energy stones can the void boat sail for a long time in the eternal void. Generally, those in the heavenly god realm, even if they have the ability to purchase the void boat, dare not easily use the void boat to shuttle in the eternal void. That terrifying consumption is not something that ordinary heavenly god realm experts can afford. After the void boat steadily advanced, Jiang Chen and Xu Tianming, the old man in a golden robe, came to Zhou Chong's central chamber. Turn over the conversation. Jiang Chen also learned more about the eternal void. In the eternal void, there are also many dangerous areas that you can't step into, and you can't walk around at will. Jiang Chen came out of the Blood Moon realm, and if he walked northwards, he would reach a realm called the Southern Heaven Realm. The eternal void in the north of the southern world is a very famous forbidden place in the surrounding eternal void. The place is extremely dangerous. Unless there is a world censored or above, anyone entering it will almost die in 9 deaths. Even if the people in the Southern Heaven Realm want to go to the Great Wilderness Realm, they must first make a detour to the Xilin Realm, and then move on from the Xilin Realm. If he hadn't met the old man in Jinpao and others today, Jiang Chen would have reached the Southern Realm all the way. Either someone reminded that he was going around from the Southern world to the world of Xilin, or he might have just rushed into the area of 9 deaths. Jiang Chen talked a lot with the old man in Jinpao again, and he also knew about their origins. The old man in the golden robe was named Xu Qing, and Xu Tianming came from a nearby area called Qingyeji. In the Aoba realm, the bamboo family was originally a god-level power with a long history. Not long ago, the ancestor of the Zujiaji god realm was approaching, and his breakthrough failed. At this time, the bamboo family was also attacked by an opponent, and the situation is very bad now. The Xu family sent Xu Qing to censored Xu Tianming to the great wilderness in front of him, asking for help from a realm censored in the great wilderness. It is said that the power of the world, censored, has some origins with the ancestors of the bamboo family. After talking with the two old men in Jinpao for a while, Jiang Chen chose a room in the boat to retreat and practice. He spent some time first, swallowing all the spatial crystals obtained by hunting spatial creatures, and mastering the origin of the space to the point of about 60%. This boat does save a lot of time and effort. The only regret is that it can't hunt space creatures to obtain space crystals. After absorbing the spatial crystallization, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel it in his heart. Eternal Void, the spatial crystallization of the condensed space creatures, is indeed the ultimate treasure that enhances the origin of space. If he has been hunting space creatures in this eternal void, maybe his origin of space will soon reach the realm of perfection. Although Jiang Chen was extremely greedy for the space creatures in the eternal void, he didn't plan to go out hunting at this time. In the area where they are now, space creatures are rare, and they can almost only encounter one occasionally. According to the introduction of the old man in Jinpao, in the eternal void surrounding the Great Wasteland, there are places where space creatures gather very densely. When it comes to the Great Wilderness Realm, if you really want to elevate the origin of the space to the consummation realm, then find an opportunity to hunt a wave in such a place. After absorbing the space crystallization, Jiang Chen did not continue to practice next, but began to prepare for alchemy. The last time the Snow God Palace was destroyed, Jiang Chen took all the resources accumulated by the Snow God Palace into his own pocket. Jiang Chen intends to use these materials to refine some pills that can enhance the origin of martial arts. Not only can he improve his alchemy, but he can also swallow the refined pill to improve his martial arts origin, which can be described as killing two birds with one stone. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore, and directly counted the materials. In his storage ring, Jiang Chen counted out 503 Yuan Fengji pill materials from the storage ring. The 3-element wind pole pill, the 4th-rank god-level Tianshan pill, is an elixir that enhances the power of the wind path of the strong of the gods. If it is to refine the Sanyuan Fengji pill to improve the origin of the air duct, he must be able to reach the perfect state soon. Chapter 1722, Reach the Zilin World. The Black Void boat shuttles through the eternal void at an extremely fast speed. In the center of the void boat, there is a room less than 20 square meters. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged in the middle of the room, manipulating the pill furnace in front of him like clouds and flowing water with his hands, and concentrated on refining the 3-element Wind Extreme pill. The Sanyuan Wind Extreme pill, as a 4th-ranked censored pill, is undoubtedly much more difficult to refine than a true censored pill below the 4th rank. Rao Jiang Chen can only refine 3 furnaces in one day. Even with the purple extreme dividing pill technique in one furnace of 3 pills, you can refine 9 3-element wind extreme pills in one day. Such a speed is undoubtedly very terrifying compared to ordinary alchemists of the first order of the gods. Generally, a tier 1 alchemist of the gods, even if it takes a whole day, may not be able to refine a censored pill. Because the space of the black boat is not large, every time Jiang Chen successfully refines the 3-element wind extreme pill, a strong pill fragrance fills the entire boat. Feeling the pill fragrance that diffuses from Jiang Chen's room every once in a while, Xu Tianming and the others are shocked. Unexpectedly, brother Jiang Chen is still an alchemist. Xu Tianming looked at the room where Jiang Chen lived, and it took a while before he recovered. His alchemy grade is probably not low. Jin-robed old man Zhu Qing took a deep breath and slowly said, from the energy emanating from this pill, at least what he has refined is also a censored pill. Jiang Chen could actually refine celestial pill. Xu Tianming heard the words of the old man in Jinpao, and he was shocked. Being able to refine the celestial pill, doesn't it mean that Jiang Chen is also at least a 4th-ranked celestial pill? A young man who is not much older than him, not only the martial arts strength is against the sky, he has the ability to easily kill the 4th-order gods, but the alchemy cultivation is also so terrifying. Compared with Jiang Chen, the so-called geniuses she had seen before were inferior to scum. This guy, I'm afraid it's not easy. The old man in the golden robe stared at Jiang Chen's room, and couldn't help but murmured in his heart. This son has both pill and martial arts, and the talent is so enchanting, the origin is by no means ordinary. Not to mention the small realms around this place, even the top strengths in the great wilderness realm might not be able to easily cultivate such a genius. Jiang Chen didn't seem to understand eternal void at all, and he didn't seem to be from the great realm at all, but rather like the newly born disciple of some hidden world powerhouse. And to be able to cultivate a strong man like Jiang Chen, I am afraid at least he is also a hidden world god. It may even be a terrifying existence above the Lord. The old man in Jinpao didn't think about it. This time when they went to the great wilderness, they would encounter such a hidden genius. When the old man in the golden robe and others were shocked by Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear to external affairs, and worked tirelessly to refine the three-element wind extreme pill in the room. Jiang Chen had 3 furnaces a day, 1 furnace of 3 pills, and he produced a total of 87 three-element wind pull pills, 30 furnaces of elixirs, except for one of the elixirs that had an accident. The remaining 29 furnaces were successful without exception. Jiang Chen didn't even have any intention of staying after successfully refining these three-element wind extreme pills. Every time he refines a furnace, he directly swallows all the Sanmi pills. These 10 days, Jiang Chen's alchemy and the origin of the wind path are improving at a steady rate. In particular, the origin of the air duct is more than 90% mastered, and there is only 1 step away from the completion of the air duct. That's right, it seems that it won't take long before the origin of the air duct should be completed. Just as he was about to continue to refine alchemy and strive to make the origin of the wind path complete in one fell swoop, he was interrupted by Xu Tianming. Because the Zilin world is coming, Jiang Chen left the room and reached the top of the void boat with Xu Tianming. In view, a magnificent outline of the realm, surrounded by a layer of magnificent purple light, stood at the end of the eternal void. Looking from afar from the eternal void, the realm surrounded by purple light is like the same purple unicorn lying on the ground, which is particularly spectacular. The realm ahead was naturally the first stop they had to pass through to the great wilderness realm, the Zilin realm. Little by little, the black boat approached towards the Zilin world. Although it seemed that the Zilin realm was already close at hand, it took Jiang Chen and the others half a day to reach the periphery of the Zilin realm. The material of the void boat is special, and it has the ability to directly pass through the barriers of the boundary. Naturally, Jiang Chen and the others do not need to get off the boat. Jiang Chen and their black boats entered the purple halo outside the Zilin boundary. After the boat came into contact with the purple aperture, there was also a burst of small and beautiful sparks on the surface, but it was still unobstructed, and brought Jiang Chen and the others into the purple forest world. The energy of heaven and earth here is 1 level higher than that of the ancient dragon realm and the blood moon realm. It seems that the strength of the Zilin realm should be much stronger than that of the ancient dragon realm. Out of the black boat, feeling the rich world energy of Zilin realm, Jiang Chen couldn't help but murmur in his heart. He couldn't help turning his head to look at the old man in the golden robe beside him. Old Xu, how much do you know about the Zilin realm? Do you know that there is a force in the Zilin realm called Xiumen? At the beginning, he killed a disciple of Xiumen in the northern region of the ancient dragon world. That Xiumen disciple is not only not weak, but also possesses the decree of the world god. It is very likely that he came from the family of the world god. Passing through the Zilin realm this time, in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, he should be careful and try to avoid Xian Gate as much as possible. The purple Lin realm is already very strong in the nearby realms. The old man in the golden robe smiled and explained, the Xian Gate in your mouth is one of the 2 great powers of the Zilin realm. When Jiang Chen heard the words, he couldn't help feeling a little bitter. The Zilin realm can possess 2 great realm-censored powers, and the strength is indeed 1 level higher than that of the ancient dragon realm. Actually, there are certain rules for the arrangement of the realm of God's domain. The place we are in is almost the most remote area in the south of God's domain. Going north from here, if there is no accident, the closer you are to the central realm of God's domain, the stronger your strength will be. Just when Jiang Chen was in his heart, the voice of the old man in the golden robe suddenly rang. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. Why is this? Xu Tianming on the side smiled and said, Brother Jiang Chen must have known that God's domain used to be a whole world in ancient times, right? This is naturally known. Jiang Chen nodded and said, legend has it that God realm underwent a major change in the ancient times, and then it shattered to form the current God realm 3000 realm. Chapter 1723, was found. It has been 10 years since Jiang Chen came to God's domain. Over the years, he also read some records about God's domain in the Gulong tribe. God's domain was a complete world in ancient times. Later, the realm of God shattered, forming a whole new world like this one. There are 2 main spatial levels in the new world. One is the endless eternal void, where the energy of heaven and earth is thin, and besides the birth of mysterious space creatures, it is hardly suitable for any race to survive. The other is distributed in the realms of the eternal void, large and small, called the 3,000 realms of God's domain. These realms are the habitat of human beings and all life spirits, and a splendid civilization was born. In the ancient times, the heavens and the earth changed drastically, the eternal void appeared, and the broken God's domain continent turned into billions of dust, forming the God's domain 3,000 realms. It is said that the divine realm continent is broken. The smaller the dust, the farther it will fly. When it is broken, the law of heaven will be weaker, and the strength will naturally be weaker. On the contrary, some of the larger dust, the closer to the center of the God's domain, forming a super-large world. Xu Xinyu explained with a smile. The current situation of God's domain is like a huge and incomparable city. The closer to the fringe area around the city, the worse the conditions, the more barren, and the people who live there are people with low power status. And the closer to the center of the city, the more prosperous it will become, and the strength and status of the people living will become more and more powerful. He pondered a little, and looked directly at Xu Xinyu and said, "How are we going now? Can we avoid Xian Gate?" When the two Xu Xinyu heard Jiang Chen's words, they couldn't help being slightly surprised. It seems that the one in front of him has something to do with Xian Gate. The two great powers of the realm of Xilin realm are bounded by the north and the south. The southern area is controlled by Taixu Sect. The place where we are now is actually on the territory of Taixu Sect. The old man in Jinpao took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Mr. Xu, it is true that I have killed a genius disciple in Xiumen not long ago. If you are with me, I'm afraid you will cause trouble to your upper body. Now that you are in the Xilin realm, you can leave by yourself." Jiang Chen thought for a while and said directly to the two old men in Jinpao. The Lu Xingyu he killed in the Snow God Palace was most likely a disciple of Venerable Xiumen. Now entering the Xiumen site, the situation is indeed a bit bad. If the elders in golden robes continue to walk with him, they might suffer unwarranted disasters. Jiang Chen didn't want to involve the old man in Jinpao. If he was alone, even if he was discovered by Xiumen, he would not be too afraid. With his current combat power, as long as he is not a realm god, even a powerhouse of the 6th rank of the gods, it is impossible to easily keep him. Brother Jiang Chen, am I the kind of person who is greedy for life and fear of death? If it weren't for you to help, we might not be able to reach the Xilin realm safely. Xu Xinyu's delicate face couldn't help showing a decisive look. If we want to go together, we will never leave alone. Little brother Jiang Chen, the lady is right, let's be together, so we can take care of each other. Although the southern part of the Xilin realm is under the control of the Xian realm, as long as we are a little careful, it should be fine. What's more, the situation in the Xilin world is also chaotic now. It is said that Xiumen has been at a disadvantage in the battle with the northern Qilin sect, and should not have the intention to pay attention to other things. The old man in the golden robe smiled authentically. Although Jiang Chen had killed the genius disciple of Xian Gate, he obviously didn't do it in the Xilin realm. Even Xian Gate, it may not be clear who it is. And their situation may not be any better than Jiang Chen. The void thieves encountered in the eternal void were obviously hired by the opponents of the bamboo family to intercept them. Since those people can invite void thieves to intercept and kill them, they can also lay down their backs in this Xilin realm. This Xilin realm is the place they must pass through to the Great Wild Realm. Even if Jiang Chen had grievances with Xian Gate, the old man in the golden robe must still be safer with Jiang Chen. In that case, let's set off immediately and leave the area of Xian Gate as soon as possible. Jiang Chen heard what the two said, and didn't say much. He has too little experience in walking in the eternal void. Although it is much more convenient to be alone, he may also take many detours. But the experience of the old man in the golden robe is very rich. If they are together, the next trip should also save a lot of trouble. The old man in the golden robe nodded, then greeted everyone, and quickly moved towards the north of the Xilin realm. There are two main ways to go from the Xian Gate in the south of the Xilin realm to the Qilin sect in the north. One of them had to pass near Xian Gate and was directly abandoned by Jiang Chen and the others. The other way is to pass through the portal behind Xian Gate, Zishao Divine Kingdom. Jiang Chen and the others traveled day and night, rushing cautiously. The group of people finally passed through half of the Xilin world and arrived at the Zishao Divine Kingdom in the northern portal of Xian Gate. Finally, we are about to pass the Xian Gate site. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief as he reached the Zishao Divine Kingdom unimpeded. Although he couldn't be sure, after the condensed incarnation of the Realm God Realm from Xian Gate saw him, can the deity know that he killed Lu Xingyu? But he had to take it seriously. Xian Gate is a world-censored power a little stronger than the ancient dragon clan. This time, Jiang Chen just passed the Kailan realm, and he didn't want to conflict with Xian Gate until he was forced to. Now he has reached the border of Xiumen's sphere of influence. As long as you pass through the Zishao Kingdom and enter the territory of Qilin Sect, you don't have to worry. Let's go, and strive to pass through the Zishao Divine Kingdom as soon as possible and enter the scope of the Qilin Sect. Jiang Chen said with a smile, and then took the lead, flashing towards a city not far in front. The situation between Xiumen and the northern Qilin Sect has become increasingly tense. As the gateway to the north of Xian Gate, Zishao Kingdom has always been under martial law. Anyone who enters the Kingdom of Purple Cloud must undergo strict inspections. They had just arrived at the gate of this border city, and more than a dozen guards at the gate swept their eyes on Jiang Chen and others. Their expressions suddenly changed drastically. More than a dozen guards directly surrounded Jiang Chen with murderous aura. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sink slightly. Was he still discovered? Chapter 1724. Wanted from the Zishao Kingdom. It's weird. Seeing the situation in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but said with a puzzled expression, "No one recognized me along the way, how could this Zishao Kingdom know?" He was not Lu Xingyu who had been killed in the Xilin realm. Even if the Xian Gate knew that he killed him, it would not be possible to announce him wanted in the Xilin realm. Even if the Xian Gate was announced, all the forces in the Xian Gate area should have known it. But he traversed most of the forces of Xian Gate, and almost no one was aware of it. How could only people from the Kingdom of Purple Clouds attack him? Brother Jiang Chen, I don't think they are here for you. The old man in the golden robe gave a wry smile, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. After encountering Void Thieves' interception and killing, the old man in Jinpao had already guessed that in order to prevent the young lady from going to the great wilderness, those people would arrange for them to intercept and kill them in the Xilin world. I'm afraid this second hand is in this Zishao Divine Kingdom. The old man in the golden robe took a deep breath and immediately clasped his fist to the leader of the purple armor. This general, I'm just passing by the kingdom of the purple sky, I don't know why I want to stop me waiting. Death is near, and I dare to pretend to be here. The leader of Zizha snorted coldly, and immediately moved his palm, and a palm portrait appeared directly in his palm. I saw the portrait depicting a woman in Xingyi and an old man in a golden robe. They were both Xu Xinyu. Jiang Chen looked at the portrait in the hands of the Zizha commander, his eyes condensed slightly. It seems that Zishao Kingdom of God is not directed at him, but at the two Xu Xinyu. Seeing a scene before him, the expressions of the old man in the golden robe, Xu Xinyu and others all changed drastically. Sure enough, after the people of that power arranged for the Void Thieves to intercept them, just in case, they still prepared a backhand in this Purple Heaven Divine Kingdom. You are the felons wanted by my Zishao Kingdom, so I dared to come to the Zishao Kingdom and take them down for me. The purple armor commander waved his hand, and dozens of guards behind the commander killed him. In his eyes looking at Xu Xinyu and the other two, there was also an extremely hot expression. These two people are the targets of the most wanted order issued by the Zishao Kingdom, and the rewards are very generous. Once he was able to capture the few people in front of him, it was almost a breeze for him to break through the Heaven God realm from a half-step. The leader of the purple armor, who was dazzled by desire, completely forgot how terrifying the strength of the wanted person is. Kill them. The old man in the golden robe looked cold, and directly commanded the 4 golden armor guards to kill. The 4 golden armor guards are all strong in the Heavenly God realm, and the guards of the Purple Heaven God realm in front of them are just the cultivation base of the true God realm. 4 golden armor guards killed more than a dozen of the guards of the Kingdom of the Purple Sky. Even the purple armor commander who had just achieved half of the dream was instantly destroyed under a golden armor guard. Brother Jiang Chen, I'm afraid I will hurt you again this time. The old man in the golden robe commanded 4 golden armored guards to kill a dozen people in front of him, and he couldn't help but said to Jiang Chen apologetically. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It's okay, shall we enter the city? Into the city. The old man in Jinpao was taken aback when he heard Jiang Chen's words. They have now killed a dozen people. I'm afraid the people in the city will react soon. Isn't entering the city now self-contained? Isn't it possible to detour to Xian Gate without entering the city? Whether the people who want to intercept you are only looking for the Zishao Divine Kingdom or the Xian Gate directly, you can't be sure. If Xiumen is also involved, our detour will only be more troublesome. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he said faintly, now our best way is to break out of the Zishao Kingdom and enter the sphere of influence of the Qilin sect at the fastest speed. The face of the old man in Jinpao changed slightly. If, as Jiang Chen said, Xiumen was also involved in this matter, then they would indeed be even more dangerous if they took a detour. Instead of facing the Xian Gate, it would be better to kill directly from the Zishao Kingdom. Although the Zishao Divine Kingdom is a well-known celestial god-level power within the Xiumen area, the strongest Zishao Divine Emperor is only a 4th-tier celestial god. With the strength of him and Jiang Chen, forcibly killing out of the Zishao Kingdom, there shouldn't be much problem. Okay, let's go all out and fight directly out of the Zishao Kingdom. The old man in the golden robe waited for a moment in his heart, and he also felt that Jiang Chen's decision was the best way, and the whole person was filled with a sense of killing intent. At this moment, some guards on the city wall were also alarmed by the situation at the city gate. A rush of bells also echoed over the city. Hundreds of figures also flew out of the city like lightning. The first tall general in purple armor looked down at Jiang Chen and the others, and his cold voice instantly resounded through the world. Who would dare to stray wildly in my kingdom of the purple heavens? Jiang Chen glanced at General Zijia faintly. Although this guy is a strong man in the celestial god realm, he is only a celestial god's first-order cultivation base, which is not much better than the 4 golden armor guards besides Zhu Xinyu. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense, and took the lead, leading everyone to volley towards the purple-armored general and his party to kill. With the strength of Jiang Chen and the old man in the golden robe, plus the 4 guards of the heavenly god realm, these guys from the purple heaven divine realm in front of them are no different from the ants. Jiang Chen just pointed out a sword understatement, and instantly annihilated the purple-armored general into nothingness. The remaining hundreds of guards of the purple heaven kingdom were also completely wiped out by the old man in the golden robe and others. It was seen that the purple-armored general and hundreds of elites were instantly slaughtered by Jiang Chen and others. The remaining Zishao God Kingdom guards were pale, and there was unprecedented panic in their eyes. Devil. This group of people in front of me is simply the devil. Wherever they dared to step forward, they all fled in panic with horror. The entire city became extremely chaotic like the end of the world. Kill them all, don't let anyone go. The old man in the golden robe was full of killing intent, obviously intending to kill him. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help hurriedly stopping him and said, "Old Zhu, don't waste time here, let's go." The old man in the golden robe hesitated slightly, but, if you don't destroy all of these guys, the senior leaders of the Zishao Kingdom will get news soon, and I'm afraid we'll be in trouble. It's useless. Jiang Chen shook his head and said faintly, "Now that we have killed a heavenly god realm, do you think you can hide the eyes of the Zishao Divine Kingdom?" Chapter 1725. Zishao Thrills Thunder River. Like Zishao Divine Kingdom, there are not many celestial god powers. Every strong person in the heavenly god realm has a pivotal position in the Zishao Kingdom. Such a character is very likely to have the Soul Jade card in the imperial capital of the Kingdom of Zishao. Now that they killed this heavenly god realm, the Purple Heaven God Kingdom might already know that something happened here. Once delayed here for too long, they might face the encirclement and suppression of the Zishao Kingdom. Although a kingdom of the purple clouds might not pose too much threat to them, there is a purple cloud gate behind it. If Xiumen also participated, they would be in danger. The old man in the golden robe did not continue to chase the martial artist of the Zishao Kingdom who fled. The group of people passed directly through this border city and quickly headed north of the Zishao Kingdom. In order to reduce unnecessary troubles, Jiang Chen minimized the number of times he entered the city. Even if they encounter some hurdles that must be passed occasionally, Jiang Chen and the others have killed them with the power of thunder. As one of the best celestial forces in Xiumen, the Zishao Kingdom was even stronger than the Snow God Palace that Jiang Chen had destroyed in the northern part of the ancient Dragon Realm. The number of heavenly god realms owned by Zishao Divine Kingdom was only 7 or 8. Because the Kingdom of Heavenly Lin within the territory of the Northern Qilin Sect is often harassed, the Kingdom of Zishao concentrates most of its power in the northern border cities. In these ordinary cities in the southern part of the Zishao Kingdom, there are almost no strong people in the heavens. With the strength of Jiang Chen and his party, they were almost unimpeded all the way, and they soon passed through most of the Purple Heaven Kingdom. And when Jiang Chen and the others went through the Zishao Kingdom with all their strength, the imperial capital of Zishao Divine Kingdom, in a magnificent giant hall in the center of the palace, the Purple Heaven God Emperor Lei Jingshao sat high in the middle of the hall, exuding an extremely powerful coercion all over his body. Next to him, there was a mysterious purple-clothed old man with an indifferent expression, sitting side by side with him. In front of the two of them, there were 3 old men standing quietly, all of them strong in the Zishao Kingdom Heaven and God Realm. The atmosphere in the hall was silent, almost audible. Everyone, the leader of Lishan guarding the southern border of the Kingdom of the Purple Sky, the Soul Jade card suddenly shattered. I don't know how long it took, the Emperor Zishao finally broke the tranquility in the hall. Lishan Commander sits on the southern border of the Zishao Kingdom. This is the hinterland of Xiumen. How could it suddenly fall? The 3 elders of the Zishao Kingdom of God all showed incredible expressions. If it is said that the northern border of the Kingdom of Purple Clouds, because of a surprise attack from the Kingdom of Heavenly Lin, a strong man from the Kingdom of Heavenly God has fallen, they might still be able to accept it. But how could such a change occur in the always peaceful south? The Emperor Zishao took a deep breath and couldn't help looking at the purple-clothed old man who was aside. Elder Yan, what do you think of this matter? Within Xiumen, no one should dare to easily do something to the Kingdom of the Purple Sky. If I guess right, it's almost impossible for the Green Leaf Realm to ask me to kill the person who has already arrived in the Kingdom of Purple Heaven. The purple-clothed old man said faintly, a sharp light flashed through his muddy old eyes. A force in the Green Leaf Realm approached Zion Gate and asked them to intercept and kill 2 people going to the Great Wilderness Realm at Zion Gate. Because the reward given by the other party was very generous, Xiumen naturally did not refuse. Xiumen sent strong men to guard the 2 necessary places on the northern border of Xiumen. And the purple-clothed elder next to the Zishao God Emperor is the elder sent by Xiumen to sit in the Zishao Kingdom, Yan Sanju. The Zishao Divine Emperor said solemnly, since they have already appeared, I will let people pursue their whereabouts with all their energies and intercept them within the territory of the Zishao Kingdom. Our goal this time is that there is a 4th-tier strong man of the gods. Even if ordinary people track down his whereabouts, they probably won't have the opportunity to pass the news back. The purple-clothed old man faintly said, we will go directly to the ferry crossing of the Zishao Jinglei River, waiting for work and waiting for them to come by themselves. The Zishao Jinglei River is a huge river that runs through the center of the Xilin realm, and it is also the natural boundary between Zion Gate and Qilin Sect. Zishao Jinglei is extremely dangerous, and its sky is filled with extremely terrifying thunder power. Even the strong of the Heavenly God realm did not dare to be easily infected, and flew past the sky above the Zishao Thunder River. In the entire Zishao Thunder River, there are only 2 special areas opened by the ancient powerhouses of the Xilin realm, which can be passed through by people under the realm god. One of these is located in the territory of the Zishao Kingdom. As long as they guard the ferry crossing of Zishao Jinglei River, those 2 will be hard to fly. The Emperor Zishao nodded and said, it shouldn't be too late, let's go to the ferry of the Thunder River in Zishao. To them, it was indeed the best choice to intercept and kill those 2 directly at the crossing of the Zishao Jinglei River. It just so happened that the Heavenly Lin Kingdom in the north has recently started to move around again. The purple clouds in front of them can shock the Thunder River, and they can also deter the Heavenly Lin Kingdom. It can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Naturally, Jiang Chen and the others didn't know anything about the discussions between the Emperor Zishao and the others. They have been rushing with all their strength, wanting to leave the Zishao Kingdom in the shortest possible time. Jiang Chen and the others finally passed through the Zishao Kingdom and came to the Zishao Thunder River in the north of the Zishao Kingdom. Brother Jiang Chen, the Zishao Thunder River is in front. As long as we pass the Zishao Thunder River, we will leave the territory of Zion Gate. Looking at the river at the end of the line of sight ahead, like a dragon crawling on the ground, the old man in the golden robe couldn't help taking a deep breath. Let's rest for a while. Jiang Chen stared at a fortress built at the ferry crossing of the Zishao Jinglei River, and said lightly, we want to pass, I'm afraid we will have to go through a big battle in a while. Almost none of them encountered much obstacles along the way. The reason why Zishao Divine Nation has not made any moves is probably because the Zishao Thrilling River is waiting for work and is ready to concentrate on intercepting them in this place. There are only 2 passages in Zishao Jinglei River. They want to go from the Zishao Kingdom to the north of Xilin Realm, and the Ferry in front is their only place. Here, it will undoubtedly be the best place to intercept them. They rushed for 3 days in a row, except for the strong with extremely strong resilience, everyone had consumed a lot. And the ferry in front of him was originally the place where the Zishao kingdom was mainly deployed. Now because of their appearance, I am afraid that there will be more strong people gathered here, and maybe there are strong Zeomen guarding here. Only now, Jiang Chen could only let everyone rest first, return to their peak state, and then smashed out of the Zishao kingdom. Chapter 1726. Who dares to form me, kill without mercy. Almost everyone returned to their peak state. Jiang Chen didn't waste any time either, and he led a group of people straight to the thundering river of Zishao ahead. The distance of thousands of miles is naturally nothing to Jiang Chen and his group. Jiang Chen and the others came to a place less than 100 miles away from the Zishao Jinglei River. The Zishao Jinglei River is extremely wide, the majestic and magnificent currents, the turbulent waves hit the shore, and the waves of waves exude suffocating terrifying power. The entire sky above the river was enveloped by a faint purple thunder, and it was impossible to see the situation on the opposite bank. The purple thunder seemed indifferent, but it contained extremely terrifying destructive power. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength and feeling the power of the purple thunder, he couldn't help feeling a kind of palpitations. It's no wonder that the venerable world god cannot cross the Zishao Thunder River. The power of thunder on the Zishao Thunder River is too terrifying. His eyes moved away from the Zishao Jinglei River, and soon fell on a building standing on the bank. This is a fortress built on the Zishao Jinglei River. The fortress is about 1,000 feet in size. On the Purple Thunder River behind the fortress, there is a special area that is not covered by purple thunder. Jiang Chen knew, this area should be a passage through the Zishao Thunder River safely. This passage was completely blocked by the fortress standing on the shore. Just as Jiang Chen and the others looked at the situation in front of them, the people in the fortress quickly discovered Jiang Chen and the others. I saw a group of people with a strong aura, and they flew out of the fortress in an instant. The first two are the Zishao censored Emperor Lei Jingshao, and Zeoman Elder Yan Sanju. Ms. Zhu Xinyu, the eldest bamboo family of Qingye Jia, and the old Zuqing of the bamboo family. The emperor has been waiting for you for a long time. Lei Jingshao looked at Jiang Chen and his group in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. There are actually two powerhouses of the fourth order deity. Zhu Qing's gaze swept across Lei Jingshao's body, and her heart couldn't help but feel awe-inspiring. As far as he knew, the Zishao Divine Kingdom should only have such a powerful fourth order, censored, as the Zishao Divine Emperor. Now beside him, there is an extra powerhouse of Tier 4 deity. No need to think about it, Xu Qing knew that this Heavenly God Realm powerhouse was sent by Taixu Sect in all likelihood. First, they hired void thieves to intercept and kill them in the eternal void, and now they do not hesitate to trade with world-censored forces like Zeoman. It seems that this time, the opponents of the Zhu family have really done their best to intercept him and Zhu Xinyu. Xu Qing took a deep breath and stared at the Emperor Zishao Divine Emperor with gloomy eyes. Divine Emperor Zishao, I don't know what benefits the Yi family of Qingyeji has given you, is it worth your action to kill us? You don't need to know this. The Emperor Zishao said indifferently, today you are destined to be unable to leave the kingdom of Zishao. If you know a little bit more, you will be obedient to this emperor. Xu Qing sneered coldly, what if? I don't. If he is the only one today, facing two strong fourth order gods, perhaps there will be no chance. Next to him, there was Jiang Chen, who could easily kill the fourth order, censored, of the sky. As long as he drags one of them and lets Jiang Chen kill another tier 4 deity in a short time, they will pass here without the slightest problem. Lei Jingshao, stop talking nonsense with him, take them down for me. At this moment, Yan Sanju's face couldn't help showing an impatient look. Yes, Elder Yan, Lei Jingshao responded, and no longer hesitated at the moment. He directly took the several heavenly god realm powerhouses behind him and killed them towards Jiang Chen. Xu Qing broke out with all his energy, directly facing the purple heaven god emperor Lei Jingshao. The remaining 4 celestial god realm, led by an old man of tier 3 celestial god, rushed to Jiang Chen and the others fiercely. Jiang Chen's face was cold, and with a sudden wave of his palm, a storm of destruction suddenly burst out of the void space. The 4 heavenly god realm powerhouses of the Purple Cloud Divine Kingdom hadn't even reacted yet, and under the impact of the devastating storm, they retreated 100 feet away in embarrassment. Looking at the black-clothed youth who shook them back with a single move, a touch of horror that could not be concealed appeared in the eyes of the four strong celestial realms. The black-clothed young man in front of him would have the terrifying power to shock the four of them. This kid is not easy. Compared with the top geniuses of Xiumen, I am afraid they will not be inferior to them. Seeing this scene, Yan Sanju, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but condensed in vain. The cultivation base of the third rank of the gods, the combat power is probably not inferior to the power of the ordinary fourth rank of the gods. The censored of the Yi family in Qingye realm didn't even tell us that there is such a person in the Zhu family team. Yan Sanju suddenly cursed inwardly. According to the news provided to them by the Yi family of the Green Leaf realm, in the team of the Zhu family going to the Great Wilderness realm, there was only one Tier 4 deity and several Tier 1 deities. Xiumen only sent him to Zishao Divine Kingdom. With him and Zishao God Emperor Lei Jingshao, the two gods of Tier 4 sitting in town, there is absolutely no problem in intercepting the team of Zhu family. Yan Sanju never thought of it anyway. In the Zhu family's team, there is actually a monster genius comparable to the fourth order deity. Such a character, even he is not sure to take it easily. If he had known that there was such a genius, how could Xiumen send him alone? Today, I'm overwhelmed by this Zishao thundering thunder river. Who dares to stop me and kill me? Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, his eyes coldly looking down at the four heavenly gods, his indifferent voice resounded through the world. That day, the old man of God Tier 3 burst into anger, and the power of the three worlds burst to the limit in an instant, and then turned into a purple thunder electric knife, slashing towards Jiang Chen volley. Death. Jiang Chen's face became cold, and he stretched out his hand to face the void a little. An invisible sword light quietly shot out at the old man. The space around 100 li seems to be freezing, the void trembles, and an invisible crack is faintly cracked. This invisible crack continued from in front of Jiang Chen to the front of the third order elder. Everything along the way, including the purple thunder electric knife that blasted towards Jiang Chen, was instantly annihilated under the invisible sword light. And the old man hadn't reacted at all, his entire body had suddenly split under the invisible sword light, and he was directly cut into two pieces. Chapter 1727. I've never killed the people at Zion Gate. One sword killed the old man of Tier 3 deity. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, and three invisible sword ores burst out at the other three heavenly gods. How could these three people be able to withstand Jiang Chen's attack if they were not at the first level of the gods? The bodies of the three heavenly god realm powerhouses had already been penetrated by Jiang Chen's sword energy, and then they burst into the void with a bang. With Jiang Chen's current combat power, killing the heavenly gods below Tier 4 was almost the same as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Boy, you censored it. Seeing that Jiang Chen killed the four heavenly god realms lightly, Lei Jingshao, who was shaking with Zhu Qing, couldn't help but let out an angry roar. Although the Zishao Divine Kingdom is one of the best in the Xiumen area, there are only 8 celestial god realm powerhouses in total. This time when Jiang Chen and the others appeared, first the Thunder Mountain guarding the south of the Zishao Kingdom fell, and now there are 4 great heavenly gods killed by Jiang Chen. Their Zishao Divine Kingdom has fallen to 5 strong heavenly gods. This was a devastating blow to their kingdom of purple clouds. Having lost the 5 great powers of the heavenly god realm, once the heavenly Lin Divine Kingdom in the north strikes, what will he use to resist the attack of the heavenly Lin Divine Kingdom? Although Lei Jingshao was full of anger, but at the moment he was completely controlled by Zhu Qing, and Jiang Chen couldn't help it. He had to shout to Yan Sanju on the side, "Elder Yan, quickly kill that kid." Yan San never spoke. He fixed his eyes on Jiang Chen for a while, then slowly said, "If I guessed right, your excellency is not from the Qingye realm bamboo family. The Green Leaf realm is a realm weaker than the Zilin realm. The Green Leaf realm bamboo family is even more of a declining realm god power, and it is simply difficult to cultivate such an enchanting genius. Since the Yi family of Qingye realm spent such a big price, it should be impossible for them to intercept and kill the people of Zhu family in Zilin realm. It was probably an accident that this kid was staying with the Zhu family." Jiang Chen glanced at Yan Sanju faintly. "Is it right? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? If you are not a member of the bamboo family, as long as you don't interfere with the affairs of the bamboo family, you can pass the Purple Thunder Jingtian at any time. I promise that there will be no obstacles." Yan Sanju took a deep breath and said solemnly to Jiang Chen. "The combat power of this kid is unfathomable, and even he has no certainty to deal with it. Anyway, this kid wasn't their target. In that case, it is better to let this kid go, but it will reduce some unnecessary troubles. Sorry, although I am not from the Zhu family, since they are with me now, they are my friends. Jiang Chen said lightly, my friend, it's not anyone who wants to move. Boy, since you have to toast and not eat fine wine, you can blame me for being impolite. Yan Sanju laughed extremely angry, and a burst of icy light suddenly burst out of his eyes, and the power of the world swept across the sky in an instant, oppressing Jiang Chen. Qianlong Zhenchen. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and the first vision of the Taixu sacred dragon picture condensed in an instant. Qianlong Town Tiantu suppressed, and, in the blink of an eye, Yan Sanju's world power was suppressed into nothingness. Yan Sanju's figure trembled, and his whole body broke away hundreds of feet away. This. What kind of cultivation technique vision, how can it be so terrifying? Yan Sanju raised his head to look at the black-clothed youth on the opposite side. The color of horror in his eyes became more and more intense. As the fourth order elder of the Xiumen Tianshan, Yan Sanju's status in Xiumen is naturally not low. He is now cultivating a very powerful realm, censored, level technique at Zion Gate. But the power of the vision he condensed was totally different from the vision of this kid in front of him. Could this kid's cultivation technique be the legendary God King technique? Long Shao for 9 days. Just when Yan Sanju was horrified, Jiang Chen's cold voice resounded again. Yan Sanju suddenly looked up and saw a more terrifying picture of nothingness, which had condensed the void above Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, and he didn't intend to give Yan Sanju any chance to breathe. The second vision of Taixu Sacred Dragon, once again suppressed towards Yan Sanju. Feeling the terrifying power of Jiang Chen's vision, Yan Sanju couldn't help but feel inexplicably cold. He no longer hesitated now, and directly used the power of the four worlds to evolve a purple world of heavenly gods, which collided with Jiang Chen's Dragon Shao Nine Heavens map. Two terrifying forces slammed together in midair. The void vibrates, the chaos soars, the sun and the moon hang upside down. I saw Yan Sanju's heavenly, censored world, constantly twisted and transformed under the suppression of Long Shao Nine Heavens map, and soon became shaky. Yan Sanju's world of heavenly gods broke apart in the void with a bang. The world of the gods was shattered, and Yan Sanju's entire body was under the suppression of Long Shao Ju Tiantu, smashed down from the sky. Yan Sanju's body smashed to the ground fiercely, directly punching a 1,000-meter-long crack in the ground, like an abyss. Elder Yan was also defeated by that kid. How could it be possible? Seeing that Yan Sanju was directly driven into the ground from the void by Jiang Chensheng, Lei Jingxiao, who was fighting Zuqing, his expression also instantly became horrified. Yan Sanju is the elder of Xiumen. Although his cultivation base was almost the same as Yan Sanju was even higher than him in terms of combat power. With Yan Sanju's strength, he was defeated so easily. Lei Jingxiao never expected that the combat power of the black-clothed youth would be so terrifying. Lei Jingxiao's heart was frightened. If Yan Sanju were to lose in this way, the Zishao kingdom might be completely over today. Just when Lei Jingxiao was frightened, there was a loud bang in the abyss below. A figure wrapped in purple light rose to the sky. It was Yan Sanju. He looked pale and bloodstained at this moment, and he looked extremely embarrassed. He stared at Jiang Chen grimly. Boy, are you really going to be against my Zion Gate? I am the elder of Zion Gate. If you dare to move me, Zion Gate will definitely not let you go. Hehe. What about Zion Gate? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but set off a slight arc. You people from Zion Gate, I haven't killed you. Chapter 1728. Destroy the Fourth Order of the Gods. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yan Sanju's expression suddenly changed. This son who killed the Zion Gate must have had conflicts with Zion Gate. A supreme genius who can easily suppress the powerhouse of the Fourth Order deity with the cultivation base of the Third Order deity is a very rare existence in the Xilin world. But Yan Sanju really didn't know when there. Xiumen had a conflict with such a genius. Jiang Chen said indifferently, not long ago, a disciple named Lu Xingyu from the Zion Gate met me, so I killed him. You are from the ancient dragon world. Yan Sanju's pupils suddenly shrank, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen also showed an inconceivable horror. In order to cooperate with the Blood Moon Realm, Xiumen sent Lu Xingyu, a genius disciple, to the ancient dragon realm to assist the Blood Moon Realm in attacking the ancient dragon realm. Yan San definitely knew this matter very well. Ziyumen thought that Lu Xingyu took the decree of the world censored to go to the ancient dragon world to assist the Blood Moon world in the attack on both sides. But he didn't expect that not long after Lu Xingyu went to the ancient dragon realm, news of his fall came. Yan Sanju didn't expect anything. The entire black-clothed youth in front of him was the one who killed Lu Xingyu in the ancient dragon world. Lu Xingyu came from the family of Venerable Xian, and was one of the 3 famous geniuses of Xian. As for Lu Xingyu's strength, Yan Sanju is naturally very clear. Even though that guy's cultivation was at the 3rd tier celestial god, his combat power was almost no match for their 4th tier elders. This young man in black can kill Lu Xingyu, his combat power will be even more terrifying. With his strength, I am afraid it is definitely not the opponent of this kid. Jiang Chen stared at Yan Sanju with cold eyes. Finally, I will give you a chance to disappear from me within 5 breaths. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you to be with Lu Xingyu. Lu Xingyu is my proud disciple of Lord Ziyumen. You killed the disciple of the Lord Xian and still want to leave Ziyumen safely. Yan Sanju smiled coldly, and didn't mean to give in at all. As the elder of Ziyumen, how could Yan Sanju be frightened by a little boy? Although the boy in front of him is extremely powerful, with his tier 4 cultivation base, it shouldn't be a big problem to hold the boy for a while. He had secretly sent a signal to the Xian gate just now, and Venerable Xian would be able to get the news within a maximum of a stick of incense. With the terrifying speed of the world gods, from Xian gate to Zishao Divine Kingdom, it only takes a moment. As long as he dragged the boy's incense stick time, when Venerable Xian arrived, all problems would be solved. Brother Jiang Chen, don't waste time with him. Once the strong Ziyumen arrives, we will be in trouble. At this moment, Zhu Qing, who was fighting against the Emperor Zishao, was a little anxious and authentic. Don't worry, he has no chance to postpone it. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and a sharp chill burst out of his eyes. Even without Zhu Qing's reminder, Jiang Chen knew he couldn't delay. When Peng Qingyuan broke through the Realm God realm, Jiang Chen had already seen the terrifying methods of the Realm God Venerable. Venerable World God, the speed across the air is extremely fast. It only took a moment for Peng Qingyuan to descend from the ancient dragon clan to the Panlong fortress on the eastern border of the ancient dragon world. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, his whole body power directly urged to the peak, and then evolved a chaotic world, heading towards Yan Sanju's suppression. Yan Sanju's pupils suddenly appeared. At the same time as his body receded, he quickly re-evolved into the world of the gods and collided with Jiang Chen's world. The shocking explosion instantly resounded across the sky. I saw Yan Sanju's heavenly god world, which collapsed in the blink of an eye under the impact of Jiang Chen's heavenly god world. Yan Sanju let out a scream, and the blood in his mouth spouted wildly like a fountain, and the whole person flew out like a kite with a broken wire. Yan Sanju underestimated Jiang Chen's combat power and overestimated himself. When Jiang Chen was still in the 2nd tier Tianshan, he had the ability to contend with the 4th tier strong in his full burst. Now he has already broken through the 3rd rank of the gods, and several other original martial arts are also fully improved. Especially the origin of the air duct is only 1 step away from the realm of consummation. Even the weakest source of life has been continuously improved by the Tree of Life, mastering more than 50%. With his current abilities, even the strong man of Tier 4 of the Great Desolate Realm might not be his opponent, let alone the ordinary Tier 4 of the Small Realm. Die. Jiang Chen condensed the world of the gods and hit Yan Sanju with 1 move, without giving him any chance to breathe. With a move of his palm, a colorful divine thunder slammed down from the world of the gods. Yan Sanju hadn't recovered from Jiang Chen's previous hit, and the whole person had been annihilated by the colorful censored of thunder that fell from the void. Yan Sanju looked desperate and horrified. It's just that he just spit out a no word, the whole person has already exploded under the bombardment of the colorful divine thunder. 1 move killed Yan Sanju. Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and he burst out directly facing the battlefield between Zhu Qing and the Emperor Zishao. Feeling Jiang Chen's aura rushing towards him, the thunder of the Purple Heaven God Kingdom shook the sky, and his expression instantly became terrified. Yan Sanju has fallen. Lei Jingxiao never expected it anyway. The 4th order elder of the Ziyumen heavenly god was so easily killed by the black-clothed youth opposite. Even Yan Sanju was killed by the kid, and his strength was even worse than Yan Sanju, so how could he be that kid's opponent? In front of him there is an old guy who is not inferior to him. If he continues to stay here, facing the combination of these 2 in front of him, his only end is to fall here. Lei Jingxiao was in horror. He exploded with all his strength, evolving into the heavenly god world, shaking the Zhu Qing in front of him, and then directly turning into a thunder light, fleeing towards the distant sky. Leave him alone, we will directly enter the fortress and cross the Zishao Thunder River. Jiang Chen didn't even glance at the escaped divine emperor Zishao, turned around and killed the fortress in front of him. The old fellow Yan Sanju, I am afraid that the situation here has returned to Zion Gate. I'm afraid it won't be long before the realm god of Zion Gate will come. Once the Xiumen realm gods arrived, they really didn't have any chance to leave. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time on the Emperor Zishao. The most important thing for them now is to cross the Zishao Thunder River and enter the territory of Qilin Sect in the fastest time. As long as he enters the territory of the Qilin Sect, even the realm god of Zion Gate dare not easily set foot. Chapter 1729, Give you a great gift. Jiang Chen took the lead and rushed into the fortress in front of him, as if there was no man. Even if someone stepped forward to stop him occasionally, he was easily killed by Jiang Chen. In just a few breaths, Jiang Chen led everyone out of the fortress and rushed into the safe passage over the Zishao Thunder River. And it was not long before Jiang Chen passed the news over the Zishao Thunder River. A middle-aged man dressed in a purple cloud robe, with an awe-inspiring aura, emerged spookily from above the fortress. The person here is not someone else, but Venerable Zion from Zion Gate. Is it still a step late? Seeing the extremely miserable situation below, Venerable Zion's face also instantly became extremely gloomy. He raised his hand and gently waved at the void in front of him. A mysterious power spread out from the void, and then formed a huge light curtain like a mirror in front of him. On that light curtain, the situation around the fortress was surprisingly presented. I saw the time in the light curtain quickly regressed, revealing everything that happened around him. Damn boy, seeing the mirror images in the light curtain, Venerable Zion's eyes also filled with a violent killing intent. The guy who killed his disciple in the ancient dragon world appeared in the Zilin world so blatantly, and stayed with the people of the bamboo family in the Qingye world. This time he helped the Yi family of Qingye Jia intercept and kill the people of the Zhu family, and he was at a loss for Xiumen. Not only did they fail to intercept and kill the people of the Zhu family, but instead fell a few strong from the heavenly god realm. Even the fourth order elders of the Xiumen heavenly god have fallen here. If it were not out of fear of the Qilin Sect, Venerable Zion would now wish to cross the Zishao Thunder River and destroy Jiang Chen and his party. Venerable Zion finally suppressed the anger in his heart and resisted the urge to cross the Thunder River of Zishao. The confrontation between Xiumen and Qilin Sect is now at an absolute disadvantage. If he crossed the Zishao Thrilling River at this moment and entered the territory of the Qilin Sect, the battle between the two sides might be ignited. The Blood Moon Venerable of the Blood Moon Realm had already come to Zion Gate. It's just that not long ago, under the siege of the two great gods of the ancient dragon world, he suffered a serious injury, and he is now in retreat. He now only needs to wait for Venerable Blood Moon to exit, and then he will reverse the situation. Boy, wait for the deity. I dare to kill my people at Zion Gate many times, and do good deeds. Sooner or later, I will let the entire ancient dragon world be buried for you. Venerable Zion raised his head and stared in the direction of the purple cloud Thunder River, and his icy voice resounded in this area. Zishao Divine Kingdom has fallen to several strong heavenly god realm. It can be said to be severely injured. It is difficult to compete with the heavenly Lin Divine Kingdom on the other side. Once Tianlin Kingdom is aware of it, Qilinzong might attack it aggressively. He must return to Zion Gate as soon as possible and make arrangements in advance. Venerable Zion's figure flashed, and he disappeared into place out of thin air. Jiang Chen and the others flew over the Zishao Thunder River with all their strength. The group of people crossed the Zishao Jinglei River, which spans thousands of miles, and appeared on the north bank of the Zishao Jinglei River. Finally entered the territory of Qilin Sect. Jiang Chen led everyone on the bank of the Zishao Jinglei River, and he was slightly relieved. Like the small realm of Zilin Realm where there are not many realm gods will have a certain sense of each other. Once Venerable Zion stepped into the scope of the unicorn, he would be noticed by the Venerable Realm God of the Qilin School. Now that Zion Gate is at an absolute disadvantage in the collision with the Qilin Sect, I must not dare to easily enter the territory of the Qilin Sect to hunt them down. Just when Jiang Chen and the others appeared on the shore, in a fortress 100 miles away in front of them, several imposing figures flew out quickly. These people are all powerhouses with cultivation bases reaching the realm of heaven and God. For the first middle-aged man to wear a unicorn armor, his cultivation has reached the level of the third order god. Jiang Chen doesn't need to think about it. These people in front of them should be the powerhouses of the Heavenly Lin Kingdom guarding the north bank of the Zishao thrilling Thunder River. This general, the old lady Qingyeji Zujia Zuqing, this matter takes my lady in front of the wilderness world. It is convenient to pass through the precious land. Zhu Qing held his fist to the middle-aged general headed by him. Leave quickly. The middle-aged general waved his hand and directly signaled to let Jiang Chen and others leave. The Zilin realm was originally a passage between the north and the south of the various realms nearby, and there were a lot of people coming and going. As long as they are not related to Xian Gate, the middle-aged general will not stop him at will. The old man in front of him had a much stronger aura than him, and he was probably at least a 4th-tier strong man. Heavenly God Tier 4, even in the entire Zilin realm, is already considered a well-known powerhouse. Such a strong person is already in existence comparable to their Tianline Divine Kingdom God Emperor. If he really tried to stop him, he would only be humiliating himself. As the commander in charge of guarding the southern part of the Heavenly Kingdom of Heaven, the middle-aged general knows very well about the powerhouses above Tier 4 of the Xiumen Heavenly God. In his memory, in the Xiumen sphere of influence, there is no such a powerful 4th-order deity. Since these people in front of him had nothing to do with Xian Gate, he naturally wouldn't ask himself to be bored, and took the initiative to find trouble. Zhu Qing thanked him, and then prepared to leave with Jiang Chen and others. This general, I have a great gift for you. I wonder if you dare to ask for it. Jiang Chen passed by the middle-aged general, paused slightly, and smiled at the middle-aged general. The middle-aged general was taken aback for a moment. I wonder what the little brother meant by this. The Heavenly God Realm powerhouses of the Zishao Kingdom have been killed a lot by us. If your Heavenly Lin Kingdom enters the Zishao Kingdom at this moment, it will be difficult for the Zishao Kingdom to resist your attack. This is your opportunity, I hope you don't miss it. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately passed by the middle-aged general. The Xian Gate and the Blood Moon Realm are linked to each other. After the Venerable Blood Moon is severely injured by the 2 ancient dragons, it is very likely that he will come to the Xian Gate to recover. Once Venerable Blood Moon recovers, Xian Gate is equivalent to having 2 venerables sitting in town. The Qilin sect might be unable to resist the attack of Xian Gate at all. Once Venerable Blood Moon helps Xian Gate dominate the Zilin realm, there may be a chance to counterattack the ancient dragon realm with the power of Xian Gate. Because of this, Jiang Chen will remind the powerhouse of the Heavenly Lin Kingdom in front of him, hoping that they can seize the opportunity to enter the Purple Heaven Kingdom. As long as Tianline Divine Kingdom opens the gap, Qilin sect will definitely wait for an opportunity to invade Xian Gate. Even if the Qilin sect failed in the end, it was enough to make Xiumen vitality, and there was no power to attack the ancient dragon world in a short time. And they can sit back and relax in the ancient dragon world. Chapter 1730. Celestial 5th Order Space Creature. Master, do you trust this kid? Looking at the back of Jiang Chen and others leaving, one of the heavenly gods finally couldn't help but speak. Tell me directly, it should be true out of 10. The middle-aged general took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, but, just in case, let's send someone to find out. After the middle-aged general finished speaking, he directly dispatched a strong man from the heavenly god realm who was good at hiding his figure, and he was in front of Zishao Jinglei River to investigate. The powerhouse of the heavenly god realm quickly flashed back from the sky above the Zishao Thunder River. How is the situation? Upon seeing this, the middle-aged general couldn't help but quickly asked. The cleanup on the other side is indeed a bit weird, and I haven't felt the aura of a strong man in the heavenly god realm from the fortress of the Zishao Divine Kingdom. I secretly arrested a person from the Zishao Kingdom and got news from his mouth. The group of people just now indeed fought a battle with the Zishao Kingdom. 4 of the Zishao Kingdom fell in the battle. It is said that even the Zishao Kingdom was seriously injured and fled. The heavenly god realm powerhouse said excitedly. The middle-aged general's eyes rose sharply. Immediately concentrate all your strength, and follow me into the kingdom of the purple sky, occupying the south bank of the purple sky thundering river. The Zishao Divine Emperor was seriously injured and fleeing, and the 4 heavenly god realm powerhouses fell, losing more than half of their strength. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was their chance to enter the kingdom of the purple sky. How could he easily miss it? While passing the news to the Emperor Tianline, the middle-aged general gathered all his forces and smashed toward the south bank of the Zhixiao Jinglei River with a thunderous force. And with the Tianlin Divine Kingdom entered the Zhixiao Divine Kingdom. Xiumen and Qilin Sect were also dispatched one after another, and the small-scale friction at the beginning quickly evolved into a terrifying battle. The war between the two great realm gods in the Xilin realm is also about to start. Jiang Chen naturally did not know that the war between Xiumen and Qilinzong broke out. After passing through the Zhixiao Jinglei River, they have been on their way. Jiang Chen and the others finally passed through the Xilin realm, and once again entered the eternal void from the north of the Xilin realm. In the endless eternal void, a black void boat is moving fast. Because there were people from the Zhu family controlling the boats and Zhu Qing, a powerful fourth-order god, sitting in town, Jiang Chen and the others did not encounter any danger. Even if they were attacked by one or two space creatures from the celestial realm, they were easily killed by Zhu Qing and others. Having nothing to do, Jiang Chen directly chose the room in the center of the void boat to retreat, and continued to open his own crazy alchemy mode. Ding! You have successfully refined a god rank 4th grade pill, and you have gained 1,000,000*100 experience in alchemy. Jiang Chen kept refining the Sanyuan Fengji pill like this. It wasn't until a month later that Jiang Chen and the others arrived in a realm called Southern Heaven Realm in the north of Xilin Realm, that Jiang Chen had to end his alchemy. A whole month. Jiang Chen fully refined more than 200 ternary wind pole pill. Jiang Chen didn't save any of the 200 pill, and he swallowed it without hesitation every time he produced a pot of pill. More than 203 element wind pole pill almost let Jiang Chen's wind channel origin reach 90% of the limit. Swallowing at most 1 or 203 element wind extreme pills, his wind path origin should be able to successfully reach consummation. He will be able to gather the power of the fourth world and become a powerhouse of the 4th rank of the gods. Just step into the 4th level of the gods. Even the heavenly god realm powerhouse in the great wilderness realm is one of the few who can win him. Enter the southern world. Jiang Chen and the others provided some supplies in the southern heaven realm, and they didn't stay too much in the southern heaven realm. They just quickly passed through the southern heaven realm and continued northward. On the void boat, Jiang Chen continued to retreat, while refining the Sanyuan Fengji pill, while swallowing the Sanyuan Fengji pill to improve the origin of the air channel. Ding! You swallow a God Realm 4th grade pill 3 Yuan Fengji pill, and the origin of the wind channel will gain 1,000,000*100 experience. Ding! The origin of your wind channel successfully reached consummation. Jiang Chen refined and swallowed more than 143 element wind pole pills, and finally made the origin of the wind path complete. The origin of the wind path is complete, and Jiang Chen no longer refines the Sanyuan Fengji pill. He began to count the materials in storage and ring once again, preparing to gather some pills that can improve the way of time and the way of space, to enhance its time origin and space origin. And when Jiang Chen checked the materials, in the endless eternal void, the black boat is like a censored fish, passing quickly. At a certain moment, the eternal void in front of him suddenly surged into the sky, and a creature even larger than their black boat rushed out of thin air. No, there is an extremely powerful space creature ahead. When the black boat rushed on, the complexion of several Zhu's crew members changed drastically, and they quickly controlled the boat to stop. Jiang Chen and others were naturally shocked. They flashed in shape and appeared directly on the deck above the boat. What a terrifying aura! The space creature in front of you is afraid that it is no longer weaker than the 5th order strong man. Feeling the terrifying spatial fluctuations ahead, Rao Zuqing's face could not help but show a solemn look. And the other 4 first-tier guards of the gods shivered under the pressure of that terrifying aura. Is it comparable to the 5th order space creature of the gods? Jiang Chen stared at him, but his expression did not change much. When he first entered the 3rd rank of the gods, he was able to entangle with the old monsters of the 6th rank of the Blood Moon gods. Now that the origin of his wind path is complete, he can break through the 4th stage of the censored at any time. A mere space creature comparable to the 5th order of the heavenly gods has caused him no threat at all. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, a huge gray whale with a length of 100 feet penetrated the space directly and appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. The space where the gray giant whale is located is filled with fierce spatial fluctuations in a radius of hundreds of miles, and endless space storms also swept away from it. Chapter 1731. Void Whale with a Master. The fluctuations in the space around the giant whale are extremely terrifying. Even if it is an ordinary Tier 1 powerhouse, Once they come into contact with the space storm around the giant whale, they will be torn to pieces in an instant. Our luck was too bad, and we encountered a space beast comparable to the fifth-order deity. Xu Qing looked at the giant in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. Although there are many space creatures in the eternal void, there are still relatively few above the celestial god realm. Especially those above tier 3, except in some special areas with dense spatial creatures, it is generally difficult to encounter them. Of course, nothing is absolute. For example, a group of them had hit the Grand Canal now and encountered a space creature with a strength comparable to the fifth order of the gods. Elder Xu, you guard the boat and I will solve it. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and he flew out directly from the boat. The level of this boat is not high, and it can only withstand the power of the third rank of the gods and below. Jiang Chen must deal with this giant whale far away, otherwise, when the giant whale rushes over, the entire boat will be destroyed by the aftermath of their battle. Jiang Chen appeared in front of the giant whale in the blink of an eye, his fingers volleyed a little, a sword light that tore through the space, slashed on the body of the giant whale. Jiang Chen's sword light was like hitting a hard iron plate, colliding with a spark of melody. A strong defense. Jiang Chen couldn't help being surprised. The defensive power of the space creature in front of him was almost beyond his imagination. Being slashed by Jiang Chen with a sword, the giant whale suddenly let out a sharp roar. Its immensely huge body also appeared extremely agile, and instantly penetrated the space to reach the top of Jiang Chen's head, and opened his mouth to spit out a space storm spraying towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face and directly integrated the power of the seven Dao into a magical colorful flame, quickly annihilating the space storm above his head. The endless eternal void. I saw a figure shrouded in 7 colors of light, quickly fighting a huge black figure. Although the strength of the giant void whale in front of him is not weak, it is even stronger than the general 5th order celestial powerhouse, but Jiang Chen does not have much pressure to deal with it. With the power that Jiang Chen now mastered, even if he faced the blood poison boss once again, the quasi-world censored of the 6th order heavenly god, he could still be defeated head-on. This void giant whale is obviously still one level behind the quasi-world censored of the 6th order celestial god. From the very beginning, this giant void whale was beaten by Jiang Chen without any power to fight back, and could only support it with a strong defense force. After a series of 7 or 8 moves, the void giant whale was still beaten to pieces by Jiang Chen, leaving only half its life. Big brother Jiang Chen's strength is too terrifying. Looking at the void giant whale, who could not fight back at all, Xu Xinyu couldn't help taking a breath. Xu Qing nodded with approval. As a powerhouse of the 4th order deity, Xu Qing can naturally feel the power of this giant void whale more clearly. With his strength, it is impossible to be the opponent of this void whale. However, Jiang Chen had the 3rd tier cultivation base of the heavenly god, so he had no power to fight back at this void whale. Such combat power is too scary. Xu Qing has lived for millions of years, and he has seen a lot of geniuses, but he has never seen such an enchanting existence as Jiang Chen. The talent of this child is rare in the world, even if compared to the top genius of the great wilderness, it would not be inferior in the slightest. Another shocking collision resounded through the eternal void. Under the bombardment of Jiang Chen's 7-color divine thunder, the giant emptiness whale uttered a miserable scream. The huge body brought a burst of blood mist, and flew upside down in embarrassment by hundreds of meters. It glanced at Jiang Chen in horror, dragging the almost collapsed body, about to flee in a panic. Since it's here, leave the crystal in your body. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, his figure appeared above the void giant whale in a flash, and then condensed the heavenly god world to suppress the void whale fiercely. The giant void whale in front of him is comparable to the existence of the 5th order deity. Such a void creature, the condensed spatial crystallization in the body, must contain an incomparably terrifying spatial power, which is enough to improve his spatial origin by a large amount. Now that he met, how could Jiang Chen easily let it go? With the suppression of Jiang Chen's celestial world, the space within a radius of 100 li instantly turned into nothingness. I saw that the body of the void giant whale that had escaped into the eternal void was also suppressed by Jiang Chen's heavenly god world. The huge body of the void giant whale began to burst under the suppression of Jiang Chen's heavenly god world, and finally burst open with a bang, turning into a mist of blood that spilled down from the eternal void. Jiang Chenzen killed the void giant whale, and he reached out and grabbed a crystal exuding terrifying energy, which was the spatial crystallization of the void giant whale. In the crystal of the originally unusually calm space, a burst of incomparable soul power suddenly burst out, attacking Jiang Chen with the momentum of thunder. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. The soul-killing seal cast by Jiang Chen hastily suppressed most of the power of the soul, but some of it still penetrated Jiang Chen's body and penetrated into Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen's figure trembled, and he quickly urged the spirit to destroy those spirit powers, and a pale look appeared on his face. This void whale actually bears the imprint of the soul of a strong human. Jiang Chen was horrified. He stretched out his hand and put the space crystal of the void giant whale into his pocket, then his figure flashed, and he quickly returned to the boat. Brother Jiang Chen, what is going on? Xu Qing looked at Jiang Chen's slightly pale face, and his expression also appeared astonished. Just now Jiang Chen almost downplayed and killed the void giant whale, but broke through and exploded after killing the void giant whale, and then returned to the void boat in embarrassment. Immediately here at the fastest speed, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, "The body of the giant void whale just now has the imprint of the soul left by the mysterious strong man. It should be a space creature with a master." When Xu Qing and others heard Jiang Chen's words, there was an unconcealable horror in their eyes. This is a space creature comparable to the 5th rank of the gods. The existence of creatures that can conquer such a space is definitely not something ordinary people can do. The owner of this void giant whale is probably at least a quasi-world censored of the 6th order of the gods, and maybe he is still a world censored above the gods. Chapter 1732, The Eternal Temple. Speed up and leave here. Xu Qingchang suppressed the horror in his heart and quickly ordered the crew to start the void boat and move forward with all their strength. No matter who the owner of the void giant whale is, it is probably not an existence they can afford. Now that Jiang Chen has killed the void giant whale, they must leave this place as soon as possible. Once the owner of the void whale arrives, they might be really dangerous. Following Xu Qing's order fell, the black boat also started again, then turned into a black streamer, and quickly shuttled through the endless eternal void. After Jiang Chen and their boat left, this eternal void fell into dead silence again. This dead silence lasted for a stick of incense. I saw where the void giant whale fell. Suddenly a violent fluctuation spread out of thin air. A rickety figure shrouded in black robe directly appeared ghostly. The black-robed figure's eyes gleaming with gloomy light swept slightly, feeling that censored breath that had not yet dissipated in the surrounding space, and a sharp killing intent was also instantly diffused from him. His cold anger also resounded directly in the silent eternal void. "Dare to kill my void whale, no matter who you are, I want you to pay a heavy price for it." After the black-robed figure finished speaking, his hands quickly changed into strange gestures on his chest. I saw the surrounding space vibrated, and a trace of mysterious blood that could be seen by the naked eye, turned into a palm-sized blood crane directly in front of the black-robed figure. Under the guidance of Zue, the black-robed figure quickly burst out toward the north. The void boat started again, and Jiang Chen also directly returned to his room, entering the closed state again. In the previous battle, the soul imprint on the crystal of the void giant whale suddenly exploded. As Jiang Chen couldn't resist, the soul was also affected. About a long time later, Jiang Chen finally made his affected soul completely stabilized, and his face turned ruddy again. The imprint of the soul that was left in the body of the giant whale in the void almost caused my soul to be wounded. The master of the void is scared. I am afraid it is not easy. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. The master of the void giant whale can use a mark of the soul to affect his soul, which is unfathomable. Even though he was caught off guard, that was pretty impressive. The owner of the void giant whale, even if he is not the venerable realm god, is probably a quasi-realm censored of the 6th order heaven god. And there is also a 6th order celestial censored who is good at soul road and comes from the great world of the great wilderness. With his current strength, even many powerful men of the 6th rank of the gods can hardly pose too much threat to him. Perhaps only the 6th order celestial censored, born in a great world like the great wilderness realm, can bring him a hint of danger. It seems that some preparations are needed. Regardless of whether the owner of the void giant whale is the venerable realm god or the 6 realms of the heaven god who is good at soul Dao, such people's methods are all weird and unpredictable. Once that guy tracks him down, things will probably be very bad. Jiang Chen directly found Zhu Xinyu and asked about their current situation, wanting to know when they could reach the next realm. "Brother Jiang Chen, We don't need to pass through any realms now to directly reach the great wilderness realm. North of the southern heaven, there is a very large eternal void. Around this eternal void, there are several large and small areas, and the great wilderness is at the far north. At our current speed, we should be able to reach the great wilderness within half a year. Xu Xinyu said, and immediately with a move of her palm, a mysterious scroll appeared directly in her palm. Xu Xinyu slowly opened the scroll, and a huge map appeared directly in Jiang Chen's sight. Jiang Chen was surprised. This is the map of God's domain. I, Yi family, Qingye realm, don't have the ability to master a complete map of God's domain. This map is just a map around the great wilderness world, it only records the tip of the iceberg in God's domain. Xu Xinyu shook his head, then smiled and said, but for most people, this map is completely enough. It is not easy to cross the realm of the gods, and only those who are strong in the realm of the gods barely qualify for the cross. The average heavenly, censored, realm powerhouse may not be able to walk many realms in that censored realm in his lifetime. And near the great wasteland, there are dozens of large and small areas. Even the powerhouse of the 6th order Tianshan may not be able to walk out of this area easily. Jiang Chen swept his gaze on the map, and soon discovered the more familiar realms of the ancient dragon realm and the blood moon realm. Through the map, Jiang Chen also quickly had a general understanding of the entire great wilderness realm. Where they are now is a huge eternal void before the Tianan realm and the great wilderness realm. This eternal void is at least several times larger than the eternal void between the southern world and the purple Lin world. Where is this place? Jiang Chen looked at the map in front of him, and suddenly pointed his finger at a certain spot on the map, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. The place Jiang Chen pointed to was the eternal void they were now in. In that place on the map, there is a palace drawn by red lines. Although the palace is not big, it is marked with a special red line, which is very conspicuous on the entire map. There is such a mysterious palace standing in the endless eternal void, which makes people feel surprised. This palace is an eternal temple in the eternal void. Hearing Jiang Chen's question, even Xu Qing's expression became more solemn in an instant. Eternal temple, this is a very mysterious power in God's domain, and the only power in God's domain built in the eternal void. It is said that on each side there is a sub-temple established by the eternal temple outside the big realm where the censored king sits. The temple of eternity is unfathomable, and even the king-level forces dare not easily provoke it. Jiang Chen stared tightly at the red palace on the map, and there was also an unconcealable shock in his eyes. The king-level forces dare not provoke easily. This eternal temple, I am afraid that at least it is a terrifying existence comparable to the power of the censored king. The energy of the eternal void is thin, and various resources are also very poor. Since the temple of eternity is a terrifying existence that can make the power of the king of gods jealous, there is no problem even if it controls a large realm. Jiang Chen really couldn't understand. Why did this eternal temple choose to be built in the eternal void? Chapter 1733, The Terrifying Power of the Eternal Temple. What is the origin of this eternal temple, and why is it built in the eternal void? Xu Qing shook his head and said, the eternal temple is extremely mysterious. Few people in the entire God realm know the power of the eternal temple. I only know a little about the eternal temple. Xu Qing did not conceal it, and told Jiang Chen all the information he knew about the eternal temple. The eternal temple is a special existence distributed in the eternal void. For most people who walk in the eternal void, the eternal temple is a place to trade supplies. The eternal emptiness is endless. Some of the larger eternal voids may walk in them for a year or a half without reaching the nearby realm. Especially in some areas in the center of God's domain, it may even take years or even decades. Walking in the eternal void for such a long time is naturally prone to many changes, such as resource shortage and damage to the void boat. The eternal temple is built in these eternal voids, which can provide convenience for those who walk in the eternal void. The eternal temple is not simply a supply ground for trading, and it will also absorb warriors who walk in the eternal void to join the eternal temple. Some people who have not joined the power can participate in the eternal temple and become a member of the eternal temple. In the eternal temple, there is generally a teleportation array leading to the nearby main realm. In the area where Jiang Chen and the others are located, the great wilderness realm is the only main realm that has the king of gods. If they want to save time, they can reach the great wilderness through the teleportation array of the eternal temple. It is said that the cost of using the teleportation array in the Eternal Temple is extremely high, and most people simply cannot afford it. This kind of cross-border teleportation array that can cross the eternal void can't even be arranged by ordinary world gods. This alone is enough to see how unfathomable the strength of the Eternal Temple is. The location of this Eternal Temple should not be far from us. In that case, let's go to the Eternal Temple first. Jiang Chen stared at the red marker on the map, and soon made a decision in his heart. Jiang Chen was also very curious about this mysterious force built in the eternal void, and naturally wanted to go and see it. Since killing the giant void whale, Jiang Chen instinctively felt that a crisis was approaching. This must be the owner of the void giant whale, following his whereabouts with some secret method. The only way to do this is to reach the Eternal Temple as soon as possible. The Eternal Temple, this is the overlord of the eternal void. Even the power of the censored king level has to be afraid of them by 3 points. As long as he entered the Eternal Temple, even if the owner of the void giant whale is really the venerable world god, I am afraid that he would not have the guts to do it in the Eternal Temple. He may also be able to use the teleportation array of the Eternal Temple to reach the Great Wilderness directly. Well, in at most half a month, we should be able to reach the Eternal Temple. Xu Qing smiled and nodded. In fact, even if Jiang Chen didn't propose it, he planned to suggest Jiang Chen to the Eternal Temple. This void boat is not of high grade. After sailing in the eternal void for such a long time, there are signs of damage in some places and must be repaired as soon as possible. The Eternal Temple is the best place to build and restore the void boat. Including their damaged void ship, Xu Qing also plans to repair it in the Eternal Temple to prevent accidents. Jiang Chen and the others are finally approaching the area where the Eternal Temple is located. Jiang Chen, Xu Qing and others stood proudly on the top of the void boat, their expressions becoming more alert. As they get closer and closer to the Eternal Temple, there are more and more powerful men and void boats nearby. Many people even clashed with each other, and an extremely tragic battle broke out. Jiang Chen and his party have 6 heavenly god realms, among which Xu Qing has a cultivation base that has reached the 4th order heavenly god, but no one has caught up with him to trouble him. Brother Jiang Chen, the Eternal Temple is here. Xu Xingyu pointed to a place in front, and couldn't help exclaiming. Jiang Chen looked up. A mysterious light cluster emitting silver light appeared in front of him. As Jiang Chen and the others approached quickly, the silver light group also rapidly enlarged. Many powerful men and some void boats nearby flew towards the mysterious silver light group. Jiang Chen and the others came to a place less than 100 miles away from the silver light group. In the silver light group, the outline of a palace about 1,000 meters in size also clearly appeared in Jiang Chen and the others. Is this the Eternal Temple? Jiang Chen looked at the independent world separated from the eternal void by the silver ray, and a strange look also appeared in his eyes. Many people nearby all flew into the outline of the palace in the silver light cluster. Jiang Chen and the others did not hesitate either, they also quickly passed through the silver light group outside the Eternal Temple. Passing through the silver light cluster, a strong energies of heaven and earth rushed to his face instantly. Jiang Chen's gaze swept slightly, and he was immediately stunned by the sight in front of him. The outline of the palace, which originally looked only 1,000 meters in size from the outside, was basically a huge city connected by palace walls. Its magnificence is even worse than that of the Dragon City, the largest ancient dragon clan. The Eternal Temple. Above the gate of the city, 4 fonts with dazzling silver light exuded a breathtaking breath. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, when staring at these 4 fonts, he felt a terrifying pressure straight through his soul. It's such a terrifying handwriting, I'm afraid that even an ordinary world god venerable may not be able to describe such a handwriting. Jiang Chen felt awe-inspiring. Many people who came to the Eternal Temple on the side showed their tokens to the guards at the gate of the city, and then entered the Eternal Temple. At the gate of the Eternal Temple, there are a total of 4 strong guards. The breadth of these 4 people is at least above the 3rd rank of the gods. In particular, the leader is much stronger than Xu Qing's breath, I am afraid that he has reached the 5th rank of the gods. The strength of this Eternal Temple is really not ordinary horror. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a breath. The 4 heavenly gods in front of them are almost enough to sweep any side of the ancient dragon world's heavenly gods. Such power is only responsible for keeping the gate in this Eternal Temple. And this is the Eternal Temple sub-temple on the edge of God's domain. Jiang Chen couldn't imagine how terrifying the strength of the eternal temple in the center of God's domain would reach. Chapter 1734, Not a place for ordinary people to stay. Elder Xu, do I still need a token to enter the eternal temple? Looking at the situation in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. This is an eternal order. Every eternal temple in God's domain needs an eternal order to enter it. Xu Qing pointed to the place where there was a long line on the side. There is the place where the eternal order is applied. An eternal order can be used in all eternal temples in God's domain. Jiang Chen received the empty boat, and then waited in line with Xu Qing and others. It was Jiang Chen's turn. One eternal order, 100 high-grade crystals, spend a day in the eternal temple, consume one high-grade crystal. The silver-robed elder who was responsible for the issuance of the eternal order was straightforward. So expensive. Hearing the words of the old man in Yinpao, Jiang Chen couldn't help being surprised. Although there are no restrictions on entry into this eternal temple, the consumption of crystals is really terrifying. In most areas of God's domain, the common currency is basically a low-grade God crystal. A high-grade magic crystal is equivalent to 100 middle-grade magic crystals and 10,000 low-grade magic crystals. This eternal order is equivalent to 1 million lower-grade, censored crystals. Millions of low-grade, censored crystals are also a lot of wealth for the average heavenly, censored, realm powerhouse. Not to mention, every day in the Temple of Eternity, 10,000 lower-grade, censored crystals are consumed. This eternal temple is simply not a place where ordinary people can stay. Boy, the eternal temple is opened in the eternal void, and it needs a lot of crystals to maintain every day. Do you think it is easy to build such a world full of heaven and earth energy in the eternal void? If it's too expensive, you can just leave. The silver-robed old man said impatiently. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out 2 million lower-grade, censored crystals. 1 million is used to purchase the eternal order, and the remaining 1 million is used to purchase time in the eternal temple. Fortunately, there were a lot of censored crystals in the destruction of the Snow God Palace, otherwise I would really not be able to produce so many censored crystals. In the Gulong tribe these years, Jiang Chen has been frantically improving his strength, and he hasn't paid much attention to the Shenjing. Especially after breaking through the Celestial God Realm, the lower-grade God Crystal has little effect on the Celestial God Realm. Jiang Chen almost ignored the existence of the censored crystal, and there was no censored crystal on his body. Fortunately, after destroying the Snow God Palace, Jiang Chen scraped away the resources of the Snow God Palace and took all the crystals stored in the Snow God Palace into his bag. Jiang Chen has at least hundreds of millions of low-grade crystals, and 1 or 2 million low-grade crystals are naturally nothing to him. As for Xu Qing and his party, most of them have had the experience of entering the Eternal Temple, and they don't need to purchase an Eternal Order. Only Xu Xinyu, who came here for the first time, spent 1 million crystals to purchase the Eternal Order. As a direct line of the Realm God family, Xu Xinyu is also very wealthy, and naturally he won't worry about this Shenjing. The two bought the Eternal Order, and then dripped blood certification. Jiang Chen discovered that in his Eternal Order, a number 100 appeared directly and ghostly. Jiang Chen knew in his heart that the number 100 represented the number of days he could stay in the Eternal Temple. Once this number becomes 0 and he does not renew the purchase time, he will be expelled from the Eternal Temple. With the token in hand, the group of people went straight through the gate of the Eternal Temple and headed inside. An extremely lively and bustling world also appeared directly in Jiang Chen's sight. Enter the Eternal Temple. Jiang Chen just discovered that the actual space of the Eternal Temple is larger than he imagined. I am afraid that the 2 or 3 Shenlong cities are far from being comparable to the city in front of him. In the city, the figures shrouded in colorful rays of light shuttled back and forth, and most of them were powerhouses whose strength reached the realm of the gods. Jiang Chen only felt it a little, and he found several Tier 4 gods who were not inferior to Xu Qing. This Eternal Temple has a lot of powerhouses. Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a breath when he saw the situation around him. The Eternal Temple is located in the Eternal Void. It accepts the strong from all directions in the Eternal Void, and there are naturally many strong gatherings. What's more, the strength of the Eternal Temple is not weak. It is said that every Eternal Temple in the Eternal Void has at least another world god venerable. The strength is much stronger than the surrounding small realms. However, private fights are forbidden in the Eternal Temple. Even the venerable world god would never dare to do it in private in the eternal temple, so don't worry too much. Xu Qing smiled slightly. Jiang Chen nodded and continued to look at the eternal temple. In the eternal temple, there are many large and solemn pavilions and palaces, which are guarded by the guards of the eternal temple. On both sides of the streets in the Temple of Eternity, there are various shops, large and small. Brother Jiang Chen, the buildings of the eternal temple are mainly divided into two categories. One of them is the buildings guarded by guards. These are all belonging to the eternal temple. Most of them are trading places, such as martial arts treasures, magical medicine, void boat repair, bodyguard, censored, and other services. The remaining category is some private buildings, and there are also other realm forces that have established some strongholds in order to facilitate their own people to stop in the eternal temple. Xu Qing kept introducing the situation of the eternal temple to Jiang Chen. As a Tier 4 powerhouse who has lived for millions of years, Xu Qing has walked in the eternal void many times, and has stayed in the eternal temple many times, and naturally knows a lot about the eternal temple. Let's go to repair the place of the void boat first. Jiang Chen groaned slightly and said directly. No matter what, Jiang Chen decided to repair the void boat first, and then consider other things. Xu Qing nodded, and then led Jiang Chen straight towards a tall palace. And just shortly after Jiang Chen and the others entered the eternal temple. 100 miles away from the Temple of Eternity, a black shadow exuding a terrifying aura burst from a distance. Even some ordinary heavenly god realm powerhouses around had a shuddering feeling in the face of the terrifying aura of that dark shadow. Okay. What a terrifying aura, I'm afraid it's at least a quasi-world, censored, of the sixth order deity. Everyone looked at the black shadow that burst, and they were all shocked, and quickly gave way to the black shadow. Have you entered the eternal temple? Dare to move my things, no matter how you struggle, take a break and escape from my palm. The black shadow looked up at the eternal temple in front of him, a cold flash of cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and his figure flashed directly into the eternal temple. Chapter 1735. Upgrade the Void Boat. The Eternal Temple, a large hall with the imprint of the Eternal Temple. This hall is the hall under the Eternal Temple that is responsible for the repair and trade of void boats. In the Eternal Temple, in addition to the official trading hall of the Eternal Temple, there are also some private trading venues. The official trading hall is relatively fair, and there is no fraud. The only drawback is that the price is slightly higher. For safety reasons, Jiang Chen and the others did not choose a private trading place, but came to the official trading hall of the Eternal Temple. Jiang Chen and the others found a master builder who repaired the void boat in the main hall. Constructor is a very special profession gradually formed after God's domain has evolved into God's domain 3000 realms, and it is very popular. The eternal emptiness is vast and fraught with crises. The average heavenly god realm powerhouse, as long as he has the financial resources, will choose to use the void boat to shuttle through the eternal void. The flight speed of the void boat in the eternal void is faster than that of most heavenly god realm powerhouses. With the void boat, traveling through the eternal void will not consume any power, can maintain its peak state at any time, and face many dangers more calmly. The existence of Void Boat Crush also made it possible for some great Foss's true God Realm disciples to walk in the eternal void. The Void Boat has now become a universal vehicle in God's domain. The construction of the Void Boat is very complicated. Must be proficient in forging, refining, and formation. It is not easy to become a master builder. The status of the master builder in God's domain is extremely high, even more than that of the alchemist. Take out the Void Boat you want to repair. The builder of the Eternal Temple was in his mid-50s, and he was cold-tempered, and he didn't talk nonsense with Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen nodded, and then took out the Void Boat. This Void Boat, the material quality, and the craftsmanship are all pretty good. Among the primary Void Boats, it should be top-notch. The master builder glanced slightly, and asked faintly, "How do you want to repair? Do you directly repair the damaged place, or repair and upgrade to a higher-level Void Boat?" Jiang Chen stunned for a moment. This Void Boat also has a level. Of course, the performance of different levels of Void Boats is not at the same level. For example, your top-notch elementary Void can only withstand the attacks of the third-tier powers of the gods. If you upgrade to the intermediate-level Void Boats, you can resist the attacks of the fourth-tier or higher gods. The high-level Void Boats, even the world gods can resist one or two. In addition, Some intermediate and advanced boats also have some attack methods and special functions. The master builder said with an impatient look, "Let's talk about how you want to repair it, don't waste my time." As a master builder who sits in the Temple of Eternity, an elementary void can't return to his eyes, and he doesn't want to waste time with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then raised his head and asked, "How many censored crystals are needed to upgrade to a high-level void boat?" High-level void boats, but even realm gods can resist one or two. Now Jiang Chen is very likely to face the chase behind the void giant whale, and he is undoubtedly very important to the performance of the advanced void boat. If it can be upgraded to a high-level void boat, even if he cannot be teleported to the great wilderness world through the eternal temple, he can still have a certain degree of safety in the eternal void. "Boy, you are too whimsical. How can the advanced void boat be so easy to upgrade? Not to mention that this eternal temple cannot build a high-level void boat. Even if it can be built, the price that day is not affordable for you." Master Builder said with a sneer, "Don't talk about high-level void. Even if you want to upgrade the most common intermediate level void, you need 100,000 high-grade censored crystals. High, the cost of this void boat is really not that high." Hearing the terrifying cost of construction reported by the Master Builder, Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a breath. 100,000 high-grade censored crystals, which is 100 million low-grade censored crystals. He destroyed the Snow God Palace and emptied the entire Snow God Palace, only to obtain 110 million lower-grade censored crystals. Upgrading a mid-level void boat is enough to instantly bankrupt the power of the gods like Snow God Palace. Then help me upgrade to a medium void boat. Jiang Chen shook his head, and had no choice but to say. Since it is not realistic to upgrade a high-level void boat, Jiang Chen can only upgrade to a medium-level void boat first. Although the intermediate void boat is far from comparable to the advanced void boat, its performance and speed far surpass those of the elementary void boat. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the eyes of the Master Builder couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared. The intermediate void boat is generally at least the power of the world gods, and only then has this capital possessed. Even some quasi-world gods of the sixth order of the gods, it is not easy to own an intermediate void boat. The boy in front of him has the ability to upgrade the intermediate void boat, and his origins are probably extraordinary. This little brother, I don't know what you want for the upgraded intermediate void boat. Master Builder looked at Jiang Chen with a smile, and his tone became more polite. He didn't worry about whether Jiang Chen had the financial resources. Because here is the eternal temple, even the world gods do not have the guts to go wild here. The void boat does not need to be expanded, nor does it require attack methods. It mainly improves defense and speed performance. Jiang Chen thought for a while. For him, the biggest function of the void boat is to use it to drive. As long as the flight speed is enough to resist the attack of some space creatures, it is completely enough. This is much simpler, and the upgrade of the void boat can be completed in at most half a month. The Master Builder smiled and said, "Little brother, you can pay a certain deposit first, and take the void boat in half a month." Jiang Chen nodded, and then directly paid 10 million lower-grade shenjing. This hall is the property of the Eternal Temple, and Jiang Chen naturally does not worry about being deceived, so he can trade with confidence. Xu Xinyu and they also took out the void ship for repair. They only spent a few million inferior crystals to repair the damaged part of the void ship. After all, upgrading the void boat requires at least 100 million lower-grade divine crystals. Even if Xu Xinyu came from the realm god family of Qingye realm, it would be difficult to produce so many censored crystals. Solved the matter of the void boat. Jiang Chen and the others left the main hall directly, planning to find a place to live in the Eternal Temple for half a month, waiting for the upgrade and restoration of the void ship. Chapter 1736, Temple Arena. Jiang Chen and the others wandered around the Eternal Temple for a while. Jiang Chen and the others came to a huge square. The huge square covers an area of hundreds of miles, with a huge arena in the middle and many auditoriums around it. The audience was very lively, almost 1,000 figures gathered. And on the central arena, the energy of heaven and earth is turbulent, and countless dazzling lights are colliding and annihilating. There are two figures fighting in the arena. Judging from the aura of the two of them, they should all be the powerhouses of Tier 2 Heavenly God. This is the Temple Arena. Breaks are forbidden in other places in the Eternal Temple, and the Temple Arena is the only place where you can fight. If you want to compete in the Eternal Temple, or even the life and death duel, you will be held in the arena. Moreover, the Eternal Arena is also a test for recruiting members in the Eternal Temple. At this moment, Zhu Qing's faint voice rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a surprised look appeared in his eyes. The evaluation of the members of the Eternal Temple is also related to the Temple Arena. Zhu Qing nodded and laughed. Generally speaking, people below the power of the world gods can almost become a member of the Eternal Temple as long as they challenge 10 games in the Temple Arena and complete 10 consecutive victories. The Eternal Temple is built in the Eternal Void, absorbing the geniuses of all realms that walk in the Eternal Void. As long as people who come from below the world censored level power or have no power behind them, can they be eligible to join the Eternal Temple. The forces below the realm censored level are no different from the existence of ants to the huge Eternal Temple. The genius who has absorbed these forces is not at all hurtful. And the realm god level forces are all existences of realm gods. Although with the strength of the Eternal Temple, he is not afraid of any realm god level power. But once it absorbs the genius of the world god level forces, it is equivalent to digging the corner of all the world censored forces in the gods. I am afraid that the Eternal Temple will become the public enemy of all realm gods in God's domain. Even if the strength of the Eternal Temple is unfathomable, it doesn't have the courage to be an enemy of all the gods of the 3,000 realms of the God's realm. What if a genius above the realm censored level has won 10 consecutive victories in the Temple Arena? Geniuses above the realm censored level have won 10 consecutive victories. Not only can they get a lot of rewards in the Eternal Temple, but they can also become the guests of the Eternal Temple and enjoy some privileges and preferential benefits. It is said that in addition to the Bronze Eternal Order we have in the Eternal Temple, there are also Eternal Orders of Silver, Gold, and Supreme Honors. If you want to use the teleportation array in the Eternal Temple, in addition to the high cost, you must at least have a Silver Eternal Order. Zhu Qing said with a general expression. Because of this, many of the powers of God's domain and above have almost all become guests of the Eternal Temple, and even the powers of the God King are afraid of them. Hear what Zhu Qing said. Jiang Chen also had to admit that the Eternal Temple VIP order was ingenious. The Eternal Temple is spread over many eternal voids in the realm of God, and the Eternal VIP order can have privileges in the Eternal Temple. I am afraid that many of the world gods have become the honorable guests of the Eternal Temple and have established a good relationship with the Eternal Temple. Such a huge network of relationships, coupled with the strength of the Eternal Temple itself, is also extremely powerful. It is no wonder that the Eternal Temple can become an existence that makes the powers of the censored king level jealous. Jiang Chen looked at the arena in front of him, and he also had some interest in his heart. Although he will not join the Eternal Temple, it would be a very good thing if he could get a VIP level Eternal Order. If he wants to use the teleportation array of the Eternal Temple to reach the 8 Desolation Realms, at least he has to become a silver rank VIP. Zhu Qing smiled and nodded. With the talent of brother Jiang Chen, it shouldn't be a big problem to get the silver rank Eternal Order through the Temple Arena. The group quickly swept towards the Temple Arena. The Temple Arena, although it looks like a huge square on the surface, is actually an independent space created by the world gods. In this space, even a quasi-world censored of the 6th order celestial god can hardly cause the slightest damage to the arena. At the entrance of the arena, there are 2 guards from the Eternal Temple. If you want to enter the Temple Arena, you must pay an entrance fee of 10,000 yuan for the lower grade censored crystal. Jiang Chen and the others paid the entrance fee and walked into the Temple Arena. The shouts came directly in Jiang Chen and their ears. Haha. The yellow-haired boy is going to lose. I finally made a right bet in this game. Fuck. The yellow-haired boy's cultivation base is higher than the blue-clothed youth opposite, so why did he lose like this? Lao Su's 1 million low-grade, censored crystals are so gone. Jiang Chen looked up and found that the little yellow-haired boy on the arena was beaten back by a blue-clothed youth on the opposite side as a sign of invincibility. Both of these are the cultivation bases of the 2nd-tier celestial god. Especially the yellow-haired boy, his cultivation base is slightly higher. The talented background of the blue-clothed youth is obviously higher than that of the yellow-haired boy. I am afraid that if there are no more than 10 moves, the yellow-haired boy will be completely defeated. Elder Zhu, there seems to be a gambling game in this Temple Arena. Jiang Chen just glanced at the 2 fighting on stage, then ignored it, and asked Zhu Qing curiously. Yes. The Eternal Temple will open a gambling game for every battle in the Temple Arena. Xu Qing said with a smile. This gambling game in the temple arena has also become a way for many people to earn god crystals in the Eternal Temple. However, most of them will lose miserably. The Eternal Temple will have a strength assessment for both sides of the arena battle. After their assessment, there is generally no error. The evaluation of the Eternal Temple is not without errors. In the temple arena, there will be some upset situations, and the huge odds make some people who participate in the gambling earn a lot of money. It seems that through the gambling in the temple arena, you can earn some crystals to spend. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raised a slight arc. When he was in the Gulong clan before, Jiang Chen had never cared about Shen Jing, but he found that Shen Jing was an indispensable thing in God's domain. Previously, in order to upgrade the void boat, he had consumed very little of the crystals on his body. In a while, he plans to go up and play a few games, and then buy himself to win. Maybe he can make a fortune in this temple arena. Chapter 1737, Challenge 10 Consecutive Victories. Yi Shuiyun, 6th in a row. When Jiang Chen thought secretly, the yellow-haired boy was also beaten out of the arena by the blue-clothed youth, and a referee directly announced the result loudly. After the victory is divided, the family is happy and the family is sad. Those who bought the blue-clothed youth Yi Shuiyun's 6-game winning streak were naturally excited. And some of those who pressed bow on the yellow-haired boy made a miserable wailing. This Yi Shuiyun is very strong, he should be able to win 7 consecutive victories. I bet 1 million lower grade, censored, crystals and bet he will win 8 straight. A lot of onlookers, concerns are beginning to bet. Fight continuously in the temple arena. Every time you defeat an opponent, the next opponent will get stronger and stronger. As the number of winning streaks increases, the odds of the game will become higher. Generally, the odds for a 7-game winning streak have almost reached more than 1 to 5. Once Yi Shuiyun buys 7 consecutive victories, as long as Yi Shuiyun wins, he can get more than 5 times the income. The odds for an 8-game winning streak will be even higher. Especially for 10 consecutive victories, the odds are almost as high as 1 to 100. Although the odds for a 10-game winning streak are extremely scary, generally no one dares to bet Yi Shuiyun's 10-game winning streak. In the temple arena, 10 consecutive victories are a very difficult thing. In the arena of the Eternal Temple in front of him, there has not been a genius with 10 consecutive victories for several years. Buying a 10-game winning streak is almost a sure loser. Mr. Xu, what are the rules of this arena? How do I go to the arena now? Jiang Chen looked at Xu Qing next to him. He planned to go to the arena to play a 10-game winning streak. There are people from the Eternal Temple in the arena who are specifically responsible for registration. Just go to the registration and make a note, and you can play when it's your turn. Xu Qing said with a smile. The rules of the arena are also very simple. For example, to participate in a 10-game winning streak challenge, you only need to defeat 10 opponents of the same realm in a row. In that case, go and sign up. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but raised a slight arc. The winning streak challenge in this temple arena is somewhat similar to his challenge in the arena of the Dragon Tower in Hualongcheng. The challenge of the temple arena also restricted the opponent's cultivation to the same realm. In the same realm, even if he is the top genius in the Great Wilderness, he may not be able to pose the slightest threat to him. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation base was only at the 3rd level of the heavenly gods, he could easily kill even the 5th level space gods of the heavenly gods. With Jiang Chen's strength, an almost invincible existence in the same realm, wouldn't it be easy to win 10 consecutive victories in this temple arena? They can also buy Jiang Chen for 10 consecutive victories and make a fortune. A group of people came to the registration desk of the temple arena. You guys, does anyone want to participate in the arena? An old man in charge of the arena registration could not help but smiled and looked at Jiang Chen and his group. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and nodded directly. Yes, I want to sign up to challenge the 10-game winning streak in the arena. I don't know how long it will take to wait. Challenge for 10 consecutive victories, and the temple arena can be arranged first. As long as Yi Shuiyun's challenge is over, you will be able to play. The old man's eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly said, you only need to leave your name and cultivation base. In the temple arena, the winning streak has always been the most popular existence, and it can also open a variety of gambling games. With every winning streak challenge, the temple arena will make a lot of money. Now that another young genius came to sign up for a winning streak challenge, the old man naturally seemed very polite. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen directly reported his name and cultivation level. Just when Jiang Chen signed up for the 10-game winning streak challenge, Yi Shuiyun's 7th battle also began. What Yi Shuiyun faced was an elegant youth. Although this elegant young man looked extremely ordinary on the surface, the aura exuding from his whole body was extremely powerful, which was obviously much stronger than the yellow-haired boy before. Yi Shuiyun obviously also felt the power of the elegant young man in front of him, and he was directly preemptively attacking the past. However, the elegant youth was expressionless, avoiding Yi Shuiyun's attack like a stroll in the courtyard. The elegant youth burst out with a burst of bright blue light, and then turned into a simple and mysterious blue book behind him. I saw a page with countless mysterious runes in the cyan book suddenly shot out. The pages of the cyan book zoomed rapidly in midair, with the power of shaking the sky, covering the sky and the sun and suppressing Yi Shuiyun. Yi Shuiyun's figure trembled, and his whole body hardly had any resistance, so he was smashed out by the cyan page. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Yi Shuiyun's mouth, and he rolled out of the arena directly covered in blood. The censored that I can't stop even a single move, looking forward to 10 consecutive victories in the temple arena. The elegant young man glanced at Yi Shuiyun faintly, then his figure flashed before he turned and left the arena. How could it be that Yi Shuiyun was killed in seconds like this? Ah! This censored Yi Shuiyun, I was killed by him. My millions of low-grade, censored, crystals are gone like this. Many spectators around who bought Yi Shuiyun's 7-game winning streak and 8-game winning streak could not help but let out a miserable cry. This guy's divine body vision does not seem simple. Jiang Chen looked at the back of the elegant young man leaving, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Yi Shuiyun was able to win 6 games in a row in the temple arena, and his talent was naturally excellent. However, this elegant young man easily killed Yi Shuiyun in seconds with just a divine body vision, which was really extraordinary. Since entering the domain of God, Jiang Chen had also seen many divine body visions, but he had never seen anyone whose divine body visions condensed into a book. Moreover, the power of this book is extremely powerful. I am afraid it is at least a divine body vision above the emperor level. This young man who blocked Yi Shuiyun is probably the genius of the Eternal Temple. The winning streak in the temple arena represents huge glory and rewards, and the Eternal Temple will not be easily obtained. Generally after the 5-game winning streak, the Eternal Temple will also be under the rules and will send people to block it at critical times. Zhu Qing said in a low voice. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. No wonder it is not easy to get 10 consecutive victories in the temple arena. As the overlord of the Eternal Void, the Eternal Temple is an existence comparable to the power of the gods, and naturally possesses many geniuses. Even the geniuses of most world-censored forces want to win 10 consecutive victories here. It is probably not an easy task. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.